Perdomo turns it.
Diamondbacks Radio Network. It would have been nice to hear Rookie Kype on that one. The depressive from their booth in ABC Sports Bay Area. But that was the Diamondbacks Radio Network. Diamondbacks beat the Giants 4-3. And you know what, Shasky? I can guarantee you this. In 2022, the Giants will not be going 32-6 against the Diamondbacks or Rockies. They will not. That is not happening. As they lose another one at Oracle Park in a dreadful, lackluster Monday night affair. A lot of empty seats. But they lose to the Diamondbacks 4-3. Brandon Crawford double play. And that's when I turned the TV off and caught up with the ninth inning this morning. Giants just, when you think things are going well, they turn around and lose to the Diamondbacks. Cobb gets lit up early, and oh baby, Giants, again, one game over 500. Good morning, everybody out there. Good morning, Joe.
So, to your point, last year at 17-2 against the Diamondbacks, and
they've lost 3 already.
Well, here's the other one about the Diamondbacks, and nobody wants to say this out loud. Their roster is nicer than ours. Look at their roster right now. Like, look at those guys that you saw yesterday. They got some studs. This little dude in the outfield, Alec Thomas, he's giving me major Jacoby Ellsbury, Kenny Lofton vibes. I'm feeling him. I mean, he's got major pop for a little lefty. Right. He's got great range. The arm's not the greatest, but it's solid. He's a really good player. Marte's a good player. Rojas can play. Like, they've got a nice little squad.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. Rojas, I like him at third base. He's got a nice little gun from third base from a hot corner. Christian Walker's hitting bombs for him. And then you got Merrill Kelly, who's having a solid year, 3.36 ERA, 7 innings last night, 5 hits, 2 runs. We've seen him twice in the last week. Merrill Kelly's not a bad pitcher. You wonder how much he's learning from Madison Bumgarner. So the Diamondbacks 39-48, respectable. Yeah. We thought they'd stink. They were awful last year. But it just goes to show you all the dramatic comebacks the Giants had against them last season. Remember the 8-0 rally at Oracle Park. They had some late-night Lamont situations down in Arizona. Well, that's not happening. And I heard Langford on the pregame show. Late-night Lamont, yeah, that train is empty right now. He goes 1 for 4 last night. No ninth-inning magic for him. Rough strikes out. And then here's another thing. Brendan Bell goes, look, and I know it worked out. Austin Slater had the RBI. But this is the Giants in a nutshell. Brendan Belt is 3 for 3.
Yeah, and he's 6 for his last 8 or whatever it is.
And he gets pinch hit for.
I know.
Your best hitter, or Jock Peterson could be the best hitter this year, but Brendan Belt is one of your anchors.
One of your guys.
The captain. Yeah. The guy who comes in on the boat on opening day. And he gets pinch hit for.
I know.
And I don't care that it worked out. Brendan Belt got pinch hit for after going 3 for 3. What are we doing? You imagine Will Clark getting pinch hit for?
Well,
you imagine Matt Williams, righty coming in. Hey, Matt, take a seat, buddy. A righty's in. We're going to go put a lefty in.
So, okay, then I guess my question to you is, because I'm not as outraged as you, because I understand, like, just with the knee situation with Belt, they do have to play it, like, somewhat cautious. I don't think that factored into yesterday's pinch hit. Yesterday's pinch hit was trying to work the numbers. And to be fair, Austin Slater's had a great week, Bonte.
He had a great
almost
week.
500.
No doubt.
The last 7 games. So I understand that, but this is more my big picture thing. Are we strictly going to go on the results, and that's how we're going to judge these moves? Meaning it worked out because Slater did it, or are we going to calibrate back to what our original assessment is, which is kind of old school baseball where you're going, would Will Clark have been pinch hit for? Like, are you okay with them pulling the trigger and having players who are lesser than in certain situations have their opportunity because they have data that indicates it will be more successful? I guess that's the question, like results over process.
Yeah, I gotta go process. And I gotta go, look, if my guy's 3 for 3, he needs to get that 4th at bat.
Okay.
He's seeing the ball well. He's hitting. I don't care if it's a lefty, righty. I don't give a damn if the pitcher's ambidextrous. I really don't.
How do you think that sits in the dugout? That's something I've long thought about.
If I'm Brendan Belt and I'm a veteran, and I've won a couple World Series, and I'm trying to get going here, and I'm feeling good at the plate, I got to look at Cabot like, look, dude, you're disrespecting me. You're pinch hitting me for Austin Slater. No disrespect to Austin Slater, but you're pinch hitting me from Austin Slater.
A 4th outfielder, probably a minor leaguer on most teams.
That's a problem. I can't believe that Brandon Belt right now or last night went into that dugout and felt good about himself after going 3 for 3 and seeing the ball well. And I know Slater came through with an RBI. Came through.
Yeah.
But I'm Brandon Belt. I am the captain of this baseball team, and I'm trying to get this team going, and I'm trying to get myself going. and I just got pinch hit for.
So
that's a problem if I'm Brendan Belt.
It's interesting you bring this up. So last week, I got a text message from a buddy who played minor league ball, and all he was saying was, if I'm Joey Bart, okay, Joey Bart had gone 1 for 2. He hit a big time. It was a double, but everyone thought it was a home run because the fan interfered with it. And he just got called back up. He's starting to see the ball well. He's in a groove. This is a guy clinging for any kind of success, right? And you're trying to piece together a good game. It's not just one swing. You're trying to have 3 or 4 good at-bats in a row. And he gets pinch hit for. And I questioned it in real time. Well, I got a text message like, how's that sit with Joey Bart? Now, I know a lot of people roll their eyes and say, well, Joey Bart's not good enough to have an opinion and this, that, and the other. There is a human element.
Absolutely.
There is a human element to this. So I guess my question is, it's not necessarily what you and I think. I don't know how this sits in the dugout, and I don't know how this sits with those guys. I'll tell you this. Mark Willard brought this up on our podcast. I don't think Longoria is feeling it at all.
No.
He's
absolutely
from
not.
the old school.
Yeah, no.
And I know Rich Aurelia, who does post-game,
he's not feeling it at all. He's not feeling it at all.
You know?
Longoria's not feeling it at all. Ron Wolders is probably rolling his eyes a little bit.
Guys like Jazz Chisholm, who are younger players from the Bahamas, he's been very vocal about the platooning and the situational pinch hitting, and it's out of control, I think, in baseball. It's not just a Giants thing. This is an epidemic around the league. I kind of feel him on it.
Yeah, I got a problem with that. This platooning thing, and other free agents are probably looking at this situation saying, this is how the Giants are rolling?
Yeah.
Why would I want to sign there? If I'm borderline, let's just throw Aaron Judge in there.
Okay.
Right? And Aaron Judge is struggling against righties. He's batting .225. In the back of his mind, you don't think that if he came here, he'd be thinking, damn, what if I'm struggling and I'm in a slump? Are they going to pitch hit for me? Or do I have to look over my shoulder to get pitch hit for? Because if Brendan Belt, who's the captain of this baseball team, and I'm not saying Brendan Belt is Aaron Judge, but Brendan Belt has cachet in that clubhouse. He's the quote-unquote captain. And he's getting pitch hit for? Like he's 3 for 3, and I'm going to yank him? It's over-managing to me. Yeah. It's too much into the numbers.
You know, Matt Williams, I know he's 3 for 3, and I know he's red hot right now, 6 of his last 8. He doesn't face sliders really well, so we're going to have to take him out right here. And we're pinch hitting Mike Benjamin for him.
Could you imagine that? We're going to pinch hit Billy Miller for him.
Mark Carrion's going to come in for Matt Williams right now. It is an absurd thing to, like, for old school guys. But the reality is, that's my question to you. What are you looking for? Is it results only? Because it did work out.
It did work out. It did work out. It happened to work out. And so everybody's going to say, hey, platooning works. Look, it works. But again, Jock Peterson's having a great year. He's an all-star. He may not play the full 9. He's going to get yanked. He's going to get yanked to the 5th.
How ironic is it that, Jock could have been an all-star starter but can't start every single day for his own team? How about this? It is a little weird.
Imagine this. Imagine being a kid, right? And I'm taking your kid, or I'm taking your junior Giants team.
Yeah.
They're going to the game for the first time. And Brendan Belt is having a 3 for 3 day. And these kids know who Brendan Belt is. He's been a first base.
There's name recognition.
Yeah, he's been a first baseman for the last decade.
Yeah.
And you get there, and he's like 3 for 3, and you're like, oh, man, he's going to come back up. And he gets pitch hit for. How disappointed is that kid in the bleachers?
It's extremely disappointing.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a great point.
And I'm taking my sons to the kid, I'm taking girls to the game, and they're Brendan Belt fans, and they got the giraffe hats on. And he's 3 for 3, and he gets yanked. He gets yanked.
Well,
the best hitter on the team. And then you lose to the Diamondbacks 4-3, so the RBI doesn't even matter.
Well, I think one of the things that I've listened to so many different Giants fans and their perspective, we want to win. This market isn't just about winning. It's about also being entertaining and compelling. And I think that's an element because it's an entertainment product. Like, as much as it's sports and winning and all those things, in baseball, you have to entertain as well simultaneously because there's just so many episodes that are coming out every day. And I don't think that this team compels people enough, nor do they win at a clip high enough to make them so compelling that it doesn't matter who the characters are.
Yep. I was thinking about this watching the game last night. And feel me on this one. Because the Giants' philosophy, when we were growing up, they had mashers, right? Pitching was lacking. Bullpen help was lacking. Relievers was lacking.
Yeah.
They had the Bonses, they had the Kents, they had the Aurelius, they had the Reggie Sanders, and David, all these sluggers, right? Benito Santiago.
Well, they were a slugging team.
Right.
Going back from when they moved from New York to here, they've always had hitters and marginal pitching at best.
There you go. So then they flip the philosophy, right? Late 2000s, you get Tim Lincecum, you get Matt Cain, you get Jonathan Sanchez, you get Madison Bumgarner. So you get all these arms, and you get the core four of the bullpen. All right, so you move to this pitching philosophy, and it's basically been the same thing, it feels like, for the last 12 years. I think they need to go back to the slugging offense because you could get pitchers that come to this ballpark, whether it's a 1-year deal, 2-year deal, to kind of have a reclamation project like we always talk about the Warriors, right? Nick Young, JaVale McGee, all these guys, reclamation projects. They come here, win a ring. Well, pitchers are going to come here and have success because of the yard. It's a pitcher-friendly yard, even though the dimensions have been brought in a bit. I think they've got to get back to having exciting, compelling baseball. This type of baseball that we're watching, 3-2 games, 4-3 games, pitching and defense. Well, when your defense is lacking, your pitching don't look good anyway, and it's a little dull. Well, it's just a little dull. So, we've been watching the same brand of baseball for 12 years. We need a little shakeup.
Well, they're 7-33. This is what Laura Britt started the NBC postgame. 7-33 when they score three runs or fewer.
Yeah. So they don't have to lock down pitching.
But you look at their average score, like what they're scoring per game, it's something more close to 5.
Which is kind of wild.
It is.
But it's inflated, though, because you'll get a game like Sunday.
What I'm saying.
You'll get a game like Sunday where you win 12-0.
Yeah, and it dilutes all the numbers.
Yep.
So it's hard to look at some of the data with a straight face when you know that there's some dilutions across the board. Carlos Rodon, I truly believe, if Carlos Rodon gets taken out of the St. Louis Cardinal game an inning or two earlier, he's an all-star.
Yep.
Because it diluted all of his numbers. That game in St. Louis when he was hung out to dry, I believe it was in the middle of May.
It was on that Sunday night game. Yeah, Sunday night baseball.
That was during his May. Yeah, it was Sunday night baseball. You're 100% correct. So, I think there's an argument to be made that they are not in the position that they're in right now in terms of their record without Gabe Kapler finessing every single move to where they're at. Because I look at their everyday roster, and look, we had Larry in here, we had Mark in here, you were in here yesterday, and everybody's laughing at Wilmer Flores. And I literally was like, guys, you look up, he's top 3 in every category for the Giants.
I like Wilmer.
I do too. But Fonte, say that out loud. No, I like Wilmer a lot.
Right.
But I think what Eric Karros was trying to say, it's not even disrespecting Wilmer. Wilmer on the Yankees right now, one of the best teams in baseball. What's he, their 8th hitter?
Probably their 7th hitter, 8th hitter, maybe 9th.
Okay. He is one of the best Giants right now this year, top to bottom. And he's a platoon type of a player on a championship caliber team, right? But that's where we're at right now. So I'm not mad at Kapler trying to pull the strings because I do believe him pulling the strings has gotten them to where they are above 500 right now. I don't think they would be without him.
Right.
I just don't think the roster's that good.
No, and you know what? I'm a big Wilmer Flores fan. I actually was a fan of his last year, the year before, and everybody's, oh man, take him off for first base. Like the kids try to play everywhere. All right,
Slugging,
first base,
OPS, batting average, runs driven in, all those numbers. He's at the top of the Giants lineup.
And then defensively, third base, second base, first base.
Yeah,
I mean, he plays all over the place,
but he plays everywhere.
He plays everywhere, and without him, you may be a lot worse than one game over 500 because Longoria can't stay on the field.
No.
He can't stay on the field. So, look, there's nothing worse. We keep going back to the well here. And I'm trying to find different ways of saying, hey, the Giants are just not compelling.
Well,
but we discussed this before the season. I said, hey, people,
I know.
You got nobody. Who am I going to go to the yard to see? And everybody was laughing at me because they're like, oh, Bonte, you just want swagger. And I was like, look, you need a little pizzazz. I'm watching the Braves Mets yesterday. Even when they get a single, that dugout is going crazy with the Braves. Or the Mets. That felt like a World Series game down in Atlanta yesterday. You had Scherzer, Fried. You had all these different personalities in the clubhouse. That's driving me to the game.
Don't get mad at me. Because I know there's going to be a contingent of people listening to what I'm going to say, and they're going to be like, this isn't last year. And I'm not trying to compare last year. I'm asking you sincerely, if I put Buster Posey in this lineup, how different do we look at every single guy here? Because I believe Jock would have been perfect batting behind Buster Posey. I'm watching Jock come up to the plate. I wish we would have had Jock 2 years ago.
Presence. You need presence.
Don't they miss him?
You need presence in the batter's box.
I'm not crushing Joey. Joey's had a couple nice at-bats. And
but it's not only that. What about behind the plate?
Well, they miss him big time.
Because you get Austin Wynns right in that Arizona game in the 8th inning. Remember that game?
Austin Wynns is DHing, Bonte.
I know. Austin Wynns is DHing for my favorite baseball team.
So that's why I can't crush Kapler. Like, I want to defend Kapler.
So who are we on?
I do believe that he's squeezing the lemon for every drop. Like, I don't think this is a Kapler thing.
So is this our Farhan? Because here's what I keep presenting. Think about Yastrzemski. You've worked in this market now for what? When did you get on the airways here at 95?
About 5 years ago.
It's 2017.
Yeah.
So I've been here since November 2016.
But I've been watching this team my whole life.
We've both been watching this team our whole life. Our whole lives. But just more specifically in the last 7 years, just think about watching the games, being on Twitter, being on the text line, taking calls.
Yeah.
How much heat has Steve Kerr, Bob Myers?
How about Brian Sabian? There was a website dedicated to firebriansabian.com.
There you go.
The guy won 3 World Series. Bonte, we destroyed him for not having pitching in 2016.
There you go.
Did we not?
Absolutely.
And then
Brian Sabian.
We made him irrationally go sign Denard Span, Melanson.
Right. Jeff Samardzija.
It was horrific.
Johnny Cueto, all that stuff. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Even for myself.
I know.
Think about the conversation we had last year with the Niners.
We prematurely crowned Farhan. I will easily agree with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Farhan has this red carpet out. Mark Willard, we were discussing this. He goes, Farhan gets a lot more heat. I'm like, he does? I don't know. On my timeline, people are going crazy right now over Gary Payton II, and they're calling Joe Lacob cheap, and they're getting mad at Bob Myers for not bringing more veterans in. Fresh off a championship season. But yeah, Farhan, it's like, just trust the process. Be patient. Well, how long do we have to be patient? This is not a patient market when it comes to winning and being compelling.
No.
You're not compelling. You're unwatchable. I've never in my life said after the 8th inning, I'm going to turn the TV off and get some sleep. I usually stay up and thug it out.
When Crawford hit that into that double play, it was
Remote
the most predictable thing.
I was knocked out in 2 minutes.
And I love Craw, but it just feels like last year was such an outlier. I mean, I love the dude. He's just starting to really, it feels like it's coming to the end here, and it's sad.
So, I was asking Langford this last week. I asked Lutman every day. I asked Willard, and Willard gives me the same answer. What is the plan with Farhan Zaidi? Are we supposed to wait until these prospects come up?
Yes, you have to wait.
So how long do we have to wait?
Well, I think you have to wait another year. Let's for one just second. I'm not trying to defend Farhan, but I want to let's realistically assess
talk
it.
to me about it. Yeah, I want to
look at the Royals and look at the Detroit Tigers. Those are 2 teams you faced in World Series 8 and 10 years ago. Okay. Are the Giants closer to a World Series than both? And I'm not saying that the Giants are close to a World Series.
But are they closer than those 2 teams?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right. Now, they've got individual players who have come up, Torkelson, Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt Jr. yesterday, 6 for 9, 3 stolen bases, 3 RBIs, 3 runs.
He's going to be a superstar. But wouldn't you agree, their roster, top to bottom, isn't as good as the Giants? And I don't even think the Giants roster is that great.
No. But it's close, though. They're close.
I mean, where I'm going at with this is that the team is competing, and I'm happy with them competing. They haven't brought up any of the youngsters. It's been really difficult. It's probably a year past what I wanted to happen. I wanted Luciano and Matos and all these guys that I've heard about, Harrison. I wanted them to be up by now. But we're just going to have to wait another year. Do I believe Darren Ruff's going to be one of their top hitters
no doubt.
next year?
No, of course not.
Nor should it be. And if it is, then we have real problems.
Right.
But for right now, the reality is that I'm happy with them at least wading water in the inner tube right now because I know some of these guys are coming up.
Here's the deal, and I get it. They're competing and they're trying to win games. But if I'm looking at Joey Bart and I'm looking at Elliot Ramos, and I'm saying, you know what? Damn the numbers. They may go 0 for 32. They may go 2 for 16. They may go 2 for 28. I don't know. But it just feels like on this roster, just let him play.
Well,
we're giving at-bats away to Mike Yastrzemski right now. I've seen enough of Yastrzemski. Can I see some Ramos? Let me just see the kid play.
So the Yastrzemski thing's interesting because, you know what? I'll say it in a second.
All right, yeah.
I want to get into Yastrzemski because Yastrzemski's an interesting case study for just how Farhan views people. He said something very specific on one of our podcasts regarding Yastrzemski.
I remember that.
And my eyebrow went up and I was like, and I see Yastrzemski different now.
Yeah, let's get into that. Plus, we got a lot to get to. I'll explain on the other side. Plus, the return of Disney with Dad coming up at 6:50 on the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. That's what's coming up, brought to you by News Nation. Want the news without the noise? Well, we all do. News Nation is news for all America, reporting all sides, no spin, and no agendas. Go to newsnationnow.com/join us to find News Nation on your television provider.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? It's British Open time, so here's a tip on how to pick a winner. In golf,
Wilmer Flores, as you heard Dwayne Kuiper on the call, he's having a big stretch here. He had a big home run Saturday afternoon, a 2-run jack in the top of the 8th inning as the Giants won 3-1. Sunday, he had the 2 jacks, 4 RBIs, 4 for 6 in the Giants' 12-0 win. And yesterday, he goes 2 for 4 with that RBI right there. Wilmer Flores having a solid season, 253 average, 12 home runs, 48 RBIs. There's some positivity. I like Wilmer.
Yeah, we do.
I like Wilmer, but he's 30 years old. Sturdy.
That's an interesting point because I want to talk about Mike Yastrzemski for a second. He's 31 years old right now, okay? Right. I like Mikey Yass. Right? When the guy came up in 2019.
Great story.
It was a great story. And then he repeated it in 2020, although it was only a 60-game season. I think the 60-game season, looking back on it, I don't think people realize the season was already done and over right by now. Like, do people realize that?
It was a sprint.
It wasn't even a sprint. It was like, barely getting out of the blocks.
I remember we did a show with Guru. And we had a pre-show call. I'll never forget this. Mike was hot. He was possibly the NL MVP at one point in that 60-game season. He was in the conversation, right? Yeah. People were like, you can frown upon it now, but it was the truth.
Yeah.
And I remember you said something like, I wonder if you trade Mike high. Trade him high. I'm like, dude, he's the only guy you got. He's the only guy you got. I just wonder what you would have been able to net for a Mike Yastrzemski then, because you had the arbitration years and team control is a big thing now in baseball.
So that leads me to what Farhan said. We had him on the podcast, me and Mark Willard's podcast. If you're looking for Giants podcasts, Garlic Fries and Baseball guys, wherever you find them, he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing here, Farhan said, we got these everyday guys, for the next couple of years, and they're under team control, and they're going to be here for the next couple of years. Mike Yastrzemski. I'm thinking, okay. All right, and then I kind of let it sink in, and I've been watching Mike Yastrzemski the last couple of years. Now, B, year one, all right, full year, 400 plate appearances. He bats like 270, basically.
Right.
He was really good. 2020, strike shortened year because of what the lockout and COVID and everything like that. Bats almost 300. Since then, okay, since doing that in 2020, 2021, and 2022 combined, the guy's got like about 150 hits. He's batting close to 220. He's got only 100 RBIs. Now, does he play pretty good defense in the outfield?
No doubt. He makes great catches.
He does.
He hit the 25 jacks last year. I'll take the 25 jacks.
Okay, this
I'm
year,
not going to be picky. I'm not going to be picky about home runs around here when we haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds.
Agreed, but I think we're starting to realize like home run hitting now is everywhere.
A little diluted.
It's everywhere. Like, and I'm not trying to diminish him. I'm just trying to assess who he is right now. And I'm saying to myself, he's 31. He will be 32 next year, and they're thinking that he's an everyday player. I like Mikey Yaz, and on this team, yeah, he is one of their better players and an everyday guy. That's a sad indictment of the roster.
Yeah.
And it's not an indictment on Mike Yastrzemski. It's more the reality of where they're at right now, and that's what I keep bringing the R word in, reality. Because right now, you slap this team with a fish across the face, and you look up, and 31-year-old journeyman Mike Yastrzemski, who bounced around and was found... It's not good enough.
Yeah,
you're competing with Mookie Betts, who's a $400 million player.
Wow.
You're competing up right now. Just
Trey Turner.
Forget that. Outside the division. Look up at what Seattle has.
Wow. Julio Rodriguez.
Okay? Now, I'm not saying Mikey Yaz got to go one-on-one with these guys, but this is who you're up against. The kid, Alec Thomas, who's going to be a center fielder for many years for Arizona, looks very special.
Yep.
I mean, he could fly.
Yep.
You know, they got a lot of speed right there.
Yep.
And so what I'm saying is they got to upgrade this roster. For me, I'm not going to lose my mind this year, but next year, I got to see these guys start to come up.
Well, 650 here on the Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, Farhan has done a piss-poor job replenishing the farm. I don't know if I agree with that, but he says when all your prospects are in single A, they ain't close. There's a lot of them in single A, high A.
Some of them have gotten elevated in the last
double
month.
A.
Yeah, but he is right in that there are a lot of high single A guys. Eugene was having a great run. That's the high single A
Eugene,
team.
Eugene Emeralds.
I can't believe I'm this deep into the
No, Eugene Emeralds. No,
I know, but I feel like I'm getting nerdy.
My
here.
mentee goes to University of Oregon, and he was covering that team up there in Eugene.
Is it dorky for me to bring up all these minor leaguers?
No, we do this all the time in baseball. I worked at the other station. That's all we talked about. Or you got to flip this prospect. You know how many times I heard about Ty Block and Chris Stratton and
Brown.
Phil Bickford and all these other. Those names were ingrained in me for years. Oh, you can't trade these guys for Mike Leake. Oh, you can't trade Adam Duvall for this guy. You can't trade that guy for this guy. Man, the hell with these prospects. I need major league talent.
Well, and that's where, like I saw yesterday, Larry and Mark Willard were putting out a conversation about Joey Gallo, right? And basically Larry said something to the effect of, like, yeah, you bring Joey Gallo in. Joey Gallo is garbage, number one. Like, the Yankees can't stand him. That's why he's barely playing for them right now.
He's batting ninth for the Yankees.
He's batting 100 against righties. Against lefties.
Yeah.
So right now, the Giants have a ton of lefty outfielders who hit bombs and don't hit for average. That's what they have. Luis Gonzalez hits for average, but Mikey Yaz doesn't hit for average. Jock Peterson doesn't hit for average. They've got a bunch of these guys. It's redundant. They need a right-handed power bat who can hit against lefties. And that's why Slater's playing so much.
All right.
Well, like Michael Yastrzemski. Bonte, do you know what he's hitting his last 30 games?
He's awful. You threw the numbers out in the thread.
Okay. He's batting 147 in the last 30 days. He has 15 hits in 102 plate appearances. And guess how many strikeouts? Twice as many, 34.
Oh, my gosh. I'm looking at the splits here for Joey Gallo, right?
And I'm not crushing him. It's just, he is who he is.
It is what it is.
So then how can I get outraged at Gabe Kapler? To me, we need to redirect our frustration.
On Farhan.
To an extent.
Well, I tell you why. No. I tell you why it's Farhan. Because last season, we had this discussion all year.
Okay.
When the Giants were winning, Farhan is such a genius. Farhan. Remember I was fighting the fight like, where does Kapler get credit here? He's actually the manager in the clubhouse. Farhan's in the suite. Farhan's crunching he's sending text messages and crunching numbers in the suite. When does Kapler get credit? So all the credit was redirected to Farhan Zaidi last year as the Giants won 107 games.
I mean, we crowned him for just trading away Melanson.
Farhan Zaidi this, Farhan Zaidi that. So now that the Giants slumping, that criticism needs to be directed to Farhan Zaidi. That's just my honest opinion. Because all the credit went to Farhan last year. A lot of it from Giants fans. Farhan this, Farhan that, Farhan this, Farhan that. Well, where's Farhan at now? Where's he at now?
And how's he going to view this team? So, like, a great litmus test.
I just want to know the plan, Shasky.
Well, here's a great litmus test. Does this team have pitching?
They've got 2 guys.
Okay.
3 guys, maybe.
So,
Camilo Duvall, Logan Webb, Carlos Rodon.
We all agree. You need hitters, yeah. But you need pitching in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And I look at this team, and I look at their farm, and I'm just scouting. And again, I don't know who's going to come up. Harrison might be a year or 2 away. We'll see. Like, I don't know where he's at. They don't have any pitching. They don't have all their prospects, their top guys, are position players, which I'm happy about.
Right.
So
because you could go by pitching.
Well, so that's my point.
And this is something I thought about with Farhan. I said, develop the hitters. You can go by pitching. We had this conversation a year ago where I was thinking, you have Oracle Park. It's always lured in pitchers. Yeah. You could always get a guy on a 1-year, $10 million deal, a prove-it deal, and he'll pitch well in the NL West. You have pitcher-friendly ballparks at Dodger Stadium, Petco Park. Now, I know the ball flies in Coors
you can't do that
in
with
Arizona.
3 slots of your starting rotation. You can do it with 1 or 2. Like this year, they bring in Boyd. He hasn't even pitched for them this year.
No.
And they bring back Alex Wood, and he had a great start the other day. He's been okay. Sclafani's been okay. Horrific, right? Alex Cobb, let's call it what it is. Alex Cobb's had a couple of really nice performances. Yesterday was okay. He had guys on base for the first 5 innings.
Wow.
He was lucky to get through 5.
These numbers.
They don't have enough pitching.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough of anything, Shasky.
So I look at someone like Rodon and I say, well, this is a litmus test. Are they going to put their fork in the ground and they're going to say, we're giving you a 5-year deal because our core is coming up and now is the time to retain one of these starting pitchers? Or are they going to do what they did with Gausman and just let him walk? And now I'm back searching for a number 2. I mean, B, if I told you they're going into this offseason, they've got 0 pop in their lineup, and all they have is Logan Webb in the starting rotation.
It's not good.
That's a lot of holes.
It's a lot of holes.
So I find the Rodon thing fascinating.
We had this conversation, and we could continue on the other side before we get to Dizzy with Dad. They literally have like 23 roster spots open. Langford and I were talking about this last week.
It's
like
Duvall and Logan Webb.
That's it. And Duvall, we'll see about him.
Well,
we'll see about him.
His numbers are, you contrast it with someone who's a veteran like Mark Melanson. His numbers are so much better than him. Duvall's been very good.
And Jake McGee, by the way, designated for assignment. Jake McGee designated for assignment in San Diego. It's a little weird how that one went down. But Joey Gallo batting 166 against righties this year. Joey Gallo batting 189. 189 against righties. Against lefties, 105. 1 home run, 1 RBI. Hard pass on Joey Gallo right now. As we go to break here, this segment was presented by Go to State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Dizzy with Dad coming up. Plus, we'll get into some Jimmy Garoppolo. There's news on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is there?
Fatigue. Do we have Jimmy G fatigue? I don't know. We'll talk about it on the other side.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this is slapper right here. I like this. It's supposed to be in a good mood. I'm in a great mood on a Tuesday. Very good mood on the Morning Roast. Driving in the city, see the lights up, see the Bay Bridge, you can smell it in the air. Training camp's coming, T-minus 14 days. That's why I keep saying, Giants, you're on the clock. You want us to keep watching past July 26th? Shasky and I continue to watch because we're sickos, but I'm worried about the casuals. You're losing the casuals, Giants. You're losing. Something's got to give. And you know what's crazy about all this? We talk about the Giants, and I know some people are like, man, there's something positive about them, right? There has to be, Shasky. Well, I'll give you another positive. We gave you the one with Wilmer Flores. But what about them being basically tied with the Cardinals in the loss column for the last wild card spot? But it feels like they're like 5 games out, right? Doesn't it feel like they're so far away from the Cardinals because of all the talent the Cardinals have? I think the Giants are tied with them in the loss column for the last wild card spot.
Yeah, that is odd. It doesn't feel like, it doesn't feel like that, I guess, to a lot of Giants fans. But B, that's kind of where I'm going. Like, I'm not outraged with the Giants right now. Like, they're in a holding pattern. Like, that's where we're at right now. They're trying to compete at the big league level, knowing that this is like fool's gold right now. Like, this isn't the team that they're going to be riding off with over the next couple of years. Now, you want them to get a guy in free agency? I'm with that. I'm all with that. Like, look, for as optimistic as I am about all of the young players that they have coming through the system, we know that the numbers tell you only a couple of those guys are going to hit. Right? Like, look at the Cubs from a couple years back. Baez and Castro and Schwarber.
Addison Russell.
All these dudes come up, and really only a couple of them hit.
Yeah.
And they haven't retained any of them.
No.
So I look at this from a Giants big picture perspective, and it's like, big picture, I'm still a little murky because I haven't seen the youngsters, but I'm willing to ride out this year and see where it takes me. It's a true inner tube season. You know what I like about the inner tube? See where the current takes me. And that's what I'm doing with the Giants this year.
No doubt. I just saw something here. We're gonna go to Disney with Dad. Sorry, Shasky, because I'm with you there with the prospects hitting and the success rate of a prospect, and we're putting too much on these prospects. Think about how much pressure's on Luciano to come up and kind of save the franchise and carry the torch and be the next great San Francisco Giant. There's a lot of pressure on this young man right now. We talk about Trey Lance having pressure for Jimmy Garoppolo just showing up to training camp. If he did show up to training camp, what about Marco Luciano? Think about how much he's discussed around here in this market.
Well, I think about this all the time because when Will Clark came up, we had heard about Will Clark, and the team was horrible, 100-loss season, and everybody knows how it went down. And he came up, he delivered, like right away. The unique thing about Buster, when Buster came up, he was the third, fourth most important player coming in through the system because Kane was established, Lincecum was established.
Bumgarner was coming.
Was also coming with him.
Jonathan Sanchez was starting to make his way.
Pablo, people forget how great Pablo
was really good his rookie season.
2009 was a revelation.
25 bombs.
Yeah, it was
300.
Awesome.
He was great.
So, just the setting was different for Posey, and there was a lot of expectations on Posey, and he completely delivered.
Completely
delivered. But him coming in, the entry point was, hey, just be a contributor. Now he ended up being an anchor.
The team was kind of rolling, and he helped catapult this team to another level.
So I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, man, it's going to be really hard because when a Luciano or one of those guys comes up, we're not going to be like, bat him seventh.
No, he's got to bat second, third, or fourth.
That's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. That's what I'm saying. So it's like
how's that holding up for Bart? Not that I don't think we ever had, even though it's crazy because he's number 2 overall pick. I don't think we had those expectations for Bart.
I think the problem with Bart is number 2 overall pick, and I've been saying this all season. And I know he's been whiffing. And
what is it?
Bat him in the top of the lineup. Bat him in the top 4.
He's also got to earn it.
He's got to earn it. I get it. But on this team, I'm just thinking, I'm seeing your meat Mercedes, who was signed off the street 2 weeks ago, bat third for this team. Your meat Mercedes is batting third for this team.
Well, he's got more of a traditional track record at the big league level.
I guess.
For
half a season with the White Sox.
I know.
For half a season.
And Pippen a home run and LaRusso.
Pippen a home run and he was done.
I know.
And he was done. He was MIA.
Yeah.
So why can't I just see Bart one game, bat second. Let's see what happens. Well, shake it up. What's the worst thing that could happen? 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. I'm getting that from the 9th spot anyway.
Yeah, but no, it's hard to argue with you. I guess there's the human element of having to look everyone else in the eye in that dugout and say, hey, I'm going to put this guy in the 2-hole even though he hasn't earned it and deserved it.
Hey, you know
Maybe
what?
There's something there.
This is the same organization that's pinch hitting Brennan Belt when he's 3 for 3.
Well, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? We're pinch hitting for Jock Peterson, and he leaves us.
What data are you using to make, like, at least with a Slater pinch hit, there is some data backing it up. The guy's batted 500 the last 8 days or whatever it is, and also he does hit lefties better.
This is why you can't play everything off a computer.
No, that's true.
You got to have the human element here. So I'm just saying, shake it up. See if he sees better pitches. Maybe he feels more comfortable. I don't know.
Will you agree we're in a holding pattern?
We are. He's my number 2 overall pick, though. Right? And I know he wasn't drafted by Farhan and Gabe in this regime, but he is a number 2 overall pick.
If you had to bet right now, is it unsalvageable?
I think so.
For him?
I think so.
It's sad. It's sad. I had high hopes for Bart, man. I really thought he was going to be that dude. Like, I really did. I remember the day they drafted him, I was in this back studio in the green room, and I watched him.
We all felt great.
Oh, my God. Golden Spikes Award winner. I mean, caught his own games and called his own games.
But what's the worst that can happen if you move him up to the top of the lineup and just say, you know what? Let's just see it. I mean, I'm watching Mike Yastrzemski bat 3rd and 2nd. I'm watching Austin Slater bat 2nd. I'm watching Lamont Wade Jr. lead off and strike out. I'm watching Darren Ruff strike out and bat cleanup. The worst thing can I see Joey Bart just bat 2nd? What? I mean,
I think Wade right now is like 3 for 25.
What's the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst thing that can happen with Joey Bart batting 2nd?
Hey, you're right. He goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
He does that anyway.
Yeah.
Does that anyway.
That's a good point.
All right. By the way, before we get to Disney with that, I want to our cousin Nick Friedel, man, he catches strays, man.
What happened?
Cousin Nick catches strays from Draymond Green.
Uh-oh.
Draymond Green 7 hours ago tweeted, just watched the anchor on SportsCenter with Nick Friedel discuss KD wanting a trade and called him emotional. Who are you to call someone emotional? What makes you comfortable? Talk basketball. Computers got y'all overly comfortable. Signed, TNM, the new media.
Sounds like he got a little emotional there.
Yeah, I know. Jeez. Cousin Nick, leave him alone, man. KD is emotional.
And Nick is like the least emotional person when it comes to watching sports that I know.
We watch KD. Oh, let's move on. Let's get to a Disney with that. I don't know.
Trey,
While Bonte Hill was watching sports,
I guess you got to stick out when you're Brandon Nemo. Subway, right?
Finding Nemo.
You got to stick out in Subway.
Have you seen that movie yet?
I have not seen Finding Nemo.
he missed out on all the classic Disney movies.
Mufasa, Simba's father, was voiced by a famous actor. Was that actor Morgan Freeman or was it James Earl Jones?
Morgan Freeman. It was Morgan Freeman. Oh, it's James Earl Jones.
It's James Earl Jones.
Are you kidding me? Oh,
Darth
my
Vader.
gosh.
Here's Disney with Dad on the Morning Roast.
It's been a while.
It has.
It's been a while.
Are you ready to go back to the 90s?
Oh, my gosh.
We've done a lot of like cartoon style movies.
Yeah.
I wanted to do something fun today.
Uh-oh.
It's the summer.
Uh-oh.
And I was thinking about the Summer Olympics, and that's where this movie starts.
Go, so love people can believe Jamaica have a bobsled team.
Oh, Cool Runnings.
1993's Cool Runnings.
Rest in peace, John Candy.
Uh-oh.
Malik Yoba. New York Undercover. Remember him?
Yes.
Malik Yoba,
New
what's
York
up?
Undercover was such a sick show.
It's very underrated. Thursday
And then
night
he
on
got
Fox.
killed, and
Detective Torres got killed.
All right, well, I guess we'll go right to the first question because it sounds like you already got the answer.
Uh-oh.
Irving Blitzer was disqualified for cheating in the 1972 Olympics. The actor that plays Irving Blitzer, was it Rick Moranis or John Candy?
John Candy, what's up, baby?
Look at you.
What's up,
I'm
Johnny?
very proud of him.
Uncle Buck, what's up, Uncle Buck? By the way, Uncle Buck's hilarious.
Oh, it's a classic. John Candy's a classic.
John Candy is a classic. I miss him, man.
Yeah, and the appearance at the end of Home Alone.
Oh, my
I mean,
gosh,
come on,
I miss him.
He's one of my favorites of all time.
No doubt.
All right, let's get set to question number 2. I'm so happy for you. You knew exactly who it was.
Cool Runnings, man, one of my favorites.
So the group of Jamaican bobsledders who, it starts off with basically a sprinter who doesn't qualify for the 100 meters in the 88 Summer Olympics. And long story short, they put together a bobsled team, and Irving Blitzer, played by John Candy, ends up being the coach. Well, they end up going to one of these meets, and they're in a bar, all right, the Jamaican bobsled team, and they get in a fight with one of the arrogant teams from another country. Is that team the Western Russian team or the East German team?
Oh, man. Whew, that's a great question. I believe it's the East German team and not the West Russian team. Yeah, there we go. I just don't see. Yeah, there it is. East Germany 2-2, baby. Let's go 3 for 3. Let's go, baby. I'm on fire.
I'm like beaming.
Come on,
with
watch
pride.
Cool Runnings, dude.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie.
It's so
It's a
good.
great movie. It's a great movie.
Jamaica got a bobsled team?
Jamaica and the bobsled team.
It's so
Remember
good.
the song?
Yes. It's so good.
Leave the bobsledding to the real men. I hated that guy.
he was a chump.
Yeah. One of the worst characters ever.
So basically, what ends up happening is they have this whole montage where John Candy's teaching them how to be bobsledders, and they're frustrated, and they're trying all different ways. Sometimes they're doing it on dirt. Sometimes they're trying to steal from the Swiss team, or I guess the tactics that the Swiss team employs.
Right.
And they're trying to implement all these different things. Well, it comes to the opportunity where they finally get this qualifying chance at the Olympics. And on the first day, the track is totally messed up, and they finish in last place. All right? And then eventually, the team goes really well second day, and they finish in 8th place. And on the third day, something epic happens where they gain the respect of all the other teams. Now, I'm going to leave this open-ended.
Okay.
Bonte, what ended up happening?
Their bobsled broke down. And they had to get up off the ice and carry that bobsled to the finish line.
Wow.
And they got a standing ovation from everybody out there. Because the bobsled they had was janky as hell. Then they got the fresh paint job with the Jamaican flag. They were filling themselves. They were rolling. And the bobsled broke down.
I'm so
sad.
proud of you.
Yeah.
They end up returning home.
Yep.
They get all of this notoriety as heroes for the entire country. The civic pride is through the roof. And then 4 years later, they end up qualifying again. And now they're equals with all the other bobsled teams. And it's an incredible Disney movie. And you went 3-0. First time in the history
of Disney with Dad. Cool Runnings, folks. Cool Runnings. Hopefully my daughter loves that movie. By the way, who's my guy with the egg? He had the lucky egg. Kiss the egg.
Senka Coffee.
Yeah, Senka. Yeah, there you go.
Look at you.
Yeah.
And he was my guy who had the rich dad who didn't want him on the bobsled team, and he showed up in Calgary. But that's where the Olympics were, Calgary, right?
They were
and he
in
showed up
Calgary.
to his hotel room. Was like, son, you will not be part of the bobsled team. And Malik Yoba had to check him. Was like, this is what you tell your dad. Remember, he had to recite the speech.
Absolutely.
Great movie. Great movie.
I'm
Cool
so
Runnings.
happy with this.
I'm so happy that
Steven,
it was
I
Cool
didn't
Runnings.
know Cool Runnings was your jam.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Cool Runnings I've seen that too many times to count. It is one
Too
of my
many
favorite
times.
of all time.
It is such a good movie.
Such a
I
good
feel like
movie.
we've forgotten about it, though.
We
over
have
time.
John Candy, man, one of his best jobs. I miss John Candy.
He's the best, right?
He was the best, man. Uncle Buck, just lovable.
There's something about heavyset guys who make great comedians.
They do.
Belushi, Candy.
Who's my guy who passed away not too long ago? Tommy Boy.
well, that's a long time ago.
Yeah,
Chris
a long
Farley.
time ago. Yeah, Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Those lovable guys, man.
Making it out like he passed away last
Yeah, I
week.
mean,
I'm
what was that,
thinking,
like 15 years?
It'll be
It's
a
been a minute.
long time
It's been a minute.
ago, buddy.
John Candy, too, man.
What did you do?
Oh, Brewster's Millions.
Oh, that's a classic.
He's wearing the chains and everything.
Classic.
Absolute classic. Absolute classic. That
I'm
was
very
fun.
happy.
I'm very happy, too. It's been a good day. I told you I'm in a good mood. Well, let's see what happens later in the day, because I told you, we said this yesterday. By the way, Worldwide have called me because, oh, man, you and Ryan, you guys named Ryan and I. We loved it. I said, he was like, but it's so true. There's no such thing as a perfect day. Something always goes awry. Maybe it goes awry in the 7 o'clock hours. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors, Giants, and Niners coverage, as we had a nice little Disney with that. Chris Farley's been dead for like 2 decades. Yeah, I know.
And now
Shout
I'm
out to
looking
Leon,
it up. I'm
a.k.a.
looking it
David Ruffin.
Oh, my
What
God.
happened to Dougie Doug?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a great question.
Great question.
Chris Farley died in 1997, Bob.
All right, damn. I was still in high school.
25 years ago.
Damn. Yeah, there it is. I see pride. I see power.
That was it.
We need that speech.
That was
Never
so
needed to
good.
get hyped up for a
Yep.
football game. I need power.
Look in this mirror and tell me again what you see.
Well, I see
Pride!
pride. Right.
Power!
Power. And I see
A badass mother who don't
won't take no crap off of nobody.
Again!
I see pride.
Can't hear you!
I see power. I see a badass mother who won't take no crap off of nobody.
Once again!
I see pride.
Junior!
I see power. I see a badass mother who won't take no crap off of nobody.
That's right.
Right. Junior Bevel.
Such a great movie.
I remember when John Candy was showing like old footage of bobsledding, and it was packed in the room.
Yep.
And then by the time the video came off and the lights came on, there was like 3 people in there.
Yeah.
It
So
was completely empty. Oh, man, that's funny. Think about that. Jamaica with a bobsled team. There's no snow coming out of there. Yeah, we do know it's based on a true story in 1988. We do know that. Very underrated role, Home Alone. Shasky brought that up. The Polka King, of course.
Good.
John Candy,
So
man.
good.
Rest in peace.
Legend.
Chris
Absolute
Farley passed
legend.
away in 1997. Damn, it's been that long. A few years ago.
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Let's talk some sports.
Hey, there's a lot. There's a lot of things to talk about because, like, I want to get into the. We got the Old Course this week, St. Andrews.
Well, yeah.
150th
Open.
Open.
You know what? This just popped up. Well, let's get to Jimmy Garoppolo and the rumors.
Okay.
At 7:20. This just popped up. I want to talk about
Is
the
it
Open
Russell
and Tiger.
Wilson's weight?
Are they talking about his weight?
Oh yeah, they're body shaming Russell Wilson right now.
Really?
Oh yeah, the picture came. I mean, he looks fine to me. I don't, he's thick, but like he's fit and everything, and everyone's like, oh, body shaming him. The body shaming is out of control.
Body shame him all you want to. He's married to Sierra.
Well, I mean, forget that. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Sierra likes his body.
I mean, if he wants to withstand in the
You know what I'm
NFL
saying?
at his height,
Unlimited.
he better be strong.
Yeah,
the way
you better
he
be
is. And
thick.
He's in great shape.
He's fine. I don't care if he was 300 pounds. He's married to Sierra. He's doing all right for himself.
Okay.
Relax with the body shaming. That's the worst. Body shaming is too much.
It
I know I
is.
went far with Windhorse and called him, something that I shouldn't have called him a couple weeks ago. He's a good dude. But, it's just he was talking out of his ass. You know what I'm saying? Talking out the side of his neck.
Windhorse was onto something because when Joe Lacobs tells Tim Kawakami that the rest of the owners are mad at him, I mean, there is something.
Well, he
there.
was speaking for the owners. We sniffed that out.
Yeah, we did sniff that
Yeah,
out.
it was like, you're not speaking for yourself.
I
You're
was like
speaking for other owners.
Like one of those airport dogs.
Right.
I was a bomb sniffing dog.
Windhorse, what are you on?
Yeah.
Checkbook championship? Smells like you're listening to Cuban. You're listening to Mickey Harrison. Get James Dolan out of your pocket.
Mickey Harrison will pay money.
He will pay money.
Yeah, he'll go into the luxury tax.
Yeah, he will. He has no problem with that.
Yeah.
James Dolan, I don't
Carnival
know.
Cruises.
By the way, Eric Karros. Who did Eric Karros join? Where's my sound sheet? Because I see this soundbite that I want to play for you, Joe Shasky the Butcher. And this is very intriguing to what we were talking about. Eric Karros on with Damon Ratto. Boy, they get all the great guests.
I know.
Eric Karros
Lucas
on
is
with Damon Ratto.
running circles around
David
our
Ratto
producer.
yesterday. And he was asked, do the Giants have a real number 3 hitter?
The Giants are in a situation offensively, and you could talk about, they score a lot of runs and this and that, on average. But I don't know, is there really a true number 3 hitter that's outside of Jock this year? And I wouldn't even, that's the closest thing to a number 3 hitter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mercedes hit third the other day, right? Well, that's a team that's trying to get to the postseason, and you had a guy that was as recently as a few months ago playing minor league ball hitting third for you.
Those are facts.
I can't argue with him, at this point. It's just...
Those are facts.
It's inarguable.
Those are facts. I mean, it's just like...
The teams that they're looking up at, and when
The
I look
Phillies.
at their... Well, forget the
Take
Phillies.
the Phillies.
I mean,
They're looking up at the Phillies.
No, they are. But I was going to go like, the Braves, the Mets.
Go to Braves.
The Padres. Although I do believe that the Giants and Padres are closer than we believe.
They are.
There is something about the Giants when they play the Padres. It brings the best out of them.
No doubt. Division rivals, no doubt. But
I do feel like they're farther away from the Dodgers, even though I guess the data would tell you that they're closer than that the last couple of years. It feels on paper like they're so far away. But when they match up, the Giants do well against them.
Even though the Padres are 12 games over 500, 15-38, they do have a lot of inconsistencies within their team.
Right?
Hosmer's inconsistent at this point of his career.
I just don't fear him at all.
Will Myers, a little inconsistent.
I don't fear him either.
Jerkson Profar, before he went out to that gruesome collision.
That's how I got knocked out by my boy Martin Yerbeck in South City at Orange Park, Bury. Yes.
You probably almost died.
No, I went to Kaiser that night. I got completely knocked out cold.
Out cold.
His knee hit me right in the head, snapped my head back, and I knocked myself out on the ground.
Damn.
My brother had to come pick me up. Your boy had numb feet for 3 days. Who's bad?
Another injury for Shasky.
Well,
People
play
that
hard.
play,
you get
playing
hurt.
100%. You got to have your head on a swivel,
Are you
buddy.
injured or are you hurt?
But they're not consistent enough. But still, they're 50-38.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Cardinals. Goldschmidt and Arenado right in the middle of that lineup.
Goldschmidt's an MVP candidate, Triple Crown threat this year.
I'm saying that's your 3-hitter.
Yeah.
And Arenado's cleaning them up.
No doubt.
The Padres. You got Machado and Tatis Jr. is Probably coming at the end of the month.
I don't know, man. He's at least a month away, they say. So who knows?
When did they say this?
Over the weekend, they were talking about, like, he hasn't really done a whole lot.
He's been doing the dry swings and everything like that.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But whatever.
Your point stands.
Yeah, the Braves. Acuna's batting leadoff.
Austin Riley's
been the best player. They didn't know who he was.
The last 7 games, he's got like 500 batting average, 3 jacks. He's on fire.
The guy was an MVP candidate a season ago.
Yeah.
And they replaced Freddie Freeman with Matt Olson.
And he might be an alternate if somebody bows out of the All-Star game.
And Marcell Ozuna's batting like 5th or 6th for your team. He'd be batting 2nd or 3rd for the Giants.
And this is with Ozzie Albies out.
Out. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Out. And they got some dude named Michael Harris III or something. Marcel Harris III batting 9th hitting jacks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dansby Swanson's going to be a free agent. He's batting 2nd for your team. We know about the Dodgers lineup. It's true. The Giants don't have a number 3 hitter. Can I just get some anchors in the middle and build around that team? It's like building around Steph Curry. It's like building around Trey Lance, right? Can we have... I don't know who you build around in this lineup.
Well, I just think they have to patchwork it. This is why they're platooning so much.
Jesus
They're
Christ.
trying to make the most of what they've got. Like, I think they have to be extra smart at every single turn. It's just where we're at. I hate cross-sport analogies.
I don't like to do it, but when it comes to anchors...
No, but I was going to make it a comparison. They feel a lot like the post-Duncan Kawhi Spurs, where they're just putting it together with duct tape. I mean, that's... Yeah. And I think that the coach gets a lot of credit for that because he's making the most out of it. Like, I don't know how many coaches would have this team 1 game over 500 right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Bonte, they squeezed the lemon for every drop.
But we also...
They have no pitching outside of Rodon and Logan Webb.
But think about this. The Nationals, are they trying to win?
No.
Are the Cubs trying to win?
No.
Are the Reds trying to win?
No.
And hell, they lost 4-6 to the Reds, so I can't even make that comparison. Reds beat them 4-6 odds. Pirates, are they trying to win?
No, but they're exciting.
Rockies, what are they doing?
I have no idea what the Rockies are doing.
Diamondbacks play hard, but
I like the Diamondbacks roster more than most people do.
What about the Miami Marlins who are 41-44?
Well, they've got a couple of young players that people like, and they've probably got the NL Cy Young, leader right now in Alcantara.
Lineup, other than Jazz Chisholm, nobody knows Jesus Aguilar.
Nobody knows any of them.
For them.
I'm with you.
But damn, he's not be batting 4th for the Giants.
Yeah, he's solid.
So you got half the league not even trying to win. And then when you look across the American League, the Angels, they're a joke. Tigers rebuilding. Royals rebuilding. The A's, we know they're not trying to win. I say, and you know what? A's fans not even arguing with me this year. We know the A's are not trying to win. But so it's like, they're 1 game over 500. But there's a lot of lousy teams in the league.
But doesn't that make you optimistic because none of their reinforcements from the minor league system has come through, and yet they're still able to field a competent team?
I don't know what these prospects are going to do. I don't know what they're going to do at the major league level. You're not facing Walker Buehler in AAA or AA. You're not facing Clayton Kershaw in AA or AAA. You know what I'm saying?
But these guys are highly touted for a reason. And I understand Bart at one point was highly touted, and he's disappointed. And I don't expect every one of these guys to hit. But, my thing is, if 1 or 2 of these guys hits, I know Farhan can shape the roster around him. That's what we're hoping those for. Guys. The big question is which one of them dudes is going to hit and hit to what extent.
Yeah, I just
which
don't know.
Which is a fair, skepticism.
I just don't know, man. I just don't know. And I guess we're in a waiting pattern. We're in a holding pattern. I fear, though, and look, Giants fans will be back at some point. The casuals, right? They'll be back if you get some buzz, some sizzle. Right now, there's just no sizzle in the yard.
Well, so
there's no, and Joey Bart ain't bringing sizzle to the yard.
It's interesting you ask that question.
None of these guys are bringing sizzle to the yard.
Whose T-shirt jersey would you buy your daughter right now?
We had this conversation last week.
Oh, I didn't even know this.
Maybe Logan Webb.
Because my good friend Aaron, her son, little Dylan, I go, who's your favorite player? It was Buster Posey. I go, well, he's 7. I go, who is it now? I don't know. Maybe Jock.
It's not a jersey you buy.
Well, he was wearing
gone.
a Yastrzemski one because it was on sale, and they ended up getting it, and he's wearing the Yastrzemski. He doesn't even really like Yastrzemski.
Yeah, see, there we go. We had the conversation last week. It's not a jersey you buy right now.
That's tough.
And you brought the names back on the cream jerseys, which ticked me off.
I actually kind of like it. It's grown on me.
You still don't know who the players are.
That's true.
You still don't know who these guys are. They got names on the jersey. Yeah, you still don't know who these dudes are. They have relievers left there. I don't know who the hell these guys are. They got names on the jersey. What difference does it make? Anyway, let's break. Let's talk some Jimmy Garoppolo, some football. We have Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock. Vern Glenn, Mr. Involvement, 8:30. He was up in Tahoe.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, we're going to talk to him about Tahoe. Steph Curry and Vern was making the rounds there, talking to Jerry Rice, Steve Young, all the great stars up there at Tahoe as Tony Romo won that tournament for the third time
watch
in the
that.
playoff. Tony Romo,
Against
very good golfer.
Pavelski and Mark Mulder.
There you go.
A lot of Bay Area ties there.
A lot of Bay Area ties. So we'll get into Jimmy Garoppolo. Could Jimmy Garoppolo actually get traded to the Seattle Seahawks? Is that a thing? Let's get into it here on the Morning Roast. That'll be brought to you by News Nation. Want the news without the noise? That'd be nice, right? News Nation is news for all America, reporting all sides, no spin and no agendas. Go to newsnationnow.com/join us to find your News Nation on your television provider.
Watch 95.
I'm going to interrupt you first.
Uh-oh.
Did you see some of these space images that came out yesterday?
I did not.
You didn't see them?
No, I did not.
All right, I'm going to send you it right now. The Hubble, obviously, is one of the big, cameras, if you will, that have taken photos all throughout the many, many years of space, and that's where a lot of our pictures of space have come from. Well, now they have these different lenses and these high-powered cameras that are putting out crazy images of what other galaxies around the world look like, and they're just kind of wild to look at. Like, they're really crazy. I'm going to send you right now.
I love space photos. I love them. By the way, I wanted to say good morning. I forgot to do that today. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shifts and getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is up? Hopefully you're having a good day so far. YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business text line. Good morning to everybody there. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Like us on YouTube. We're still there. Also Twitch as well. And no, JMC, I am listening to Joe. I always listen to Joe. I'm looking at the space photos. I was a big sci-fi kid growing up.
I handed you the phone. Yep. So there's the I think it's called James Webb
telescope. Telescope.
And then there's the Hubble telescope, right? Damn. That are putting out different images.
What are these asteroids? What are these meteors?
These are like galaxies or something, they're saying.
This is weird.
Isn't it crazy to see?
Kind of crazy. You think there's life out there?
Of course there's life out there.
I mean, like, you think though, like aliens, Martians, you believe that stuff?
I'm 100% sure there is. B, look how many galaxies there are. You're telling me that either there is no life and that's kind of scary, or there absolutely is life and that's scary.
Big unsolved mystery guy.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
I love that show too.
And Ancient Aliens.
Well, this is X-Files.
Oh yeah, this is Agent Mulder and Scully.
But
Agent Mulder and Scully.
Going Ancient
No, that
Aliens.
was my fault.
Yeah.
The Unsolved Mysteries is a different beat. I was always scared. Unsolved Mysteries would always go down to like Australia and Tasmania, and I'm like, dude, I'm never going down there. It's where all the crazy stuff exists. It's like a different world down there.
Not Market 6.
No, not Market 6. By the way, good call by London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco. We're not going to turn left on 6th and Market. No, we want to extend the parade. More people want to see it, so let's turn down 8th Street. Yeah, wink, wink, hood nod. Bet not drive down 6th Street during the championship parade.
They both are disgusting.
By the way, I drove down Mission the other day. I was driving down Mission, and oh my gosh.
What part?
Mission Street between like 5th and 6th Street and down it's
rough.
It's rough over there.
And that's saying lightly.
Yeah, saying it lightly.
Have you seen the videos that have been coming out?
No.
It just all the fentanyl users and just it's too much. It's disgusting. It's unsafe. It's obviously there's the health hazard that's going on for all those people that are living in that kind of condition. It's just really sad.
Sorry, my bad. Space is not sci-fi. I said sci-fi, but I had this class in middle school. We used to do all like the Halley's Comet and look at all the planets and look at all the stars and stuff. The Big Dipper.
Look at there's Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, all that stuff and sci-fi. I know that's the fake stuff, but, to me, it all ties together because all that sci-fi stuff is based off what's happening in space and all these aliens and stuff coming from outer space. I don't know. I don't know. I just know I would never travel to Mars. I'll say that. I'll never be Elon Musk or who's my guy from Amazon Prime, who you always talk about.
Bezos.
Bezos, yeah, Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I've been to Mars 5 times.
He wants to buy the Washington football team.
Yeah. Wasn't Michael Strahan supposed to travel out to Mars or something like that? He was supposed to go outer space. How do you even get back? Actually, seriously, how do you get back from space? How much time do you spend up there? When you go outer space, the days, do they feel longer? Are they shorter? I'm always intrigued with that. I just wouldn't do it.
You know what?
You mean like an Interstellar when they're on that different planet and 10 minutes equals like an entire year or something like that?
Something weird like that. Yeah, I don't know. How do we even like...
I'm sure that if we asked our boss right now, he'd go, I've got a line on Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, my gosh.
I have the guy who runs NASA.
But I did watch that... the Jeff Bezos with Michael Strahan, because via their company Blue Origin, they really just went to space and then back.
Yeah, they barely got out of
it. Was
like, atmosphere.
A little uneventful, like anticlimactic. I thought it was going to be, they're in space and they're going to not come back for another 10 years. But they just went up and then came back down. It was like a roller coaster.
Well, that's the thing.
That's weird.
Bezos is filthy rich and he can do kind of whatever he wants.
Go up there and then, all right, I've seen enough. I'm coming back down. And then what do they come down? Does the rocket ship, do they hit the bay? Do they hit the Gulf of Mexico? Do they hit the Pacific Ocean? How does this happen, Langford? How do they get back? Do they land somewhere? How does this work?
I think usually they try to shoot for the water. It's a bit of a softer landing. A lot of these ships will have like parachutes and stuff too to soften the landing, and then they have a boat go out and pick them up and ferry them back.
Well, that's what they have. Obviously that the ship that is in Alameda. Come on, I always forget the name.
Hornet.
The USS Hornet picked up a lot of the old aircrafts in the middle of the water, and they actually have things that are on the aircraft that kind of showcase, hey, the president came on here, met a bunch of the guys that returned from the moon, and that's part of its history. Not only did it shoot down more planes than any other ship in American or world history, it also brought back some of our astronauts.
I'm looking at the YouTube comments, and they're just losing. They're getting on me because I made the mistake of saying space and sci-fi. I apologize, everybody. But
What's your favorite sci-fi movie, Bonte?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you love sci-fi.
I don't. I used to be into it. I used to be a little bit.
Can you name
my
one?
My uncle went into overkill with the old sci-fi stuff, and it kind of drove me away. Here
Are
we
you
go.
a Star Trek guy?
Not really. I wasn't
Vulcan
a Captain
Death
Kirk.
Grip?
Yeah, not even Star Trek New Generation. It was okay. It came on UPN back in the day, late night. I would watch it. It was all right. I like Spock's ears. It was always intriguing. Captain Kirk, it was all good. New Generation, I wasn't into it, even though they had my boy LeVar Burton on there from Reading Rainbow.
Oh, your
he
boy.
had the glasses.
Yeah, Data?
Speaking of Reading Rainbow, actually, sorry to interrupt, but today is the 39th anniversary of it debuting on PBS.
Really? Are you kidding me?
That's a fact.
Oh, my gosh.
Bonte thinks that's one of the hitter intro songs of all time.
It is the best. It might be one of the best intro songs of all time.
It's definitely up there. It's definitely up there.
You telling me you wasn't feeling that Reading Rainbow?
Oh, no, it's incredible.
It is incredible. Don't you slander that intro song.
Did we find the DMX Reading Rainbow? Is that us?
Well, I don't think we could play it.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, I think we learned that it wasn't appropriate. But I'm looking at these YouTube comments. Come on, man. You telling me somebody could drop 32 bars to this beat?
I can go twice
high. Look, it's in the book. It's Reading Rainbow. I can do anything.
It's Silver Cloud here in 95.7 The Game. Grab the karaoke mic and hop on stage. Bonte,
Reading Rainbow. Can do anything. It's in the book.
See,
it's Reading Rainbow.
I recently watched Mrs. Doubtfire, and at the end of Mrs. Doubtfire, he ends up getting a television show to play the character of Mrs. Doubtfire.
I remember that.
So I'm thinking of combining multiple things here. You in your Mr. Rogers cashmere sweater, the cardigan.
I'm losing weight so I can fit the cardigans
as
again.
You are the new Reading Rainbow host.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I would love that. Oh, my God. LeVar Burton has made it in life being the host of Reading Rainbow. I would love to take on the next 39 years and get away from all you jokers here at 95.7 The Game. Give me a job at Reading Rainbow. I'm out tomorrow. Because I'm all about the kids. Tay loves the kids. Reading Rainbow, oh my God, we could implement sports takes, basic fundamentals. Shasky, you could have cameos. You could be my cameo guy.
This week's must-read book is The Catch.
Oh my gosh, Reading Rainbow?
We're going to read The Catch, and then we're going to go to The Art of Hitting by Ted Williams.
Dude, this may be your best idea.
Dynasty by Marcus Thompson.
Greatest idea ever.
I've got a lot of them. I am a good idea.
Ethan Sherwood Strauss has a lot of big words in his book, so I don't know if we can bring that to Reading Rainbow. You know, we're talking to kids who are like 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, that would be for, like, you know how they have Shark Week?
Yeah.
That might be for MAGA Week. There's some Jimmy G news you wanted to get into.
Yeah, we're going to leave that one alone. The YouTube's off the chain. I love our YouTube audience. Yes, my singing is brutal. That's what makes it beautiful. My singing is so bad, it's good.
That's not how singing works.
I was going to say, we need to get him that auto-tune.
Yeah, I need that T-Pain gene. Made T-Pain a millionaire. I don't even know if T-Pain can sing.
No, he can't.
He absolutely can. You bite your tongues.
I don't know if he can.
Go watch his NPR Tiny Desk concert and come back and tell me he can't sing.
He's got nothing on Usher. He's got nothing on Usher Raymond.
Okay.
His Tiny Desk concert was a hitter. That thing was hitting. Now, Usher, he's got this new thing. I don't know if the kids are doing it now, but like maybe it's a trend. He's got the diamond earring studs. You see where it's pierced? It's not even pierced on his earlobe. It's like pierced like midway through his ear, like right here. What do they call this area of the ear?
I have no idea.
I didn't pay attention to biology class.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we all did.
It's a conch piercing. Let me look it up, though.
It's a what?
It's a what?
I think I've heard it called like a conch piercing or something like that.
That's Los Lobos education.
There you go.
Damn, Concord, stand up. He teaches that at Washington High School. Hey, Mr. Cole, wasn't Cole Skills, Mr. Koski, my biology teacher at Washington High School. Sorry, Mr. Koski, I got a C in your class. I didn't pay attention. I cheated on half the test. Sorry, Mr. Koski. What's so funny?
I want to hear about this Jimmy G thing.
Okay,
because now I'm intrigued.
All right. Now you're we're all over.
I watched nothing but Golf Channel yesterday. I'm getting all hyped up for this Open at St. Andrews, the home of golf. So educate me on what happened yesterday with Jimmy G.
Well, I don't think anything happened. Our boy Jeremy Fowler, though.
Is he back at it?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Ooh, that's it. I don't know. That's a good question. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. We brought you on to answer the damn questions. That was the whole point of this interview. Oh, boy, yeah, that's a tricky one. Well, here's his thoughts on the Jimmy G trade and a possible landing spot for Jimmy Garoppolo. Why are we doing this? I have no idea, but we're going to do it anyway. Here's Jeremy Fowler.
Well, Hannah, a few executives I spoke to believe the 49ers are a bit stuck here because they need Garoppolo to pass a physical coming off the shoulder surgery. They need to renegotiate his contract with that new team on that $24 million salary. And the pool of suitors right now seems to be pretty small. Now, a few things that are positives for San Fran. I'm told Garoppolo's recovery has remained on schedule. He should start throwing now, or if he hasn't already, he'll do a ramp-up phase till he can eventually pass that physical. And you have Seattle that's still out there. They were sort of implicated in the Baker Mayfield situation, didn't make that move. I'm told that internally they have discussed the possibility of Garoppolo playing for them. They've done their film work to see how he would fit. Tricky, certainly, to do a trade inside the NFC West. But the 49ers and Seattle know they can maybe sort of wait this out because the 49ers have limited cap space right now. I think around
enough
5
of
million.
this guy. Enough.
You did cut the mic?
Enough. He lost me at San Fran, and he starts talking about, he could be throwing. It's a report about nothing. All right, Jeremy Fowler.
So let's boil it down. Jimmy G, because I heard Jimmy G traded to Seattle, possibly if both teams decide to wait it out. So let's boil it down to the lowest essence. Would you be okay with Jimmy G for whatever reason, whether it's release, trade, whatever, going to Seattle?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Let him go to Seattle. Oh, that'd be great. Jimmy Garoppolo in Seattle? Oh, that'd be awesome.
Why would that be awesome?
We know exactly who Jimmy Garoppolo is.
Okay.
You don't think this defense would be salivating at going after Jimmy Garoppolo? Now, sure, he knows the holes in our defense and all that stuff, but DK Metcalf ain't getting no deep shots from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Feels great, baby.
DK and Jimmy would be a very interesting match. I didn't even think of
Tyler
that.
Lockett?
Metcalf.
Tyler Lockett?
Wow. Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo going to Seattle? This be like Donovan McNabb going from Philly to Washington. Be my guest. I would love to see Jimmy Garoppolo because the home opener is against the Seattle Seahawks in week number 2. Jimmy Garoppolo coming back to Levi Stadium week 2 for the Niners home opener.
Against Trey's first ever home start as the real starter, not just a fill-in. Wow.
Can you imagine if Jimmy won that game?
Well, there's a couple layers to this.
I wouldn't mind it. I don't. And look, I wouldn't mind it. Go ahead. Let Jimmy go wherever he wants to go. Let Jimmy go wherever he wants to go. Why does it matter? Niner fans don't care, right? 888-957-9570. Niner fans. A lot of y'all has wanted Jimmy Garoppolo out of this building for a long, long time. I think it's time to move on for Jimmy Garoppolo. But Niner fans tell me that he stinks, he's a bum, this and that.
Well, that's not. I mean, he's better than a bum. He's not a bum.
You guys always tell me about the bad throws.
He might not be elite, but he's certainly competent. Would we agree there?
I think he's competent.
He's
I think he can run an offense.
I think on a good day, he's somewhere between 13th, 14th best quarterback in the league. Wow. On a bad day, he's probably lower third.
Wow. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Jimmy knows his team inside and out. He will torch us.
Really?
From what I've heard over the last 3 years about Jimmy Garoppolo, dating back to Super Bowl 54, doing that postgame show, you and I, right after the loss, Jimmy Garoppolo's a bum. He'll never be a winner, yada, yada, yada. Please don't tell me that there's some of you out there fearing Jimmy Garoppolo in the Seahawk uniform
It would be an upgrade for Seattle, though, right? We both agree, because I do. He's
Drew Lock?
Yes.
Yeah. Geno Smith? No doubt.
I don't like their offense in general in Seattle because I haven't liked it for many years. I don't really know what they hang their hat on. Like, I just don't. Like, I knew the deep balls with Lockett and Metcalf, but they got away from it, and then they tried to run too much, and then they tried to let Russ cook, and he got hurt. He's an upgrade from Drew Lock, but, like, I guess the bigger question is, what's Seattle looking to do? Just compete?
They want to win, right?
I thought they were bottoming out so they can get one of these top quarterbacks because you got the Ohio State kid coming out.
They lost Bobby Wagner. Where did Bobby Wagner go? The Rams? He's a Ram now.
The Rams have everyone.
What? Oh, damn.
I thought, don't you know that?
Yeah, I remember he went to the Rams. I just wanted to make sure.
The Rams have everyone.
I tried to erase that from my memory. It was one of those things where Bobby Wagner goes to the Rams. Oh, damn it. And just get away.
I know.
But I probably said some other expletive it. By the way, baby Ches, got to watch the curse words around her.
Oh, she's picking them up.
The S word.
Oh.
She dropped something the other day. S word. It's like, wait, what? S word again. And I have a thing where something happens, like Brady Bell strikes out. I drop the S word 3 times. SSS. So she's learning like SSS. I'm like, damn it. I gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. No more cursing. I've been cursing since I was 8 years old, Shasky. Listen, man. Jimmy Garoppolo, Seattle. There's a lot of people out here saying, we don't want that. He knows his team inside and out. It wouldn't be good for the 49ers. How do you feel about it? Shasky, how do you feel about Jimmy Garoppolo possibly landing in Seattle?
This day that they made the trade to jump up to get to number 3 was the day that basically the writing was on the wall for Jimmy G that he was done in San Francisco at some point. This is inevitable. They're going to divorce. At some point, you have to, in any divorce, not worry about what the other person's doing. You need to worry about your life and your team and what you're doing. I would just release him and allow him to go wherever he wants. This thing that we're chasing to get a draft pick, like whatever. If he goes to Seattle, it makes Seattle, a better team. Like instead of like a 5-win team, maybe they're an 8 or 9-win team. Maybe they are. But like, I have no problem facing him twice a year. I really don't. Like, I just don't. And it's not a knock on Jimmy. I think that lowly of where Seattle is right now. I don't understand what Seattle's trying to do.
All right, well, Larry in San Francisco, he has a thought on this. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas. First, I want to say this. This is a little bit off my topic. Jeremy Fowler, he's like Grant Cohn, dude. He doesn't have anything to offer other than hate and fake stuff, man. But anyway, Jimmy G to Seattle Seahawks with Pete Carroll. We're gonna get torched, dude. I'm telling you, man. You give Jimmy G gives the playbook to Pete Carroll, and we're done with Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll will smoke us.
I don't.
Damn, Larry.
I don't understand why he thinks that.
888-957-9570. Larry in San Francisco believes Jimmy Garoppolo in Seattle will be problematic for the 49ers. You agree with Larry? I think it'd be perfect for the Niners. Perfect. You know exactly who Jimmy Garoppolo is. You know exactly what his tendencies are. You've had him in this locker room, in the system since 2017, midway through 2017. Let Jimmy go to. I'm cool with Jimmy going to Seattle. I'm with you, Shasky. Let him go to Seattle.
I'm just not.
And I'm here for the drama. I don't fear Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly, and I don't think that's a knock on Jimmy. I think it's also an indictment of just Seattle's current state. Like, who are you fearing in terms of their offensive line and their running game? Because that's what we all know. Like, Jimmy G, to be really good, doesn't Jimmy need to have a solid, balanced running game and a good offensive line?
And their running game is inconsistent, and their offensive line is porous.
And when Jimmy didn't have George Kittle in the lineup, he struggled. He needs that safety net of a tight end. Who's the tight end in Seattle right now?
No clue. I'm going to pull up their depth chart.
The depth chart is not good.
I'm going to pull up their depth chart because we're starting to get cooking off football.
They got a bunch of flamed out running backs.
Damn, I forgot Bobby Wagner was a damn Ram. That's got me so rattled. Damn, the Rams going to be good again. Tight end for the Seattle Seahawks, Noah Fant. That's right. They got Noah. I mean, he's a good player.
He's left a lot to be desired, though.
His biggest issue is he's injured all the time.
Okay.
He's a damn good player, though.
He's played with bad quarterbacks.
He's played with bad quarterbacks. You give Jimmy Garoppolo Noah Fant?
He was part of that Russell Wilson trade, huh?
Dude.
I forgot about that.
Jimmy with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant?
Now you're a little worried?
It's not a bad offense for Jimmy. You could argue and say that's the best weapons Jimmy's ever had.
No. Better than Kittle and Debo? Debo was maybe the best player in the NFC last year.
DK's a baller.
No, I'm not dismissing that.
Tyler Lockett's a baller.
DK is also crazy. And we've seen what he plays.
He's crazy good.
When it's not Russ, his numbers and Lockett's numbers, because I had both of them in fantasy, MIA. Dude, they're unstartable.
Well, the quarterback's terrible.
Yeah, Geno Smith was...
I had DK too. I couldn't get off of him. Killed my season.
Destroyed my season.
I invested in DK in 3 different leagues. All right? Rashad Penny. Kenneth Walker III, running back from Michigan State. He's not bad.
We'll see.
Wow. Calls are lined up. We'll get to him in just a second. Here's what Rich Orenberger down in San Diego. My guy from the Mighty 10.
Wait.
Rich Orenberger.
Was he on with Willard?
Of course he was.
It's like the bat phone for him.
Dude, of course he was.
All right, give it to me.
Hold on. I'll make sure I got his station right because I've been on the show a few times.
Okay.
Yeah, not a flex. Yeah, extra 1360. My bad. Extra 1360 down in San Diego. Rich Orenberger, former Charger. Here's what he had to say yesterday on Willard and Dibs on Jimmy G staying in San Francisco.
He rides off in the distance in free agency and you part ways amicably. But if you need him, he's still there and you didn't get beat on a trade. So I agree with that assessment. I don't think this has anything to do with his throwing shoulder surgery. I think this is the 49ers trying to create a market for Jimmy G that's not there to convince Trey Lance that he's the guy. And, oh, by the way, they have an excellent backup plan because that backup plan has led you to 2 NFC championship games. I think the 49ers are sneakily in the catbird seat here because they're getting the most out of their future quarterback this offseason in terms of putting a ton of belief into him. And they also have a backup plan in Jimmy G if all doesn't pan out in trade requests.
Jimmy Garoppolo, the ultimate backup plan for the 49ers. I can't believe, I was getting on you in May and April about Jimmy G being here. And I'm like, Shatsky, don't worry. Jimmy G, who cares? Jimmy G's going to be gone. But it's July 12th. And players report in 14 days.
I'm telling you,
Jimmy's still on the roster and he's still here. It's kind of comical that he's still officially on the roster. And now I'm just like, what is going to happen here in 2 weeks?
So I've got like storylines for the 49ers.
Oh, yeah, Allen Robinson is a ramp.
I've got all these storylines for the 49ers, right? And the number one for me, before anything can happen, is Jimmy G needs to be off this team, right? If we want to make moves. Debo still has yet to get his contract extension. Nick Bosa, we haven't even begun negotiations with him. All right, what does Trey Lance look like? Like, there's so many questions on this team. I would like to have one answered in the next 5 days of, Jimmy G's not here anymore. Like, I don't understand why we keep going through this thing so that we could, salvage a 4th or 5th or 6th round pick? Like, no team in the league is trading $10 million of whatever to eat somebody's salary so they can get a 4th or 5th round pick. Yeah. That's bad business.
That's terrible business. Terrible business. Isn't it just, at this point, just wash your hands? We're 2 weeks away and he's still on the roster.
I don't understand.
And what if he does come to training camp? What if he reports to Santa Clara?
The part that's maddening for me, they already won the trade. You won the trade with New England when you got 5 years of good service out of Jimmy G, and you went to 2 NFC championship games, and one of them was a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. You won that trade. You do that deal all day. You overpaid for him and gave him money as a free agent instead of giving him the franchise tag. Yep. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. And I'm happy that they did it. And everything, you won the trade. Yep. Why do you have to chase recouping something on the back end?
I don't know what they're doing. I don't even know if they're trying to chase it. I don't know what the plan is. We talk about the plan with the Giants all the time. What's Farhan's plan? What's the plan with Jimmy Garoppolo? What is the actual plan?
I don't know.
I don't know what the plan is. I don't know if they're trying to send him. What's Don Yee want? What does Jimmy want? What does Jimmy want?
Don Yee'd out.
Listen.
Don Yee, Jimmy G's agent. I'm so
honestly believe this.
Done with him.
I'm starting to believe this. I think Jimmy doesn't want to go anywhere because Jimmy realizes under Kyle Shanahan, he'll never look any better anywhere else. 1. 2, this team is ready to win and win big. He knows that. He doesn't want to leave this situation. It's perfect. He's got Debo. He's got Kittle. He's got Ayuk. He's got a running game. He's got a great defense. Special teams is going to be upgraded. Jimmy's probably thinking, I don't want to leave. Is there any way I can compete with Trey Lance? Can I compete with Trey Lance? Maybe that's what he wants. By the way, some of the comments on YouTube, Tyler Miller, Rita Oka is about to catch arthritis from all the drawings of Jimmy G. She's running out of paper.
She's the artist who's been drawing every day that Jimmy G's still on the team. She's drawing a different piece of artwork every single day.
What if Jimmy just doesn't want to leave? What if that's the sticky point? What if that's the fight?
I mean, Joe Montana didn't want to leave, and Joe Montana had the equity of 4 Super Bowls and being the greatest quarterback in the franchise's history. And at some point, they had to turn the page. Look, as a business, which is what they are, they're a business, and they're trying to win, right? They're also a sports team. You've already invested in Trey Lance. You have to see what you have. You've got to see what you have.
Yeah.
And also, it's financially beneficial to you, even if there is a tiny drop-off in production, the flexibility it allows you to make moves on the roster and pay some of these other guys who clearly are better at what they do than what Jimmy is at what he does. Like, it is so beneficial for them to move off of Jimmy, to pay Debo, to pay Nick Bosa, and have clarity there. The worst thing that they could do this year is create chaos with their quarterback, and that trickle in to the negotiations with Debo Samuel and the extension talks with Nick Bosa. That could be a nightmare.
You know what it'd be great for? Sports Talk Radio.
It'd be a nightmare.
Sports Talk Radio wouldn't be a nightmare.
Porn star, Jimmy!
You imagine the first video coming out from 49ers.com.
Feels great, baby.
It is Jimmy Garoppolo in that black number 10 jersey alongside Trey Lance, and they're throwing it in slow motion.
In practice?
No, when they got like the Pardon Me. What's that song that we heard in training camp that we keep bumping? Pardon Me?
Yeah.
With Gunna and Future. Pardon Me. And then it slaps. And they throw it on the 49ers Instagram page. And it's Jimmy and Trey Lance throwing in slow motion at the first day of training camp. Could you imagine that?
But if that was...
I'd call from Europe if that happened.
If that was the case, then why are you paying Sudfeld a guaranteed 2-year contract?
I have no idea.
You don't want to get me started, dude.
Let's go to Jeremy in San Jose. Jeremy.
I wish my wife loved me as much as the Jimmy G Troopers love him. I really do.
It's all bad. Who's worse, Jimmy G Truthers or Brandon Belt Truthers?
They're just on different levels. But Brandon Belt, I mean, the jury's out. I mean, come on. We've already made a decision. The gavel is struck.
Jeremy in San Jose. What's up, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How you doing?
I'm good.
Seattle does not want Jimmy G. At the end of the day, Jimmy G has proven that he can't win the big game. He's done it twice now, or taken them to a couple Super Bowls, a couple NFC championships. At the end of the day, we want to win, and the recipe for winning is drafting a young guy and building the team around the young guy, getting the Super Bowl. We did it with Russell Wilson.
Jeremy.
2014, yes.
How do you know whether or not Seattle doesn't want Jimmy Garoppolo? Are you tapped in with Seattle?
I'm all the way tapped in.
Oh, yeah, really? You're a Seahawk fan?
I'm a big-time Seahawks fan.
Wow. So you wouldn't want anything to do with Jimmy Garoppolo?
And doesn't it feel like you guys are bottoming out so you can get one of these top quarterbacks that are coming out?
That's how I feel. We have 2 first-round draft picks next year.
Yeah.
I think if anything, we can move up in the draft and possibly pick top 5. I honestly think we're a bottom 5 roster this year. Unfortunately, being realistically, I see about 5 games that are on our schedule that are realistic wins for us right now.
Wow. So Seahawk fan doesn't want Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right. So the 3 years that Jimmy G's been with the 49ers, 2019, 2020, 2021, the last 3 years, 54 touchdowns, 30 interceptions, sacked 76 times. Now, they are 25-12. Now, you want to say that quarterback wins aren't a thing, whatever. They do win, B. I don't dismiss that. He averages about, when he's fully healthy for the whole year, 3,800 yards. These are like... This is like what I'm expecting a second-year player to do in a good system.
But to be fair to Jimmy, he didn't play his first 4 years. He comes midway through the season in 2017, and everybody says, it takes 2 years to get down Shanahan's playbook. It's so complicated. It's so sophisticated. Shanahan's this wizard. You got to get the playbook down. Well, his first full year, Niners go to the Super Bowl. He gets hurt in 2020. The ankle gets banged up. We know what happens. He gets hurt, comes back in 20. And look, He was banged up last year, but the fact is they were in the NFC Championship game. Now, we both were at the playoff games. I was at the Dallas game. We know how last year played out. They got to the NFC Championship in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. I truly believe that. Now, was he good in Week 18? Sure, he was. But he wasn't good against the Tennessee Titans, and he didn't play against the Houston Texans. And they got to have a game at Levi Stadium. Look, man, you got to move off from Jimmy G. I'm done with the Jimmy G thing. I'm done with it. But what if he is back in camp? What if he is back?
I think it'll be chaos. Don't you? Like, it'll be so chaotic.
The NFL's always chaotic.
And this isn't about, like, Trey Lance being emotionally prepared to be able to handle it. He handled it last year totally fine. I think he's totally mature. I think he's wise beyond his years. I think he's going to have a great year. I'm really excited for Trey Lance. It's just, aren't we on to bigger and better things? Isn't this team about winning a Super Bowl?
Well,
isn't this team about, like, paying Deebo Samuel? Have we forgotten about that drama? What about the Nick Bosa situation?
Are they closer to winning a Super Bowl with Trey Lance getting the keys to the car?
I think this team asks the least of its quarterback of all the top contending teams. This is one of the teams that asks the absolute bare minimum from their quarterback.
But at the same time, you need a little more from your quarterback in big money situations.
No doubt. But again, look at the throw charts for Jimmy Garoppolo and watch the games. That's not who he is.
Yeah.
He's going to throw over the middle. He's going to throw underneath. And you can do all of those things with Trey Lance and hopefully hit one or two passes over the top. Hit a couple passes outside the numbers. Extend this offense.
What do you say to the people who say, like our boy Liberty Eli? Liberty Eli. Shanahan was 2-9 before Jimmy. Jimmy made Shanahan. Jimmy made Kyle Shanahan.
This was an expansion roster when Kyle Shanahan took over.
Jimmy came in 2017 and won 5 games.
They paid someone.
Same roster that was winless.
Yeah,
same roster that was winless. Jimmy came and won 5 games with.
No doubt. And we ended up finding out a little more about that Jacksonville team as the bottom fell out from, even though they went to the AFC Championship game that year. And Tennessee was going through transitions. Like,
they made the playoffs, though.
Stink.
The Titans were good. They made the playoffs. They lost to the Patriots.
I mean, whatever.
I'm just saying, it is what it is.
Hey, look, they won games. I'm not denying that they won games. He's a competent quarterback. You're going to win games with him. But, like, they made this decision to try to elevate down the line. This isn't about just winning in week 1. This is about week 16, Trey being better and bigger and stronger and more confident. And so that when he hits the playoffs, maybe I could throw a ball past 12 yards.
Let's go to George in Los Santos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, gentlemen. I just want to ask you guys a question to see what your point of view is on this, because I always respect what you guys have to say. And Bonde, I know how you feel about Jimmy. I think it's really clear on that.
How do I feel?
Let me ask you.
No, I like Jimmy. I like Jimmy. I don't want to make it out that I hate Jimmy Garoppolo. I was pro Jimmy over Tom Brady. I'll admit that right now. I like Jimmy. He deserved another shot. But you know, Trey's here.
That's fair. No, you're right.
You know,
you just don't think it's right for him right now in this team environment.
Exactly.
But let me ask you a question. If Jimmy agreed to restructure his contract with the 49ers, thereby allowing us some space. And, Joe, you're the genius on this. I don't know if that's even possible contractually. But let's say he agreed to restructure his contract and make it attractive for the Niners so that he could stay on the team and be a backup to Trey Lance going into game 1. Would you do that if you were Lynch?
Idealistically, like, it sounds great to say, but, like, let me use the Baker Mayfield thing for an example. He was set to make about $17-18 million this year on the 5th-year option, which is from being drafted number 1 overall, okay? The Browns ate $10 million of that. Then the Carolina Panthers said, you need to take a $3 million pay cut. He's making about $3 million this year to be a backup or compete for the starting job. So Jimmy Garoppolo is set to make whatever, $25 million. Is he restructuring down to $3 million?
Probably not.
Right?
Probably not.
Am I paying Jimmy G $12 million a year to be a backup? No, I'm not. The whole point of having a quarterback on a rookie quarterback salary is to suppress the money at the most important position and spread the wealth amongst the rest of the team. Pay Deebo Samuel. Pay Nick Bosa.
And I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Play devil's advocate. We're just having a conversation about Joey Bart. Now I'm saying, hey, move him up to the top of the lineup. He said, you know what? You have to earn that.
Okay.
What do you say to the people who say Trey Lance has to earn the starting job? And he should compete in training camp with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, again, you could do that. I have no problem if you do that. If I didn't have a giant Debo extension hanging over my head with Nick Bosa.
Forget the extension has nothing to do with that.
I do. I think they're all connected.
The extension has nothing to do with it.
Because right now
he's going to get his money.
Well, right now
he's going to get his money.
They want to spread guaranteed money over multiple years.
I hear you.
And so now the money is accounted for on the front end via the Jimmy Garoppolo money. So until they figure out how to shed that money, it's going to be really tricky to give guaranteed money spread out over multiple years because you amortize these guarantees.
But you can still compete in training camp while you work on that process. You work on those guarantees. You work on those contracts. You can still have Jimmy come to camp. You can still have him compete.
In an ideal world, that sounds great, and I agree with you. But
I'm
the
just playing
realistic
devil's
thing is
advocate.
you're also running the risk of alienating Debo. Every single day that goes by that Debo doesn't get an extension,
Debo's going to get his money.
Okay.
Debo's going to get his money.
If I'm his agent, I'm saying, you are absolutely not participating in training camp until you get guaranteed money. You could pop your knee at any practice.
Okay.
You could tear an Achilles like Michael Crabtree did at practice.
Okay, so Debo holds out.
That's not good for my starting quarterback.
That's not good.
And the chemistry and the synergy there.
But you can still bring Jimmy back to compete with Trey Lance, right? Because it goes back to not giving. What did Kyle Shanahan say? What do we always talk about? Go earn your spot. Has Trey Lance earned a starting job yet?
No, I'm with you on that.
So what's wrong with competing?
But there's also a reality of, hey, yes, you have to earn it, and you will through time, but also we drafted you number 3 overall. So, like, both things are true simultaneously. We have to flip to them. If they didn't have the Debo extension where he just went completely crazy, I would look at this differently. But they have that money that they have to give him.
I don't believe that has anything to do with the Jimmy Garoppolo situation at all.
Well, then why are we waiting on the Jimmy?
Didn't John Lynch and them tell us? We got the Debo extension counted for. We've got that money set aside. Jimmy, Debo have nothing to do with each other. So if you bring Jimmy to camp while you work on a Debo contract and say he's not say he doesn't report to camp.
When you're doing your books, I don't believe that. See, I believe that the Jimmy Garoppolo money is accounted for because when you give someone a guaranteed contract, you have to have that money to put in escrow immediately, and you amortize
I understand all that.
All of the guaranteed bonuses over multiple years so that you can have wiggle room in terms of salary cap flexibility.
I understand all that. But Debo may not come to camp anyway before that deal is signed, right? So he doesn't come.
That's not good for
But how is that stopping
quarterback.
Jimmy? What if I'm just saying, Jimmy, have Jimmy come to camp and compete, right? Because we don't want to just give starting jobs away. Why Joey Bart isn't batting second?
Here's the other
Oh,
element.
well, he's got to earn that.
Well, no,
what about Trey Lance earning the starting job? I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Okay, so let's say that he does come to camp. How many snaps am I giving him? How many reps am I giving him? Can we all agree, whether you're the biggest or worst supporter of Trey Lance, he needs every possible rep that he can get. Arm fatigue be damned. He needs to build synergy with whoever the center is, with whoever the rest of the offensive line is, all of the wide receivers, all of the running backs and tight ends. I don't want Jimmy Garoppolo eating any of his reps. That's where I'm at, because this thing about Shanahan and Lynch, it only works if Trey Lance is a star. Anything less, and they're going to get ran out of town.
Dinker Jose will get you after Dave Fleming. Dave Fleming coming up on the Morning Roast on the other side, but right now it's time for the Injury Report, sponsored by Box & Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the Injury Report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Say it ain't so. The Giants' rotation is getting closer to full strength. Starting pitcher Jacob Junis, who's been solid this season for the Giants, and he's been recovering from a grade 2 left hamstring strain, took part in a 3-inning, 45-pitch rehab outing in Arizona yesterday, and the team is hoping to build up his stamina before activating him off the injured list. The Giants anticipate that Junis will be ready to go when the Giants return from the All-Star break to take on when they face the LA Dodgers. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dave Fleming to talk about the Giants, as he does every single week on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. That was a bright spot. Wilmer Flores, who's had a great 3-game stretch, and he's having a nice, solid season. Of course, the 2 home runs on Sunday when the Giants beat the Padres 12-0. The RBI last night as he goes 2 for 4. And, of course, the big home run Saturday afternoon to back up Carlos Rodon, a 2-run blast at the top of the 8th inning. That's about it for the Giants as they lose another one to the Diamondbacks. They're 3-7 in the last 10. They are struggling right now, but there's still positivity in the air when it comes to the Giants. They're tied with the Cardinals in the loss column for the last wild card spot. They're a game back of the Philadelphia Phillies, so it's not all doom and gloom despite the recent struggles. Let's talk to our main man, Dave Fleming, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants. Of course, Flem joins us every single week on the roast. And by the way, we're looking at Tiger Woods on our screen right now, Flem, as we say good morning to you. Are you going out to Scotland this weekend? Are you going out to St. Andrews?
I am going,
no.
but I'm not. I'm not going to St. Andrews, but yes, I am going, believe it or not, on Wednesday after the game, I am going to Scotland.
That is so awesome. Have you ever been over there? That's like one of my bucket list things. Like I was thinking, because today's Prime Day, right? If you could order something from Amazon Prime, what would it be? Like there are certain bucket list things. If I could do one thing and hit it right now on Amazon Prime, it would be going to Scotland and going to see the old course at St. Andrews. It's one of the things I absolutely have to do before I die.
That's a tough one to find on Prime. I have been before, and I just can't wait to go again. It's one of my true favorite places in the world. One of my favorite things to do. So it's in the season we don't get time off. So every few years we the 4 of us kind of rotate around. Like we might block off a few days around the All-Star break, but those are off days that are in demand because you actually get to turn it into a week off. So every few years it's my turn to block off a few days. So I'm missing the Brewers series and going over there.
So ESPN Plus, are you going to be on that coverage and the regular ESPN channel?
I'm not working. I'm going for pleasure.
Oh, it's just for pleasure.
He's taking some time off, man. Flip deserves a vacation. He deserves a vacation. Are you taking the family, Flip?
That's awesome.
My dad and I are going.
Oh, wow, that's great. Cool. That's great.
So my dad and I are going to go, and we're not even going to be. I mean, maybe we'll watch the golf on TV, but we're playing our own golf. So
where? I want to hear.
Well, we're going to 2 places we've never played before up north of Edinburgh and where St. Andrews is. One is called Royal Aberdeen, and one is called Cruden Bay. So
I know Cruden Bay.
Yeah, they're both supposed to be spectacular. And then we're going to Royal Dornoch, which is, maybe my favorite place in the world, and that's where we're going to be for the next 5 days.
Oh,
so
I'm so jelly.
Yeah, you should be. Cause
have fun, on the real. Have fun.
You deserve
cool.
it. You deserve a nice little break here as we get into the All-Star break. You deserve some time off from calling these games. It's been a lot of stressful, man. The Arizona series, the first 2 games of the Padres series, but they did salvage the split and had everybody feeling good. But then last night happens. The Diamondbacks are very much improved after going 2-17 against the Giants last season. Now they're won 3 games already this year against the Giants in the first 4 contests. And Merrill Kelly had them off balance yesterday. Merrill Kelly's a nice little pitcher, Flem.
He's good, and I'm glad he said that about, a couple things there. Merrill Kelly is very good, and the Diamondbacks are much improved. And these games have been too stressful. And one thing that's happening to the Giants right now, they had the game on Sunday, which has, been such a rarity of late. But you can't play every game within a margin of a run and expect to have a good year. You have to win some games by blowing some people out. You got to take some stress off your bullpen every once in a while. And the Giants right now are just having a heck of a time delivering the knockout punch or even a couple real body blows. They're just playing too many of these games, and it's wearing them out. And I thought Sunday, finally they get a little reprieve, but they came right back to play one of these games that we've seen over and over again. And that, ultimately, that's not blaming anybody for that, but it's just such a hard way to go as a team where every single night you're grinding it out like they've been grinding it out. It's tough.
So, there's, I guess, more of a philosophical question here. Joey Bart gets pinch hit for the other day after hitting a big-time double. It should have been a home run. The guy leans over the fence. He gets pinch hit for, and it works. Slater, 2 big hits. They end up winning that game. It was a huge part of that game. Yesterday, Bonte, comes in here this morning and goes, dude, Brandon Belt's on fire. He's like 6 of his last 8, and then they pinch hit for him, and it works with Anthony Slater. But then it's like, wait a minute, or Austin Slater, excuse me. But what are we doing? Like, why are you taking the bat out of Brandon Belt's hands here? Where are you at with situations like that when it comes to like a hot hitter, like someone like Brandon Belt, kind of getting pinch hit for in certain situations because of the numbers?
Well, here's what I would say, and I think Gabe Kapler even talked about this. I didn't stick around for Gabe's post-game conference after the game, but if you wait to use Slater, you don't get Slater against the left-hander. And the Giants' whole bench last night was right-handed, and Slater is your weapon. Slater's the guy who's been swinging the bat better than anybody. And you're trying to find a guaranteed spot to have him against a lefty in a big spot. And that was the only chance, because if you do it 2 hitters later, the 3-batter minimum rule is gone, and they've got a right-hander warming up in the bullpen, and he comes in, and you don't get that Slater matchup. Now, does it hurt to do it when it's Belt or Jock Peterson? Yeah, it hurts to do it, especially because, those spots could come up later in the game. I think that's where it really hurts. But I don't think there's anybody in that clubhouse, including Brandon Belt, who would argue that Slater against a lefty in a big spot is about as good as it gets right now for the Giants. He's not as big of a name, but that doesn't change the fact that the numbers say that Slater against the lefty is about your best matchup these days. And so I don't blame Gabe for seeking those out. And against some teams, it's hard to find those. And, frankly, Belt has had so much swing and miss against lefties. That was a spot where you absolutely had to have some contact to at least get the 1 run in. And they got the contact and they got the run in, and it set up the next play where they built the bases loaded rally. So, I hear what you're saying, and I do think it's a little unconventional, and it can be perplexing at times. But I think it's almost always driven by, can we guarantee an awesome matchup right here, maybe with the game on the line? Let's do it and worry about later.
Dave Fleming on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, voice of the Giants, of course, as they lose to the Diamondbacks 4-3, also all over ESPN, whether it's golf coverage, college basketball, college football. But he's going to Scotland this weekend just to hang out, and well-deserved, Dave Fleming. And look, the 3 for 3 with Brandon Belt, I was just kind of perplexed because how does that go over in the clubhouse?
Yeah.
Now, you just kind of made that point there, Flynn, that, look, they understand the business. They understand what's happening with this baseball team. But let me ask you this about Joey Bart. He's batting 155. I think his at-bats have been better since he's been recalled from Sacramento. But look, I'm not inside baseball. I don't know how this stuff works, but what if you just batted Joey Bart second? Or you put him in a better spot in the lineup instead of batting him ninth? Maybe he sees better pitches. Maybe he has better at-bats. I don't know. I just like to see it from the number 2 overall pick to put him in better positions and maybe have better at-bats.
Well, I think I'm not sure I totally believe. I think if you're hitting in front of Barry Bonds or hitting in front of Juan Soto, maybe you get different pitches. I think for the most part you get pitched based on your scouting report. I don't think that really changes where you. Maybe in the old days it did, but I think now these teams now are just so incredibly detail-oriented. In fact, one of my little amateur hack theories about what's going on with the Giants right now is I think the Giants are so scouting report oriented, and they have hitters who are so disciplined to the scouting report that I think teams are looking at their own self-scouting report and saying, we're playing the Giants, and we're just going to mix it all up. We're going to do something very different than what our tendencies say we do. And I think you're seeing the Giants last night. Lamont Wade did it. Mike Yastrzemski did it. Brandon Crawford did it in big at-bats, big situations, and very favorable counts, taking pitches right down the middle. And, to me, now, look, Giants players, Giants hitters have a plan. They have a game plan. It's worked for 2 years. I don't want them not to have that game plan. I think it's one of the best things about the Giants. But it has been a trend to me these last few weeks where a lot of really good pitches are being let go by. I mean, the 2-0 pitch to Lamont Wade from Mark Melancon last night is the one you dream of.
Mm-hmm.
And you take it. Okay, I want to see this guy. I want to take a strike. Okay. But I think when you need to do damage late in the game, when you're running out of outs, you get that one pitch, you got to be ready for it. And Lamont, to me, one of the things I love about Lamont is that he's ready from pitch one. You know, he'll swing at the first pitch of the game and hit it over the wall. And so, look, do I know that's happening? I don't know that's happening. Right. That's just a speculative sort of observation. But I think, the Giants are so scouting report oriented. This is a way, divergent from the question that you asked. I'll go back to Joey
That's
Bart.
a good point, though. No, it's a good point, Flem. No, I like hearing that because maybe it is an old school way of thinking that I have right now because I'm just thinking like maybe you just put him in a prime spot and maybe he sees a mistake pitch or whatnot and maybe there's runners on base for Joey Bart to swing at, although he does have runners on base when he's batting ninth at times. I'm just mix it up a little bit because it just feels like the 9th spot. We see Joey Gallo batting ninth for the Yankees. He's batting 166 and it's not getting any better for Joey Gallo, even though that's what he usually does is bat around 200.
Yeah, and Bart, the plan was not to have Joey back up here this fast. I mean, he's clearly, I think, working on some stuff. The swing path does look a little different. There have been some encouraging results, but it's hard, in 10 days to implement a big change and then come right back into the fire. And I think the 9 spot is more like a nod to let's take as much pressure off this guy as possible. The Giants constantly emphasize to Joey, like, look, keep your defense up, be as good of a defensive catcher, a receiver, a game caller as you can be, lean into the game plan stuff, and we're okay. And I think he's done a good job of that this year. I really do. And it's hard to watch him, hit 150 day after day, but I think the other stuff has been a real positive. I still have a lot of hope that Joey can turn into a really good big league player.
He's squared up more balls since returning than I expected. He really has. He just doesn't have the production that we're expecting. Yastrzemski's struggling right now. Wade's struggling right now. But the guy who's balling right now is Carlos Rodon. He doesn't make the All-Star game. You see the All-Star because every team has to have a representative for the Diamondbacks last night. And then Giants end up knocking him out of the game. What's your thoughts on Rodon getting snubbed and just, I guess, kind of the way the All-Star game is set up right now? I've got some issues with how many position players are there, and every team needs a representative, which it makes sense if I'm on one of the lowly teams or I'm a fan of the Pirates or whatever. I don't think there's a perfect answer, but I'm frustrated on behalf of Carlos Rodon. What about you?
I've always supported that idea that every team gets a player. Because as a kid, I remember, wanting to watch my team's players in the introductions, especially. Yeah. Now, look, I'm going to say something here, and this is Joe Mantiply's had a great year, and I'm happy for him. And he's a grinder, and he's had this incredible. He's really a cool story, actually, to get where he's been. Give him all the credit in the world. But somehow I do doubt they're going to be like a million people in Phoenix putting on their TVs on Tuesday to watch Joe Mantiply get introduced.
Well,
and
Flem, that was my point on like the Pirates. I'm looking at this picture. I'm like, well, if we're trying to get them excited, why not have O'Neal Cruz come up? And I know like now he gets an All-Star bid. Like there's not a right answer, but I'm with you on this.
Yeah, and you can't watch last night's game and watch Mantiply pitch and think. I mean, in the back of my head, I'm just thinking, it's unfathomable that Carlos Rodon is not on the All-Star team and this guy is. Yeah. Bouncing 80-mile-an-hour changeups for 20 pitches and then he's out of the game. It's like the impact on the team and his team and the game is so minuscule compared to what Carlos Rodon has done. And again, that is no disrespect. This guy's had a really good year. And it's going to be a thrill for him, and I'm happy for him. But if the All-Star game is supposed to be like, let's get the best players together and give the fans a real show, Carlos Rodon's got to be on that team. There's no better show right now, pitching-wise, in the National League. With Scherzer banged up, with Jacob deGrom on the injured list, I think Carlos Rodon's the most fun pitcher to watch of anybody, and he's not on the team. And I just isn't Zach Wheeler not on the team too?
Zach Wheeler's not there either. Nope.
He got snubbed.
Yep. Austin Riley's not on the team. He's been one of the best players in baseball for the last year, Flem.
And it's like Schwarber's on there. It's like Schwarber could be in the home run derby. His OPS is the lowest it's been in 5 years for him. He's not an all-star per se.
Yeah, and that's where, sometimes these teams, I was in the room with Bruce Bochy several times when he was having to pick teams, and he would, not that he would lean on us for advice, but he would tell us what he was doing to pick these teams. And basically he would call the managers of these teams, like he would call Torey Lovello and say, who's your guy? I've only got room for one. Give me your choice. And he would mostly just listen to, hey, it's the manager of that team. Why would I dispute it? So I think you call Rob Thompson and he says, it's Schwarber. Who are you to say
that's a good point.
But it's just not the best way to construct a team where you're trying to put a show on for your fans. It's supposed to be the most fun game possible for your fans.
And these guys are using this as ammunition for their arbitration. You know what I mean? Like for them getting more money and things like that. It goes on their resume. So I get frustrated for some of our own guys.
Yeah, and I guarantee you Scott Boras would have been very happy if Carlos Rodon had made the team. Scott's got all the ammo he needs, but he's I'm sure he's ticked off about it. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He had a spectacular showing Saturday at Petco Park, going the full 9 innings for a complete game. He was whiffing 98, 99, pumping 98, 99 to the plate. Carlos Rodon, a spectacular season, and hopefully, he's going to opt out and get new money, and hopefully that new money is with the San Francisco Giants. Hey, Flynn, we don't want to keep you any longer. Enjoy Scotland. Safe travels with you and your pops. We can't wait to hear about this trip to Scotland.
I want one name, Flynn, before you go.
One name. We always got to do one name.
I'm going to give you my one name. Shane Lowry.
You're taking Shane Lowry to win at St. Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking Jordan Spieth.
Let's go.
I think Spieth is ready. I know there were some ugly moments on Sunday. I was watching him play the Scottish Open, but I think Jordan Spieth, he's going to have wedge in his hand on a lot of holes. There's nobody better with the wedge. He loves the British Open. I think it can be Jordan's week. I do. He's playing well enough. He really is. I know he hasn't delivered when he's had chances, but he's playing really well this year.
All right, I'm going Colin Morikawa, baby.
Ooh,
after he had a good strong showing the first 2 rounds of the U.S. Open, and he kind of faded there. I'm going Morikawa, man. I'm going with the Cow product.
Have fun with your dad, Flem.
Good pick. I can't wait. I'll talk to you guys. Not over the All-Star break because I will be in the country, but I'll talk to you when I get back.
Have fun with your dad. That sounds like a cool trip.
Doubt.
All right, buddy?
Thanks.
All right, Flem. Dave Fleming on the Morning Roast on 95.7 game. Going out to Scotland to take some time off. Not even going to the Open, just going out there to play some golf.
He said the same thing that I felt last night. I'm watching Manaply pitch, and I'm saying to myself, come on, man.
We discussed this yesterday.
What are we doing? I said it before the game even came in.
It's like, dude, he's an all-star. Marte's not an all-star. I'm a Diamondback fan. I want to see Marte in the game.
Well, or give me the young guy, Alec Thomas, who I'm telling you, I'm all over him. Yeah. He is a beast. I'm feeling him.
I don't get it. I don't get the all-star process. And look, I get what you guys are saying about having a team, having a player represent every single market. But what if that market doesn't even care about their damn players? What if they don't care about their players, their team? Like, you think the Pittsburgh Pirates care? Who's their all-star? Is it Bednar? Is that who's their all-star? Who's their all-star?
It's a pitcher, I thought.
Yeah, Bednar, right?
Yeah, it's some reliever. Cincinnati got a reliever as well. Cincinnati's terrible this year.
Luis Castillo, right? Isn't he the all-star?
Oh, yeah, it is, but he's on the trade block already.
With the Dodgers?
I mean, come on.
Rumors with the Dodgers?
I mean, come on. But again, like, Luis Castillo?
Like, look.
And again, he's had a fine year.
Hunter Green has given up 150 home runs this season.
Yeah, but he strikes out a zillion people, and he's fun to watch.
I'd rather see him in the all-star game.
I know.
Throwing 100 miles an hour to AO hitters.
I guess the question then becomes, are we awarding the best players on each team? Are we doing a participation trophy? Like, there's really no right answer to this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's all.
Well, and the other
Rodon
part-
not being an all-star and Logan Webb not being an all-star. Come on. They've been 2 of the top 10 pitchers in the National League.
Logan Webb, I can see because he had a couple of scuffy,
Logan Webb's been money.
No, he's been really good lately. But I'm saying, like,
Lately?
I think if you had to choose between Logan Webb and Rodon, I'm leaning Rodon. I don't think the Giants deserve 3 guys. That was my whole thing. Like, you're 1 game over 500. You don't deserve 3 guys.
But
maybe 2.
But you always mention how the Braves won a World Series. They deserve their guys. Giants won 107 games. But they deserve some love.
Yeah, but you're a starless team that did the platooning thing. And so because of that...
Logan Webb was really good in the playoff series.
He was outstanding.
Against the Dodgers.
He was
really
outstanding.
good.
He was outstanding.
Really good. 2.98 ERA this year for Logan Webb. 1.11 whip.
No,
right?
he's been great.
Rodon 2.70.
But you're not getting 2 pitchers
I hear
and
ya.
a positional player. Like
I hear you.
Look, had they went to the NLCS and they lost in Game 7, and maybe you'd be looking at this different. Maybe if they were like a top team in the NL West, but they're none of those things.
Let's go to Danker. Danker's in the city. I hear you on that, Shasky. I really do. I just,
there's not a
been
perfect
really
solution.
good. It's not a perfect solution. The fact that Austin Riley's not in the game.
Well, like
Zach
Schwarber.
Wheeler.
Schwarber really bugs me because I'm looking at his OPS and his career numbers, and I'm like, he's not even having one of his better years. He's hit a lot of home runs in a smaller ballpark. His batting average is terrible. He doesn't really have a position defensively. What are we doing here? Like, okay, Bryce Harper hurt himself and he's out with the thumb injury. I get it. I guess maybe the Phillies deserve another person. Okay, I'll listen to that argument. Schwarber? He should be in the home run derby. I don't think he should be an all-star. That's just my opinion.
I hear
if that's what we're doing, then Christian Walker should have been the selection for the Arizona Diamondbacks instead of the other guy.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
They have like very comparable numbers.
Yeah, I'm looking at these rosters, man. I'm just like,
there's
that
some
guy's
head
an all-star.
scratchers.
Yeah, it's a lot of head
It
scratchers.
is the players who elect these guys, though, or select these other guys, these reserves. The starting lineup is a fan vote, but the players do select these other guys.
But it's narrowed down because of needs. Like you have X amount of pitcher slots and more
position players, infielders, outfielders.
So there are limitations, and it makes it difficult.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get Danker on here. He wants to talk Jimmy G before we get Vern Glenn on the other side. Real quick, Danker, what's happening?
Oh, man, morning, gentlemen. When I was on hold, actually, this whole situation reminded me of a story I was told. As you guys know, I'm a 4th-generation funeral director, and one day, an older gentleman walks into the building to make arrangements, and I tell him my name, and he's like, oh, you're the great-grandson. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, oh, you knew my great-grandfather? He said, yeah. I was like, could you tell me a story about him? He said, oh, I do, actually. Whenever he was in conversation, my great-grandfather, he was known to carry a tape measure on him. If he ever heard any, as Baby Ches would say, bull S, he wouldn't say anything. He would just take out the tape measure and start pulling out the amount of BS he was hearing. And right now, I'm out of tape measure on Jimmy. Seattle, we know Seattle. Pete Carroll was an undersized quarterback who needed a moving pocket. That's why he got Russell Wilson. And we can't do that. These Seattle fans, they will lose their mind. If they do want the number 1 pick, let Jimmy drop back 40 times. Oh, there you go. Boom. But the only thing that makes sense to me is Cleveland, where they can hide him with the run game. Otherwise, we're out of tape measure on Jimmy. The Niners brass, they're losing faith.
Oh, man. Danker, you're on fire the last 2 weeks. I got to say, I don't know what's been going on with Danker. He's been on fire. Tape measure. I did not know where he was going. And boom, we got the tape measure.
Have you ever had a tape measure go all the way to the end and then you try to wrap the whole thing in and it almost rips your fingers off?
All the time. All the time. Ah, damn it.
Yeah, exactly.
I just dropped the whole damn thing.
You just drop it on the
drop
ground?
it. Not killing my fingers. Tape measure, baby. Vern Glenn. Let's talk to Vern Glenn, Mr. Involvement, about what happened up in Tahoe, Steph Curry, his thoughts on the Giants, Niners, and the Warriors. Much, much more with Mr. Involvement. Plus your calls, 888-957-9570. You want to see Jimmy Garoppolo be a Seahawk? You want to see him play for Pete Carroll? How would that make Niner fans feel? Or do you welcome that? 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast. By the way, beat the streak and It's going to be brought to you by BMW Fairfield. You've been to BMW Fairfield?
No, I'm going to have to check it out.
You need to upgrade, Shasky.
I do need to upgrade.
It's time to upgrade. Go get you a BMW. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
You co-sign?
Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. My credit score ain't that high. Hey, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. By the way, if you want to listen to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, well, guess what? You can find it anywhere. Podcasts anywhere. Wherever you find your podcast, you can find Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, hosted by our very own Mark Willard and Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Diehard Giants fans who bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. A Giants podcast done by Giants fans for Giants fans. New episodes drop Mondays and Thursdays on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And with that said, let's bring in Mr. Involvement, a Bay Area legend. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's a 4-time Emmy Award winner. Could be 12. I've lost count. It's the one and only Vern Glenn on the Morning Roast. Vern, my man, how are you doing?
Doing good, man. Yeah, it's 4 Emmys in a row, and then I went up against Laura Britt and lost this time.
Well,
That's okay. Hey, she deserved it. She had a good run.
Hey, Laura Britt is a friend of the program. We love Laura Britt here on the Morning Roast, so there's no shame in that, Vern. But look, she wasn't in Tahoe like you were. You were in Tahoe, in a boat, on the course, shooting golf with Stephen Curry up there at the American Century Championship at Edgewood. Tell us about this golf tournament. Tell us what it was like to be around Steph Curry, who's won his 4th championship.
Well, it was cool hanging around Steph. And by the way, I did not shoot golf. I watched Steph play golf, and he shot pretty well. I mean, these guys, these guys are elite athletes. I mean, these are the kind of guys that can just pick up anything and be good at it. And Curry, the way he plays and the way some of these other A-lister athletes play, I mean, they just grab a club. They got good tempo, good motion, good passes from the ball, and they just hit it a ton. It's straight, and I'm just in awe seeing these guys the way they play. But hanging with Curry was cool because when I say we, KPIX and sports, we really hadn't hung around him since the end of the season, since that night in Boston when they won it all. So this is the first time to really kind of get close to him like that. I had not really talked to him since. And then there we are at South Lake Tahoe at the Edgewood Tahoe course, and there he was playing a practice round. It was good seeing him and his bodyguards and his people that he was playing with.
He was rolling deep.
Oh, yeah. And, it was cool seeing Del Curry, the dad. Del and I are regionally from the same area of Virginia. Oh. So it was nice catching up. And then at the end of the round, Steph came right up to me, and we stood and we chopped it up for a few minutes. So it was really cool.
What is it like? Because Edgewood has all the stars, from television to other sports. What was it like seeing the other stars around Steph Curry? Because that's something that always I find really cool, is when like people from outside of basketball or outside of the media see someone like Steph Curry and they're super giddy, like they're, a fan just like we are.
I was talking about this with Aaron Rodgers and CeCe Sabathia, and let me tell you, for a great accomplishment that they had, they admitted that they were like kids hanging around some of these other stars and catching up and trading texts and numbers and stories and stuff like that. They were just having a great old time. And as an observer, it was cool to watch these guys because in their own individual craft, these guys are great. Mm-hmm. And so for them to kind of take a step back and look at Steph Curry and what he has done and be in awe of him was really something. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, 3-time MVP.
Yeah.
And he's talking to me about when he, by the way, this was his 18th appearance in the tournament. He was telling me when he started, he was in a group with Michael Jordan.
No.
I'm like, what? But Michael Jordan? Geez, yeah. I was in Michael Jordan. Steve Young was in the group. And I just said to myself, man, I'm like a kid in a candy store. So I asked him, I said, hey, did you get an autograph? You get a sign? No, man, no, you got to play it cool. You got to play it cool when you were during the round like that. But he always remembers that. And now, he's the wily veteran, the future Hall of Famer, and people are just, kind of awe of him. But it just went like that right on down the board.
Vern, and we're talking to Vern Glenn, of course, KPIX legend, been in the Bay Area forever, 4-time Emmy Award winner. We love Vern here on the Roast. You've been around a lot of great stars. You covered the Niners when they had Rice and Young, and you keep mentioning Joe Montana and, the Giants with Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent and all the stars they've had. What separates Steph Curry from the rest of the bunch?
I think his upbringing. I think his demeanor. A lot of these guys, Bonte, have a sense of calm around them. And just never too high and never too low. It's just if you take your hand out, flatten it, just kind of go right across. They're like that. I mean, there's just something about them where in the big moments they can rise, and no matter what happens, they're the same guy. And it's the same for Rodgers. It's the same for Derek Carr, who I talked to. It's the same for all of these guys. They're just it's just having enough inner humbleness about themselves where these are like unassuming mega superstars, and I think that is cool. And so long as they keep that attitude, they're just going to keep shooting up the stratosphere as far as the stardom goes.
Yeah. I've gone to the Pebble Beach Pro-Am many times with my wife, and you look at like the tee sheets, and you're like, oh, I don't know a lot of these stars, but she might know some of them. Who was one of the stars up at Edgewood that you didn't necessarily know that you'd get geeked about, that you ran into, that you were super geeked about?
Well, Charles Barkley, of course. I mean, you see him during the NBA playoffs, and you can't really come up to him because he's on an agenda. He's working for TNT. They're whisking him away everywhere but there's Charles in his element right there, and wherever he went, everybody just followed. So it was cool hanging around him. And I don't know if you know this, but I am a little height challenged.
Yeah, I saw you on the stool. I saw the photo. Did you see it, Shasky?
No, I didn't
Vern
see
is
it.
on the stool, and you didn't have to do that. Somebody tried to play you, Vern. Look, you may be height challenged, but you're big, man. You're a big dog. You're a big dog on campus, man. When you go to Chase Center, everybody clears a path for you, Vern. Come on.
But Bonte, hey, no matter where I go, especially on that golf course, that step stool was with me. So here's Charles Barkley. He comes up, and we're getting ready to do the quick little interview. And I got the step stool, and it's on a hill, so I'm sort of kind of teetering a little bit. And Barkley's like, "Hey, man, don't fall, old man." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay." So we're able to get that done. But yeah, that step stool came in handy big time.
I had a buddy who was out there following Charles Barkley, and he was putting it on Instagram. They were giving him a lot of grief, Warrior fans.
Yeah.
Did you see that as well?
I did, but he gives it right back. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship that he has. I'm talking about with Warrior fans, but as far as the rest of the fans were there, they love him, man. They love him. They love poking at him a little bit, and they like it when he barks back. I mean, he really has it figured out. He's played in that tournament over 30 years.
That's
and
crazy.
there's guys in that field that have played it all 33 years.
Wow.
So yeah. But there were cool actors and entertainment people there. Justin Timberlake was cool. He's a G.
He's not
Anthony
a two-handicap. Vern, I've been watching this guy go out there and say he's a two-handicap. He is not a two-handicap.
Okay, you tell him that to his face. I've been on the morning roast. Just get in his face.
I don't think we're ever booking him.
But these vanity handicaps drive me nuts, Vern. I'm sorry. It's my one beef with the whole celebrity circuit of golfers.
Well, Vern, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Vern. We're looking at the Bay Area landscape, and the Warriors coming out there championship, the fourth championship.
I got a little
no. Shasky gets emotional about the golf, man. You can't talk golf with Shasky, Vern.
Well, it was a great ending. Romo, Pavelski,
yeah,
Holmberg.
it was a great ending.
It was great.
It was a great ending.
Hey, Joe, have a coffee, have a pastry, just relax.
Vern, I got to ask you. You watched the Warriors rise to stardom, right? And we're here talking about Summer League basketball over Giants baseball.
Can you believe they have a trophy for Summer League basketball? They have rings.
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous.
For Summer League basketball.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's the NBA just flexing.
Yeah, no doubt. The Summer League. Now, I'm not going to lie. If I was part of a Summer League team and we win a championship, I may rock that Summer League championship ring to the club. I'm not going to say I'm not going to wear it.
Only a few people get to wear it, right?
Yeah, there you go. The Sacramento Kings hang banners for winning Summer League championship. It's not nice. We saw the banners up there. They're hanging banners for Summer League championships. Let the Kings do what the Kings do. But Vern, the Giants, man, how boring are they? You got your late night telecast. Before we get you out of here, there's no sizzle with this team. Tell me they need some stars, man. Bad. We look at the Niners and the Warriors. We can't get enough of them. The Giants, man, I'm falling asleep in the seventh inning on them.
23rd in team batting, 20th in team fielding. They're just 20th in team pitching. You know what they're really missing? They're missing Buster Posey. They really are. I mean, If Buster Posey is in there, do you think they're really going to play defense the way they're playing?
Nope.
I don't think so. So I mean, these guys are lost. I mean, they're rudderless. I mean, they're even calling their own selves out. Carlos Rodon said bad baseball. Evan Longoria said it's kind of a train wreck. I mean, this team's in a bad way. But I will say this: it's not going to last forever, Bonte. I mean, you've been around for a little bit.
Yeah.
Even last year, the Braves had a losing record at the trade deadline. They went out and they were buyers. And what happened?
They balled out, won a World Series. They also had their anchors though. Freddie Freeman, Albies, Austin Riley was still there, so they made all the moves. But they still have some core guys who are legit. I don't see any core guys that are legit with the Giants. They're pinch hitting for Brandon Belt. He goes 3 for 3 last night, and it worked out. Again, it worked out. Austin Slater picks up the RBI, but Brandon Belt's 3 for 3, and he's getting pinch hit for. Giants don't have any anchors.
There's no leader on that team that can stare everybody in the eye in the clubhouse and go, hey, if the sun doesn't shine tomorrow, I'm going to shine tomorrow. So here's my back, climb on, and let's go. And with conviction. I don't care if you have to have a bat and just, pound the floor. But there's nobody like that right now.
Yeah.
And at some point they're going to get out of it. You just have to hope by the time they do that they're still in wild card contention, because the only way they're getting in, they're just getting in the back door if they're going to get in at all.
No doubt about that.
They're on pace. They're on pace for what, Bonte? 84 wins.
Yeah, 84.
That's 20 something less than they had last year.
Yeah, 23.
Everything fell their way last year. I mean, great, good for them. But what happens? What happens when the tide is turned against you the way it has now?
Yeah.
I mean, these next couple of weeks are just going to be critical for them.
Yeah, no doubt. Vern, before we get you out of here, 20 seconds or less, do you want to see Jimmy Garoppolo become a Seahawk?
It may happen. It may come to that. Hey, if I'm the Seahawks, and if it's a staring contest, I'm looking right at the 49ers, and I'm just going to wait it out. I'm going to wait for them to release him, and then just pick him up and sign him.
There it is.
I really don't believe there's a solid taker for him outside of the Seahawks, and the Seahawks are just going to wait until he's released.
All right. Well, Shasky wants to see. Joe wants to see Jimmy Garoppolo come to training camp. Vern, he wants to see him come to camp and compete with Trey Lance.
No, I don't.
Come on, you're in the content business. How fun would that be?
Well, that would. Hey, for us, it would be great. It would be great theater. So when they report on the 26th, let's see if number 10 does. That would be. Hey, that would be cool.
That would be
cool for us.
Hey, you know what's cool is Vern Glenn making an appearance on the Morning Roast. It's been way too long. 4-time Emmy Award winner. He's got so many Emmys. He's forgotten. He's got kids swimming left and right, competing for medals. Vern, you're the best, man.
Thanks,
Good to have you on the show.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Vern Glenn, Mr. Involvement. Just puts a smile on your face. Marky Banya. We haven't gotten Marky Banya's on since he retired. So, Mark, is he big time in us?
No, he's enjoying retirement. I'm sure.
He's been on every other damn show.
Guru.
Oh, he texts Guru. We don't get any texts from Mark anymore.
You know, every now and then I might
get a text?
Every now and then.
I haven't heard from Marky Banya. Vern Glenn.
A sportscaster doesn't text and tell.
Wow. Come on now.
You brought up something very interesting regarding the Giants, where there isn't really a leader to look everyone can look in the eye, and I'm the guy. Yeah. We always talk about the Brandons. No one ever brings up Evan Longoria. You want to talk about ski mask Hall of Famers in terms of Giants history? He's made $62 million off the Giants.
Well, no, the Tampa Bay Rays gave him that contract. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but they absorbed it.
The Giants didn't take that contract, and then I liked the move at first. I really liked the move.
The Giants have paid him $62 million.
But they didn't give him that contract.
And they're going to give him another. Well, no, they did when they traded for him. This thing that they didn't give it. You've absorbed the contract. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. He's the second highest paid Giant, the sixth highest paid third baseman in baseball right now for this year, and he's just been for the Giants.
All right, so since he's been a Giant,
I think he's got 50 home runs.
Not good.
60 home runs.
64 home runs, 215 RBI.
Come on. 215 in 5 years.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's batted .251 for the Giants. On-base percentage, .313.
Missed a zillion games.
Missed a ton of games.
His on-base is .313.
He's never played more than 129 games with the Giants.
That is bad.
2019, 129 games, 20 home runs, 69 RBIs.
2020 dilutes everybody's game at
I'm not even going to bring up 2020.
Okay.
2019, 20 home runs, 69 RBI, batted .254, 125 games in 2018. 16 homers, 54 RBIs. Yeah, you probably should have traded.
You don't think he's been getting a pass? I'm not even saying like I'm outraged and losing my mind. I'm saying like we never talk about him being disappointing. He was a major disappointment.
He has been
acquisition.
a major disappointment.
It's not Farhan.
That
was the prior regime.
I wanted Evan too.
I know you did.
I knew he was available. I thought there was something left there. Get him out of Tampa Bay. Bring him into this culture. Play around the Brandons. Play around Buster Posey. It's been a massive disappointment. Now, what did you give up for for Evan Longoria? Not much.
You gave up Duffy,
Not much.
who at the time was coveted.
Not much.
You know.
So you didn't really give up much. Duffy hasn't done anything.
Or not Duffy, Arroyo.
Was it Arroyo?
I think it was Arroyo. I think it was Christian Arroyo, who has resurfaced and found a home at the big league level, but is basically a fringe pinch hit guy.
Right. So you really didn't give up.
It was Christian Arroyo.
Denard Span was also in that trade.
Oh well, yeah, there you go. Sweet.
Another horrible offseason signing.
So you didn't give up much for Evan Longoria, but it has been a disappointment. It has been. He's done nothing. I can't dispute that. It's been awful. He's been hurt, strikeout. He had that one home run in game 3 against the Dodgers. Remember that weird home run? It was a wind-80 game. The Dodgers were complaining, the wind was blowing in. We had 5 home runs. Evan Longoria did provide that home run. I'll give him that. But yeah, it's been a massive disappointment.
Well,
there's no other way to put it.
You're expecting a guy who's been in the league 15 years or whatever. What do you have, 10 years with Tampa,
Yeah.
8 years with Tampa? You're expecting someone like that to have some cachet. Now, I know when you're hurt, you can't have that kind of cachet. I just feel like he's taken a total backseat when it comes to criticism. I expected him to be better, just better. And just not god-awful. He's been god-awful. And he's been salty about the media, about the coverage, fans in the game. I'm so over the Evan. They got a $5 million buyout at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Sayonara, dog.
Yeah, well, he should be the last one to complain about the fans. You played in Tampa Bay under that damn catwalk.
Well, he was happy
with
early
Tropicana.
on.
You know, it's Denard Span, Christian Arroyo, Matt Crook, and Steven Woods.
Yeah.
For Evan Longoria.
I don't even know who any of those.
So much of nothing.
Arroyo resurfaced with the Red Sox. I believe he's with, not the Angels. Was he with the Mariners? Who was he with recently? I saw him pinch hitting for someone. I know he was with the Sox for a minute.
No, he's still on the Sox.
Is he still on the Sox?
Still on the Sox.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Signed a $1.2 million contract in 2022. He's with Cleveland, Tampa, of course, and the Giants. Yeah, it's all bad. Let's end the show on a good note. It's been a fun show. Shout out to all the roasters on YouTube and Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube if you haven't already. YouTube is going down at 95.7 The Game live stream. 95.7 The Game live stream. Go subscribe to us right there on YouTube. Of course, Twitch as well. Our day ones on Twitch. What's up, roasters on Twitch? And of course, the Comcast Business text line. Now, Don LaGreca co-hosts the show with Michael Kay out in New York City. ESPN, New York. He's been with Michael Kay. I know you're not the biggest Michael Kay fan, but Don LaGreca is pretty funny. He goes on these epic rants. Just epic. Just loses his mind. Kind of like it. Got a little butcher in him, right?
A little butcher, a little bonte.
I don't go on. I don't rant. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the calm, cool, collected one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one who balances us out. Come on, I don't go crazy. Unless you bring up Jerick McKinnon. Don LaGreca.
The paper airplane.
The paper airplane. That doesn't even fly across the classroom. That was pretty great. That was pretty good.
That was one of your best ones.
That was probably my best one. I was working a Warrior game, and you text me during the Warrior game, and I looked at the phone, and what did I text you back? I said, this guy. This guy. This guy.
The Jet.
The Jet.
Right when they signed him, I thought it was a horrible deal.
Returning all those kickoffs, getting cracked at the 15-yard line. And then he started balling with the Chiefs. I said, this guy bet not win the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. I watched every single... Hey, trust me. I may not have said anything, but I had my blinders out. The binoculars are out for Jerick McKinnon. The guy resurfaced under Andy Reid and tried to ball out. Man, oh, my Lord, that one drove me crazy. But Don LaGreca, caller, I guess, what happened there? A caller called him, brought up Michael Kay, and he lost his dome.
No, so a caller was calling in about Joey Gallo and how he's hurting this team, and then LaGreca was saying, well, the Yankees are the best team in baseball. How's he hurting this team? And then the caller would go on
batting 162?
Exactly. So the caller would go on to mention Michael Kay throughout this call, and then this was the end of the segment with Don LaGreca.
So, Don, if they had a guy batting 300 in his spot, they'd be 25 games up. That's how he's hurting him.
Oh, my God.
Is that, you think so? So that's what you need to do.
Look, stop with your Michael Kay. I'm on the air. I worked at the Fan before Michael Kay. I do Ranger games without Michael K. 16 years doing pre and post for the Jets. Guess what? No Michael K. I got a podcast that's in the top 50 in every country on the planet. No Michael K. I've got 2 kids. I've got a wife. 17 years. I'll be married during September. Guess what? No Michael K. I've got hair that people would die to have. Michael K. Nothing. I'm a fabulous driver. Michael K.'s got nothing to do with it. I'm one of the best friends you could ever have in your life. Zero to do with Michael K. Do not ever say to me, you wouldn't have the guts to say it to my face, Michael K.'s got nothing to do with what I am and who I am. I can work with Michael K. I can work without Michael K. You better bring it. You ask me questions, I answer them. I ask you questions, you say, Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on Mesk in 84. Play it, Don. Kept looking behind me, thought something was going on. I hate you.
Now, that sounded like the fakest laugh in the world at the end there. We could have done without that. That laugh was like, I hate you. But that rant, that's a special rant.
That's an insecure individual.
16 years I've been doing Jets pre and post game. No wonder you're out of your mind right now. You spent 16 years doing Jets pre and post game.
I've got hair that people would die to have.
He does have good hair, but Jets pre and post game, 16 years.
That would kill a man.
That would kill a man.
Yeah.
That would drive you insane.
I mean, you and I did post game on some bad Niner teams.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that almost killed me. Almost put me in the hospital.
No Michael K.
Can you guys do 4 hours post game after that Chiefs lost 52-7?
What about the Seahawks game at Levi's? Where I had the lady ready to fight me at the hotel.
That was insane.
I'm pointing at her.
It was insane.
What about the Dolphins game? When Cole's Uncle Cole said, I had to listen to you guys from Yosemite after the Dolphins game.
Jimmy.
I was deleting tweets. Remember that?
The Jimmy Dolphin game. That's
God.
one of the worst ones. Did Michael Silver see that one when he was evaluating arm talent?
The ratings for that post-game show was through the roof.
Ryan Fitzpatrick looked like Joe Montana in that game.
God. That was number 47 getting beat, right? That was the number 47 game. That came down and was up 21-0.
Which Parker was that?
Devontae Parker.
He looked like a superstar in that game.
Oh, my God.
Remember that?
The Dolphins game.
Was he their third wide receiver this year?
What about Jimmy getting cracked so bad off a missed block from Ross Dwelly? Ross Dwelly cracked him so chopped out. Jimmy died. Oh my God, that game drove me crazy. Anna was laughing at me because I was in the nursery watching that game.
That was during
losing
COVID,
my mind. That was during COVID. Our boy Nat Adam Knopf, who always tweets at us. Adam, he says we're part of the new. Adam's sitting there texting. He called me during the game. He said, Bonte, this team's ready to go. And Jimmy's done. And he's like talking to me. That was the worst day of my life. May have been the worst day of my life. All right, we're driving Lakeford and love me crazy because Willard and Dibs are eager to get into the studio. They want to get into the studio for the changeover. So it's time for the Flex Moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity.
Would you be okay with Jimmy G, for whatever reason, whether it's release, trade, whatever, going to Seattle?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Let him go to Seattle. Let him go to Seattle. Oh, that'd be great. It'd be great. Jimmy Garoppolo in Seattle. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Why would that be awesome?
We know exactly who Jimmy Garoppolo is.
Okay.
You don't think this defense would be salivating at going after Jimmy Garoppolo? I'm not sure. He knows the holes in our defense and all that stuff, but DK Metcalf ain't getting no deep shots from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Feels great, baby.
DK and Jimmy would be a very interesting match. I didn't even think of
Tyler Lockett?
Metcalf.
Tyler Lockett?
Wow. Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo going to Seattle? This be like Donovan McNabb going from Philly to Washington. Be my guest. I would love to see Jimmy Garoppolo.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, a 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Comcast Business Text Line. Michael K is the play-by-play voice of the New York Yankees and a radio host out there at ESPN New York.
He does the K-Rod show.
Yeah, he does the K-Rod show.
Which
Weird
I
pairing.
think he's not good.
Yeah, I'm not
don't
the biggest
get it,
fan.
But I'm not also a New Yorker. So
925 Ernie.
A-Rod.
Our boy Ernie in Concord. That's going to be Shasky in 10 years when I'm calling him and mentioning Bonte.
Maybe.
I've done it without Bonte. I married Michelle before I knew Bonte. I was born in San Francisco without Bonte. are from the Excelsior, where Bonte doesn't live. I'm Joe Shasky.
It's pretty good all caps radio right there.
That's all caps. That's Don LaGreca.
I love it.
Don LaGreca.
Yeah.
I've got hair that people would die to have.
That's pretty good.
I've been doing Warriors pre and post without Shasky from the 650. I don't need Shasky.
Exactly.
I don't need Shasky on the morning roast. It lives on without Shasky.
Nice guy Steven would tell you that.
Yeah, well,
Good to see you, though, brother. And I had a little bit of the Pip syndrome listening to my guy Larry Kruger making his debut.
Yeah, you were
getting all,
Texan.
As in
getting
Wally
all
Pip?
cozy with, yes, as in Wally
Not
Pip.
the
Not as
PGA
in-
Tour Pip.
No, and not
they
like
give out
Pippi
money.
Longstocking
No. Not like
with
Pippi.
whom
not
I
Gladys
shared
and the
red hair.
Pips either.
Yes.
Look at
yeah,
you.
there
Not
are-
Pip more, but Kruger trying to go all Pip on me, getting cozy with my partner over here.
And you know what? Dibs did something that he normally doesn't do when he's
that?
off. He texted your boy.
Yeah.
We were talking about IKEA, and Dibs had to correct me on something. I say, "Oh, Dibs is listening."
Oh,
I was at IKEA
Dibs is
yesterday.
listening.
No, Crate and Barrel, and because you kept referencing that I was at IKEA, which
Right.
the IKEA-ification of the world is that everyone's got to be selling a couch or a table, a credenza.
Next door.
Your boy now knows about 17 shades of gray from all the way across
Slate.
the spectrum. Oh, trust me,
Yeah,
slate.
you know about slate,
metal,
charcoal,
all of it,
gunmetal,
Joe.
gunmetal.
Your boy out there. I don't know if you've bought a couch lately, but
I waited
have.
8 months for it to be built.
Oh my God!
Don't even start me.
we're hoping to
It's
get
like
ours
this-
in December.
Like, does this thing massage
till
your
March.
butt while you're sitting on it?
Seriously.
Like, what is happening
Living
here?
Spaces was a home away from home for a long
I
time
love
for your
living
boy.
spaces.
They do
but,
have comfortable couches,
This
but
is
they're
what
a
I
little
would
expensive.
recommend from them. Don't get an assembled one, which like my wife did. They have in the back up top, somebody will see the couch. It's the shade that
Oh,
they
of
didn't like.
course.
Go get that one. It's like 1/3 the price. It's ready to go.
My favorite
yeah.
couch story is I moved last year. This is still going to go down as the great
Give it to me.
mystery of my life. We moved a couch that I looked at. The couch it's okay. There's a couch in the living room. It's like the last thing left. Put it all onto the truck. Go over to the new place. Unload the couch. Where's one pillow?
It jumped off the.
No,
Gone.
Gone.
Oh.
And I don't mean pillow like a throw pillow.
Oh no, you're talking about a
I
cushion.
mean like one of the cushions where you put your butt.
Oh, no.
Is just gone.
Oh, it's
it went
horrible.
into the truck. Somehow,
Oh, boy.
it never made it out of the truck.
like socks in the dryer.
Which is A, a great mystery, but B, you ever call the place and find out what one cushion costs?
As much as the couch.
One
Yeah,
cushion?
yeah.
And they're like, and a 6-month wait to boot. Because, COVID.
Yeah, always.
So
Well, you have
just,
to go from scratch.
like, this is ridiculous. What's happening?
So I was so broke when it came to couches, right? And we're in the bachelor pad. I lived with 2 high school homies, Shelly and Dina. By the way, shout out to Shelly Kim, about to have a baby.
Yes.
She had her baby shower last Sunday. Sorry I couldn't make it, Shelly, but I love you anyway.
You send a gift?
Dina. Not yet. I will. It gets coming.
Look at me.
Gets coming.
Do you have a year on the baby shower the same way you do on the wedding? Because the kid's about 5 inches taller by the time that onesie shows up.
Anyway, we got you coming.
Yeah.
Shelly, we gonna take care of you, Shelly. Trust me. Your boy's gonna take care of you. But we had this Green Monster couch that Dina's husband, Brandon, had. This Green Monster. It was like an L couch, sectional, 2
I like
recliners.
it. Green
heavy
Monster
as
was
hell.
one side much higher than the rest of
Yeah,
it.
well, we just called it green because it was just super green. And it went through the rounds. I literally had this couch for almost 10 years. I moved it from 32nd and Judah to Berkeley. Now, trying to move this sucker and get it down the stairs takes about 3 people. Like, you go pick up some dudes at U-Haul, they're like,
That
yo, you
means
need to
it's
pay me
good
more.
quality furniture.
Well, I
Don't
don't
call
know.
me to help you.
Well, we moved this thing from Berkeley back to the city,
Oh, man.
up 3 flights of stairs up to Clement. And this, by the time the Green Monster, we moved on from it, one of the recliners had already broken. It had been broke for about 3 years. We still wrote it out. The arm on both sides was broken. There was no cushions.
Yeah.
There's about $15 worth of quarters under the couch.
At
This
least.
thing went through the wars. And if everybody knows about the Green Monster, they've been to the Bachelor Pad, the Green Monster was legendary, but it didn't ran its course. Because one, I didn't want to go through the process of buying a couch.
Yeah.
It is miserable trying to get a couch.
No, I'll hang on to the couch no matter. Way too long. I will hang on to the couch. I got 3 kids and a dog. That's all you
And
need
a
to say
bunch of
about
problems.
that's all you need to say about my couch. There are holes. It is unsightly. Every cushion has been flipped. You can't flip it back because you're like, you don't want to see what's on the other side of that cushion.
No.
It is a disaster, and it is staying.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you, man.
It is staying.
Trust me, if you need advice on where to go, what to get, fabrics and tones, your boy right now is, I'm a savant. I am a furniture savant. So good to be back. You know, it's nice to be here. This is actually a lot more fun than the quote-unquote vacation I'm coming off of.
Yeah, that one didn't sound like a vacation.
Yeah, your
Building
vacation
stuff
sounds
from IKEA
awful.
is not. My wife always Amazon.
No, we
they
got
show
a crib
up.
that last night the big conversation was, so you going to put together the crib?
Oh, it's the worst.
And I looked to my left and I looked to my right. I said, oh, shoot, you're talking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, babe, I'll put together the crib.
Is it a 3-in-1?
Task
I
Rabbit.
got no idea. It's in the box right now. Haven't yet.
Facts.
Well, you're listening to 95.7
so
The Game.
emasculating.
KG and ZFM and
I'd rather
AC1 San
it's done
Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors, Giants, and Niners coverage. Dibs, let me tell you, we got this 3-in-1 crib for baby Chaz.
Okay.
And I put it together on a Friday night. Anna went out with the girls. Have fun, babe. Have fun with the couch. Took me about 5 hours. I Snapchatted it, look at me being father of the year building the crib. Now people know it took me about 8 hours to build this IKEA table.
Yeah.
Remember that one, that big white table? It took me about 8 hours.
Oh, no,
crib.
We're not going the IKEA route, but we do have a crib that needs some assembly. Some assembly
You got to do
required.
it, Dibs. You got to do it.
I mean,
Task Rabbit, you want to spend $300 or do you want to do it
I
yourself?
was hoping you'd do it for me for $150.
You might end up spending
friend
that
prices.
at Home Depot to get the right proper tools and stuff too.
I think Task Rabbit's going to cost you under $300. And what is your mental health worth to you?
It's
That's
worth
my
probably
question.
$150 and
That
maybe
is-
getting Bonte over.
Hey, $200
Get us
Dibs.
something
I'm
to sip
tier 4
on.
media now. I'm tier 4 in the Bay Area.
No, you're at least tier 3 and rising, by the way.
I appreciate that.
Rising.
I wasn't tier nothing a couple of years ago.
Hey,
Pretty good.
hey,
I had you in 4 or 5.
No,
I
you
had
had me
you
at
in
like
there.
7, 8.
Based on
When you
that
were
Guru and I
Guru,
were
maybe.
Guru and I were ticked off with you. Remember that one?
Based on that article that I read this morning.
What article?
Oh, your article.
What article?
You even know what this is out? I'm going to come in here and congratulate you on it.
Oh, that's what.
Are you trolling his LinkedIn right now?
Hey, man, listen.
Oh, BSM.
Listen.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
I do so many articles for so many outlets.
I
I just lose track.
You get the BSM emails that come in every single day, and you know, Jason, if you're listening, I read
come
them
a long way.
I read them all. Anyway,
I discovered
I think
Bonte.
Jason Barrett's trying to get on my
When
good side because I ripped him about a month ago over the little radio rankings.
Well,
maybe.
The email comes in,
Probably.
and for whatever reason,
Yes.
my bleary eyes, like I see the name, right? Bonte Hill ...
So,
on
Mark,
the email.
was I mentioned in this article at all? That's all I care about.
Boy,
yeah,
that's
your
a
name-
I hope
great
so.
question.
Your name's in it.
Yeah.
I don't think you were mentioned by him.
Carrying Bonte Hill.
I think they refer to you as Bucher Boy.
Right,
That
yeah.
sounds
Right,
referring
right.
to a former
There was
also
a quote.
surfer who ripped Steph Curry
There was
from
a
Half
quote,
Moon Bay.
and again, I read this. I read this with
What did I say?
When you first wake up, I can
wow.
barely see. You know what I mean? Like it takes a minute. So maybe I
don't like
I
this.
saw a quote in there. I'm skimming. There was a quote that started out. I do feel now like it's my show. I do feel. I feel
true.
like that was a quote that I saw.
I gotta Google it.
I know what I don't see. I know exactly the quote.
Context matters. Context matters. But
because I was
Pull this
rambling.
up.
Hold on, Shasky. Before you read it, let me just full disclosure. Because I was rambling, giving this guy long-winded answers. Every question took about. I had a 5-minute answer.
Shocking.
I just said it feels like now that I'm on the show that I have input on. We both do a great job. It's not my show; it's our show.
Dibs, let me tell you, I've had to
It's our
learn
show.
to
I did
work
not
in
take
tight
credit. See,
windows
whatever you
with this
call,
guy.
man.
Yeah.
Very tight windows, and I'm very efficient these days.
I meant to come in
But
and
it is his show.
congratulate and not throw you under the bus,
No,
but
that's
I did
great.
see.
No, I was saying the context was, I've worked on previous shows where I know I didn't have a lot of juice.
Wow.
And I didn't have a lot of input.
So layers of hit pieces.
Well,
Man,
it's our show.
And I mean the
Seven birds,
It
two
feels
stones.
it feels like it's us. It's our personality. Where I was maybe with somebody, and maybe it was like
I
Stat
think we
Boy
could
on
just
PTI.
Dial it down.
That has been misquoted.
Yeah.
It should say, I feel like it's, and then parentheses, our show, end quote.
That's okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
Man.
it's a great article, man.
Look, if I could
No, it's
draft
good.
off his success, I'm here for it.
Shasky, I love it, man.
It's making me a lot of money.
That's that's going to be blown up, and
Exactly.
that's
No,
that's
it's good. It's good.
Maybe I should just do a hit piece and say, actually, I have the recordings. This is what I usually do now when I get interviewed. I have like a tape recorder to tape the quotes to make sure that nothing gets missed. Telling you, man, some of these young journalists,
You are
man.
not tight.
I like to hear humility. I like the humility you showed in the piece with quote. I've definitely entered a different stratosphere in my career.
Oh.
A stratosphere that I never thought was possible.
Wait, was that documented by the new cameras that NASA has?
Congratulations on your new stratosphere.
These new galaxies that you're entering?
Well, he asked me how I felt. He asked me how I felt, and I was like, I feel like maybe I have entered a different stratosphere.
He's doing the show live this week from the stratosphere in Vegas.
We're more than drunk.
James Wiseman.
Pretty good keynote at the stratosphere.
This is booming from 6 to 9.
My man.
I haven't even read the piece. I didn't know it was out.
It's a great piece. I just skimmed it myself. I skimmed it for my own name as one of the OGs in this market.
I guarantee
There's about
you this
11
too.
references to a former coworker, but none to his Guy Dibberclaws.
Well, I'm taking a page from Guru. When Guru got featured in this piece, Guru apologizes to me on the front end. Sorry, Bonte. The part I talked about you, they cut it out. I was like, come on,
convenient.
Guru. He was like, my mentor's
Steiny gets a reference even,
No, it's a good article, man.
Yeah,
I love
piece.
stuff like this because you get, obviously we get to know each other, but then there's little things that you don't know. There's little things. No, it's truly, man. There's little things about your background and your story that I didn't know.
The wheel is turning and Chassis's right. He's like, this bastard. He's going to read this piece. He's going to text everybody else but me.
Look.
Can you believe this guy did not mention me one time? I told you on the front end. I did this interview. And I was like, damn, he's not really asking me things. He's asking me about old stuff. So I give him about the old stuff.
He's asking you old stuff about the show you did when he, the author of this site, was actually in charge. In other words, you were at your best when I had you in a previous iteration.
Of course he's going to say
he's
that.
a beauty.
But you got to remember this. Peanut butter is not peanut butter without jelly. Kool-Aid is not Kool-Aid without sugar.
I don't know.
That's my childhood.
My son loves a peanut butter sandwich without jelly.
Peanut butter on a piece of celery? Absolutely.
Okay, now you guys are ruining the bit, but that's okay.
You're more than jelly.
Dude,
you're more than just
Oscar
jelly.
and EPA Comcast, this is text line. Bonte and Shasky about to have their Shaq and Kobe moment after this. We're about to play the Pistons in the finals. We're about to play the Pistons in the finals, get smoked in 5, and I'm getting sent somewhere to Eureka while Shasky thrives without your boy. Damn. I'm sorry. I got to read the piece.
You're not sorry.
It's a great piece.
It's a good piece, man.
It's a great piece.
It's a good piece.
Quotes.
But the money
arrogant.
picture, you look handsome, but it's a TV pic. They should have at least a radio pic with the radio logo up there.
I thought they'd use the pick that they always use. Whenever Shasky and I get
You in the
mentioned,
Incredibles costume?
see, now that's not.
You with your partner?
I'm showing the Zoom
Wow,
audience,
they
too.
used that's somebody's shot hand. That looks good right there. Look, they should have had the shot that they always use. It's Shasky and I at the NFC Championship game at the Hilton Hotel.
Yeah.
And we're holding up the Moet bottles. Remember that?
That's a good one. It's not in my top
My
5.
boy's out.
Little Shasky on the cutting room floor, I'm afraid.
My guy is. Damn, my guy's hurting right now.
This feels like the beginning of Scream when what's-his-face was, titled in the movie and he died in the first 2 minutes. Who was that? Come on.
Tough.
The dynasty's falling apart,
It is.
man.
Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed, and Rocky IV.
I want to do a quick pivot because I know you both really, really care about golf like I care about golf. And I watched a piece last night on the Golf Channel that really got me nostalgic for this particular week. St. Andrews, you're a big golfer, Dibs. I know Willard is as well. Bonte, to a lesser degree. I'm not saying you don't care, but it means something. This is like having the World Series at Fenway. This is like going to the Boston Garden, for example, even though it's the newer Garden for me, for the finals. I think this is going to be an awesome week, and I'm like totally geeked out about it.
I'm super geeked out. The conditions should be docile, so you're going to see crazy low scores. And having played there myself in 2009, shot at 89, by the way. 15 bogeys, 1 double, and 2 pars.
And how many mulligans?
0 mullies on that round. Yeah, great caddy.
When did you go? What time
Thumbed
of
it
year?
around. It was August.
Oh, cool.
It was,
Good time.
It was my brother Mikey 1.0. It was around his birthday.
I bet he did well over there.
Oh Lord, that night in St. Andrews. So St. Andrews, the town, is about 40,000 people.
It's a college town.
It's a college town, and it's set right on this little hill.
Yeah.
So you go for the golf, but you stay for the beautiful people at St. Andrews.
I love that.
What is it? By the way, I've no it is. always a goal for me. It's in the back of my mind right now because this is still about 3 years away. But if anybody says, and I don't know if I'll have anyone in my life who does this, but if anybody does say, hey, what do you want to do for your 50th? Let's go golf in Scotland.
Yeah.
What does it cost to golf at St. Andrews?
I already looked at this.
Is this the same as Pebble? Is it completely different?
It's a little cheaper than Pebble, but
cheaper.
it's very difficult to get in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Time to play.
So they
How
have a
much is it
package.
to play the outdoor?
My cousin's been
We
all
got
over
a package.
this. Yeah, so what
We
you do
got
is
a package.
if you stay at the St.
damn
Andrews
good
Hotel,
package.
they'll give you one course fee to that, because there's like 4 or 5 courses, correct, Dibs?
Or 6, yeah.
Whatever it is. You get to play at one of the other ones, plus you're guaranteed one tee time at St. Andrews.
That's what we did, yeah.
Whereas before, if you just go to St. Andrews and you don't stay at that hotel, you have to get there at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning.
You got to get in the lottery.
And you got to wait.
It's more like Torrey Pines
I was
that
gonna
way.
say,
We
you gotta
gotta
do the
get
Torrey
Torrey,
Pines
I got
thing.
right on.
Okay.
We stayed on the 18th fairway at a place called the Rusacks Hotel, where
Very
you can look
cool.
out the window and see the 18th fairway,
Wow,
which
that's
is
cool.
also the first fairway.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is also a public park. One day a week, they close the course.
Yes.
And people go out there and you just picnic because
Oh,
the
wow.
beach is right there. So you see people walking their dog and the
It's
whole
like
deal.
Lincoln on the famous
a little
17th
different
hole,
than
It's
Lincoln.
where
exactly
people are
like
walking
that.
across,
No,
and you're like,
totally.
look out! I'm trying to hit a worm burner 3-wood.
It's really if you took like the Marina Green and
know what I'm
Chrissy
talking
Field,
about. Oh,
if
very
you
well.
turned that into like a pasture, that's what this. It's a flat.
Yes.
It's basically a flat dog track, which
Yes.
happens to be the birth of golf.
One of my very, very best friends got engaged on the 17th hole at Lincoln Park.
Perfect.
Really?
Yeah, and actually,
Did they catch one off the dome?
I've hit so many people.
what I'm saying.
Deep
It's
left.
always the
so not
tourists.
supposed to say this out loud, but we have a tradition on the 17th hole. Before you actually
gotta
play
hit
the
one in the
hole,
water.
you got to hit one
Of
in the
course,
water.
but don't let Kramer know.
Well, and don't try it unless you are at least a somewhat proficient golfer,
Yeah.
because if you top one, you're going to end up in court.
Yeah.
So because you're going to kill somebody. So anyway, he pulled it off though because of that tradition. That's how he surprised her. He let her tee up her ball, and then right before she's
Smart.
going to hit it, he goes, wait, you got to do the tradition. Come over here.
Not a swing tip.
And we're going to go hit the ball into the water. And while she did that, he had his brother
That's pretty
come
cool.
replace the ball with the ring.
That's good.
And she got back to her tee, and the ring was sitting there.
Oh, that's
and
good.
the rest was history.
Did she swing away?
I think she made. I think
Sees the ring.
I think yeah.
Monkey
She
looks
made
at him.
breakfast
She's like,
ball.
Yeah, she made a double bogey. She hooked it into the people, and somebody else got married.
She hit
Yeah,
it
it was amazing.
You know, my back. I'm gonna have to get out of this one.
Do people play golf just to get out the house?
Hell
Like
yeah.
to get away from their wives,
Hell yeah.
get away from the kids.
Fun question.
In the pandemic, Bonte, that's
Right.
why golf became
Yes.
so popular.
Right.
I did get more and more
Yeah.
into golf during the pandemic. I was kind of like
You want to watch someone squirm more than you just did when I brought up that article? Go to any.
I'm still rattled.
Any traditional,
I'm
and again,
rattled.
I know this is paint with a broad brush because there's plenty
Give it
of
to me.
females who golf or whatever, but yeah, go to your traditional whatever relationship, and dude loves to golf,
Yeah.
and ask him if he would like his significant other to learn the game so that they can play together. And you'll get a lot of different answers.
A time and a place
I'm
for
all
that.
right.
There's a time and a place to play with my wife, and
I've
it's
always
few and
been
far
into it.
between.
Yeah, the time is never, and the place is in her dreams.
No. If we're on a vacation together, like for example, San Diego, we went down to San Luis Obispo, and I was like, "Hey, you want to go? We're going in the afternoon. There's nobody on the course. You can hop in the cart and have a couple cocktails.
Yeah.
Then that's fine." But when I went to Torrey, that was solo. You get what I'm saying?
It can
I'm
be a
not trying
slippery
to.
slope, though, especially if she starts to play.
I'm becoming Joe Shash, 650 saying, Bonte, don't snitch us out here. Because I was talking to somebody, I'm not going to name
You wanna
names.
have no
and they were
cell
like,
phone.
and they was like, look, you want to learn how to play golf, dude. It's going to get you out the house if you know what
A
I mean.
minimum
I
of
said,
4
damn.
hours.
Wow.
Yeah, it's, you know.
You could also
get
go
some
to a
clubs.
Giants game. Also,
Well, they're going to want to come
minimum of
Hey,
4
they're
hours.
going to want to come to Giants game. By the way, going to see the Brewers on
least they'll
Sunday.
see
Giants
you
Equal
drive.
Brewers.
frustration, though, at a Giants game, too. You get equally frustrated
Yeah,
as
that
in
could
a round
be-
of golf.
Brother.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just really
we'll get
geeked
into it.
about
My
St.
God.
Andrews. I'm sorry taking up all the time, but I'm
No,
just fired up. I know
stay.
you guys
Hang
are.
out.
I love
I hope
links
Tiger
golf.
makes the cut because it feels like this is his farewell
Totally agree.
to
Really?
St. Andrews. I don't
Yes.
It might
he's
be his
40
Just
farewell.
St. Andrews
Photo
or just Fairwell,
to St.
period?
Andrews. And this is
All right.
where, and this
Jack
is
did
his
it.
favorite course on the planet. It's the birthplace
Yes.
of golf. They have the bridge at 18 is a place where you normally say goodbye. So
did you
hopefully
take a
on
photo?
Sunday? Yeah, of course.
Okay, I
we
was
took
just-
copious photos.
Yeah, cool.
And I thumbed out a nice little bogey to shoot 89 there.
Nice.
But,
Wow, that's pressure.
It's neither here nor there.
No.
But look for Tiger to make the cut and then look for a Sunday farewell. He's not going to win.
No.
But if he can make the cut and have his goodbye, that'll be the big moment.
Talking about Tiger with Yastrzemski, I was under the impression that this could be it. Period.
Well, there's rumors
Right.
out there. What
It
I
could be.
had heard was I'm listening to a lot of golf podcasts, and there's just a rumor out there. People walking around. He has been soaking the whole thing up. Yes, it's his last at St. Andrews, more than
Most
likely.
likely, yeah.
But also, people think that he might actually say, you know what? Because he doesn't want to play ceremonial golf. He doesn't want to be that guy.
He'll always play the Masters until he literally can't walk.
You think so?
It's just that special.
Okay,
It's
okay.
and you earn your spot there. So,
Okay.
But are you playing in a ceremonial way, or are you actually
Exactly.
playing like what? My
Like to
perception of
compete.
Tiger. This is the thing. We've always put Tiger in that same group of MJ and Brady, where you're like, you have this competitive fire still going, and we don't know why.
Exactly.
You've achieved everything.
Right.
You've killed everybody. You've proven that you're the greatest. Why are you still trying? And I think that's in people's heads sometimes when you watch him play now, because, dude, you look like you're in tremendous pain.
Did you see the leg?
And so, right. So
It looks so bad.
So if you're still playing now, and these previous two majors this year have shown him you can't actually compete
For all 4 days.
Is Tiger going to be the guy that goes, well, I'll just show up because it's fun? Or does he want to spit on that? Because I've always
He
felt-
said he'll never take a call.
Right, like he never ever wants to play unless he's said this many times.
Yes.
I'm not playing unless I believe I can
agree.
win.
but he's a threat at Augusta,
I know.
no matter what.
No matter
so
what.
that to me,
He looked so gassed after 2 days.
Well,
He
I
looked
think that
bad,
he can
man.
build himself up to where he can at least
Okay.
give it a run. And I'm not saying he has anything left to prove because he doesn't. Deep down, he still wants to catch Jack.
no doubt.
What is he, two away, three more?
Three to tie.
Three to tie. He's
And
not
I don't
getting
think it's
three,
going to
huh?
get there. But I would say this, like
Damn.
watching him
You know.
take that photo with Jack yesterday, because my dad's favorite player is Jack, right? Like,
course.
no doubt about it. He loves Jack to the fullest. I love Tiger. It was really cool just as a sports fan to see the two of them have that moment because of all the things that have happened with Tiger. I didn't know if we would look at him this way
let me ask this.
at this point right now.
How old
Do you
is
know
his
what I
son,
mean?
Charlie?
Charlie's 12 or 13.
Yeah.
So he's about possibly be 5 years away from entering the Pro Tour, right?
6 or 7.
6 or 7?
Yeah. Tiger will be 55 at
asking
that
he's
point.
13
But
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
asking a lot.
That's asking a lot.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of LeBron waiting
Yeah,
for his
good you
son to
gotta
play in
be.
the NBA, and LeBron's still playing at a high level.
Yeah.
This guy
Tiger.
Akshay was like the best number one player in the world, the lefty, the big kid from Florida.
Yeah.
and he like struggled to get through, Q school and all that
no,
stuff.
it's brutal out there.
Yeah,
and
it's
as you
so
go
hard.
from an adolescent to a teen, as you know, we can all attest, those of us who have kids that old, you change and you don't always have the same interests that you had, let alone the same elite ability. But I think that Tiger will continue to, take it all the time off, but sharpen for Augusta until he really can't compete. And he's not there yet.
We'll see.
Senior tour?
No, hell no.
Why not?
Jack didn't do it either. It's like it's beneath them. He's not. I just don't see him doing that. Like that's just me. Maybe
if he
I'm
were
wrong.
healthy, maybe you could see him doing it. But
Remember Hale Irwin dominating on the scene. I used to watch the
Bernard
Senior
Langer
Tour.
is still out there.
Different
And
back.
he always be
It's
I'm like,
always
man, that's
funny-
kind of cool.
It's funny when somebody has their 50th
Bernard
birthday
Langer?
and they just go out there and absolutely huck fools. They're like, you're 60,
Steve Strickland.
I'm 50, I'm going to beat you by 12 strokes in this round alone.
Yes.
So, but I just go back to, and I think we've all been there, there's nothing really worth pain. Like he's in pain.
I know.
He can't play for 4 straight days.
Well-
He's putting it all out there right now. He's playing practice rounds like crazy. So yeah, I do feel like again, I don't know if he's retiring, but he's definitely doing something for the last time right
It
now.
feels
I think
like
it's
he's
St. Andrews,
soaking
but
it in.
let me just throw this out in terms of pain because I have, knee injuries and God, shout out your grade 2 concussion you guys talked about earlier and Bonte, of course, making light of you being so injured.
He's always hurt. He's always hurt.
I'm permanently hurt.
You are
and
Eva Longoria.
whether or not I run, I'm trying to train for a marathon again. my knee hurts whether or not I run or don't run. And that's where Tiger is, I think. I don't think he wakes up like,
I don't know.
I'm not golfing, so my leg feels fresh as a daisy.
I don't know, because it feels like it gets worse as the week goes.
Oh,
Every
he
time
was
we watch
struggling to walk.
Right, so if it's one thing on a Thursday and it's different thing on a Saturday, well, then stop doing it, dude.
Well, I know you watch the HBO doc on Tiger, and I just can't. Whenever I see him, like I see him right now, and I keep thinking about the scene where in that documentary about him training with the Navy SEALs.
Yes.
And the Navy SEALs was like, oh, Tiger? Oh, it was so fun taking out our aggression on Tiger Woods. Like, we couldn't wait to do it. How much that impacted maybe his health?
Well, he was lifting too early.
Well, that's where he tore up his knee.
100%.
And then the swing. The one at Torrey Pines on the cement, on the cart path.
If anybody likes,
cracked the knee.
If you got 45 minutes and you want to read the greatest sports feature article I've ever read,
Sports Illustrated one?
Doesn't mean it's the greatest one ever. It's the best one I've ever read. Wright Thompson on Tiger Woods.
Really?
And it will tell you.
Good.
It'll tell you.
How long ago was this?
Oh, gosh, it's been at least
5 or
5
6.
to 6 years.
I may have read it. I don't know.
It's basically the documentary in word form.
Right. It'll tell you where this has been and how it affected him physically. You watch what's happened to the lower body of Tiger Woods, and it's impossible to not tie it to the Navy SEAL training, which in many cases, this guy would go finish up at a major and get on a plane and fly straight to San Diego into special ops training.
Right. So insane.
And people are like, what? Like, if you
What are you
knew,
doing?
if you knew what this guy was doing when you didn't see him on TV, it blows your damn mind.
Well, and it's because
just
his
unbelievable.
father drove him so hard. This is why I don't think he ever quits, because he was trained by his father to be unrelenting. And his mom, by the way, is equally intense. So I don't think he's just going to sit.
She never said a
He's not
word.
sitting
I
at
love
home in
the
his
mom.
mansion and chilling. This guy's going to chase Jack until he's no longer able to even take one step.
But all those shots of the mom and the pops, and the mom was just always looking with a straight face, mugging with the glass. I'm like, man, Mom, she gonna say something? Cuddle your son. Yeah, come on, Mom, give him a kiss on the cheek or something.
If you were married to Earl Woods, you probably learned how to.
And Earl's giving lessons in the trailer while Tiger's hitting balls.
Literally, he's putting and he's like giving him, like rattling him like he's the Cameron Crazy shooting a free throw.
But even beyond that, the dad was in the trailer with other women while he's out there. Tiger, go hit another bucket. Dad's got a lesson to give inside.
Who you like this week? Who you like this week?
Too early to tell you, Joe.
I mean, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know tomorrow. I haven't done all the homework. I'm just trying to ease my way back in the water here, kid.
Yeah, look, he's fresh. He's got a pep in his step.
There's one guy that everybody's hot on that I'm gonna caution everybody, which is Xander.
He won this last week.
Well, and that, how often does that happen?
Gold medal award.
Scotty Scheffler.
He's fantastic.
Scotty.
He's fantastic, but he said something after his win on Sunday that really caught my attention, which he goes, and they're like, oh, y'all set up for this week? He goes, I feel so behind right now. I've never played St. Andrews. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? Like, Dibley's played St. Andrews and Xander Schauffele hasn't?
That's crazy.
What the hell are we doing here? So I wonder, because he's trying to crash course right now. I know he's one of the favorites, but that seems a little odd that
Flem
he would.
took Jordan Spieth.
I mean,
I like Lowry, Shane Lowry.
John Rahm would be my early lane.
We saw him walking out. He's a
If it's not windy, it's going to be a bomber's paradise.
What about Murakawa, my boy Colin?
reigning defending
I'm always
champion.
naming
He's
him.
still fighting his change from fades to draws.
Very good knowledge.
Thank
I don't know what that means.
I mean,
what does
I'm
that
very
mean?
impressed.
Are you talking about a fade route and the draw? Run the draw?
Fade goes low to the right. Draw goes low to the left.
Oh,
if
gotcha.
you're right-handed.
All right,
if you're right-handed.
all right. I'm thinking you're talking about running back draw, halfback draw, or something, quarterback draw.
I know all about them in the power fades.
Yeah, the power
which are
fades.
actually more like slices.
Yeah, I was going to say.
My clubs are in storage.
I love it when amateurs use the word draw.
My clubs are in storage.
A draw and a fade. That means slice and a hook.
I'm lost.
But anyway,
I need clubs.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. Oh, we're breaking.
Yeah.
Hey,
will you leave, you famous person?
Half pay for you today, Willard.
What's that?
You got a segment off here. Show hasn't even started yet. That's it for us. Have fun, Willard Dibs. What's up, Spadell? What's up, Nathan?
How's Bonte's fit?
The dude's got an overdose in swag.
Is Guru wearing his Cowboys jersey?
I plead the fifth.
Nice job, Guru.
What color sweater is Ray wearing?
It just doesn't matter.
All these questions can be answered by watching us live on Twitch and YouTube.
It's creepy.
Night.
Just search 957 The Game.
Hi, Dan Dibley here. The Bay Area and Golden State is proud of the NBA champion Warriors. At Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, they also focus on teamwork to achieve their goals. With their extensive partnerships with industry leaders, they can offer your clients more than just beauty and standard function. For instance, Vulcan Vent can protect homes from flame and embers. James Hawdy textured panels and fiber cement siding defend homes from extreme weather and damaging fire. AZEK Trim is completely moisture and rot resistant. The luxurious, eco-friendly recycled decking from Trex offers low maintenance, high performance, and can provide builders with U.S. Green Building LEED points. See instructional videos from these brands and more on Golden State's GSTV at goldenstatelumber.com. When you align yourself with the best performers in any sport or business, it provides a winning endeavor, and it's the customers who benefit. For 3 generations, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with
longtime partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The very first text on our board just says HGH. I don't know if that's a tiger rip or if that version of the crossover was just on HGH. But that was good. I love that.
Yeah.
We can hang out as long as possible.
No doubt, especially, for me, I haven't seen these guys. I haven't seen you. And it feels like weeks.
It clears the decks for exactly that. Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, it's good to be back.
It's good to see you.
This feels more like vacation than vacation feels like vacation. Vacation was work, and this is like vacation.
There you go. And with that, a very, very quick trip right over to the song of the day. Let's go. Come on.
Welcome back.
Wow.
Yeah, man, how you doing? You good? I know you like that.
Yeah.
I know you like that. How long you been back, man? I see the girls in the club, they getting wild for me. And all the pretty chicks all wanna smile at me. These rap cats, man, they all got this style for me. And if I ever see them, man, they probably bow to me. And when this beat
It's a multi-pronged situation. A, welcome back. B, I love having Goo's voice in this because he and I spent last night in a suite at the Giants game. Thank you, Odyssey. And young Jude got to come along for the ride.
Man.
And that was all kinds of fun. And with what happened in the 8th inning, it felt like mace got sprayed in my face because the Giants are so damn frustrating. But we'll get into that. We got all kinds of time for that, and there's some stories that came out of last night as well. But all kinds of fun, and we'll have some baseball and Giants stuff a little bit later. Pavlovich is on the show. A's All-Star Paul Blackburn is on the show. Ray Ratto is on the show, and so is Jimmy Garoppolo.
On the show?
Jimmy Garoppolo's on the show.
Is he on the show as a 49er, as a Seahawk, as somebody who we don't know where he's going? Why is Jimmy Garoppolo on the show with camp not opening for another 2 weeks?
Well, and when I say on the show, I simply mean in discussion form, not actually in appearance form.
Gotcha.
But we got the conversation from Jeremy Fowler from ESPN yesterday, and look, we're completely aware. We'll play it for you here in a second if you missed it, but we're completely aware this is one of those classic 2022 non-report reports. There's nothing really here except it's interesting, I think, especially for 49er fans, to go down this road and let's see now how we feel about this potentially happening in case it does, because it might.
How do we feel now about what might happen then is basically the exercise we're going through. Because how do we feel now about what could happen then when Jimmy Garoppolo is the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks, and when they come to town week 2 to take on the 49ers, how will we feel then? How should we feel then? It's really determined about how do we feel now about this idea.
Okay, so here is what Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, said yesterday.
Now or then?
Then. But we're talking about it now.
Okay.
We're doing a Spaceball scene right now.
This is completely confusing.
Wait a minute, are we now? We're here. It's now.
It has to be now.
But this was then.
Okay.
And then we're going to talk about it now. Here's Jeremy.
Well, Hannah, a few executives I spoke to believe the 49ers are a bit stuck here because they need Garoppolo to pass a physical coming off the shoulder surgery. They need to renegotiate his contract with that new team on that $24 million salary, and the pool of suitors right now seems to be pretty small. Now, a few things that are positives for San Fran. I'm told Garoppolo's recovery has remained on schedule. He should start throwing now, or if he hasn't already, he'll do a ramp-up phase till he can eventually pass that physical. And you have Seattle that's still out there. They were sort of implicated in the Baker Mayfield situation, didn't make that move. I'm told that internally they have discussed the possibility of Garoppolo playing for them. They've done their film work to see how he would fit. Tricky, certainly, to do a trade inside the NFC West. But the 49ers and Seattle know they can maybe sort of wait this out because the 49ers have limited cap space right now, I think around $5 million. They want to re-sign Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. To do that, they need some of Garoppolo's $24 million in base salary. Seattle probably knows that, which means maybe they won't try to make a trade. They'll just wait for 49ers to release him.
First of all, how come we don't have cheesy, weird music underneath us when we make points?
Right.
I'd like to discuss that for a second.
Well, and the music is supposed to frame the length of the point. And this is something that I've learned from doing the Channel 5 hits on Thursday morning. They ask you a question, and they have a certain amount of video that they're going to play when they go to the double box.
Right.
But when they go back to the single box, you pretty much need to wrap the answer up, much like Mr. Fowler here runs through the music to make his point, and he makes his point basically the same point 4 different ways, but he's not wrong in many ways. The Niners are in a tough spot, and they are going to have to restructure it. How much would they have to eat to trade him to Seattle, and how much do you want to do your division rival a favor to rescue them versus try to get out from underneath the contract you don't want?
I got 2 pieces of this. One is as a 49er fan. One is as a co-host of the Willard and Dibs show on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Well, which one first here?
Let's do the fan one.
Okay.
The fan one is, I don't want Jimmy to go to Seattle, but not for all the reasons that you might think I don't want to go
light
home.
you up.
Oh my gosh, Jimmy Garoppolo in Seattle? That's terrifying. Wait a minute.
That's mean.
It's not terrifying at all. The 49ers are still a better team than the Seattle Seahawks if Jimmy is on the Seattle Seahawks. I think it's funny how many people in this market, oh my gosh, Jimmy stinks. I mean, he is terrible. Willard, you're a homer and you have Garoppolo pictures above your bed. Oh no, we can't trade him to Seattle. What if he comes and beats us twice a year? Hold on a second. I thought you said he stinks. So the Garoppolo stinks crowd, you don't get to say that the 49ers can't trade him to Seattle. You should want to drive him there based on what you've said.
Because he stinks. And you won't stink against you twice a year.
I don't want him in Seattle because I will forever, based on what has taken place over the last 5 years, I'm a fan of this dude. This was a very good thing for the 49ers.
Man crush.
Well, whatever.
There's some man love in there.
This was a good trade.
Handsome.
Was this not a good trade?
He was a winning quarterback.
He went to the Super Bowl. He went to 2 NFC title games.
Yeah.
The 49ers never felt like we were one of these teams. It's like we don't have a quarterback. You never felt like that.
You were relevant. The year he got hurt was the only time you were irrelevant.
So I don't want him in that uniform because I hate that uniform. That uniform makes my skin crawl. That's the Seahawks. I don't ever want to see that. There are still pictures that bounce around in my head sometimes of Jerry Rice wearing a Seahawks jersey and a Raiders jersey. I don't want to.
Jerry is a Bronco.
I don't want to see that.
A Jet.
But I can get over that.
Yeah,
I can get over that. The co-host of the Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game guy.
You got to do your host voice.
Sign me up.
It's perfect.
Sign me up for Jimmy Garoppolo returns to Levi's week 2 for an interdivisional matchup.
Let's get your promo voice now.
Week 1, NFL football, an NFC West showdown. Garoppolo, Garoppolo. The 49ers and Seahawks battle next. Whatever.
It's really good.
I'm in.
It's a solid impromptu form.
Making it up as we go along here.
It works though. The fan in you don't want to see him. And I don't think that the Seahawks team hate-ometer is as high for me anyway as it is the Dodgers and the Lakers.
I agree with
that. Dodgers and Lakers to me would rank both of them higher than how I hate the Seahawks. Now I would hate the Seahawks more than the Rams, although it's close now because the Rams are coming off what they've done, and now they have Bobby Wagner as well, as Bonte so astutely pointed out earlier. It's like, oh my God, that's right. You got Bobby Wagner. Arizona's not even a pimple on your derriere. Whatever, Arizona. Wake me when you're decent again. But Seattle, you make a good point. So the fan side of it, you'd rather have Jimmy go to Carolina or, some AFC to be named later, never to be seen or heard from again. But yes, go ahead. Go to Seattle. That would be incredible. Twice this year, and all eyes on Trey Lance. Can Trey Lance afford to lose to a Jimmy-led Seahawks team?
Well, in the end, yes. That's one of those things that on the way in, we're like, oh my gosh, it would be embarrassing. That's the most overused word in sports. We do this this is embarrassing. No, hitting a ground ball in the major leagues is not embarrassing. I know you thought what Brandon Crawford did last night was embarrassing.
It's an embarrassment.
If it was 3 feet to the right, it's in right field and the Giants win. Oh, by the way, he was safe. Anyway, we'll get to that later. It's not embarrassing. Like if Trey Lance, as a basically a rookie starter, if he lost a game to a Jimmy Garoppolo-led Seahawks team, is that embarrassing? Oh my gosh, you can't come back from. Yes, you can. You put your uniform on the next week and you play. Like they're a professional football team also. They like I think
very few things in sports are embarrassing. When you run into the back of your own offensive lineman and fumble immediately,
now we're embarrassing.
That's embarrassing.
Yes.
Shout out Mark Sanchez and the butt fumble. That is embarrassing. When you ground out and you get, bang, bang, played first and you lose a game, that's not embarrassing.
No, it's unfortunate. It's frustrating.
Right.
It's not good, but it's not embarrassing. So I don't think there's going to be a lot this year for Trey Lance that's embarrassing unless the only thing that could be embarrassing for the 49ers with Trey Lance is if he just goes out and he's god-awful. I mean, if he's terrible and they moved heaven and earth to get him and they gave up a quarterback that the locker room loved who can at least get you to a Super Bowl and maybe win it, he's shown it. If you gave all of that up for a guy who can't play, that's embarrassing. That's a real whoopsie-daisy.
But the embarrassment is not as much for Trey Lance at that point as it is for Shanahan and Lynch,
Agreed.
those people who decided to bring him in.
Right.
Jamarcus Russell falling asleep in meetings and being woefully unprepared and flaming out, that's embarrassing. If you're a Trey Lance and you come out and you just can't get it going, if James Wiseman never becomes a rotational player, that's not embarrassing. It's unfortunate, but to me, you got to save embarrassing for when it's really, really embarrassing.
I'm with you. Now, here's the other thought. Let's go down this hole as we have. If Jimmy Garoppolo is in a Seattle uniform, I have this thought. Let's picture it for a second. So it is, right? Levi's Stadium, the return of Garoppolo.
Da, 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 da.
And now he comes out on the field, and you've got tickets to the game. What are you going to do? Hot shot fan?
You have to boo him.
You do?
Oh, he's a Seahawk. I mean, you can love him and boo him at the same time.
Can you?
It's tough love. Yeah. You got to give him that tough love. Now, you don't chant blank you, Jimmy, ja, 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 unless, you really feel it. We don't do that. You don't pelt him with debris, but you can go ahead and boo Jimmy G.
You're going to wear a Jimmy is a B t-shirt or even more offensive, Jimmy can't cook.
That for sure. I'm wearing a shirt that says
Super
Jimmy is a C. Hawk. With the letter C.
That's
and
good.
That's good. And Hawk on the back. 4-letter C. It's like, ooh, he's calling him up.
Oh, that's inappropriate.
He's calling him
Hawk.
up.
He's a C.
Yes.
Hawk. C. Hawk.
Don't do that.
No.
But it's unfortunate. But you certainly don't wear your Jimmy G Niner throwback unless you put Trader on the back.
No. But again, this guy, it's another thing too. Like old-time Bay Area fans, if you've been around for a minute, you'll get this reference. When Brett Butler left the Giants as a free agent to just go to the Dodgers and then showed up on opening day at Candlestick the next year, and on opening day, they send the whole lineup out to the baselines, and here's the starting lineup. And leading off, Brett Butler, and he runs out there and gives a big, sarcastic, long hug to Tommy Lasorda. It's like, dude, you're poking the bear here on purpose, and you left us for the Dodgers. Now that was probably the biggest boo I've ever, because I'm not a booer. That was the biggest boo that I've ever laid out in my entire life.
That's a special circumstance because it's Tommy Lasorda. So if Jimmy G goes out and puts Pete Carroll on his shoulders after a week 2
piggyback ride.
Yeah. I mean, if he goes out to midfield, if they come here and they win in week 2 over the Niners, and he goes out to midfield and he has turkey on the 50,
well,
now we're in a different level.
No, but if he wins, that's fine. But he would. The circumstances of his departure are not Jimmy's fault. The 49ers made that choice, not Jimmy.
If in fact he departs,
right?
Yeah.
Right. Boy, we're still there.
We're
if
in trouble
departs.
on our trade cut bet, by the way. We're in real trouble.
I disagree. I disagree.
Because we're hoping for a restructure. We want Jimmy to be traded.
Yes.
Morning Roast thinks he's going to be cut.
Right. And he may also be kept.
Yeah.
By the way, we got to figure out if there's an expiration date on this too. Like, what if it
was week 1.
Week 1.
Yeah, I thought that's what we agreed upon.
I guess once we get to week 1, he's definitely not going to be cut. Because then there'd be no point.
Right.
Then you're either trade or keep. If you get to that point. But there was another report out yesterday that it is expected that he is traded by the end of the month, which sounds like something the 49ers probably told him to say.
Well, part of that Jeremy Fowler was good news that he should be able to start throwing again. So at least we're getting that window of Jimmy looks good. Jimmy's now tradable.
I've kind of expired on the shoulder is the thing. Of course he's going to throw. He's going to be fine. Like, injured players get better. That's what
right.
Like, there's nobody thinks that
but
this
the shoulder
is going to
was the thing.
It was a very, very big thing. Yeah. I don't necessarily agree that it was the only thing, as we've said at certain points. All right, so there's that, and then a lot to get into with what happened, not only in the Giants game last night, but why the 8th inning actually was something that at such a deep level seems to get under everybody's skin. We've got that coming up, but right now, an important edition of What Are You Doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Real quick, I want to read this text 415. You should wear a shirt that says Jimmy Nana Can't Cook. Which, of course, is the entire basis of the Subway ad. So I don't even know if that would be offensive.
Yeah.
But maybe, Jimmy throwing like an Italian trio hoagie or something like that. I don't know how we troll Jimmy Garoppolo. But as long as it's playful, I'm here for it. And speaking of playful. So I'm just going to use last night's Giants game as an example here. But this is, I think, all baseball teams. And I'm not talking about the review in the 8th. And if you would like to see how Brandon Crawford beat the throw to first, all you have to do is go to my Twitter feed where I have a still that proves everything. It is absolutely proved. You can see it. It's right there in front of you for your own eyes. It's on my Twitter feed. Have a good time. But
Mark_T_Willard.
That's right. Use the shift key. So before
early and often.
Before we even got to that, there were replays. There were let's go to the headsets. Right. There were a couple of replays earlier in the game. And I've got an issue with something that seems to have happened in all baseball stadiums, which is we're afraid of umpires. And I want to know why. And the umpires have done a good job. This is the culture of baseball, right? Don't question me. Don't question my strike call. You question you're out of the game. See you later. More so than referees in basketball or football for sure. Basketball refs, sure, they're going to put that hand up. I'm going to give you a T. I'm going to give you a T. But even football referees, we know there's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of discussion. It's okay to question one another. But in baseball, the culture is you can't even question me. And we've known that for players and managers, but it seems to have fallen now into whoever's running the video board. We are scared to let the stadium see the replay that is still in question until after they've already told us,
right,
yes, overturn or no overturn. And even then, sometimes we move on. Look, we're all talking about how expensive it is to go to these games and buy a damn dog and a beer. Can I get a replay?
Can I get a replay?
We're sitting here talking about the controversial moments of baseball, which are way too few and far between. And as we get them, you play music and start showing pictures of people in kayaks in the bay.
And this is not to, say that the Giants are at fault here. No, it's a rule.
Right.
The league prevents you from doing this.
What are you doing? Please, we are here to experience the game, and the game is happening in front of us, and there's a close play. Stop being afraid to show the fans what happened. What's the worst thing that could happen? Even if you come out and give the call that the fans don't want to see, what do you think might happen? You get booed, which you're going to get anyway. You're an umpire. That's what you're doing there. You're a part of the show. You're the heel. You're for us to boo. For goodness sakes, can we please let us see what's going on? You got to, man, come on. You're going to ask me to sit there for 4 hours on a Monday night. You got to give me some stuff now.
Yeah.
Give me some stuff. Let me see the damn replay.
Well, give me the content that you would probably be able to pull up on your own. If you're watching the game on your phone
totally,
and you're streaming a local broadcast, you're able to see the replay, but being a paying customer, you can't see the replay because we're trying to protect the umpires. And unfortunately, the thinking is fans will do more than boo. They might shower the umpire with garbage. Unfortunately, we have seen that from crowds in this country where we don't know how to act. Now, I think in this situation, and I'm looking at the replay again, you've got about 126 people down the first base line. It was not exactly a packed house.
Not a great crowd.
Not a huge crowd.
No.
So in this case, you should be trying to do everything you can for the customer to give them the maximum entertainment value. The other piece of this, instant replay is beyond broken.
Oh, gosh.
And for all of you people who love replay, in this moment, I would much rather have this happen where they blow the call and Gabe Kapler is able to see the replay and come out and just get mad. Let's have another level of entertainment.
What does that look like, by the way?
I believe we, obviously, you have erred in this instance.
We, as an organization,
Totally.
looked at the replay, and we feel that you are wrong. And then turn around and walk back to the dugout, and you're like, whoa, Gabe's mad.
Tradition indicates that I am supposed to kick dirt on your pant leg. We both know that's beneath me, so let me just verbally kick dirt on you.
I would kick dirt on you right now, but some of the debris might get in my beard.
So, by the way, guys, you know how many times he's been ejected in his career, Gabe Kapler?
Twice. I missed this.
I'm not giving you one in either direction. You have to be right. I'm giving you just right on the number.
Okay, well, and you say twice?
I could have used this during my vacation.
Managerial career? I can think of, and it's vague, like maybe one as a Giant?
I got two.
I'll just to be different, I'll go three.
Mark was the closest 4 times.
Okay.
It happened in 2019 with the Phillies. That was the only 4 times.
All 4 times.
All
He's
4
in
times.
Philly.
He's never
trying to
been
fit
thrown
in.
out as a Giant.
He's trying
ever?
to fit in. That's perfect.
That's amazing. How measured do you have to be? What is this for him? Year 3? He's never been thrown out?
And this is to my point, though, of replay. Nobody really gets thrown out anymore.
Right.
You don't go out there and argue anymore, and I kind of miss that.
Yeah.
Because we're not getting the calls right anyway.
Listen, you're right. I love replay, but in baseball, it's terrible because they don't get it. They don't get it right. And you can look, that play last night, I'll admit, it was razor thin close. But why are we doing replay if we can't go to razor thin? I can find on my computer a still that proves he was safe. That means New York can too.
I'm looking at it right now, and you can't tell from your still.
Yes, you can.
When the foot is actually impacting the base.
The foot is on the base. You can. Look, I'll zoom it in for you.
And when is the ball actually touching leather?
Not on that picture. You can see the ball.
It's fascinating. We need a sensor on the base that can pick up the sound of the as well.
While we're sitting here talking about frustrated Giants moments, this team is not great, but they're not the worst team in the league. But man, they make you mad. So mad. Why? Can we speak to it? We'd love for some people to put it into words. Why does this team make you so dang mad? 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business text line as well. Okay, we've got tickets coming up next hour to the AEG Soccer Champions Tour. We've also got Ray. We've got Paul Blackburn. We got Alex Pavlovich. We got Dibs back. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason
Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Ray's going to jump on here in about 15 minutes. Paul Blackburn, all-star for the A's. And I'm sure Paul knows this. I mean, we'll congratulate him. We're going to get some thoughts on what it's like to be an all-star. But I wonder what it's like for a player going through all of the political stuff and the relocation stuff. I'll share this with you real quick. When I worked at the flagship station of the Chargers in San Diego when they left. Whoop. So when we got to the year of them actually doing the geographical transition.
They were leaving.
From San Diego to LA.
This is 2076. Somewhere in there, right? 16, 17.
The actual transition, yeah, it had to be, 17, right? I think 17. Anyway, so you talk to them as it's happening or before it's happening, and every one of them, perfect sports answer. Yeah, that's all going on over here, but, we put our uniform on and there's a football game on Sunday, and certainly none of that affects the way we're going to throw the ball or catch the ball or go through our game plan. And so, no, it's not really a distraction at all. Okay. And then it happens and the team goes, 5-11 or whatever the hell they do.
Right.
And then they get real and they're like, it was hell. It was totally distracting.
Yeah.
It was awful. And the A's are sitting there with the worst record in baseball, and we want to blame the way that they've been constructed. Fair. We want to blame a group that's seemingly trying to disenfranchise their fans. Fair. But we're going to act like all of this stuff doesn't affect them on the field? Of course it does.
And think about it in terms of all of us. And, does your off-the-mic life affect you at all, depending on what you have going on? Whatever it is in your quaint little world. I mean, 3 kids and a bunch of problems. The Guru drop is so telling. We all do in our lives. I mean, I've got a baby coming in 2 months, and I'm in the middle of a move and so many other things. And so to think that all of our lives don't affect the rest of our lives is unfair to pro athletes to say, go ahead and for 60 minutes, block out all of the questions. And for Paul Blackburn, it's, are you looking for a house in Vegas? Are you going to buy? Are you going to rent? What community? Where am I going to send my kids if I have them? What's my future as an Oakland A, let alone, like you're talking about the Chargers.
Yeah. Now that this will be my first question. Now that you're an all-star, Paul, what day do you think you're being traded?
Basically. Right?
Yeah, no, I won't ask him that.
No, but, being a part of that organization, there are so many other factors other than, hey, hang in there, what are you doing every 5 days?
Sorry. Sorry, I got a little excited there for a second. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, Paul's jumping on a little bit. But we did have this, because I go to the game last night, and you know this, and we're all certainly aware of it, right? Like, I am all over here on Team Farhan.
Yep.
Because I think he's awesome. By the way, something that y'all don't know, y'all think he's just this stupid nerd with a spreadsheet. He's a great dude. Like, if you sit down with Farhan and talk to him in a room, he's the kind of guy that's like, this is good. I'm digging this. This is not a dork. Okay? This is not somebody that does not have a care in the world, somebody who does not have a personality, someone who doesn't get it. He is all of those things. And I firmly, as a diehard Giants fan, I firmly have my faith in the direction that he is going. Are all the moves perfect? Hell no. Have there been mistakes? Of course there have. So that's where I am. And because I'm there, when the Giants have a game like last night, and they've been having a lot of them lately, my social media goes crazy with anger.
That was crazy.
Holy cannoli.
Shout out Clay.
It's crazy, okay? The anger that comes in a game like that, and I don't care. A lot of it's directed at me. Someone was kind of funny. Like, they're like, I know what the show will be tomorrow. Mark's going to come in and say, well, he's just so thankful that at least they got the 3 runs, and they only lost by 1. No, that stunk last night. And it's a bummer when you go through an 8th inning that was a chapter in a book. Okay, that thing in and of itself was like, did someone time the 8th inning, top and bottom? Was it an hour? It might have been. It was an unbelievable inning. And I had both hands on the armrests of my seat, waiting for the moment when somebody hit the ball to the outfield and they got the big hit and they take the lead, which, by the way, if you noticed, it was a rally based on the ball like never leaving the infield. Yet they scored 2, and the bases are loaded with 1 out, and here we go, and my hands are on the armrest because we're getting ready to stand up, and holy hell, the only damn thing even more frustrating than what you thought it could be. You're like, just no double play, just no double play. Oh, not only is it double play, it's a miscalled double play and a confirmed miscalled double play.
It's close.
Whatever.
It's bang, bang play. You couldn't overturn it.
Super frustrating.
Right.
Super frustrating. And the wave of disgust that is coming at the team is really epic. And the more I sit and think about it, I'd love to hear from some of our listeners as to where that comes from. And there's all the obvious. You wanted bigger names. You want more exciting players.
Right.
This is cheap, and we're having to spend. We get all that. But the team is 43-42.
Yawn.
Not good.
Right.
But not disgusting.
No.
It's not like they're the worst team in baseball.
But you're coming off a 107.
Right, but you'd think that they're doing something that's like, I can't even be around the ballpark. Like, I'm so grossed out by this team.
Grody to the max?
I can't even...
Gag me with a spoon?
I can't even think about them right now, is kind of the reaction we get from some people.
Right.
What is that?
Well, there's a number of things, and I'll start with 43-42. It's the epitome of mediocrity. You are a mediocre product right now. You are absolutely no pop and no sizzle. Your lineup is without real known commodities, and it's without stars, and it's without threats. If you were 43-42, but you might lose a game 12-11, this would be something. You shut out San Diego on, what was that, Sunday? No, that was Saturday, I think, the middle game.
No, Sunday.
That was
the 12-0 was Sunday.
5-day vacation will mess with you.
Yeah,
as far as
Rodon
what
was the Saturday performance.
So Sunday, you boat race San Diego, and it is such an aberration so as to be talked about nationally because you actually broke out the sticks. And then you come back, and it's another flaccid offensive performance, and your big names do next to nothing. So, and you have a roster that is, turned over so much within a game that fans can't even latch on to anybody. Your number 3 hitter is either, a guy you've never heard of.
I don't even know who that is. Who is their number 3 hitter?
It's probably Wilmer Flores.
I guess.
Except when you've got a righty.
Except for when it's not.
And now you're going to have, and now you're going to have a lefty. And so it's the interchangeability of the roster. It's the lack of pop or sizzle. There's no real threatening commodity, and you have a mediocre record. It's a tough team to really throw your weight behind.
Oh, completely. I get all that. I just don't find them offensive. They're not good. They're boring. We can put all the labels out there, and I'll agree with you.
3 hours and 46, by the way, yesterday was
that
your
what
TRT.
It was? Man.
And like you said, that 8th inning probably was 40 minutes.
And
I think it was eternity.
You should be there with an 8-year-old. It's hilarious to watch their body go through the rigors of the 8th inning. I mean, because he is actually a huge baseball fan. When the Giants load the bases, he looks like he's had 3 bags of M&Ms. He's jumping up and down like he can't wait for this. They're going to score, Dad. They're going to tie the game. It's going to be amazing. 20 minutes before, his head is in your lap. He's just like, I'm dust. Like I'm an 8-year-old. Bedtime was an hour ago. It's Monday. Thank God it's summer. We're still sitting here. It's a journey, man.
Yeah.
And
well,
I also...
the way it reads, too, Mark, the top of the 8th, it's a pinch hitter, a walk, a mound visit, a stolen base, a pop-out, a pinch hitter, a mound visit, a single, a mound visit, a pitching change, a pass ball, a ground out. Then finally he's called out on strikes.
Now we go to the bottom of the inning.
So all of that basically was one guy got a hit with a runner on second. We've got ourselves a run. And then, a couple of defensive subs. You got a switch, a mound visit, a pitching change, a walk, a pinch hitter. Baseball just kills you with all of these, all the moves and the machinations.
We get triggered by certain things. You want to know what my new thing is when you throw to first. I've been watching baseball my whole life. I think I've probably seen 7 people get picked off of first base. and you throw over there.
Eric Tepley got picked off twice, 13-year-old All-Stars. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, no, the number goes up as the age goes down. But
Drew Miller was a lefty with a good move.
I'm like, my God, you guys. Like it used to be, I used to laugh because people boo. The home crowd boos when the road team throws to first. Because it's almost like you're excited to see the hitter. It's like, come on, man, don't be scared. Pitch to our hitter because he's going to hit the ball and something. Now you're booing when they throw over to first because you're literally like, if you do that again, I'm leaving. I just like
that's
please,
a minute.
Please.
It's a minute.
Play ball. Like, that's literally what the umpire says when we start. Can we play ball? And I know the strategy to it. I understand it. But, I mean, you can't. You cannot. And I think there is a minor league division out there that is experimenting with the idea of limiting the number of times you're allowed to throw over to first. You get 2.
Okay, so you throw over twice, then a guy's going to take like a 25-foot lead.
Better go ahead and work that into your strategy. Although here's what if you throw over a third time, you're okay if you get him. You got to get him.
If not, it's balk.
On to second base he goes.
So it's a close play. Now we got to review it. So now it's another 90 seconds where we don't have a pitch.
Well, and now spotlighting last night's game, I will admit, here's one thing that I do think is just hard for fans. And last night's double play from Brandon Crawford is a really good glimpse at it. This happens all the time. But for me, maybe the most frustrating thing in sports. It really is. Because it's like, I don't know what a team is supposed to do about this. And here it is. You got a player, and it's usually a player who's maybe been on your team for a while. You love the guy. But, right?
Struggling.
Starting to wobble a little bit. Don't know if you want to keep him long term. Then it's a contract year. Poof. They become a different human being. You finish in the top 5 of the damn MVP race. And you're like, oh my gosh, we don't need to go get Corey Seager or Carlos Correa.
We're set at shortstop.
We just 2-year short extension, Luciano looming, perfect. B. Craw, love it. That was an amazing year. And then you re-sign him and they come back out and you're like, what happened? What happened from last October to this April? Because now it's 210 and 5 home runs and a lot of ground balls to the right side. Just a lot of ground balls. And Brandon Crawford is a forever Giant. We love Brandon Crawford. Come on, this is a decorated player who last year almost started people going, you know what? You could make an outside funky Hall of Fame case with this dude.
4th in the MVP last year.
He's not going to go there, but you get what I'm saying. Like his career, last year, suddenly his career looked really different. You're like, well, let's take a different view. And then you get this and you're like, gosh, this is killing the team. And what do? What was the team supposed to do? Not see what he was doing? 4th in the MVP?
Right.
What are you supposed to do? Let him go? The fans would have gone nuts. But then you bring him back after the contract year. It's probably his last deal. He can probably ride those 2 years into retirement. And you're like, dude, why don't you look anything like you looked last year?
Be that guy. And last year, 6.1 WAR, wins above replacement. Far and away the best he's had. His next closest were back in 2015 and 2016. So he became that player again. This year, minus 0.1 WAR, which is his second worst of his career. 2019 being the worst of it. So he's struggling mightily. And, you know, you look at Brandon Belt as the other guy, the other holdover, and he's struggling too. And the rest of the guys, it's an interchangeability. And right now, nobody's playing that great outside of Wilmer Flores. Yaz, for example, has been awful of late. Lamont Wade Jr. can't get on the field. So it's been exacerbated. Crawford's step back has been made worse by the fact that most everyone else regressed as well. Darren Ruff has regressed. And Joey Bart, God help him. I mean, wow, at the plate right now.
You know what, though? Last night, I mean, Bart hit 2 rockets to left field. They both got caught. One of them at the wall, one of them right in front of the warning track. He hit 2 rockets. You know, but no, it's not. I mean, the guy's hitting 155. Yeah. So, you know, and they did not want him back yet. He's not supposed to be here. And Kirk Casale got hurt. So, look, you can explain it all away. But I listen, I hear it all. I agree. Like, it is a tough watch There's no doubt about that. Let's get Ray in on the conversation. The great Ray Ratto. You're comfortable with that, right?
No.
Okay. All right.
Listen, I know me. I have to work hard to reach sub-mediocre.
All right, well, let's see if we can do it right now,
He's
though, okay?
the 43 and 42 of radio hosts. He's about 500.
Oh, no. I'm the Detroit Tigers of radio hosts.
Nice.
Ooh, okay.
There's a cut.
So some up-and-coming stuff in your bag is what you're saying.
No, last place in offense.
Got it, okay.
And 3 years away from being 3 years away.
Hey, Ray, jump in on this conversation we're having with the San Francisco Giants because, let's talk Crawford for a second. What exactly was the team supposed to do last year?
Sign him because people wanted him signed and they didn't have an alternative. That's the thing about when people say, well, you got to sign this guy. Well, no, you don't. If you have a cheaper, better alternative, you don't have to sign him. But they didn't. And, he happened to have the kind of year that you reward in a year when he needed to be rewarded. Stuff like that happens all the time. There was nothing for them to do but do the do. I mean, where's the next shortstop coming? When? Nobody knows. All we know is they have a lot of talent in A-ball, which is the international sign that your minor leagues are not producing. So that's where they are.
And so as they approach the deadline, do you keep the faith in that single-A talent and hope that you're a year or two away and not sell to try and add a piece? Or do you become, God forbid, sellers at the deadline?
What do they have to sell?
Rodon.
Do you want to do that knowing that next year you will have one starting pitcher that you can rely on?
Well, you've got, Sean Jelly. He's right around the corner.
Stop it.
Yeah. No, it's Ray. You're
but I'm being serious.
Your response is correct because I feel like there's a lot of chatter about Rodon. Like there seems to be people who just want the Giants to admit they're bad, and that's what a Rodon trade would mean. Just admit that you're bad and it's not working. If you traded Rodon, I think half those people the next day would be like, "What the hell are you doing? This is San Francisco. You don't be a seller."
Well, the whole thing is that winning 107 games last year warped everybody's thoughts about what this team really is.
Yep.
They blatantly overachieved. They never hit more home runs. They've never scored more runs in that ballpark since Barry Bonds left. And this year, they and the rest of baseball have regressed to a much poorer mean. The difference is this is probably the first Giants team since maybe the mid-90s that can't catch a ball. That's the thing that stands out more than anything else. Their bullpen has not been good. I mean, they just released Jake McGee, who was very serviceable for them a year ago. Maybe they just bought a year they didn't deserve, and people think, well, that's the new norm. No, this is the new norm. Because in 2020, they were 2 games below 500 in a shortened season. And in 2019, they were 8 games below 500. The season that doesn't make any sense is last year. And I think, if people haven't made the adjustment to that truth by now, they never will.
That's a difficult adjustment because, all the fun of 107 and a playoff run, and you sit here just a game or so out of the final wild card spot. Do you get the sense that Farhan will chase a playoff berth and the excitement, the short-term excitement that comes with that? Or is he more likely to stand pat and hope that his prospects bear fruit in the near future?
Well, 2 questions have to be answered first. Who do they need? And what do they have to get them? I would suggest that they should go all in to try to get Wilson Contreras. But other teams want Wilson Contreras too. And the Giants don't have a huge backlog of talent that will help convince the Cubs that they should do business with the Giants.
Yep.
So I think they're kind of stuck. And it's not going to be because he's not making phone calls. It's that they're not being taken seriously. And truthfully, if I was a team that is, well worse than the Giants, but I have somebody who could really net some prospects, I'd go somewhere else. I'd listen patiently to Farhan because that's what you do. But I'd be rolling my eyes while I'm having the conversation.
Well,
they don't have enough to move to be sellers, and they're not, so far away that they can be buyers. I think the problem is they need to get the farm system to the point where it is producing not only usable assets, but tradable ones. And they are not there with either of those categories yet. I think they're screwed.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think there's actually plenty in the farm system that people would want, but Farhan would be dumb to give up top-level prospects for a team that's just barely trying to scrape in to a last brand-new wild card spot, don't you think?
I don't know that there is a compelling desire to seize all these young guys who haven't, borne fruit yet. They don't have an O'Neal Cruz in their farm system. They don't have anybody in danger of becoming O'Neal Cruz. They have players who have been talked about for several years and are about where they were 2 years ago. And there are other teams with more productive farm systems who can walk up, I see what the Giants just offered you. I can top that without taking off my overcoat. I think they're in a situation where Farhan may want to do a lot of things, but I think he's going to find out that nothing's going to get done because he doesn't have enough assets, either at the big league level or anywhere else, unless he's willing to come out and say, we have so much pitching in the minor leagues, we don't need Carlos Rodon. And I think that's a hard sell to make.
That's tough. Harrison would have to be on the cusp of being in the rotation next year to be able to justify that, in my opinion. One on the Niners, Ray, with camp opening up in a couple of weeks and the Jimmy G whispers of him possibly going to Seattle. What do you make of this latest hot rumor?
It has the same poop level that all the others have. Until he throws a ball and until somebody else's quarterback, snaps a femur, he's not going anywhere because there's no desire to have him because you don't know, A, if he's going to be any good, or B, whether your need is such that you need to get a quarterback that gets paid mid-$20 million. I've been saying this all along, and I might end up being wrong, but I don't see the logic in it. I wouldn't touch Jimmy Garoppolo unless my need was desperate. And nobody is in a desperate need for anything. It is, after all, June 12th or July 12th. The season doesn't start for 2 more months. So I don't think there's any hurry for anybody to do business with the 49ers for Jimmy Garoppolo. So, I think every time somebody pops their head up at ESPN or the NFL Network to want to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, the thing that tells me is, man, we need a segment bad, and we're out of ideas. We cannot chew Deshaun Watson anymore. There's no flavor left in that chewing gum.
Well, why do you think we called you?
Yep.
Yeah. We need a segment, and we are out of ideas.
Well, you came to the right place.
All right, perfect. No, Ray, thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
for your grizzled veteran perspective.
It's very simple, kids. You live a miserable life, then you get a hip replacement that doesn't work.
Yeah. In the meantime, we have this.
To the Ray area.
It just doesn't matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ray Ratto.
Have a great day, Ray, and we look forward to your show coming up later on this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Drive safe, buddy. Need you here.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, please drive home or to work safely.
Yeah.
How come no one ever asked you to drive there safely? We only ask you to drive home safely.
Then you'd have to call everybody at home and say, hey, this is the San Francisco Giants. We want you to drive to the game safely.
And please drive home safely. It's all sponsored by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMW Fairfield. Coming up in just moments, not only Paul Blackburn, newly minted All-Star for the Oakland Athletics, but tickets to give away, AEG Soccer Champions Tour. Soccer Champions Tours featuring teams like Real Madrid, FC Barcelona, Club America, and more. on July 26, Real Madrid and Club America will face off at Oracle Park. I've been there. And we're giving away 2 tickets to that game today. Coming up next, stay tuned for your chance to win on Willard and Dibs.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200.
of different reasons.
More and more as the day goes on.
It's a developing situation.
It might be breaking.
And Paul's an all-star. We're going to get up to Paul in just a second. First thing we need to do, though, is tickets. AEG Soccer Champions Tour, 5th caller right now. Please use the contest line. That's the only way you're going to win.
Yeah.
844-999-GAME. 844-999-4263. Caller 5 right now. 2 tickets to the AEG Soccer Champions Tour. Real Madrid versus Club America. July 26th at Oracle Park. Caller 5, 844-999-4263. Courtesy of AEG. This sounds like your jam. Are you going?
I'm absolutely
going. You're going to be there.
So win and see your boy Dibberclaws. Nothing like some good exhibition soccer. It pumps my nads, Mark.
Free tickets and a beer from Dibs. That's some of it's courtesy of AG and some of it is courtesy of Dibs. All right, let's go to Paul Blackburn, all-star for the Oakland A's, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Paul, thanks for doing it, and congratulations, man.
Hey, thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
Can you take us through how this works? Like, how do you find out? When did you find out? What was your reaction?
I found out Sunday before our last game against the Astros. We had a travel meeting in the clubhouse, which we don't really do often. And then we went over the All-Star break and just guys going home, having safe travels and all that. And then we kind of Kotz said some really nice words about our All-Star, and then he let me know that it was me, and it was just awesome just being able to share that moment with the guys that have been in there, and it's awesome.
Yeah, and congrats again, because it's coming up here sooner than you think. Have you had time to really plan out what you want to do other than the game itself? And yeah, you're hoping to get in and pitch well, but any of the shoulder activities and the entourages, are you starting to put together the itinerary?
Yeah, I'm just excited to enjoy an all-star festivity. I've never experienced it, obviously, from a player standpoint or a fan standpoint. Just being able to have my friends and family there that have kind of been with me through this whole ride, it's awesome. It's going to be a great experience.
And looking at your log, like when are you pitching next? You got a turn here coming up soon this week, right?
Yeah, I'm pitching tomorrow in Texas.
Okay, and so that sets you up pretty nicely, right, to actually pitch in the game.
Yeah, no, I believe tomorrow is my last start of the first half before the All-Star game, so hoping I come in there fresh and, I get an inning.
Has this been like a visual for you? Like, can you imagine what that's going to feel like walking onto the field at Dodger Stadium?
No, I've tried to put myself there, just like mentally and envision it. But I don't think the feelings that I have for that are gonna equal the feelings that I already have in my head mentally for it.
I can't imagine what that's like. And when you come out on the line for the national anthem and all the pregame festivities, I'm sure the adrenaline will be off the charts. And you got to be able to step to that line and feel good about the year you've had now, pitching more innings than you had yet in your career and really cementing yourself as a legit elite starter in the league.
Yeah, no, I mean, when stepping on those lines and just being around all the great players, it's going to be amazing, and just the year that I've kind of had this year has been incredible. It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot more to go here. There's a lot more things we want to accomplish and get better at, through the rest of this year as well, and that's kind of my main focus.
Paul Blackburn, pitcher for the A's, headed to the All-Star game, joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. You were born in Antioch. Did you grow up an A's fan?
I grew up a Giants fan.
Hey,
he says it with such sadness.
Hey, Paul. Paul, nice job, dude. I'm just saying, from a Peninsula kid. I get it. So then, what's that dynamic like? Putting this uniform on, having grown up a Giants fan.
No, it's awesome. Still, the history that has been, with this organization. I probably went to more A's games growing up than I did Giants games. In high school we used to go up to the all-you-can-eat section, and me and some buddies, and we would sit there and watch a game and eat all the ice cream and nachos that we could. Just memories like that. But no, it's awesome. Just being able to to play for a hometown team, and seeing the people that I grew up with, the friends, family, everyone that pops into games, always lets me know I'm there. Try to take the time to say hi to them. It's just awesome.
That's fun. And do you get any friendly razzing from your old friends who were Giants fans with you about now pitching for the Bay Area's other team?
No, honestly, I think a lot of my friends I grew up that were Giants fans, I think are slowly or have not yet already turned into A's fans. So it's been fun. It's whenever a Bay Area team wins, it's awesome for the community and everything.
Paul, take it from another son of a teacher. We just found out that your dad's a sixth grade teacher, and our producer Kyle actually had him in class back in the sixth grade, which I think was only like 2 years ago, right, Kyle? But I like my dad was a high school teacher, so I know what it's like to cruise around town when your parent is a teacher. Like, you have a very public job. I bet he gets recognized more than you.
He does. Yes, that is a fact. He does. When we were younger, we'd go to the grocery store, and I feel like we'd see 4 or 5 people that knew him. Just going through there, and then even today, I was telling Kyle earlier that I feel like there's more people that come up to me that are like, "Hey, your dad was my teacher," than like people. I feel like people actually even know who I am. They're just like, "Hey, you're Mr. Blackburn's kid." Like, I just feel like that's kind of what it is. It's kind of funny.
I'm sure that's like that for all the All-Stars next week. Like, you could go over to Juan Soto and be like, "Oh, you're Jaime Soto's son." Like, try that with him and see what happens. I don't know what Juan Soto's dad's name is, so
that was an unofficial ad lib.
Took a shot. Yeah.
Exactly. Paul Blackburn here, All-Star here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Obviously, challenges of being a major league pitcher are things that we would never understand the day in and day out, but is the added distraction of the stadium conundrum, does that weigh on you guys at all as you try to go through your day-to-day knowing that, the future of the organization is kind of in a weird limbo?
I wouldn't say it's something that, we sit there and think about a lot. Like, it's definitely like it's out there, and like people, within the clubhouse and everything realize that it's out there. But, a lot of it's just kind of out of our hand too. And we see little articles and all that about what's going on with the Howard Terminal and, all of that. So, we try to limit ourselves to that. Like I said, we don't really have a say in any of that. We're trying to do the best we can on the field, for the community and for the organization and fans. So that's our main focus.
I mean, Paul, it's interesting because you're one of the guys who you might be with the A's for a while. You've still got your arbitration process to go through. So that phrase that I know players don't love, team control. You're under team control for 3 more years. So I take your answer at face value that you just gave us, but in what way does a relocation sort of hang over your head? Because you may well be with the team if and when something does go down on this story.
Yeah, if it's one of those things. If it happens, then you adjust. That's kind of what I feel like. Just athletes in general, we're able to adjust in different circumstances, and it'd be one of those things where we'd have to adjust wherever that may be. It's just kind of part of it, I feel like.
And part of the adjustment for you has been a new manager and a rookie skipper. How has it been so far this year, watching him adjust to life as a manager in the bigs?
It's been awesome. I feel like Kotz has done a really good job with our group. His main message coming into spring training was all about communication and building confidence, and I feel like he's done that. He's a guy that knows when to say something and what the right things to say, and there's also times where he kind of lets guys kind of figure it out. I feel like he's done a great job. I love playing for him every single day out there. I love going to war with him. Got nothing but great things to say about him.
Hey, Paul, when I say April 27th earlier this year, does that pop for you? Do you know what that night was?
April 27th.
Man, it was a nice night. It was balmy, I believe. Unseasonably warm, Paul.
You didn't know you have to take a quiz, but since you're the kid of a 6th grade teacher, I figure you're used to this.
I honestly am not sure what was April 27th.
So it was when you threw 5 shutout innings at the home of your hometown team that you rooted for, the San Francisco Giants, in a 1-0 victory, and I'd love to hear what that meant to you.
It meant a lot. That was, I think that was my 3rd time going there. Never pitched there. Just being able to going out there and stepping on that mound. I don't know. It's kind of like lost for words a little bit with it. It was an awesome experience. Just playing in the stadium where the team I rooted for growing up, going to games there, and then being actually able to pitch there. It was awesome.
What are your memories of the 10, 12, and 14? Because I'm just doing my proper Googlage and realizing you were in high school when they won the first World Series. Do you have any early kind of pre-teen and teen memories of the dynasty of the early 10s?
So I went to I think it was game 5 against the Cardinals in San Francisco in 2012, I believe that was.
Yeah.
So I went to that game, and then I was drafted. And quite honestly, when I got drafted, I kind of you just root for the team that you're with, And so 14, it was cool. It was cool to see him win, but I don't think it from a fan standpoint, to me, it didn't really mean as much as 2010 when I was a sophomore, and it's the first time I really ever saw him win. I mean, I remember them losing in 2002 to the Angels, and that's the first time they kind of won when I was a kid and as a fan. So that's probably the most memorable for me is 2010.
Paul, really cool just to kind of dive into this story, and I'll admit it maybe in ways that I wasn't going to before. We're really going to be watching for you next week, and hope you get in the game, and just congratulations again. That's a whole lot of fun, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I'm getting in that game as well. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. All right, there it is. Thanks, Paul.
Hey, thank you, guys. You have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Paul Blackburn, all-star for the Oakland A's. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's
That's as good as it gets.
That's really cool.
Supplemental first-round pick, Mark, in 2012. A draft headlined by, and tell me if I pronounce this right, Carlos Correa. I think I might have said that right. Mike Zunino, Addison Russell goes to the A's. Corey Seager, taken by the Dodgers. Waka 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 goes to St. Louis. Marcus Stroman in the first round. Mitch Haniger, Joey Gallo, Matt Olson, former A, Paul Blackburn, Jesse Winker. It's fun to look back at these drafts, but Paul Blackburn, supplemental first.
Can't believe you just said the name Joey Gallo. You have no idea how that just triggered the entire room.
Actually,
for God's sakes.
That's when I was like, look at Kruger and my guy Marky Mark.
Well, I mean, look, we
going head to head, Gallo talk, K-Gal. You guys were, man.
Yeah, if there's one thing Larry and I do know how to do, it's just call each other out. We can do that.
No, it was great. It was great. I was on my way down to Crate and Barrel. Yeah. I'm thinking, God, I wish I was in there right now.
I get to go scream about color schemes.
Oh, yeah.
As opposed to whether or not Joey Gallo and 7 home runs over the second half of the season was worth buying at this point.
The history of credenzas versus entertainment centers.
By the way, fact check, he was not at Game 5 of the 2012 NLCS because that was in St. Louis.
You don't know that. You don't know.
That was the Barry Zito game. That was the Barry Zito game.
Yeah, well, he didn't remember where he was April 27th.
Yeah, no, I don't remember. I remember if I go back to these playoffs, I'm like, I was at games 1 and 2 of the 2010 World Series against the Rangers. I remember those.
I was at,
you cannot change those.
Yeah.
But a lot of that, it gets fuzzy. It was probably Game 6. It was probably Game 6 when they came back down 3-2 and needed to win, and that was the bogey game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was just an interesting answer though, because when he gets drafted by the Cubs in 2012. He's, at that point, you become basically a Cubs fan, quote unquote, because you're now a Cub. For crying out loud.
Exactly. Exactly. Really fun to talk to Paul Blackburn. Alex Pavlovich will join us in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Also, definitely, and we'll do this coming up right after Alex, definitely want to get your thoughts on what you saw with James Wiseman, because we talked about that a lot yesterday. And put Tiger Woods high on the list of the best things that anybody in sports have said all year long.
Right.
We're going to get to that coming up as well. But I wanted to mention this while we're still on baseball. Flem was on with the guys this morning, and he brought up a point that I thought crystallized this platoon controversy, if you want to call it that. Maybe better than anything I've heard. And actually, it played out last night, and no one even noticed. So what Dave Fleming said, because you can do this one of two ways. You can get super angry, and why are they pinch hitting for Jock's an all-star? He hasn't had a hit in a week and a half, but just put that aside.
Yeah, put that aside. I heard that.
Why are you pinch hitting for Jock Peterson? You pinch hit for Brandon Belt. And Gabe Kapler spoke about it last night, and he said, look, one of the goals of our team is in the second half of games, if we can get Austin Slater up against a left-hander with people on base, that's a yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a we're trying to do that. And the only way to guarantee it was to pinch hit him right there for Brandon Belt. And so we did. And he didn't get a hit, but he put the ball in play and knocked in a run. Okay. So, and Fleming, I think, was really eloquent in terms of, here's why the Giants do that. And you don't have to love it, but they've got some pretty sound arguments behind why they do it. But Dave goes, the risk that you do take on when you do that is not the one everyone gets mad at. Why are you pinch hitting for Jock in the sixth inning? Well, they're doing it in the moment because it's a better matchup. But what happens when his spot comes up again 2 innings later,
right,
and you need that bat and you don't have it? Has anybody thought about the fact that when Darren Ruff struck out to end the game, do you remember how Darren Ruff got into the game? One inning.
Pinch hitter.
For who? Jock Peterson.
Yep.
And with Mark Melancon on the mound and a runner at first in a one-run game, who you want at the plate? Darren Ruff or Jock Peterson?
You want a lefty.
So that, to me, was a great point, because it was like when Ruff came up, that made sense in the moment. And even though it was a dribbler, he got a hit. He got a hit, and it was a part of the rally, so whatever, on we go. But then we came up in the ninth in a spot where, boy, you would have loved to see if Jock could put one in the bay, and you got Darren Ruff, and he did exactly what the whole building knew he was going to do.
Melancon's tough on righties.
Struck him out.
Yes, and that's the risk reward.
It's a great point.
So when you're dealing with a game that's 27 outs, you got to figure out when to fire your bullets. And, Kapler saw a leverage situation where if Ruff comes through with the home run there, it changes the game. Now, the dribbler works and it keeps the rally alive, but you ultimately fall short because in a spot where you would have liked to have a left-handed bat. But this is where, you have late night Lamont, or if you have more depth on your bench, because right now, if you're going with your lefties in the lineup, you got a couple of right-hand bullets you can fire. If you're going with your righty lineup, you might have a couple lefty bullets to fire, but you don't have a real deep offense in your starters or in your bench. So Kapler only has 1 or 2 moves he can actually make, and when it wraps back around, you get beat.
Well, I mean, it's funny because it's one of those things that we actually use as a moniker in life. Stay in the moment, right? Stay in the present. All you really have is now. Don't worry about later, because who knows if what you're worried about is actually going to happen. And you know what the past is? It's the past. There's nothing you can do about it, so forget all that. Let's be here, be now, in the moment. And it's kind of how the Giants play baseball. It's how Gabe Kapler plays. Sure, they're meticulous. They plan for the future. They talk everything out, but you don't know how stuff is going to play out. So they're looking for the moment where they can pounce and go, this is a great moment for us. There's a lefty on the mound. There's people on base. We can put Austin Slater up. Great, you're in the moment. What about the next moment? Because now, with the way you play, I feel like the Giants would be so much better if they had 3 more roster spots. And for a while, they did. Like when Farhan and Gabe kind of took over, you had these pandemic rosters where you had more people.
Good point.
If you could have 2 extra righties and an extra lefty and bigger rosters, then when you get to those late innings, when it turns over again, you've already done the pinch hitting once.
Yeah.
Now let's do the pinch hitting again. It would be better, but you get stuck seemingly a lot in the 9th inning where you're like, well, we played our card in the 7th. And so now we're stuck.
Well, and the problem is not so much the roster size, but you've decided to stock up on pitchers because you do the same thing with the pitching, where you're always trying to bring in another arm to win those matchups in the late inning situations with the specialists. So you can't have both fulfilled unless you have a bench that truly is deep enough to allow you to have a lot more guys. And also keep in mind the DH has made this more difficult because there's another bat in your lineup that you have to use every single time through. And if your DH is your backup catcher, and he's a guy you probably would want to DH or pinch hit for as well, you run out of bats because you have so many guys in your lineup that are specialists or are overmatched that you can only pinch hit so many times.
Do you know what throws me off now when you use the word fulfilled because of the fulfill?
The fulfill.
You've created a character, which is your future father-in-law.
Yeah, he's the fulfill.
He's the fulfill. He's the gamote. He's the fulfo.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got the fulfill, and now you're just talking. You're trying to you're just trying to have a sports conversation, and you're like, well, and then they would go fulfill that role, and I'm like, I get totally thrown off.
Yeah.
I'm like, what'd the fulfill do for dinner last night? It totally messes with me.
Fulfill's on a fishing trip, so we're having to fend for ourselves.
So's Abe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's crushing it, by the way.
Okay, good.
I'm getting pictures and video every 10 minutes.
Good.
All kinds of different
They're
fish.
biting, huh?
Absolutely crushing it. He's on the East Coast right now.
Oh, beautiful.
Just rolling.
Beautiful.
Rolling, yeah.
It's catch and release, I'm sure. It's not catch ice and ship home. He's not shipping home some fish for you.
I hope not.
For the old man.
I hope not. Yeah. No. I think, in fact, a lot of the videos he sent me is safely tossing the fish back in the water and a good swim away. Yeah, he's with some people who know what they're doing.
Jock Peterson, All-Star, he might do something at the All-Star game that he never does during the regular year.
What's that?
Face a lefty.
Ooh.
He's a starter. He's going to get an inning. He's going to get an at-bat at least.
Who's starting for the American League?
Don't know yet.
We don't know yet?
But
who are the characters?
Shohei Ohtani.
Might be Paul Blackburn.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I think it'll be Verlander. You give Verlander the ceremonial.
I think Jock should give Verlander the Zoolander. I think that's what he should do, which is a total Jock move. I was watching him again last night, not being in the bleachers and watching him stare out at everybody after every pitch and give him the little hang loose thing. I'm like, what a wacko, man. Like in a good way.
Yeah.
Like he's just a weird, unique dude. So I think he should. I think Verlander comes to the plate.
Gives him the Zoolander.
I think Jock should just give him the Verlander right there. See what happens.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, it's the All-Star game. Why the hell not?
Yeah.
You know what else Jock's going to do? He can get booed off the field.
By the Dodgers?
Oh, my gosh. He got so booed last year when he showed up as a Brave.
So booed.
Which is like, why? I don't, what did he do?
Now that he's won a chip.
And he's a Giant.
Yeah.
Now he's a
giant. He might get double booed.
Oh.
Although the All-Star crowd, as you know, is much different than the Dodger crowd.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be Dodger fans. They're people who live in L.A. who are going to go to that game.
But keep in mind, when he comes up in the first, second, or third inning, the place is going to be half empty.
or not full yet.
Yeah.
It's those fourth, fifth, and sixth innings that are crazy.
He'll be out by then.
At Dodger Stadium.
Yeah,
all right, Alex Pavlovich joins us next. James Wiseman, who I think plays basketball tonight, and Tiger Woods from the top rope. It's all still ahead on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's the beginning of a new era for the 49ers.
Off the play fake, first pass, and it's a touchdown.
Expectations are high.
Every single day, Trey Lance's offseason has now become the most talked about thing of all time in Bay Area history.
Welcome to the Trey area.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it,
An Odyssey station. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. We're sitting here watching Tiger Woods talk right now across the pond. And he said he threw some haymakers. And we're going to get to that in a little bit. James Wiseman, we think, plays basketball tonight. Has that been confirmed, by the way? Do we know if James, everything, no swelling, everything's ready to go? He's going to play again, 5 o'clock, Warrior game tonight, Vegas. Is that confirmed? Do we know?
I don't think it's been officially confirmed, but it's very, very likely.
Yeah.
If he doesn't play basketball tonight, that's a problem.
That's not going to be great, right? It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Guess who else plays tonight? It's the San Francisco Giants, everybody, and Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider who just got home from the 8th inning last night, has been kind enough to join us. Hello, Alex.
That was a long 8th inning.
I mean, did you
it over?
Did you time it?
No, I just remember looking up in the 9th when Wade came up and, his late night Lamont, and it was 10:27. And I was like, how is it 4-3 and it's 10:27? But, it is. Look, I know the commissioner is taking a lot of heat, but every time they say something about trying to cut game times, I'm like, yeah, if you're there 162 and you sit through that on a Monday night, you go like, yeah, figure out a way to chop 20 minutes off of this.
And what is that way? I don't want to get this all sidetracked on how to speed up baseball, but is there any one thing that stood out last night as the, this has got to change moment?
There were a lot of walks last night, which hurts. But for me, just the biggest thing is time between pitches. That's always, we see guys like Sam Long who goes 12 seconds. Alex Wood, I think, is 14. Logan Webb, Jacob Junis. Like, it's possible to cut 10 seconds off between before every pitch for a lot of these guys and still be good. So they can do it. A lot of guys need to actually do it.
Alex, let's get your perspective on Brandon Crawford. And, of course, he's center stage just because he had the big, unfortunate swing of the stick last night, the double play that keeps Arizona in front. He's coming off of a season where he was 4th in the MVP voting. So at the time, it seemed like an obvious move to make to sign him to an extension. But now he looks the exact opposite he did last year. Have you had any conversations with him in terms of why he feels like he hasn't been able to recapture last year?
Yeah, I think, I've talked to him a lot this year, and I think for him it's just a few things. One, he wasn't really healthy before he went on the IL. There was a couple things bothering him, and he was trying to make swing adjustments at the same time, and just it's kind of a daily battle in that case where you're in the trainer's room for a couple hours, you're trying to go to the cage and make some adjustments, take it out on the field. And then the other thing I think has bothered him has just been the way the offseason went. He's somebody who was in the facility. He lives there in Scottsdale. He was there with the coaches from like early January last season, and somebody who just really needs that time to hone it in and has always kind of been a slow starter. And I think he was hurt by just the 2-week ramp up and didn't have a chance to get his swing down the way he wanted to. Having said all that, I mean, he would tell you it needs to be better. He would tell you, he had a 2-0 count last night. It's exactly what you want. He got a fastball that was pretty much down the middle and bounced it to first. And last year that ball's in the gap, and probably all 3 runs score, and the Giants win the game. So I think there's a lot of reasons for why he hasn't had success this year, but I also think he would tell you that he's frustrated and he should be doing better.
A lot of players are probably hoping that the break will come. Yaz has struggled in many spots so far, but Wilmer Flores probably among the hitters who doesn't want the break to come. What's been the big adjustment in him getting so hot of late?
I don't know that it's an adjustment as much as just a hot streak for him. But look, this is a guy who basically, since he joined the Giants, has been doing a lot of this. I think he hit 18 homers last year. It's a little bit better this year, and he's coming up bigger in big spots. It does help him, I think, that he's consistently hitting third or fourth, in part because there's no Buster Posey. Brandon Belt struggled. Crawford has struggled. So he's in bigger spots, but he is a really, really good hitter. And he's somebody that if you leave the ball up, you're going to get crushed. And we've seen a little bit of that in the last week or two, and has been able to take advantage. But I think if you ask the Giants staff, if you ask the players who kind of the most underrated player in the clubhouse is, I think a lot of people would vote for him because he does a lot of this.
Our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, with us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Look, it hasn't necessarily shown up in the numbers yet. You had the one big hit in Arizona. But I do feel like more contact and some loud outs. What's everybody feeling about Joey Bart this time versus Joey Bart earlier in the year?
It is a little bit better. I mean, it's a tough one because you look at the results and they're still not really there. But I think just watching compared to, maybe not compared to April, but compared to what we saw in May and early June, this is better. It's less swing and miss. He's a little bit more dangerous. He still has a lot of work to do. But I think watching him, last night and watching him the last week, what really stood out was just, I really do think he's going to be an elite defensive catcher, and I know they feel very strongly about his catching skills. And one of the reasons that they sent him down was because they felt like the struggles at the plate were kind of leaking over to that side, where it had become such a daily battle for him that he had lost some of what he was bringing behind the plate, and maybe lost some focus there. But if you watch him, if you watch the way he frames pitches for these guys, and especially somebody like Alex Cobb, who is trying to hit those corners, he really does a great job of it, and he's pretty good back there. So for me, there's not a high bar offensively this year because I think he's so good defensively, but he certainly needs to show more. I do think we've seen a little bit more in the last week, but there's a lot more that needs to come from him in the next 2 or 3 weeks to make sure that he's still up here when Casale gets healthy.
Yeah, and that would be ignominious, to say the least, if he was sent out again in a season where he's had plenty of opportunity to shine. Logan Webb has been good, possibly an all-star snub. Is there a sense that if he pitches well tonight, he could still be a replacement for the all-star game?
So his problem, and I enjoyed the discourse on Sunday. I think a lot of people miss the fact that Webb's going to start on Sunday. So he's not going to pitch in the All-Star game no matter what. So unless they changed something, or unless, the National League needed a spot and they went, hey, let's name Logan Webb, knowing he's not going to pitch, and then we'll replace him with maybe Carlos Rodon or somebody else and let him be an All-Star, it's really difficult just because he's not going to be eligible to pitch anyway.
Alex, there's been a season-long discussion about, players who pop or don't, and attendance, and are they boring? You know this as well as anyone. Has the conversation at any point gone upstairs? Has there been any response by Larry Baer, the entertainment side, the business side of this team, about these concerns?
When I've asked about this in the past, what I've been told is that winning will bring people to the ballpark. And, they're not necessarily concerned about making a splash in the offseason because they were hopeful that what happened last year would carry over. Now it has not for multiple reasons. I think they underestimated, just to your point, how dull they can be at times, and how that's not really a recipe to bring, maybe some of the more casual fans to the park. And I do think the other issue is they stopped winning as much. So, what are you selling then? You're selling the ballpark. You're selling what right now is an average team without a whole lot of star power, and so it's just a difficult combination. I'm sure there are conversations. I haven't talked to anybody really since this losing skid started, and since they've gone in the tank the last month or two about this. But I'm sure there are a lot of conversations at the higher levels about what they need to do. It's hard in the middle of the season. I mean, you can't go out and trade for one photo in the middle of the year just to sell tickets. It's just not possible. But I bet there are a lot of conversations about what this offseason will have to look like, just because you look around and, there's a lot of empty seats. So it is what it is. It's not hard to miss. And you look late in games and it's just not. I give a ton of credit to the fans who stay. They were very loud in the 8th inning last night, but there's just not a lot of them left, and you can't blame them. And then you go down to San Diego over the weekend and see what that looked like for 4 days. It's completely different. So, yeah, there needs to be a conversation, I think, at some point about, Kyle Harrison will help, Marco Luciano will help when these guys get entrenched, but they're going to have to find a way to sell to a different audience moving forward, because it's very clearly is a market where they want Aaron Judge, they want Juan Soto, and they don't necessarily care what it costs. The fans, I think a lot of them, and they shouldn't, but they want those big names.
Yeah, even in the early 00s when the park opened, at least there was Barry Bonds in those years that they struggled between 02 and 2010. So looking at the deadline, knowing what you know about Farhan trying to rebuild this minor league organization, do you see him being more conservative to stand pat as opposed to going for a big swing and a hopeful hit at the deadline?
Yeah, I think the one thing we've learned about him in the 2 seasons he's had really was the deadline. In 2020, there was no real season. But remember 2019, he let them keep the team together, even though it was not a very good team, because they went on a run in July. And last year they played so well before the deadline that he went out and traded for Chris Bryant. So I think he and Scott are people who will be very reactive to what they see over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And if they feel like this is not a team that can make the playoffs, I doubt that's the case just because of that extra wild card, or not a team that can make a run in October. They're not going to strip the farm system for that. But I think if they see signs over the next couple of weeks that maybe these guys can be more dangerous, there's a few holes to fill that they can fill, but they have to be careful here. Certainly, I mean, this is an aging group. It's a farm system that hasn't necessarily taken a step back, but has not seen a lot of development from some of their top guys this year. So you got to be careful about who you're dealing, because at some point you might look up and go like, hey, this rebuild has continued way too long.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. All right, my man, go take a nap. You've got a long night ahead.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. That's true. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. So
all right, there it is. Alex Pavlovich getting ready for yet another Giants game, and you need an afternoon nap if you're going to stay up late.
You do, because 3 hours and 46 minutes in a 4-3 ball game, that's just not going to work.
Have you made it to the end of a Giants game all year?
I've made it to the end. Yeah, I mean, it's usually you watch it early, you're locked in, you get the flow, and something comes up, turn it off for dinner, you come back, you check on your phone, you're in, you're out. It's tough to go pitch 1 through pitch, let's call it 300, because that's about how many pitches there are
probably
in a baseball game.
Yeah, maybe
250 to 300. Let's call it 300. 300 pitches over the course of 3 hours and 40 minutes. That is 220 minutes. So you're talking about 1.3 pitches per minute. And that includes commercial time. He's got his lead at first. We throw over, steps out, grab the crotch, get the sign, who's up in the pen. It's tough, man.
Yeah. Well, Alex, sometimes we just need to simplify our conversation, right? Oh, or we're gonna limit the mound visits. All right.
Right.
Look.
You
okay.
only get 6.
And you're gonna put a runner at second in the 10th inning, and will you pitch the ball, please?
Throw the ball.
Pitch the ball.
You had it perfectly. I think it was last week.
Pitch the ball.
Yeah, throw it.
Throw the damn ball.
Yeah.
Okay, well, like what? The worst one of all, and throw over to first, and it's strategic. Here's my favorite: when the pitcher is staring at the catcher, and then they just stare, and they look like they're having a staring contest. And the batter is getting ready.
Waggle.
And then the batter,
waggle.
And now we're in our stance, and the batter's like, I'm freezing. You're freezing me. Call time.
Time out.
Okay, great. So we just put 40 seconds of our life into a staring contest, and batting stance guy on Twitter is going to get a lot out of it because he's getting great content.
And he's
just
great.
Staring at the guy do the waggle. But can you... And listen, I was a pitcher in high school. That is not of consequence. There was no TV timeouts. Okay, but this was one of the things.
Totally.
I
remember at Carlmont one time I was in the stretch.
Dude, throw the ball. In fact, they went to me one time.
We were playing Terra Nova.
Well, do you remember the time limits on game? The games have the time limits.
Yes, of course.
And so you couldn't go to another inning.
After an hour and 40.
After an hour 40.
Whatever.
And so there was a game where they were like, we need 3 outs. And we need them in 5 minutes. And they went, Mark, you're pitching. And I was literally racing. It would be run to the rubber, set, throw. Run to the rubber, set, throw. We got him. And we went into another inning. I do not remember who won the game. But we did it. And I'm like, you can do this. In fact, there's almost a rhythm to it that might help you. Pitchers.
Throw it.
Throw the ball.
Yeah.
Throw the ball.
It's okay to throw it.
I think that's the key. That's the answer to this.
Right.
He just said some pitchers can save 10 seconds per pitch Do you realize how much time
That's a minute on a 6-pitch at bat.
Wow.
That's just one clean minute.
Wow, you could shave a half hour off these games in a snap.
And that's where the old baseball was so much faster because guys just threw the ball. If you stood out there and you cogitated and you stared in, well, guess what? Next time you come up to the bat, you're getting thrown at, and we're going to fight you because we will not stand out here. We will not play a 3-hour and 46-minute game unless it's 15-11. And at that point, I'm there for 346. If it's a 4-3 game and the 8th inning takes 45 minutes and results in, there's a lot of drama, but too much dead air.
Oh, man, no. It was garden variety last night.
Right.
4-3 ball game.
Yeah.
9 innings. 4 hours.
Yeah. Too much.
7:07. 2 balls is a walk, 1 strike, and you're out.
Well, that's like the old slow pitch league where you start every at-bat with a 1-1 count.
Well, if we can start with a runner at second, why can't we start 0-2?
Yeah.
Let's do it. No, obviously that's not going to happen. But
or the way we used to play when we would play wiffle ball. I worked in a summer camp in Ross, and every Friday at the end of camp, we'd go have a little picnic and play wiffle ball. And if you got to the point where you walked somebody, you had to throw them a cookie, which is basically a lob ball.
Yeah.
It's like having Austin Wins as your pitcher. So you get to a full count, then the pitcher, instead of you taking your base, you have the option of give me a cookie. So now you're just going to lob one, and the batter gets to take a free hack at it.
Give me a cookie. I heard that from Jude a couple of times, actually, during the game last night. That's what keeps. That's the other thing. These slow games.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, they get expensive, okay? The kids need a snack.
Seriously.
They need a snack every half hour. You bring me 4 hours, that's 4 more snacks.
That cotton candy you got him.
Oh, my God.
It was a 3-tiered. How much was that? Was that $12?
No, less. Game show music, please. How much is the cotton candy at Oracle Park?
And again, this is the 3-tiered. You got your blue tier, you got your pink tier, you got your white tier.
There was a yellow tier also.
Oh, wow.
Hang on, let me go to the picture. I got the picture because I took the picture. It's on
and
Instagram.
And the cotton candy goes top to bottom about 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet.
This is a 4-colored cotton candy. Look at that. It's the super jumbo ball.
Yeah.
It goes yellow, blue, pink, and then like off-white or something like that.
Yeah.
We didn't get to the off-white.
Coming in that color. Close the book on Jude.
He did not get to the bottom. Yeah, he did not get to the center of the Tootsie Pop on this one. But we can play that Price is Right game where you just guess and then I go lower or higher. You said $12 lower.
$11.
Lower.
$10.
Lower.
$9.
Ding. Okay. Game's over.
Now it's time to play the follow-up game. Spinoni, if you would, please. How much did it cost the Giants to generate that $9 item?
50 cents.
Lower. Lower.
32 cents.
For just 27 cents in a gigantic bag of sugar. They can hook your child forever.
You get sucked into these things because I'm not a cotton candy guy. Like, I've always looked at it and I'm like...
the bit behind the bit.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I look at cotton candy and I'm like, this is my thing with food. You know me.
You want to be fulfilled.
No, I'm gonna eat. I'm not afraid of stuff, okay? You guys watch me over here.
He's fat.
Right? Like, it's okay. We have donuts here like most days. Fat. So it's all good on the sugar. But I look at cotton candy and I'm like, what is that?
Why? Yeah.
What are you?
Who are you? That's good to be back.
No, I don't know what you like. I get that you're sugar, but
you're sugar and science because you create that centrifugal force.
It's air. You put it in your mouth and it's gone.
Oh, it's so good.
Well, kind of
dissolvable goodness.
It's just gone though. Like
it's gone everywhere but your fingers.
Correct.
And then you gotta.
So I've always been kind of anti-cotton candy because I'm like,
too.
I don't really understand what's even happening here. But it's all the kid wanted in life. It's all he wanted in life. He's like, Dad, you always say no to the cotton candy. It's just me and you. Come on, man. We got to go get the cotton candy.
Say yes to the mess.
And so there was a debate. There was a debate for a while. And then we're like, all right, we're going to do this thing. And then, man, you should see what happens to an 8-year-old when you give him 4-tiered cotton candy and 4-hour baseball. This ride home.
Bouncy?
I mean... Well, again...
Dad, what do you think about that 6th inning? Dad, I got to tell you, I didn't like the positioning of the outfield in the 6th inning.
It's one of these where you're sitting in the seats that are attached to each other. So if you're moving around in your seat, I can feel it. Like you're moving my seat too. We get to the 8th inning, and they load the bases, and he
got the bounce.
Bouncing up and down, and I'm like, doink, doink, doink. I'm like, dude, I'm trying. Jude, sit still. The bases are loaded. They're going to get it. Oh, my gosh, with the 4-tiered cotton candy. And
I'm excited.
He only went through 2 tiers.
That's it.
Yeah. Luckily, there was none of the other kind of tiers. So we avoided that. Because usually,
even with the 4-3 loss.
Yeah, you get the crash. No,
sugar
this
high,
kid,
sugar low.
You want to talk about a moment that'll, speaking of cotton candy, that'll melt your face off. This kid, by the time we got down to the Embarcadero, he goes, Dad, I'm really bummed that they lost, but I still had a really good time.
Nice.
Kid.
I thought you were going to say, Dad, I'm bummed that they lost, but I still have faith in Farhan, too.
Dad, I'm really bummed that they lost, but I'm an Angels fan now.
Exactly. We need more stars. Can we go to Anaheim?
Dad, he's like, Dad, I'm bummed that they lost, but I still believe in the platoon system. He said that to me. And then I said, you get cotton candy every time you come to the game. Son, is what's going to happen.
Dad, I'm bummed that they lost, but I would have loved to see a Joey Gallo at bat.
The only thing missing was, Joey Gallo.
Oh, gosh.
How's Guru at this game, Mark, by the way?
All right, man, Guru. I mean,
come on, you got to tell, because he's not here today. It's gonna be Kruger.
Yeah,
and
he's
JD
out.
in.
He's out. Yeah, Guru.
I'm still reeling from the loss.
All right. Well, here. Okay, fine. So here's what we're gonna do.
You tease it.
Well, we got Tiger and Stories of Goo. Isn't that the Minions name? We got Minions, The Rise of Goo.
Yeah.
Next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. 2 division leaders meet in Minnesota.
archway?
Yeah, I think he got rubbed the wrong way, just like Brandon did. Did you see Brandon's face at second base when that ball hit halfway up out there in right center field, 400 feet away?
Yeah.
Exasperated.
Flummoxed.
Exasperated.
Baffled.
So we sit here and go, hey, the Giants led the world in home runs last year. Why would a free agent still not come to that ballpark? Well, if you're left-handed, I don't blame you.
Right.
Look at that. That ball was destroyed.
Not high enough.
And you got a double.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It wasn't even close, by the way.
What do you do, though? Because
There's nothing
structurally,
you can do.
that thing is beautiful. Do you knock down the wall? Do you start to tear the wall down from the right field foul pole? Do you just reconstruct it so it's a gradually sloping low wall?
The phrase knock down is, I'm out. You can't. There's nothing you can do. You just got to live
And
with it.
view in right field, too damn distracting for a fan. You're too tempted to look behind you.
Yeah. I hear a lot of people say, San Francisco, San Diego, and Pittsburgh, these are unfair ballparks.
They're ugly.
Because they're just too pretty.
Exactly.
And I don't like pretty. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You just got to eat this one. And if Bryce Harper picks the Phillies over you, you got to eat it.
Well, then you're going to have to be elite on the other side, which is how you won championships.
That's what they try to do.
Elite pitching, spectacular defense. Right now, your bullpen, not nearly what it was last year across the board, and your defense has been ferocious.
Yeah, no, there's no question. Yeah, you can't win when when you can't catch.
Right.
You can't win when you can't catch.
And if you can't draw when you're not winning without sizzle, then you need to do something to draw, because Alex Pavlovich was right. Shout out the fans who did stay. You and your boy
made it to the end.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Goo had to pull the plug. Probably went about 7 in the third.
Take the under. Anyway, Willard and Dibs want to make sure that we get into this because I find this really, really fascinating. And first, and you were absolutely firm in the changeover earlier today that Tiger Woods is not retiring.
Right.
And he agrees with you, by the way. Tiger Woods on retirement rumors. Here it is.
Who, me? Retire? No. No. I'm not retiring. Am I not playing a full schedule? Yes. I've told you guys that many times. That's just my reality. I don't like it, but I just have to accept it. As far as retiring, and no. But, this may be, my last chance to, I'll be playing at St. Andrews with a chance to compete at the highest level. If it comes around in 5, 6, 7, 8 years time, whatever the time frame is, who knows if I will be playing the game of golf at this level. I don't know. I appreciate every single moment, especially coming back here.
Yeah.
And regards to winning here on Sunday,
I need to get myself into that position and making sure, as I said, doing all my homework, making sure I'm doing all the things I need to do to make sure that I put myself in there with a shot of going that back 9 on Sunday, and that's my responsibility, and hopefully I can do it.
Okay, so he feels like you can almost see and hear the hesitation where, winning this tournament, it's unlikely. But
yes,
he's not going to be there if he doesn't feel like it's at least somewhere within the realm of possibility. And to your point that you made earlier, whatever he's trying to soak in right now is totally based on St. Andrews because the Open Championship is not going to be there until he's in his 50s.
Right.
He's 46 years old. So this is it. This is, and then, I know Tom Watson almost won an Open Championship when he was in his late 50s.
Turnberry, I played there 2 weeks later.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where'd you shoot there?
About 94. Oof. Tough out there.
Yeah.
Had the same putt that he missed for par. I missed mine for bogey.
Okay.
Took a double on 18.
The double, but on the way out.
I think that Tiger, if you look at the future courses, Troon is an absolute wind tunnel. I shot like a buck 5 there. That thing was brutal. Royal Liverpool, I don't think he's ever done that well. So I look at Augusta, though. He's always done well at Augusta. I can't help but think that he'll always try to stay in shape or at least gear up to play the Masters every year. He's only 3 behind Jack, and I think that privately he would love to get one of Phil's majors, north of 50. I think he'd like to eclipse Phil as the oldest modern golfer to win a major.
Okay, speaking of Phil and everything that's going on with Live Golf and all of that controversy, Tiger has clearly stated that he is not going, and he was offered more money, of course, as would be normal. He was offered more money than anybody. I don't know what the number is. Nobody does. It's been suggested it was well north of $500 million. Okay, you're talking about $500 $500 million, somewhere between $500 and $1 billion for this guy. Just to go join a tour, and we know Tiger doesn't need any money. So he says no, but his comment today reframed this discussion for me. And I'll explain why once you hear what he had to say.
The players who have chosen to go to live and to play there, I disagree with it. I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position. Some of these players may not ever get a chance to play major championships, and that is a possibility. But what these players are doing for guaranteed money, what is the incentive to practice? What is the incentive to go out there and earn it in the dirt? You're just getting paid a lot of money up front and playing a few events and playing 54 holes. They're trying to, playing blaring music and have all these atmospheres that are different. I just don't see how, 54 holes, I can understand 54 holes is almost like a mandate when you get to the senior tour. The guys are a little bit older and a little more banged up. But, when you're at a young age and some of these kids, there really are kids, who are gone from amateur golf into that organization, 72-hole tests, are part of it. I mean, we used to have 36-hole playoffs for major championships. That's how it used to be. 18-hole U.S. Open playoffs. I just don't see how that move is positive in the long term.
I've never loved Tiger Woods more than right now. Maybe outside of when he plays with Charlie in that other tournament. That's pretty sweet too. But this totally reframes the conversation for me, because to hear Tiger Woods say, you go to live, you're forgetting where you came from.
Yeah.
Are there problems with the PGA Tour that need to be addressed? There's no question. But that is from the mouth of the man who himself made millions for everybody else.
Hundreds of millions.
Dustin Johnson, finishing in third place did not used to get you 6 mansions and a date with Paulina.
Yeah.
It didn't used to do that. And the reason it does that is because of Tiger Woods. So for him to sit there and say, you guys are all rich, you are rich beyond your wildest dreams and have these opportunities because of me. And now you're going to go do this and turn your back on this entire process? Kick rocks.
Right. You don't even have to practice. He's right. You get guaranteed money to play 3 rounds. I don't mind the blaring music and the atmosphere change, and I think that's part of what the PGA Tour needs to change to become more attractive to younger people, not be so stodgy, which is why we love the tournament in Arizona and the raucous 16th hole and certain atmospheres that they're starting to embrace. But there'd be no live golf without Tiger Woods. There'd be no global popularity without Tiger Woods. I remember as a kid watching various, Andy North and other early school golfers and Bruce Litsky and, these guys, you'd be lucky to have parts of your final round on TV. And now we're able to watch every single shot by most of these guys, either on our phone or on TV. It's all thanks to Tiger Woods.
There's big words coming from him. There's some gravitas there for sure. I'm really, really glad that he did that. All right. I'm also glad, even though it sort of meant a Giants loss, we went 4-0 as a show yesterday. So we are rocking and rolling this week, and Pick Your Battles is next, along with Steiny and Goo, without any Steiny and without any Goo. Who's coming in here? Find out next on 95.7 The Game.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him. Nice move, my 4-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is David VR. The call-up doubled in his first AB and drove in a run.
And in the first swing he takes, he drives one to deep.
Yeah, that's going to be.
I'm just going to put it bluntly. I'm sick of it.
Well,
get used to it.
Yeah, take about 5 minutes, and then that's probably where we'll be. So anyway, yeah, we're crushing it on Pick Your Battles, and that's coming up in a bit. Did you? By the way, I didn't get a chance to dive into this. Did you watch Wiseman?
I did.
On your in between your errands.
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you think?
I thought Wiseman looked great. The fact that he was able to run up and down, jump, shoot, dunk, block shots, and grab the occasional rebound. I thought it was impressive, the fact that he's able to get back there and do it. I hope he can play tonight, and then not much more. Maybe one more Summer League cup of coffee, and then let's shut you back down. Give the knee all the rest you need. You're going to have to really baby him, I would say at least for the next year, if not 2 years. You got to really slow play it, but I was fascinated by the glass half full, glass half empty camps where people fell, because I'm glass half full. Great to see you playing. You know, you look like you've got some skill, but the glass half empties are, you only got 2 rebounds. And, you know, you don't look like a true big.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm fascinated by how people perceived his Summer League outing.
I'm going to surprise you here. I'm in the glass totally full camp.
Attaboy.
Which is, I'm not even really worried about stats right now. How can you be? First of all, Summer League stats, in the history of the world, Summer League stats have mattered a sum total of 0 times. 0 times. So I don't care what your numbers are. There's really only one thing, and if you want to call it 1.5 things that I care about with James Wiseman, the one thing is, did your knee swell up the next day? That's it. Did you play? Are you healthy? Are you here? That's it. That's just one thing. Now, the other thing you want to see, I guess, if you want to call it a half of another thing, which is just, I want to see your skill set. And it would be great if your skill set is better, more improved than it was before. And it totally was. Rebounds. He only got 2 rebounds.
Only 2, Mark.
The guy created his own three-pointer. He's 7 feet tall, so his jumper looked good. His timing offensively looked good. His timing defensively at times with the block shots looked good. That's all that matters. So for me, because here's the thing with James. If James is a healthy basketball player, it works in the NBA, period. I don't know if he's an all-star or even if he's just, you know, your above-average big man. But when you have that skill set, it can't not work in the NBA.
Yeah, as long as he can defend.
It can be something less than great. It can maybe just be good. When you are 7 feet tall and you move like that and you have the ability to shoot the basketball, it can't not work. It has to at least be some level of good, provided health. So I find that whole conversation, I thought this was incredibly encouraging because he played. After the game, he said his knee felt great, and his skill set looked exactly like you'd want it to.
Yeah, not much of a jumper, but you don't need to jump when you're 7 feet, so go ahead and shoot the set shot. And the alley-oop to start the game from Kuminga made you dream a little bit about not only this year, but 2029, where if you still have both, that Kuminga to Wiseman dribble, throw it up, alley-oop, and imagining it going the other way where you're throwing it up to Kuminga, this could be a fun tandem with Jordan Poole and Moses Moody for years to come. So I was excited and I was thrilled by what Wiseman did. And like you said, as long as the knee felt good in the morning, that's the most important thing.
If they're all here, it'll be fun to watch them together.
Well, and I heard you and Larry talking about this.
I know it's not fun, but I don't.
No, but there's an order internally of how this is going to go. And the first piece is going to be Wiggins. He won't be back after this upcoming year.
Is that what you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that the price for Wiggins, too high. The really interesting one for me is Draymond Green. Because ahead of him picking up his player option, next year he's signed, then he has a player option. At that point, you're going to have to either restructure him and have him take, and I'm sorry, Draymond, this is the old media talking, take less money. I don't want to get into your emotions here, Draymond.
That's probable.
I know that triggers you.
That's probable. There's no, but the market will bear that. There's nobody that's going to offer Draymond $30 million a year 2 years from now.
No,
I don't
he can play out his player option and then take his chances elsewhere.
Right.
Whatever. But I think that Wiggins will be the first piece to be gone. Poole's a question, but they're going to have to ultimately pick their players.
The idea that are there 9 of them or are there 8 of them? It's 8 of them, right?
8, yeah.
Right? Steph, Clay, Dre, Poole, Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman. Yeah, 8 players. The idea that they're just all going to ride off into the sunset together as 8?
No.
It's not possible. It's just not financially
If you have
possible.
4 of the 8 in 3 years time from now, I think you'd be happy.
I think
4.5 is probably the number. The over-under's 4.5.
I'll take the over. But it probably not going to be much above 5.
You mentioned it. He's not going to spend $1 billion on payroll. When you said $1 billion,
it's what it is.
I almost crashed my car on the way to.
It actually would be north
West
of it.
Elm
It'd
or
be north.
CB2. Where the hell were we going?
Yeah, you had to pick your battles all weekend long. Would be my guess, and it's what we will do right now. I don't know if there's a difference between your 1-1 and my 1-1, but just to welcome you back to the fold, go ahead and take first pick, my brother.
Thank you. I need to go because we've got the anthems underway. You know I'm going to Euro 2022.
Wow, look at the serious faces on those ladies. They are locked in.
It's a big match, Mark. Woo! Group B, Spain taking on Germany. And I don't want to belabor it because you know I've been locked in big time on Euro 2022. We're taking both teams to score. It's -121 Germany and España.
Okay, that is a very good pick. I am very excited about my selection as well once I saw it, and it just sneaks in at -148. It's what I was hoping it would be.
Chalk.
I am all in on this because I think Logan Webb was affected by what he saw Rodon do on Saturday. Oh, you're going to be the bulldog. You're going to put your team on the back and get a win once you have to have it. Logan's going to say, I see it. I raise you. Give me the under 3.5 on Diamondbacks runs tonight. Give me the under 3.5. Logan Webb shoves in this one tonight. Hazmat Room, Kyle Spadoni. Take it away.
Yeah, Dallas Keuchel stinks. He's pitching for the Diamondbacks today. I like the Giants on the run line.
Okay, that's a -1.5.
What happened to Dallas Keuchel?
He ended up in Arizona. Ended up in Arizona. Kyle?
No, that's Keuchel.
Oh, Keuchel?
Thank you. The Astros are visiting the Angels. They're -127 on the money line. I like the Astros in that one. So I'm taking the Astros.
All right. I got Shohei for a homer. I got Trout for 2, and the Astros went 8-3. There you go.
Who bought donuts, by the way, for Friday? How did that play out?
I did, and then Kyle picked them up because I had to do the early shift last week.
Spadoni on the Venmo.
When was Giant Donuts in Oakley?
Yeah. What's that?
Giant Donuts in Oakley made its first appearance here at the station.
Giant donuts?
Yeah.
Like meaning size or
were
like
the donuts bigger than normal donuts?
Are they branded? Are they big Gabe Kapler fans? Like what are they?
Litigation is underway on suing for false advertising. Normal sized donuts.
Unacceptable.
We think that plain cake donuts are pointless.
We feel donuts should be cooked medium rare.
I ordered 12 donuts, and the lady at the cash register has the audacity to go, "Can I get you a breakfast sandwich or anything?" I just ordered a dozen donuts, lady.
Oh, but my answer would have been yes. Wait, there's a donut shop that has breakfast sandwiches?
Yeah, man. Smoothies, the works.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, man.
Are they regular breakfast sandwiches, or are they on the donuts? Like if it was the Arizona Diamondbacks Stadium, they'd put eggs and bacon in between 2 donuts.
Do a giant donut.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
What was the cost per donut, if I may?
Yeah, what
out there in Oakley?
What was the Venmo, Joey? What did it cost
$20.
you? Okay.
All right.
20
Standard
spot.
twomp.
All right.
All right.
No
Okay.
problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
All right. Apparently, Larry is protesting you. It's 11:58, and they are just like not here.
He knows I'm going after him.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay.
So,
And now here's JD.
my beloved John Dickinson.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You've gotta be kidding me.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Bring it in, you big love.
Ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
emotional. It's emotional in here.
It is time. This feels like an after-school special, a very special, The Changeover, brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. You just changed the game. I mean, I think every changeover should now start with a hug and a slap back.
Well, especially if I can get a Kruger playing the role of Guru Hug with cologne as well. Because not a lot of cologne hosts in the building.
Are you wearing cologne
Kruger
today?
with a little bit of good smelling sauce
See, this
in there.
this is what
as
happens.
he goes to get his muff out.
This is what happens when you join a new group and a new family.
Don't talk about that.
Larry's coming in here like you've showered.
Oh, fresh.
There's no hat on.
He's combed. He's got hair
Yeah,
product.
cologne.
Did he say muff?
I mean,
You came in smelling good, grabbing your
Look
muff.
at you.
Look
You
at
got-
Welcome
yeah.
to the game.
I noticed when we were embracing that, I felt the internal suckage of like he was taking me in. You know,
Hard not to.
It was,
You know.
yeah.
Absolutely hard
Okay,
not
now
to.
hold on. This
It's
moment.
just soap and water. You guys ought to try it sometime.
Well,
mix in some soap.
They keep telling me that, but no, I am going to interrupt this love fest. With this
Breaking news?
Is it breaking?
Breaking news.
Look at you.
95.7 The Game Breaking News. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, Larry, you know that it was something that we discussed over the last few days here on 95.7 The Game. Damn it, how is Carlos Rodon not an all-star? Take your take and throw it out with the trash because Carlos Rodon is an all-star. He has been added to the National League roster, so that's 2 Giants inside the all-star team for the National League.
That's big, and it's kind of expected considering the way it goes now where you get named an all-star and, I can't possibly pitch, so I have to be replaced, and you've got a situation where there's 43 all-stars per league now? But congratulations, Carlos. I thought you deserved it.
It was well earned.
I mean, his wife, she spoke up.
She did.
And they
That's
said,
what happened.
you know what? We're not going against Mrs. Rodon. Put him in there. He belongs in there.
Yeah.
That last inning was macho, man.
Totally.
And his whole first half has just been terrific. So
it's Bryce Harper, Yordan Alvarez, and Josh Hader who are out. And it is, it is Rodon, it is Garrett Cooper, and the third addition is JD Martinez. And obviously that's not just National League. That's the entire All-Star game. There are 3 out, 3 in. Congratulations to Rodon.
So the Giants now with more All-Stars than games over 500.
Wow.
So hat tip to them.
Wow,
Doesn't happen with a lot of
waiting
teams.
for that one.
JD,
I'm waiting for that one.
It's crop dusting right there.
Now, Farhan can walk through the offices and pop his jersey and be like, hey, I signed 2 guys this offseason. They're both all-stars.
That's a good caller, Pop.
It's actually an interesting point. Yep. Got 2 All-Stars for $28 million this year. Not bad.
No, you can also, look to your Austin wins and your main Mercedes as points of pride as well, but that's a little bit tougher to sell to the general populace who is mostly somnambulant, Larry. Asleep, your Giants fan base. Your thoughts.
You. Look at Mr. Thesaurus.
You give a guy 5 days off, he comes with big words for the new host.
Look at Marine Catholic in the house.
Seriously.
Representing a real Catholic institution.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, all right.
As we take a shot at SI and the lesser folks. Dan Fouts couldn't hack it at MC. He had to go to SI in order to be basically granted grades.
I believe it was so he could go to college on a scholarship. I think that's why he went to SI.
Yeah, Jared Goff is on the phone, but...
Wow. This is
Catholic on
this
Catholic
is
crime.
good rich person trash talk that I see going on right here. Yeah.
We've had more people who have been Cardinals than...
Exactly. Well, listen, you are all listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. How we doing, boys? What's going on?
Doing well.
Larry?
Well, I did win last night on my bet.
It's big.
What's
Pick your
that?
battles.
I faded the Giants.
You did. He's been fading down. But I got my bet too, which was a low key fade of the Giants.
Were you? I thought you had the under. No?
I did.
Oh, you did.
And it was 7.5.
7.5.
7.5.
Oh, I thought it was 7.
No. That half point is a winner.
Big double play for you in that 8th inning.
Yeah. So it did. It obviously reached the point when the Giants, when the Diamondbacks score their 4th run, that silly little late one that was clunky. It immediately registers to me. I go, well, the possibility of now the Giants winning and me getting a green check is now gone. So yes, it felt like a hedge, but no, not really. Like, yes, I was absolutely rooting for Brandon Crawford's ground ball to go down the line and take the loss, but Didn't go that way, even though he was safe. But anyway,
nothing
we move
says
on.
being a Giants fan like rooting for a ground ball to get
right.
through, JD.
Yep.
I saw when Willard tweeted that out, by the way, that he was safe, that people attacked.
He was.
People attacked.
People attacked.
Oh, there.
Which is like, okay, so I shared a fact with you.
You said you're anti,
I've been anti-replay ever since the beginning of time with replay because everyone wants to get the call right, and we don't get the call right because basically you're asking a human to look at a video and judge what another human has already judged. The problem is the humans here. It's not the actual video. It's the person looking at the video.
Are you in all sports, Dibs, or just baseball?
Baseball, football, basketball against. Tennis, I'm for because
you
look at where the ball hit and we can make a judgment. And that's why I don't know if you've watched a lot of Wimbledon, but Nick Kyrgios, the meteoric young star, Wimbledon, they don't use the shot spot. They use actual human beings, and they're blowing calls.
I'm actually I'm super pro replay in football for sure.
Super fast game.
The basketball, it's still a little clunky. I think there's too many things that are not reviewable. I agree with that. That's true in baseball as well. Did you see the Angel Hernandez foul ball call? Oh my gosh, it was hysterical.
It was on brand for sure.
It's so on brand.
Not even close.
And you just love it when somebody puts everything in their body into it, and I'm like, oh my God, you are so flipping wrong. You are so out of line, and he just sits there and you do it with flair, and then you stare into the camera like, yep, I nailed it. And I'm like, no, you totally whiffed that. So baseball, though, I would not call myself anti-replay. I'm just anti the way they're doing it. There seems to be, and actually I'll take this further, there seems to be a fear of umpires. Umpires are different than referees in basketball and football. They have successfully made everyone scared of them. Don't you question me. You question me, you're out of the game. In basketball, you got to get out of line before you get teed up, thrown out. In football, there's conversations going on with refs all the time. You'd basically have to bump one of them to get tossed out of a game. In baseball, you just have to disagree.
Yeah, they'll stalk you back to the dugout.
All you have to do is disagree. So
don't show me up.
The stadiums are scared of umps. They won't show the replay while they're doing the replay. Won't show it. Okay? And then we go to New York, and we get definitive proof, but it's still really, really close. So let's not show up the umps back at the stadium, even though we've got proof that they were wrong. They were almost right. So let's go ahead and keep the call what it was. It's ridiculous. Grow some guts.
Here's the thing on last night's that was really weird, because I was like, he's out. But I was seeing the replay angle from the heel.
Yes.
Right.
Your toes are technically in front of your heel. When they showed it...
They are on my body.
Yeah.
That's a great breakdown you can't find in other shows right there.
That's,
I should have appended the changeover.
I love that you use the word technically in there. Your
So
toes
perfect.
are technically in front of your heel.
Well, I've never seen your guys' feet, but I'm just, my feet.
Michael
the way
Jackson moonwalk.
From my personal experience, my toes are in front of my heel. Anyway, when they showed the down the line and you got the toes, you got the front of his shoe, he looked absolutely safe.
He was.
When you saw the back and you see the kind of the ankle kind of jarring on the base, he looked out. So I don't know what to say.
Exactly. The toes were up before they hit the base.
I'm with you with one of the angles, but there is the one from home plate is definitive. You can see the bag going down, like the foot is on the bag, and the ball is literally not quite in the glove yet. It's razor thin. I get it. But if you're going to do replay, razor thin counts.
Well, here's my problem with replay. You guys go to the track, right?
Oh, I love the track.
Used to.
Okay,
Friday night hot dogs.
When there's a photo
much.
finish between the 5-horse and the 7-horse, they don't say the 5-horse won unless the video is overwhelming. They say inquiry. They go up and look at it and make a call. So there's no prejudgment. In baseball, they make a call. Yeah. Then they go up there, and then it's like, in football too, and then it's like, is there visual evidence in this pile, let's say in football, to say it was a fumble?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how about just inquiry, check it out, get it right, instead of a predisposed outcome, and then you need concrete evidence to overturn that wrong call.
I don't think that it wouldn't change
inquiry.
The nature of the call being correct or incorrect. They're still going to be broken down in microfractions. My problem with football, JD, is that when we watch something in super excruciating slow-mo, did the ball come out before the knee hit? Did the knee hit before the ball came out? And same thing with safe and out. At what point, I know when the ball hits the glove is when the safe out determination is, but when you look at it excruciatingly slow-mo, you're going to see different things each time you look at it.
No, and to Larry's point, I mean, whatever the call is on the field carries more weight, and I think last night's a perfect example. If Crawford is called safe by the first base umpire, I think that call also stands.
Right. Which, by the way, that has been my idea for a while. Does it change things dramatically? I don't know, but I'd love to see it try. I have always thought if we're going to go to New York for this video review, make it be like the Family Feud with the second person who hasn't come out for the bonus round yet. I want earmuffs and eye black over the face of the... I do not want them to know what the call was on the field. Don't know.
They've been locked inside the humidor.
That's exactly right. Put them in the humidor, knock on the humidor, let them come out. We've got a review. You have no idea what the call was on the field. Slow it down, micro, tell us
you gotta
what
edit
you
the
see.
ump out because the ump actually makes a call in real time.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't want them to know.
Theory, but I mean, how do you actually apply
Well,
it? You
no,
have to change the rule though as well, because part of the rule is there enough evidence to overturn?
What
I want is
because that call stood.
No
the other
more
call was
review.
confirmed.
Let's get back to the point where you just got screwed. Because in life, it happens to all of us. You got a parking ticket because you had a broken meter.
Sure.
You got screwed.
Right.
That's what life's about. And so in sports, we try to make everything fair so that nobody gets screwed. And we go to replay and we see some fat guy in an ump uniform with a headset on, and 3 minutes later, they still got it wrong.
This isn't whining about the difficulties that we encounter in life. That's going to happen either way. But let's not reach for it. Let's not sign up. You don't wake up and be like, boy, I hope I get hosed today. Like that's just not, that's not the way we do it. So if you can get to an answer, and by the way, here'd be the fix on this one, JD. If the person doesn't know what the call was on the field and they see something, let's take last night. I got two angles, Bob. One of them looks safe and one of them looks out. So I'll tell you what we're going to do on Bob. We are going to just accept,
Totally. Let's do it over.
Accept whatever the call was on the field. Because I can't really tell. So whatever it was, keep it.
That's what they did.
No, they know what the call was, and I'm convinced in baseball that they are trying to look out for their brethren and not show them up. They don't want to overturn calls. I want them to just look at this with unbiased eyes.
Two things on the replay. I got a chance several months ago to talk replay with Kerr. Kerr said, you know what, I'm against replay because basketball has a flow and replay kills that flow. So when are we going to prioritize the flow of the game? You can only have certain replay inside of 2 minutes, so obviously they prioritize it sometimes. Yeah. But I think flow in basketball means so much that I don't like replay because of it. I think it interrupts the flow. I think the flow is integral. Then on the football side, I think we're seeing things the cameras are so damn good. We're seeing things that we're not seeing anymore. Like Dwight Clark when he caught that ball in the corner of the end zone. You know, if today's camera would we freeze frame it and watch it rotate slightly from one finger to another fingertip and try to say, oh well, he didn't really catch it, or like any of the greatest catches of the last 25 years. Would we now the ball moved a little bit in his hands? Is that juggling it? Not really. It's just a move.
That one's hard.
We're starting to see things that we're not really seeing.
That one's always going to be hard. That one is totally always going to be hard.
Music City Miracle, one of the great plays in history. That was a forward lateral, and yet we reviewed it and we confirmed the call on the field. It's just all such. Yeah. It's just guesswork nonsense. It's a second level of guesswork. Either do away with the replay or do away with umpires and let's just have everything reviewed.
Well,
call on the field. No more calls on the field. Everything gets New Yorkified.
No, listen.
And everybody shows up with an attorney. Everybody has an attorney. I'm playing for
that's what I want in my spirit.
Here's my counsel. Yeah. And everybody's got a representative.
Absolutely. And then Judge Wapner could go to break and he'll be right back with his decision.
Yeah.
So, look, replay's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
True.
It's never going to be gone. It's only going to intensify. We are going to get robot umps, and that'll bring about new controversies. There's no doubt. I have to get myself as a fan. There's two things that bug me, which is A, what I've already discussed, which is I have to get my head around the idea that they're not all working together, not trying to show each other up. And B, it's the dang box on the screen. The box on the screen has messed it all up because we have decided that an umpire who's actually standing out there in real life is supposed to know what's in that box. And therefore, if it's a centimeter outside of the box and they miss it, we lose our minds. You idiot! I can't believe you didn't see 1 centimeter at 99 miles an hour with movement.
In St. Louis in July when you got sweat in your eyes.
And
I mean,
you got glare and you got everything. And
Yeah.
I would love for every human being who likes sports, spend a day, just spend one day, go and do a Little League game. Because I do 12-year-old games, and that ball's coming in
Sorry about
it's coming in 65, and it's like, damn, this is not easy, let alone 97 with movement. I love officiating. And my secret dream job. Really? Once this all ends, meter maid.
Really?
Oh, I cannot wait. Put me in one of those little mini vehicles. I'm going to go out there and ruin people's day.
Lovely dibber meter maid.
Oh, shutting people down. You go expired in my jurisdiction, I'm slapping that thing on your windshield so hard.
And then you're waiting for the person, too.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no 5-minute window for you.
No.
Dude, and if you are a meter maid, you know what you got to do is you got to go to the gym and just get huge pythons and just roll up your sleeves and just show the guns and just start flexing on people. I'll give you a ticket. I'll kick
You'd be the Ed Hockley of meter maid.
Yes, be the Ed Hockley of meter maid.
We got expired meter on the Chevy.
Be like Mike Bibby post-career. You know what I mean? Just yoked.
Having big muscles
so
as a
great.
meter maid would be such a tough look when then you get into the least masculine
Interceptor.
vehicle in the history of man. Like hop into your little buggy and drive away. Meep, meep. It got you.
I love it. Traffic laws don't apply. Just slapping tickets on people day in and day out.
JD and Larry freaking Kruger, everybody. What's cooking today? What are we doing? What are you doing?
We're talking about the lifeless Giants again.
Yeah.
So what a difference a couple of days makes. Again, they just keep going back and forth. Jimmy G and the Seahawks, is that something that you'd really sign up for? And we also have Softy Mahler of KJR in Seattle.
He's fantastic.
Softy, 2 o'clock. Don't miss Softy.
You tell Softy he's welcome for the Sonoma recommend. I set him up at the Sonoma Mission Inn.
Look at
He said, I'm coming to Sonoma. Where do I go?
Yeah, he got. This is
I
like
said,
this year, right?
You got to stay at the Fairmont. You got to play golf course. You got to play golf at the Sonoma Mission Inn. They set him up at the Fairmont. So you tell him he owes me.
I told him Silverado.
Well, he wanted Sonoma, not Napa, because I told him if it's Napa, it's Silverado.
Okay.
But he was on the Sonoma
Oh, that's
tip.
right, that's
So
right.
I said, you got to go Fairmont.
He will not be softy on Jimmy Garoppolo. I promise you that.
He loves him.
Seriously. Yeah. So, all right, here we go. It's JD and Larry Kruger. Good to have you back, Dibs. 95.7 The Game.
They both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All right. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger, sitting in for Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game. Phone lines open, as always, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570, Comcast Business text line as well. And we got a lot to get into for the next 3 hours. Larry, my man, good to be with you. It's hard to believe this is the first time we've ever done a show together. Since I think I've known you for about 16, 17 years, brother.
Oh, my God, man. We go back to, good seeing you guys. We go back to KHTK, Madison Avenue, Krug and Towney on the weekends.
My previous life.
JD was there, Deuce. Man, the whole crew was in Sac back in the car czar.
That's right. Yeah, we had a good time.
Oh, we did. Those were simpler, easier days, for sure.
We've done a lot of show hours, I think, in press boxes over the last decade plus. Whether
we've gotten screwed, and we've explained. That was Gary's thing. People in the press box are always talking about. Yeah,
God,
I'm getting screwed. I'm getting screwed. We definitely have.
And here we are.
Here we are, getting screwed together.
And here we are, for the next 3 hours. So good stuff. 888-957-9570. We're looking forward to it. Giants lose the series opener to the D-backs in their return home. So another example, Larry, of this year being different than last year. A couple of different ways. Giants go 17-2 against Arizona in 2021. Well, forget about that. They've already lost 3 out of 4 to the Diamondbacks this year.
Wow.
5 straight overall at home. And then the other one that just stood out as far as some of the numbers to kind of get into the conversation, 1-run games. The Giants last year, 31-17. So 17 1-run losses in that last 107-win season.
Right.
They've lost 18 1-run. Last night was the 18th 1-run loss. 10-18. So they've lost more 1-run games before the All-Star break than they did for the entire year of 2021.
And you know how it works out. Where last year you were expecting to win, this year you're expecting to lose. When you lose 18 1-run games, you're not even at the All-Star break. You're in that mode where you're expecting you're going to cough up a lead late. You're going to lose that tight game. And there's a number of things you can point to, I guess. Defense, most notably, inconsistent bullpen. That's a big issue. But the lack of offense. I mean, if you're a Giants fan and you tune in to watch this sleepy bunch, they've got 1 run in the 6th inning more days than not. Like almost always, you get to the 6th, they got 1 run. It's hard to win that way. I mean, your pitchers have to be too perfect, and your defense has to be too perfect. And then what happens is people start muttering about, some reliever who coughed it up or some one play that cost them the game. When in reality, it's about no offense. And where's the offense coming from? That's my concern.
Yeah, and just so often last year they'd be involved in a lot of those games and they'd get out of a big jam and they'd go and somebody would hit a home run. And a lot of those balls this year are landing at the warning track or the opposition's getting a base hit. They're not throwing somebody out at the plate where maybe they would a year ago. And I just look at the last 3 weeks as the Giants have been just in this big-time slump that started on Father's Day. And how many games can you point to where you say, oh, they would have won that game last year? There's like maybe 5 or 6 just in the last 3 weeks as they've struggled to win where you go, oh, yeah, and last night's one of them. Like last night, to your point about you start thinking you're going to lose those games, last night it would have been somebody pops one out or somebody on the Diamondbacks is going to make an error. And it looked like maybe it was going to happen in that 8th inning when the ball hits the bag and gets away.
Right.
And you're thinking, all right, this is it. And Brandon Crawford's coming up. And Brandon Crawford would have banged a triple or something into the alley.
So he hits into the double play.
But instead, he hits into the double play. And the Giants don't get the call. 50-50 call, like you said, looked like he was safe, looked like he was out. Well, last year at a minimum, that probably would have been a safe call, and the Giants would have played on into the night, and eventually some random player that just got called up would have ended up with a walk-off hit.
Yeah, I mean, last year was just crazy. I mean, the last year's Giants. If you told me on opening day that last year's Giants would win more games than the '93 Giants, and not by a game, but by 4 games, they would win 107. I would have said no way, no chance. So they overachieved last year to some degree, and then they've come crashing back to earth. And last year, in addition to the players all playing well in different spots, obviously you had Buster and you had Chris Bryant and you had Solano, and it was just a better team overall. You had these career renaissance bounce back years out of Belt and Longoria and Crawford. These guys have all regressed. The other guy who's regressed, and we don't talk about it a whole lot, is Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler last year had this incredible feel, and everything he did turned to gold. Yeah. Now his feel is just totally gone. I mean, last night Brandon Belt comes up. He has 3. He said over the weekend in San Diego, I'm close. He gets into a game last night. He's got 3 hits. The loudest shot of the night from the Giants side probably was off Belt's bat, the one that landed right on that outfield wall padding and popped into the air. That ball was out of every yard in the big leagues except for Oracle. He doesn't, he gets a double out of it, but it's his 3rd hit of the night. He hits a rocket. He gets pinch hit for next at bat. Pinch hit, lefty-righty games. You're pinch hitting for Brandon Belt. We saw it earlier this week with Jock Peterson. So I thought that was the wrong call. And then I don't understand why they keep leading off late night Lamont. I mean, last night he didn't come through in the late innings, but I don't get it. I'm not getting it. I mean, the guy's hitting sub 200. He's got a really low on base percentage. If you had no other option, that'd be one thing, but you do. Luis Gonzalez is hitting 302. Luis Gonzalez has got like a 360 something on base percentage. Lead him off. He can run. He can steal a base. He's an aggressive base runner. This desire to lead off Lamont when the numbers aren't there, I get it. When he gets hot, put him up top of the lineup. But until he gets hot, don't.
Yeah.
Bury him in the 6 or 7 hole down low and let the play the hot hand. I thought Kapler did that last year. He's not doing that this year.
And I think a lot of times playing the hot hand was a little bit of front running. Like the spreadsheet dictates, hey, these are the matchups that you want to get. I think he was able to play those matchups, and they hit an overwhelming majority of the time, and they were winning at a level where he could pick his spots to maybe go against the grain a little bit and leave somebody in or instill confidence, because so many of the times that they were hitting in the matchups that they were supposed to play, they had built this cushion of on pace to win 100 games and 107 games. So I think it's easier to pick your spots when you're not hitting in terms of what the matchups say you should, and the spreadsheet and the iPad and the pre-game plan that they come up with as far as who they want to get matched up against each other. When that doesn't hit, you're almost screwing yourself into the ground because you're not checking those boxes. So then I think as a manager, you're thinking, oh, do I go against the grain now? The grain's not working. What if I now go against what the spreadsheet says? And then does that mean that Farhan or Scott Harris is going to say, we talked about this, like you play the matchups, it's consistent, the probabilities, these things have to hit. So I think the more you don't have success, the more you start to overanalyze. And this gets, for me, Larry, back to a bigger picture issue that I wondered about when Gabe Kapler was hired. It wasn't what happens when things go well, but it's how does the team start to view his personality type when maybe things aren't going well? Because it can come off to an outsider as a little hokey and a little fake and a little maybe too pro player in an attempt to try and garner favor from some veteran players that had played and won championships under Bruce Bochy. I think even that, you go back to last year, the front-runner component of they were winning so much, Buster Posey's around, Belt and Crawford fall in line, everybody else falls in line. You have to wonder when you're not winning, does it change a little bit of the atmosphere and the tune of maybe some of those players? And does that have a trickle-down effect to where everybody's kind of looking around like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that he's lost the room, but you've had Brandon Crawford's wife tweet, do we ever bunt here kind of a thing. You've had Rodon kind of question whether or not the team has any fire. I mean, these are direct questions, really, where you're essentially questioning the manager. I just think there's a chaotic feel to the Giants right now, because if you said who's driving the bus offensively for the San Francisco Giants in the first half, you'd probably say Brandon Belt and Jock Peterson. And yet, Cap liberally pinch hits for these guys. So when you're pinch hitting for the anchor points on your team, I don't know, it just kind of creates this chaotic feel, like who's above lefty-righty games? Is there anybody here who can do, and what do you got to do to avoid the lefty-righty matchup? I mean, Belt's one of your best players. What he's done the last couple of years statistically has been incredible. His last year was an incredible bust-out year, his most efficient year yet. What does he need to do? The guy had 3 good at-bats. What does he need to do to get that 4th at-bat? How about Joey Bart? Joey Bart struggling like crazy. Hits a couple rockets last night, and they pinch hit for him against a right-handed pitcher with another right-handed hitter.
All right, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content. We'll be back 888-957-9570. JD and Krug here on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch the Morning Roast every morning on YouTube at youtube.com/957thegame.
Because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video only.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Rolling along here on a Tuesday, JD and Larry Kruger with you here until 3 o'clock as Steiny and Guru both with the afternoon off. 888-957-9570. Talking some Giants as they take another one on the chin last night. Series opener to the D-backs. Back at it tonight over at 3rd and King with the Giants trying to get back to the winning ways. The good news, Larry, if there is good news at this point, given just how the Giants have been struggling here the last 3 weeks, still only 2 games out of that second wild card. So it kind of begs the question, you're never really out of it unless you have maybe another 2-3 weeks like the last 2 or 3 weeks have gone. So it does with the trade deadline coming up. There's still time to correct and fix and maybe have this team be a playoff team, even if it's a mid-80s kind of a playoff team.
You know, now that they've added that extra playoff team, JD, I can't picture the Giants almost ever being a seller in July, almost ever again. I mean, because they're always going to be within an arm's distance of a playoff berth, and this is a team that won a World Series out of the playoff spot. So, you know what I mean? I think all Giants fans, you know, if you say, hey, just get in and anything can happen, that's a message that really resonates with Giants fans. Why? Because they've seen it. So, you're never going to get them to really sell. Plus, they don't want to sell anyway because they're selling tickets, and selling says, hey, you know what? Tune out now and tune back in next April.
Well, and I think that's part of just going back to Farhan Zaidi getting the job back in 2018. I think that's a big reason why he got the job, was the ability to build a team that's never terrible. And who knows what the ceiling is going to be, and I think we'll see down the line when some of these prospects that we're still waiting for. I know your patience is wearing a little bit thin as far as that goes.
What gives you that idea?
Well, I just I may have heard you say it once or twice here in the last week or so as you've been with Willard, but I think part of the appeal or the allure for Larry Baer and the Giants management was exactly what you're talking about, never truly being out of it, always being in the mix, and being able to be right there saying you can be a contending team, even if the definition of being a contending team now is with a little bit of a lower bar.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a fan, you're sitting there going, well, does that mean you're going to buy? Well, I don't see them, in a mode to want to trade off of their prospects. You know what I mean? I think it's still they're thinking, get, whatever year it is.
Go find Jock Peterson 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to I would be shocked if they even traded the level of prospects that they traded last year to get Chris Bryant. Caleb Killian and Alexander Canario. I don't think they'll trade that level of prospect. But they're going to definitely try to add. They're just going to try to add on the cheap and try to find guys in the margins, and that's kind of the game plan. So we'll see. We'll see if it's successful. The one thing that's, hopefully some of these bats get going. The Giants in last night's lineup had 5 different hitters in the lineup that were hitting 230 or less. And that's kind of a thing around baseball. There's averages are way, way down, probably because of the shift. Maybe it's the ball. There's a lot of conjecture on that. But, man, they got to get some of these bats going. I mean, Lamont Wade's got to get going. Darren Ruff's got to get going. Crawford's got to get going. I mean, Yaz has got to get going. Joey Bart's at 155, and there's no, he's got to play some games because the Austin Wynns is the other catcher. So they got to get at least out of those 5 or 6 guys, JD, that are hitting under 230, they got to get 2 or 3 of those guys going, or they're going to really struggle to win against anybody.
And they're not hitting the ball out of the ballpark at the rate that they were. Well, nobody is hitting the ball out of the ballpark at the rate they were hitting it last year, but they really aren't. I think they project to be maybe about 50 home runs less, and they really relied on not only hitting them, but hitting them in big situations because they were even last year a team that struggled to score when they didn't hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, getting those, and that's, home run differential is a big stat you got to look at as well. Are you keeping are your pitchers keeping the other team in the yard, and are you getting the home run ball? And I haven't looked at the numbers as far as their pitchers. I think it was actually pretty good. I think their pitchers have done a good job at keeping the ball in the yard, but the Giants, as you said, are not hitting the ball over the fence for the most part outside of Peterson.
No, and so they just have to figure out ways to win by playing cleaner baseball, and then they haven't played clean baseball, which is another big difference when you look at what was going on last year versus this year. Errors, sloppy base running, just giving up the extra 90 feet. That's the part that makes it, I think, a bad watch, on top of the fact that the ball isn't going over the fence, which everybody enjoys when that's happening, but it's base hit last night, into left, and Jock Peterson goes over to pick it up, and I'm thinking they're sending the runner, and I'm thinking he's got no shot. They got no shot to throw him out because, I mean, it's just defensively, you're thinking there's no, Jock Peterson doesn't have the arm, and he hits the cutoff man, and the guy's flying around third, and it's just, it was an automatic run just based on who the ball was hit to.
Yeah, I mean, you're watching this Arizona team. They're younger. They're more athletic. So, I mean, and they got a better lineup. I mean, they go Marte, Christian Walker, Peralta, 3-4-5. And that's a pretty decent 3-4-5, even though it's not really, but compared to what, the Giants are rolling out there most nights, that's better. You know what I saw last night? The old saying, if you go to a game or if you watch baseball every day, you're going to see something every day that you've never seen before. And that sounds cliche, almost like, it can't possibly be true. We saw the Little League play last night where the guy was it Alec is it Alec Young? Is that his name? Or Alec Thomas? Alec Thomas hit the ball in the infield. They were,
yeah.
He goes, the ball gets away from the first baseman. He takes one step. Instead of turning after he passed the first base bag to his right into foul territory, he turned to the left, and then I guess he made enough of a movement towards second that it was deemed an aggressive move towards second. The Giants' first baseman turned around, saw it, applied the tag, and got the call. I mean, JD, I've seen that in Little League all the time. Umpires trying to teach kids, the rules. I don't think I've ever seen that in the big leagues, where a guy. I didn't think to me, did he take even a step over the first base line? I didn't think he did.
Yeah, he did turn when they showed the replay. He did. I mean, it was a half-hearted turn, but it was a turn toward second base. And when Crawford winged the throw past Belt, and it kind of got away, and Belt went and got it, and it was he ran right over. And I mean, the first base umpire was all over it. And then I thought, well, initially, I'm thinking that's pretty weak.
Yeah,
like I'm thinking that because it looked like he was just straight line, but when he did see the ball get away, I mean, he took like a one-step turn, but he did swing his whole body towards second, and that was enough when they showed it for the first base umpire to say, "Oh, you committed."
Is it the turn right versus left, or was it that little kind of? He kind of made like a half step, like he was going to go to second.
Yeah, I think they got that right as much as it.
I mean that
as much as you're right, you don't see it, and it is the Little League play to teach the rules. That's perfectly put. But I thought when live without seeing the runner because they're following the ball. The ball's down by the net, around the dugout. I'm thinking, wow, he probably didn't turn enough. But then they actually went right back to it and showed the replay, and he did have a turn and kind of a step, and it's that's enough. You're hung up.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. So the Giants, they're in a weird spot this year because there's a lot of transition here. They were so good last year, but yet they were would you say last year they were ahead of their schedule? So now they go into this year, they lose Posey, they lose Solano, they lose Bryant. They didn't really replace those guys. The prospects aren't really ready yet, and you can't really rush that. So those guys, that's still kind of the plan, right? Like you're still planning for 2024, 2025, but you're trying to win games in 2022.
You don't want to suck, right? Like a lot of teams that are doing what the Giants are doing are just comfortable not being very good for a couple of years, being really bad.
Yeah, and I heard a guy this weekend talking about this, and I think he got his basketball and his baseball confused because he's talking about, well, you don't want to be in that middle ground. No, that's a basketball thing.
Sure,
basketball, you don't want to be in middle ground. You don't want to be that team that is the 7 seed every time, and you can get caught in that middle ground where you're not good enough to contend for a title, but you're also not good enough to land a top lottery pick and get a franchise altering player.
Yeah, you don't want to be the 6 seed or the 7 seed in the NBA.
Right. And that's that middle ground you don't want to be in. But in baseball, it takes 4 years a lot of times for these guys to go from the amateur draft to the big leagues anyway. So it's not, and you could find a superstar in the second round. You could bomb away with some guy with the first pick in the draft. It's a much more speculative draft. So that middle ground comparison doesn't really apply to baseball. But the Giants right now are kind of in that mode of like, well, do they trade from the prospect base to win now and keep momentum off of 2021 because they did establish so much of it? Or do they stay super disciplined? No, you know what? We are going to arrive when Matos and Bishop and Luciano and, Harrison, when these guys graduate to the big leagues and not before. So we're not going to trade anything in the meantime. I don't know what their approach is. I think the next 3 weeks, JD, could be really interesting to see how Farhan and his general manager kind of interact and how they act in this in this pre-trade deadline kind of ramp up.
888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger here on a Tuesday in for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. I think the answer is stay disciplined because they're only 2 games out. So the belief in the way I sort of read how Farhan, Zaidi, and Scott Harris like to think is the metrics probably say they're not that far from, boy, if a couple of guys have hotter second halves than they've had in first halves, or if we could just clean up the defense a little bit, the pitching, should be, maybe the bullpen's a little bit better. Like these teams are always doing the projections of what it should be and where can you find that replacement level player that can come up and get hot. And I think the Giants were already seeing with VR come up. They're trying to find Mercedes. They're trying to find something. Can he get hot for a couple of weeks? And I think when you're only 2 games out, you're not necessarily going to have to give up a lot to raise to that level to where you can pick up some ground and maybe get hot and be 8 to 10 games over 500 in a second half. They just look right now so lifeless, so impotent on a lot of nights just offensively that they look like they're going to get so far out of it by next week when the All-Star break hits that they may have to re-ramp it up to still have the belief that it's worth fighting for. And I'm talking about the guys in the club. Like, to me, that's more of a concern than what the projections or what the stat sheet would say.
I want to see some fire in the next 2 weeks because let's be honest. I mean, they got this stretch of 7-game homestand going into the break. Then they get the Dodgers a ton coming out of the break.
That's why last night's huge. Like you win a couple games in San Diego, you come back and it's you can't beat Arizona. And when you go into that, you're kind of thinking, all right, get 2 or 3 or get all 3 really against Arizona. Go into that Milwaukee series and try and have a 5-2 kind of a week to really make yourself feel like you got something left in the tank. When you lose the opener, it just makes everything harder. And Logan Webb's going tonight. That feels like a must win now, right? You better get that one. And what if you get down 2-0? And the snowball effect worked in their favor last year a lot in a positive way. It feels like they're just getting hamstrung here and there with some games that they were used to winning a year ago, and they just can't build that momentum now that they've lost it.
It's true. Another interesting part about baseball too is it seems like when you come off the road and you play that first game of an extended homestand, you're flat. And I'm not sure why. I don't know if it, and I've heard baseball players suggest, you come home and then you got to do all your laundry and you got all these things going on and maybe you didn't get your rest and you've been gone for a week or 10 days and now, maybe you got family obligations and this and that. I don't know why, but man, when that first game coming off a road trip just seems like a tough game. And then the crowds, there wasn't a ton of, I didn't go last night. I watched it on the tube, but it doesn't feel like there's a ton of energy in the yard right now. And is that on the fans or is that on the team to kind of excite the fans? We could debate that, but there wasn't a lot of energy last night. It just felt like a really sleepy night at the yard. Then they fall into a hole. They're chasing it from behind. It was just a when the Diamondbacks added that run in was like his top of the eighth.
Yeah.
It just felt like this thing is so done. Now the Giants, to their credit, came back with a 2 spot in the bottom of the 8th to make it a close game, and they had a shot. But when they got that 4th run and it was 4-1, 4-1 should be a totally attainable thing. 4-1 last night in the 8th in the top half felt like 10-1. Like, there's no chance.
No chance unless somebody pops one out.
Right.
But that's been happening less frequently. And look, the Giants had a rally, couple of walks, right? Ball hits the bag, but nobody hit one out. And that winds up being the difference. If somebody in the midst of all of that hits one out, we might be talking about, 3 in a row, and they're getting the late inning magic going, and they're only a game out of the last wild card spot. It is fragile given the nature of these extra spots, and you're always going to feel like you're in it, but they just aren't getting that hit that they got so many times a year ago, and even got a little bit, I think, in the first 2 months of the season, they were getting that hit more than they have been lately.
Okay, I'm a solution guy, so I can only go so far at going, they suck.
Sure.
At some point, we got to advance the conversation from what they don't have to what they need to jumpstart this thing, because I think you're right. I think they're going to try to stay competitive. They're going to try to stay relevant. They're not going to sell off. These people are like, trade Rodon and trade. that's
Rodon and Peterson would be the only two, right? I mean, nobody wants Crawford right now. Nobody wants Belt right now.
I mean, you might be able to get something for an Alex Wood or some of these. They got a lot of veterans on 1-year deals. They're probably a few Wilmer, Flores. You never know. There might be a guy here or there, but yeah. Typically, it's going to be about Rodon more so than Peterson.
Well, you know what they lack? They lack athleticism,
and they lack speed and power.
They just and
energy and youth.
Yeah,
they don't. I'm watching Arizona. Arizona's got a lot more youth, a lot more energy. But what would you do? I mean, because we've seen, it's not like it's like some teams are easy. Hey, they're scoring tons of runs. They have no pitching. Get a pitcher. Or oh my God, they're dealing, but they're just totally anemic. If you watch the Giants, their hitting numbers look okay, and you could kind of delude yourself into thinking that they're not that bad offensively. Then you look at them defensively, and you're like, wow, that could be upgraded. Then you look at that rotation, and you say, well, you got Webb and you got Rodon, but the three guys behind, and especially now with DeSclafani done for the year, there's some serious question marks in the rotation after the top two guys. Then you look at the bullpen, and it's like, if you catch them on the right day, only really Brebbia has been pretty consistent. Everybody else has had their moments, good and bad. So I'll throw it to you. I mean, if you're Farhan, is it pitching? Is it defense? Is it is it one bat that maybe makes the rest of the hitters relax? Is it a starting pitcher? Do you want a strikeout reliever? What do you think? What kind of piece do you think or is it just a certain personality in their mix that they need to add somebody who's a little bit more energetic? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to you can make an argument for a number of different options. What would you want to add to this thing to try to jumpstart them?
I look at starting pitching, and I think they're fine with Webb and Rodon and even Wood, and Cobb wasn't terrible last night, so I think they're okay there. I would look to add maybe a bullpen arm, a right-handed bullpen arm, but I think
David Bednar from Pittsburgh or something like that.
Somebody that you could go get and maybe keep for a while, but again, then you have to maybe give up a little bit more in terms of prospects, which I don't think is something that they're looking to do. You know what they really need, though? I above all else, just when I look at the roster and who's in and who's out, they need a catcher. I mean, because Joey Bart hasn't been it, and Casali's a backup, and Austin Wynns is a guy you went and you plucked because you were in an emergency situation. I mean,
he DH'd yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Well, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
When you look at, okay, they've got some outfield. Peterson's going to play against righties, and the other answer would be,
how about an everyday outfielder?
You nailed it. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's somebody that you're not worried about. Is he going to play against righties or lefties? He's just going to play. Yeah. Because everybody the Giants have right now, for the most part, is a platoon. Like there's a platoon caveat to is he in the lineup or not.
I just think back to Kapler. I just felt like last year he had such a great feel for the team. This year I don't sense that same thing. I mean, we watched Sunday in San Diego. Estrada, who's been struggling, he hits a 2-run bomb. He sits yesterday. He sits yesterday. Joey Bart hit 2 rockets last night, and yet here's 217. Yermin Mercedes pinch hitting for him. Belt's got 3 hits, and suddenly here's Slater pinch hitting for him. You got Lamont Wade, at the top of the lineup, and you got Gonzalez hitting in the 6-hole, 7-hole, way down the bottom of the lineup. It's like his feel is not quite the same as it was last year. Like some of these decisions, I wonder, are these decisions being made at 8:30, or are they being made at 2:30? Did you decide you wanted to pinch hit for Belt at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with Slater, and so you have it on your to-do list? Like, when your wife gives you the get these things at Costco, you got the to-do list. Or did you watch the game, and are you sitting there and you said, yeah, Belt just hit one off the wall and he's got 3 hits, but you know what?
I'm going to let him hit against his lefty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to break my lefty-righty rule and let him go. I mean, I sometimes I get the vibe sometimes that with Gabe that some of these calls are like things that he's got down on a flashcard from like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. The game doesn't start till 6:45. I mean...
I think that's a great point, and that's worth delving into. Let's continue the conversation there. We're also going to get into some 49ers. Where's Jimmy G going to land? We've got another big-time NFL writer who put his chips in on where Jimmy G may land. So we'll get into that. Hey, you want news without the noise? News Nation is news for all America reporting, all sides, no spin, no agendas. Go to newsnationnow.com/join us to find News Nation on your television provider. JD and Krug will be right back here on 95.7 The Game.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month.
of training camp. And the teams that are out there, and I know I wanted to finish up the Giants conversation, but we can get back to that a little bit later. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, he wrote today he's putting his Jimmy Garoppolo chips on Houston. As now he doesn't specify whether that would be via a trade or via he just gets cut and winds up in Houston.
And that's because Houston's regime was the regime that drafted Jimmy.
Exactly.
But that flies right in the face of what Lovie Smith has said, which is that they're going with Davis Mills.
Right. And so maybe he comes in and he's the veteran backup, somebody that they can go to if Davis Mills struggles. I mean, isn't it hard for you? I mean, it's hard for me right now with Garoppolo still not being physically cleared to envision him starting anywhere. Like to me, that ship is for now sailed at the beginning of the season. Maybe in the he goes somewhere in the middle of the year, he takes over. But like Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to be starting for anybody week 1, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, he's not going to start for the Texans, I don't think, because I think the Texans have a quarterback that's better than Jimmy. I think Davis Mills showed it in the second half of the year that he's a decent NFL quarterback that is going to be better in year 2. So I think Davis Mills, if he got into an open competition with Jimmy, would beat Jimmy out. I think he's just a better quarterback, better arm, better mobility, less baggage, more accurate. I think he's better every way you can slice it. But as far as no spot where Jimmy could start, is he sitting behind Drew Lock and Geno Smith suddenly? I don't think so. Is he sitting behind Jacoby Brissett in Cleveland? I don't think so. So maybe those are the two spots that I view as, potential. Jimmy could go there and theoretically be the starter.
Go there, win the job in camp, assuming he actually gets the opportunity to take the job in camp.
Yeah. I mean, don't you think he's better than Jacoby Brissett? Don't you think he's better than Geno Smith?
Yes, and Drew Lock. I think he's better than Drew Lock as well.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't. I'm kind of with you on Houston. I would rather. I mean, since Davis Mills started a bunch of games last year and looked pretty good at times, I'd want to see what I have there if I'm the Texans for an extended stretch over having a competition or turning it over to Jimmy Garoppolo unless he really, really, really struggled throughout the course of a first half of a season. So I'm kind of with you on that. Where are you on the Seattle component as far as I would not want to, and I know everybody's gone back and forth. I would not want to gift wrap Jimmy Garoppolo to the Seattle Seahawks if I'm the Niners.
Oh, I mean, I think it's a nightmare situation if you're John Lynch. What if Seattle has owned the Niners? Now, a lot of that has been Russell Wilson. But what if Jimmy shows up there and Kenneth Walker, the rookie out of Michigan State, has a monster rookie year, which I think is fully possible. He's a terrific young running back. Let's say they run the ball and play decent defense and ask Jimmy, hey, let's operate on a pitch count and we'll keep the ball out of the air and kind of play conservatively. What if they beat the 49ers in head-to-head matchups? What if Trey gets hurt or Trey's ineffective and now suddenly you've handed Jimmy to a division rival, maybe that division rival even in a year where the over-under is like 6 wins. What if Seattle wins a couple extra games? Suddenly they're at 8 or 9 wins. What if they get into the playoffs? What if you don't? And then you've handed them Garoppolo and Lance hasn't necessarily blossomed. I mean, you're maybe riding your ticket right out of the job, despite what Amazon may have thrown in your lap to go there. You may be out of a gig if Jimmy winds up in Seattle and they go to the playoffs and you don't, and Trey's not good. There's a chance that Lynch, I think, might be gone by the end of the year, and I don't think that's even that wild of a statement.
Well, I mean that's the worst case scenario. I think the picture you paint there, but it's. I mean, look, you lost to Seattle twice last year.
Yeah,
I mean that was the difference between the 49ers being in the mix really legitimately for the division, which they were not, and having a win week 18 and down in LA just to get in the tournament.
Well, then the other speculation is, well, are they going to cut him or are they going to actually get something in return? Well, if they knew that there was nothing out there for them to get and they were just in a release mode, I sure as heck, if I were them, wouldn't release him right now. I'd wait until the last possible second. Why? Because why give him an opportunity to, learn their offense and learn their system?
You want him to fail. You never say it, but you want him to fail.
Yeah. So, I mean, especially if you have to cut him. But they've maintained so many times, and Shanahan at the last minute can't maintain. He will not be cut. Shanahan has said, he's a notorious bad liar. So I kind of agree with that. I think Shanahan's probably being somewhat truthful. I think they have no interest in cutting him. I think they must feel like they have some offer on the table. But then there's is it possible they could bring him back? Wouldn't that be inviting the circus to town? It's and then we're all speculating on, because we don't know for sure if Trey can play. But let's forward this discussion a little bit further and say that for the sake of this discussion, that Trey can play and play really well. All right, let's say he plays really well and he looks like a world beater, he looks like a young Mahomes, but suddenly he goes down for 7 or 8 weeks in the middle of the season, and Nate Sudfeld is just good enough to get you beat every Sunday. Well, is the fan base going to be okay? Heck, forget the fan base. Is Dr. John going to be happy if they have to give away another season because of quarterback injuries? Probably not. I would imagine that could be a bone of serious contention from the ownership and the fans. So, it's not just about can Trey play. Maybe Trey can play, but who's your number 2 quarterback if he goes down? Maybe they see real value in having Jimmy sit there. I look at it as a colossal distraction.
Boy.
But maybe they feel it's workable.
I just go back to Jimmy Garoppolo's press conference at the end of the year, and the tone of that press conference was,
adios.
I did this once. I don't want to do it again.
Right.
You all want to move on and have Trey Lance be the quarterback, and that's fine. You drafted him. He was the number 3 pick. It's on your timeline for me to not be around, but to me, there was the undertone of, y'all screwed me this year. I made the best of it. We damn near went to a Super Bowl. You owe me to get me the hell out of here. And bye-bye.
And that was when he was operating as the 1.
Yeah.
In this new scenario, he'd be operating as the 2.
So to me, for that's the reason to me that you couldn't have both of them on the roster. And the other part of it is the fact that, look, if Trey Lance is good, this doesn't matter. But if Trey Lance isn't good immediately, there are a lot of players in that locker room that really had Jimmy Garoppolo's back and believed that they could win games with Jimmy Garoppolo. To me, the worst case scenario for the 49ers would be Jimmy Garoppolo comes back at the 2 and you have him as this emergency backup, but then Trey Lance isn't quite ready, and you've got a bunch of guys in that locker room, veteran players who have won with Jimmy Garoppolo, who are thinking, well, wait a minute, he would give us a better chance to win, talking about number 10, then what? You go back to him again, and Trey Lance is on the bit. To me, that creates a lot of problems for your young quarterback in terms of his development. We're throwing a lot of different scenarios out there, but I wouldn't want that scenario either.
Yeah, I hear that. Then there's one other one. I mean, let's say there's no offers for Jimmy Garoppolo, and they're forced to release him, and they're just going to wait because they don't want Seattle to have any advantage in Jimmy learning their system. And maybe Seattle's like, we're not going to trade you anything because we're just waiting for you to release him. But what if you release him in the 11th hour and all those veteran players? Because the thing that stands out to me is the incredible support that Jimmy has in the room, for considering how flawed he's demonstrated himself to be. But there's a lot of support for Jimmy in that room. And I guess I shouldn't be totally shocked by that. They've won a lot of big games. They've won playoff games. They've won road playoff games, and this guy's done it. Or this guy's at least been there as they're doing it. But what if you release him in the 11th hour, like after camp or day 1 of camp? And what if there's all of a sudden a microphone in George Kittle's face and he's like, you know what? Our front office did Jimmy wrong. And what if that narrative starts going around? You know what? The Niner front office did Jimmy wrong. And then that becomes, the NFL talking points. There's a million different people from Florio right on down, Peter King and everybody else. The talk around the game is so massive, and it's just a growing audience every day. How much that would be low-hanging fruit that everybody would be all over. Did the 49ers do Jimmy wrong? I can see Bayless debating it right now on television with Sharp. You can picture it. They're going to park their media bus right there and debate that forever, and that could be a huge distraction, especially if it's legit. Especially if you've got legit guys with credibility in the room who are like, you know what? I love being a Niner, go Niners, but you know what? We did Jimmy wrong. I don't think that's a narrative that if you're Shanahan or Lynch, you want to take a chance with. So you're gonna have to somehow do this in a very. If you're gonna release him, he better not be a victim. Otherwise, there's also ramifications to that.
How could he not be though at this point? I mean, if he gets cut.
I mean, he would have to take the high road and say, you know what, I have no bad feelings and this and that. He'd have to
Which I think he
everybody.
would. I think he would say that. But I think all
it would take is one veteran player with credibility to go up to anybody and say, you know what, I thought we kind of did Jimmy dirty. That's it. That's all it takes. And suddenly everybody's got a soundbite that they can shop around and discuss and use as a launch point for a million different discussions on talk shows coast to coast. So I think that's actually a big concern too, because you don't want that narrative. Free agency is a major way to get players in the NFL. The last thing you want to be pictured as is a non-player friendly organization.
Well, and then the onus is on the fact that you have to win in the midst of it, because if you don't win, it kind of goes back to the conversation we were having about the Giants, right? Like, it's all fun and games when you're coming back and you're hitting home runs and you're winning, and the manager and the general manager can get up there and talk about how the process is working and everything's hunky-dory. When you lose, to me, there's added pressure to win if you fear that some maybe in your locker room are feeling a certain way about the departure of Jimmy Garoppolo. You better be buttoned up. It just adds another element to where Trey Lance better be solid and Trey Lance better be healthy, and you better keep your season on schedule, which means, being 2-1 and 4-2 and at a minimum 6-4 and those kinds of little checkpoints along the way. And we've seen in the even numbered years with the 49ers that one little injury tweak here or there and the whole thing can careen off the mountain.
Hey, it almost happened last year. Didn't they lose 4 in a row? I mean, I remember Shanahan was being asked, hey, what do you think of all the negativity coming your way? Because people down in Ninerland were barking at the negativity that they were receiving. And Shanahan's like, you know what? I expect it. You lose 4 in a row in the NFL, you're gonna get a lot of negative headlines. Well, it's as simple as that.
And typically you can't overcome that. Now the extra game and the 49ers got hot. What was it? They were 3-5 and 7-2 over the last 9. So you get hot, you end up 10-7, you win the right games at the end of the year, and all of a sudden you're in a position where you can make a run. But I think, Kyle Shanahan said it. He almost went to Trey Lance and probably would have gone to Trey Lance in the midst of all of that had he not himself been injured in the Arizona game. It sets up now that the Niners were probably going to stick with him, but they were both hurt, if you remember, in that Colts game, that Sunday night game in the monsoon at Levi's, and Garoppolo was the less injured, so he got the start, didn't play well, and then they really reached that point where it was ugly before they turned it around the next week in Chicago, and they kept winning enough to where Jimmy could just keep the job, and Trey was healthy, and until Jimmy wasn't, and they needed Trey to win the one game against the Texans at the end of the year.
I thought that Arizona game plan was heinous. It was just ridiculous. You're going to drop your quarterback back and with the no lead blockers, run him through the A-gaps, and he took hits on his throwing shoulder repeatedly, and it was like, Shanahan, I love you, brother, but come on, that was the worst game plan I've ever seen in my life.
It made you think that maybe it was an unprepared game plan, to be sure, but it was as if they were unsure as to what Trey could even accomplish. And so they were trying to make it easier on him, but in a way they were making it a lot harder on him because they were getting the hell beat out of him. It was a weird game, for sure.
It was the kind of game that made you feel like they wanted to see Sudfeld. Like, are we in a rush to see Sudfeld here? Because you would think so. They ran their quarterback 16 times, and I've had Niner people come up to me. They didn't run him 16 times. They ran him 9 times. 7 of them were scrambles. Okay. Sorry, I called you an idiot for 16 runs. I meant you're only an idiot for 9 runs. But either way, it wasn't smart. But, this whole Jimmy thing has taken us away from the conversation that we probably need to have, which is what is the best game plan with Trey? Because we all know, once they've traded all the picks to get Trey's the starter. It's just a matter of when. And now that we see that it's probably going to be this year, what's his best chance for success? You can't be running the quarterback. It's got to be.
No.
And in my opinion, I'd like to see him on a pitch count. I don't want to see Trey 35 passes in the game.
It's going to have to be if he's got the arm fatigue, Larry.
Yeah, then that story is totally garbage. But I mean, and I don't care who reported it, and I don't care who seconded it, and I don't care who whispered it. I just went to minicamp, I just watched it, and I didn't see anything that would say arm fatigue. I don't buy that story. I think that's about hits and likes and traction, and Trey Lance drives the machine. And the same way Skip and Shannon are constantly talking about LeBron, I think the NFL media knows you want hits, talk Trey. And so guess what? Now there's all these bogus stories about Trey. Why? Because they all get hits. People watch it, they click on it. It means money and revenue to all these different media sources. But I want to see Trey on a pitch count. I want to see a run-heavy game plan where, he's throwing the ball 15 to 22 times a game. I don't want to see him 32 passes, 37 passes. Nothing, some of these rookie quarterbacks have gotten into absurd situations where they're passing the ball over 35 times in a game. I don't want to see that. I want to see this guy. I would like to see them run the same kind of offense they ran with Garoppolo. Just run it with Lance. Have a run-heavy scheme. Pretend that you don't trust him.
Play action
pass.
He can maybe hit a deep ball
that
Jimmy couldn't.
Yeah, but exist on your run game and your defense, and don't ask him to do too much. Don't ask him to shoulder the load of the entire offense. And definitely no more quarterback power runs with no lead blockers. I mean, I don't see the wisdom in that at all.
888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger. We're with you here on a Tuesday in for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Let's get Bob in Moraga on the phone lines here joining us. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys, good afternoon. And Larry, great to have you back on Bay Area radio. Really missed you and glad that the game has you on.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
Hey, just trying to understand this on the Garoppolo thing. If they're going to get a deal similar to Baker Mayfield, why would you spend whatever it is, half the contract value for a 4th or 5th round pick? Why not dump him and just move on with Debo and Bosa and the things you've got to really figure out this offseason?
I think that it's a great question. One is I really believe that the 49ers' internal triumvirate of Shanahan, Lynch, and Parag Marathe, they have a collective scoreboard, right? They want to win that 6th ring for Jed and for the franchise. That one they're all tied to. I think they're all tied together. But then I think there's individual scoreboards. Parag's scoreboard, he's got to get contracts that are favorable to the team. Shanahan's got to win games in the regular season for his record. And Lynch needs to win trades. And I think they're all very cognizant of the fact that they are going to be judged collectively, but they're also going to be judged individually. And Lynch has got a swing and a miss on the D Ford trade on that 2nd round pick. That didn't work out. He's got a swing and a miss to this point on the Buckner swap where it was a cap deal and they moved off of Buckner for Kinlaw. So I think Lynch may feel some pressure to win a trade. I think that could be part of this equation.
I think there is. Panic might be a little too strong, but I do think there's an uncomfortableness to the fact that at one point you thought maybe you were going to get a 2nd round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo, and now you may have to cut him. And I know the injury, the injury is the reason why that may happen, and at least that's been their line as far as the injury screwed all this up. And if that winds up hurting Jimmy Garoppolo because he has to get cut, then so be it. But I think there is. The Niners fancy themselves as being ahead of the curve and getting maximum value and all of this and making a team pay. And at one point, I mean, I remember the conversation. I don't know the conversations you were having, but the conversations on this station were, hey, a lot of people really thought they could get maybe a 2. I never really did, but people were talking about that. I mean, they're lucky if they get a 5 or a 6 at this point for Garoppolo.
That's hard to say. That's hard to say what ultimately they're going to get because it's beauty in the eye of the beholder and how desperate are these teams. And it only takes one guy to value, a player like Garoppolo at a higher level for them to get a higher pick. It's hard to say. Browns have a Super Bowl ready roster, and they just signed their quarterback, who seems to like massage therapists an awful lot, to a monster contract. Do you want that to be the story all year? It might be if you go with Jacoby Brissett. If you go with Jimmy Garoppolo and you run Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb and lean on your defense, maybe you're a playoff team. Maybe that story gets kind of squelched, and not squelched, but maybe it's diminished in the eyes of the Brown discussion. So I don't know. You never know what a team's motivation really is.
888-957-9570. It's JD and Larry Krueger here. What's the game plan for Trey Lance? I'm kind of with you, Larry. I think it's going to be similar to that of Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll get into that. And would you have a problem with Jimmy G landing in Seattle ultimately? How does this saga end? I mean, and I'll be honest with you, man, I just want it to end. Like I really do. Like
you got Garoppolo fatigue.
Well, I do. I have Garoppolo fatigue, and I was one of the guys that thought, all right, take it slow with Trey. He's not ready. The locker room likes Jimmy Garoppolo a lot. Run it back one more time. See if he can stay healthy. See if you can win it the way that you had won it in 2019, and then move on at the end of the 21 season. And they damn near made it to a Super Bowl. But that's where it ended for me. It was, all right, now you got to go with the dynamic guy. Now you got to go with the young guy. But I just, the fact that he's still lingering on the roster, it's like, I think it has taken away from the conversation about what you brought up and what we'll get into here coming up next. How does this thing look, and how is this team project to be better with Trey Lance as the starting quarterback?
And how do you win with Trey?
Right.
On top of the hour, we're going to have Dave Softy Mahler on from KJR up in Seattle. And I talked to him about a month ago, and I'm like, hey, Jimmy G talk. And he's like, hell to the no. He's like, no interest. So we'll see if his position has changed.
All right, so phone calls coming up, more of this conversation. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all the latest content.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
.com 773 network.
Dirks Bentley is coming to the Concord Pavilion on July 28th, and 95.7 The Game has your chance to win tickets. Enter at the contest page on 957thegame.com. Ain't that right?
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, halfway through here on a Tuesday, John Dickinson and Larry Krueger in for Steiny and Guru. 888-957-9570, discussing the latest with Jimmy Garoppolo, but really shifting the conversation more into what the expectations are going to be for Trey Lance. And there are two things I wanted to come out with here, Larry.
Yep.
Because I think there's two misnomers about how Trey Lance will be used. I want to get your thoughts on this. The first one is that he's going to come out and just sling it. Like, he's just going to come out and be throwing the ball 30 times a game, and that the 49ers need to do that, and they want him to do that. Like, to me, if you know Kyle Shanahan and the way he wants to operate offensively, balance is a key component of it, and slamming teams with the run is going to be a key part of it. So I think misnomer number one is, hey, Trey Lance, instead of Jimmy Garoppolo, you're really going to be slinging it because Garoppolo couldn't do that, and now you have somebody that can. The other misnomer is that he's going to be this running quarterback, that you're going to be lining him up in the pistol, a la Colin Kaepernick, and it's going to be, faking the handoff or read the end and decide whether or not you're going to take off. And I'm not saying they'll never do that, but I don't think that's going to be they don't view him as a running quarterback. They got him to throw the football, but I think they got him to just be a quarterback in the same vein that Jimmy Garoppolo was a quarterback. And so you touched on it a little bit in the last segment. But I feel like there's two misnomers to what the fan base kind of believes Trey Lance to be.
Trey Lance is not a running quarterback. Michael Vick was a running quarterback. Lamar Jackson is a running quarterback. Trey Lance is an athletic quarterback with mobility. I think there's a huge difference there. I don't think Trey is, handed to him and just start running. Now, he did run for 1,100 yards, I think, at North Dakota State. He's shown that he can run.
Sure.
But he's not a running quarterback. He's a guy who's going to extend plays with his ability to move in the pocket. I thought he was exceptional at doing that in the Houston game, his second start. So I don't look at him as a running quarterback. I look at him as a guy who's going to buy more time in the pocket, kind of more like a McNair or a Mahomes. He's going to buy time, and then he's going to be able to, unleash rockets down the field. What you're going to see, though, is you're going to see, like when the 49ers fell behind, we saw it in the Ram game, Jimmy Garoppolo totally evaporated. Why? Because as soon as the defense knew he had to go down the field, he was cooked because he couldn't go down the field. He had a horrendous downfield passing attack. I looked at these numbers. Listen to this one. Jimmy Garoppolo on throws 30-plus yards down the field. his passer rating is 35.3. He was 5 for 30. This is going back since 2014. Garoppolo on passes 30-plus yards. 5 of 30 for 264 yards, 1 touchdown, 5 picks, and a completion percentage of 16%, where the league average is 31% on those same passes. So that's the issue. When they fall behind in games, they didn't have anybody who could actually make the big pass play down the field, and so it was safeties cheating in the middle of the field for, late down throws into a crowd. And Jimmy would oblige, and he'd throw them passes, and they'd pick them off, and that was it. I mean, look at the Rams in the Ram NFC Championship game. They got the lead, and it was jailbreak on Jimmy, and that was it. Game, set, match, thanks for coming. It was like they did 0. They got 0 first downs on their last 2 drives. Why? Because they fell behind on the scoreboard, and the Rams knew that the run game wasn't there, the play action wasn't there. They had to throw it down the field. They didn't have the quarterback to do it. Now they do. And they also have Danny Gray and Ray McLeod, both those guys have big-time dynamic speed. So I think they'll be able to create that room with their receivers, and I think they got the quarterback to make some plays in the deep quarters of the field. But I still think I'd have them on a pitch count. 15, 18 throws, run-heavy game plan, play-action pass. Don't say, Trey, let's gun it 35 times a game. I don't think that's the game plan that's going to really work.
And if you need to, he is going to be more equipped to do it in those emergency situations when you do get behind in games. I mean, it's not like you're never going to play games where you have to do it,
right?
Because
you
have to
fall
do
behind,
it, and that's why you want a more dynamic quarterback that can throw the football down the field. But I do think if you know Kyle Shanahan, he wants balance. He wants the ability to run the football a lot and keep the defense off balance. The 925 on the Comcast Business text line, hoping Trey is more like Josh Allen. I think that's an interesting comp. I think that's a solid comp. I know there were the accuracy issues with Josh Allen early on that he was able to correct, and he still has the ability to take off and run. I think the off-schedule play is also the scramble play, the escape and pick up a first down, escape and move to a spot and convert a pass for a first down. Those are also the kinds of plays that I think, that's where Trey Lance projects to bring a dynamic that maybe the 49ers haven't had.
Josh Allen is such an interesting comp. Why? Because he completed like 55% of his passes at Wyoming, and then completed, a low percentage his first year. And then we saw this Herculean jump, right? He jumped significantly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but if you look at his completion percentage, JD, it jumped dramatically.
And that typically doesn't happen for guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, the saying was, and I remember Steve Young said this to me a couple times, you know what? You're either accurate or you're not.
Right.
And if you're not, you cannot coach accuracy into a quarterback. I get that, but you would swear based on Allen's numbers that he's the exception to the rule. So a lot of people talk about Allen when they're talking about Trey because they see Trey completing passes, in the 55, 57% range, and they're trying to look for a guy who's going to complete closer to 70. Well, we'll see. We'll see where that goes. I do think you can become more accurate as you improve your footwork, your knowledge of the offense. I think those things can improve, but I generally agree with Steve that you're either an accurate quarterback or you're not. You're not going to, if you're inaccurate, you're not suddenly going to be pinpoint.
All right, one other text from the 510 on the Comcast Business text line relating to what we were discussing with respect to just the type of player Trey Lance projects to be and how the 49ers would use him under center or in the gun. 510, if that's true, what was up with the game plan in the first Trey start going back to Arizona last year in Arizona? And I think that is where a lot of Niner fans, because of the game plan, thought, well, is he just going to be? He's going to be running it a lot, or the Niners got him to run the football with them a lot. I think more of the Texans game and how it looked in that game, I think, than the Arizona game.
The Arizona game was weird. Now, was that a statement from Kyle to us that Trey wasn't ready for the full complement of the offense? That could have been it. He ran him an awful lot in that game, and to me, Trey is a scrambler. He's not a runner. And what's the difference? Well, in that game, there were 16 quarterback runs. Now, I believe either 9 were scrambles and 7 were designed or the opposite. But on the scrambles, he averaged 13 yards a scramble and took a hit on like 30% of those scrambles. On the designed runs, he averaged 3.2 yards per carry and took a hit at the end of every one of them. So to me, that's the big difference right there. I thought the offensive line against the Texans was really bad, and there were all kinds of free runners coming at him, and he had to sidestep guys and create room, and I thought he did a masterful job at it, and I expect you'll see more of that. I think he's got great quickness and decisiveness. He's not fearful, keeps his eyes pinned down the field, and I think he's got big playability. But I don't think you want to design runs for him and subject him to those hits, especially not if Sudfeld is your 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to protect him at all costs. I mean, how do the 49ers project to be better? I think anybody that thinks the Niners are going to be a better football team than they were a year ago when they went 10-7 and won 7 of the last 9 and all of that, a big part of the reason why is the fact that you believe they're going to be better at the quarterback position. Well, the only way they're going to be better at the quarterback position is if Trey Lance is able to play 15, 16, 17 games.
Right. If it's 8 games of Sudfeld, you will not be better at the quarterback position. To me, there's 2 key Niners this year. Trey on offense, Kinlaw on defense. If the 49ers, if Kinlaw can step into the DJ Jones defensive tackle role and plug the A-gaps and take away that inside run the same way DJ did, and Kinlaw's got the ability to do this, if he can stay healthy and if the knee's right, then they're going to be a really good defense because they're incredible at linebacker. They're deeper in the secondary. You've added some rushers opposite Bosa. It's all about, can they stop the run up the middle? DJ did that, and he did it incredibly well to the point where teams didn't even try to run in the A-gaps on the Niners in the second half of games. You would see it in the first half. They would get dominated. DJ Jones would plug up the hole, and then they wouldn't even try it again. They're going to go at the interior with Kinlaw and make Kinlaw prove he can stop the run and stay healthy. If he can do it, I think they're going to be real good on defense. But it's a big if.
I know it is a big if. We got somebody who wants to come down your road, I think, a little bit here on the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. What football game are you guys watching? We don't have a legit number 1 and nobody to take the top off the defense.
Legit number 1 what?
I think number 1 wide receiver.
All
the top teams have better wide receiver weapons than us.
You got Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. You just added Danny Gray out of SMU, who runs 4.33 and may play faster.
That's a talent.
They've got. I'll say this: at the mini camp, Ray McLeod made some plays down the field that were electric. Now, I didn't study Ray McLeod with the Steelers, but if he can do what he did in the mini camp in training camp, that gives them a dynamic element. Gray is a major home run hitter. He can take the top off the defense. He's got that kind of speed. So, and then it's just a matter of, what do you think of Ayuk? What do you think of Deebo? I mean, Deebo wants, I think, $70 million guaranteed. I think his agent may beg to differ that they don't have a number 1 receiver.
Yeah, and maybe a number 1 running back to boot, right?
Right.
A 1A running back to boot. What ultimately happens with Deebo in the next couple of weeks? I mean, is this thing get done? Is it all hinged on what happens with Jimmy Garoppolo and maybe his money going away as far as how they structure a deal? I mean, you got him and Bosa that both need to be dealt with. The Niners typically, when they do their contract extensions, it's always last week of July, first couple days of August, so we're getting to the right time on the calendar where they like to announce them.
Yeah, I think the Bosa thing's going to be like his brother. I think Nick's going to wait the way Joey waited. I think he'll wait one more year on the extension. Deebo, though, I think his money that's earmarked, the money that's being paid to Garoppolo, I think is earmarked, partially at least, for an extension for Deebo. But he did request a trade, hasn't rescinded it. I think I think Deebo's an awesome competitor. That he is a guy who's a really, really top-tier competitor. And so last year he was fine with using him as a running back or as a receiver because he really shows up to win. He's all about the win. And I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. But when it came time to negotiate, I think Parag was like, you know what, we'll pay you like a back. And his agent was like, no, you're paying me like a receiver and a top tier one at that. He's not going to get 70+ million guaranteed, but I don't think he's going to get what I think they probably offered him, which was like 30 million guaranteed. I think he's going to get a contract that's pretty fat, that gives him roughly 50 to 55 million guaranteed. That would be my guess. And I think he's more comfortable, JD, now that they brought in TDP to be the runner, and they brought in Danny Gray to give him a more dynamic weapon. And so I think his usage, they're not going to come out and say, we'll never use him as a runner, because that hurts their game planning. But I think you're going to see the net result is that he'll be used far more this year as a receiver than a running back. And I think his agent will be happy with that.
And to me, that's the biggest part of all of this is the fact that he just doesn't want to get beat up. Right. He wants to get paid, but he doesn't want to get beat up. And I think the Niners, by necessity, because of some of the running back issues and just the way that their season was going, I mean, it was using Debo the way that they did. And again, you're right, not that they won't ever do it, but it was a desperation move, and a desperation move that saved their season in a lot of ways.
I actually think he's better as a running back than as a receiver. Why? Because what is he as a receiver? His hands are ordinary. His route running's ordinary. It's all about the rack, right? It's all about the run after the catch. And that's as a runner, you hand him the ball and it's rack time, it's except without the catch. So I just think that he's a better running back than he is a receiver, but that you get paid more in the NFL to be a receiver. And he's, him and his agent are very aware of that fact.
What's the right number of carries for him in a season average? However you want to parse it out.
It's not number; it's how many between the tackles.
How many were you getting hit?
Yeah, because you want him on these jet sweeps. You want him to threaten the edges. You want him to get to the perimeter, and if he can get there as a running back, I think he's fine with that. No more 3rd and 1. Between the tackles. I think you're going to see other guys. I think TDP, Ty Davis-Price will get more carries, Sermon, Mitchell. They'll use the other guys between the tackles.
Let's get to the phones, 888-957-9570. JD and Krug here on a Tuesday in for Steiny and Guru. Jose in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jose?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Larry, good to hear from you again on the radio.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Quick comment. When we talk about Trey Lance really looking good on that game against the Texans, I remember the last year when they put him in, they decided they were going to bring him in against the Texans because their defense, excuse the expression, sucked. Okay, so you cannot judge him by what he did against the Texans. I think that if the Niners release Jimmy G before actually playing Trey Lance in at least 5 games, they're going to find themselves in the same situation they find themselves now with Kinlaw, after they traded DeForest Buckner, okay, without a capable, backup. And say what you want about Jimmy, okay, he is what he is, but most everyone says, well, the games that he won not because of him, but because of the players he had around him, the defense, the running game, and everything else. But if I could recall correctly, didn't the backups that played when Jimmy was hurt also played with the same team and they sucked? They kept losing and losing. So you cannot all... I think that Jimmy should get his due credit, okay? He deserves some credit for the wins. But it seems like right now everybody is just focusing on the money. And granted, it is an issue that they have to get money for Debo Samuels. But like I said, I just keep going back to that DeForest Buckner situation. Let's trade him so we have enough money to sign Jimmy and Joey and whatever. And then we ended up getting stuck with Jamon Kinlaw. The guy has been on the league for 3 years, and so far, honestly, I haven't seen anything that could tell me that he's even close to what DeForest Buckner was.
Thanks, Jose.
Think about it.
No, appreciate it. Couple of things there. Look, you're going to Trey Lance because you think he's better. I mean, it's year 2, and you think he's. I mean, the money is sure part of it, but you're going to Trey Lance because Trey Lance is a franchise quarterback, and Jimmy capped out in terms of. Not financially, but capped out in terms of the type of player he is. We know the type of player he is and what his ceiling is, and Trey Lance's ceiling projects to be a lot higher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's trying to take anything away from Garoppolo.
No.
But let's just, I mean, Garoppolo didn't take the Niners to the Super Bowl, all right? They had a hugely run-heavy scheme. But the caller's right. He does deserve some credit. It's not like he's terrible.
And the locker room would tell you he deserves some credit.
Yeah, but I would say if we have a real discussion, where does Jimmy rank? I would say he's 17, 18, somewhere there.
And I think at times he played like he was top 10. At times he played like he was 25.
Yeah, I mean
24.
And as far as Kinlaw, it's go time for Kinlaw, man. There's no question. It's go time. He's just got to make sure that pin is right, that knee is right. And to me, it's all about the knee because I think they're not asking him to do a whole lot. He reminds me a lot of Ted Washington for some of you old Niner fans.
Okay.
That he gives you 0 as a pass rusher. I mean, the guy's played 18 games as an NFL player. He's got 1.5 career sacks. He's never going to sack Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray could run right into his lap, and he still wouldn't be able to sack him. He's not going to sack the quarterback unless Bosa and Drake Jackson, flush the guy right into his lap, which may happen. But Kinlaw, he's not Buckner, but he's really strong against the run. He's just got to stay on the field. He's got to stay on the field, and it's all about the knee.
That's one for me. I'm going to have to see it. I'm kind of out on Kinlaw until I see it. Like I just don't
think he's going to be. If you expect Buckner, you're going to be disappointed.
No, yeah, he's not Buckner.
If you expect a first and second down run stuffer, then you might like him.
Well, I mean, the one thing where
he's not Buckner.
He's not Buckner, and I'm not. I mean,
Buckner had a club move.
Buckner's an all-pro
move.
Buckner's an all-pro.
Buckner had pass rush moves at Oregon.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't have pass rush.
No, there's a different category there, but underwhelming and underwhelming because he hasn't been able to be on the field. So you're right. I mean, if he's healthy, that's probably 80% of being able to contribute. But I don't have a lot of confidence that he's going to be able to stay healthy and be on the field and be effective.
Well, that's a huge problem, JD. Because
I just don't.
If Kinlaw doesn't play the run inside and can't stay on the field, it's Hassan Ridgeway time.
Yeah,
and after Ridgeway, then it's really slim pickings. So
there is a ton on Kinlaw. I mean, you're right.
He's got to do it.
You're talking about this before the show. You're two key, one on each side. Who is it? I think we agree on Trey Lance on the offensive side. You brought up Kinlaw on the defensive side, and I don't necessarily disagree. I just don't you sound pretty confident. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I need to see. It's more I don't expect it until I see it, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's kind of like where we were in a way. It's different. But in a way with Eric Armstead going back to 17, 18, and then he explodes in 19 where and he was able to be on the field more than obviously Kinlaw. But it's like, you know what? He may wind up being a good player and contribute to winning, but I need to see it first. That's where I am with Kinlaw.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, that's kind of like my bottom line always. Don't tell me about it.
Sure.
I got to see it. But for Kinlaw, he is enormously strong. He can split a double team with the best of them. He can anchor against the run and give no ground. He's on a D-line that's exceptionally deep around him. There's a lot of bodies in that room. And that coach, Chris Kocherik, is one of the better D-line coaches going. So, he's going to get the coaching. He's going to have the support. He's playing in front of 3, I consider, almost all-pro type linebackers. So,
a lot working in his favor. There's a lot working in his favor.
He's not doing it all by himself. He's got Armstead. Armstead's really interesting. Armstead went from a guy who I think struggled against the run early to now, man, he is functionally incredibly strong. I saw last night on Twitter somebody had some highlights of that Green Bay game. I mean, he's just waltzing guards back into the backfield with his bull rush. So he's become functionally enormously strong. So I love and they've got other guys. I mean, they got Givens and they've got bodies. They don't have an anchor run guy like Kinlaw, so that's why Kinlaw is so vital.
Let's get Rob in Palo Alto here before the top of the hour. Hey, Rob, you're on with JD and Krug.
Hey guys, great to hear from you, Larry, again.
Thanks, Rob.
I want to circle back. Well, before I get to my first point, it's just for us all to reflect back on that first season when Kyle Shanahan came and the team had only won one game. Jimmy comes over and just casually wins 5 games. When the guy's healthy, I mean, say what you will, it just seems like we're winning more than we're losing. And you guys brought up accuracy, which I thought was interesting because, say what you will about Jimmy and the long ball. I totally get that. That's not his specialty at all. But in terms of accuracy and getting that first down and moving the ball steadily up the field, I mean, Jimmy has one of the quickest releases and is pretty darn accurate from that perspective. And so in comparison to then Trey, I know everybody wants to see that deep ball. We all want to see that, and we all want to say that, okay, he's going to be like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. How often does that really work out? And then when you run the numbers, it's like, he's not a rookie anymore, but with the amount of time the time that he's played, I mean, you could say that he's a rookie, but in those numbers, 29% of rookie quarterbacks really even make it past 3 seasons, and let alone go to the playoffs.
Sure.
No rookie quarterback in the history of the NFL has ever even won a Super Bowl. So, for me, it's like expectations kind of thing. With Jimmy there, it's like at least you can expect that it's so long as he's healthy, we could go to the NFC Championship game, which is, no laughable matter, I think. And so, yeah.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I mean,
a lot of good points there. I mean, one, I think the Garoppolo completion percentage on the short stuff, I think, is highlighted by Shanahan's desire to use the shovel pass.
Sure.
I mean, if I flip a ball from me to JD, we're 3 feet away from each other.
Yeah,
that's a completion.
That's a completion, right?
Yeah,
and if I take it,
run, right?
And if I take it 25 yards up the field,
it's a 25-yard completion. So there's some of that. I'm not trying to take anything away from Garoppolo. I think Garoppolo, you're right. Garoppolo in the short and intermediate range, he's got a nice quick release. He'll stand in against the pressure. He'll take some hits. But I've been talking to Greg Cosell about Garoppolo for the last 3 or 4 years, and Greg always makes the point he's not a late in the down thrower. And what he means by that is if it's not his first look or his second look, if it's not his first read or his second read, he's in trouble. And if he's forced to be a late in the down thrower, that's when mistakes happen. That's when he's late over the middle in a crowd, and that's where the turnovers come. And unfortunately, we've seen that kind of repeatedly. And then you also see defenses kind of cheat to the middle because they realize he's not as strong throwing outside the numbers. So if you're going to cheat one way or another, cheat inside. Oh, and here comes the ball right to me. So, I think that's why they felt like they needed to switch it up at quarterback. But yeah, Garoppolo's done a lot of good things. There's no question about it.
All right, he's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. Dave Softy Mahler's going to join us from KGR in Seattle. That's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is George with New Life.
Be sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along, hour number 3. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger. We're in for Steiny and Guru today. Let's get out to the phones, and it's a pleasure to be joined by Dave Softy Mahler of KJR in Seattle. Dave, thanks a lot for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, first of all, I got a question for Larry. Larry, you there?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I was going to already disagree and say it's not a pleasure to have you, Dave.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
That's just something you say.
Larry, are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? Were you born yesterday? You were out of this business. You were done with sports talk radio. You were doing your own thing. You were calling your own shots in an industry run by dipsticks, dominated by dipsticks, listened to by dipsticks, run by dipsticks. You were out. You were out. And you let them suck you back in. What the hell is wrong with you?
Seriously, check out the Krug Show on YouTube. But no, I still have my YouTube channel. But you know what? Oh. You're right, Dave. I was out, and I got yanked back in. But I'm happy.
You were
to be
living
here.
the dream, baby. You were out. Everybody looked at you with envy in this business. I looked at you with envy. Your peers looked at you with envy. Your old buddy Gary Radnich, whatever the hell he's doing now, looks at you with envy. And here you are, sitting in that stupid chair once again like a frickin' lapdog when you were done with this business.
Exactly.
I question your sanity, to be honest with you.
Well, that's fair. That's for sure. Yeah. So what's up, brother? What's going on in the Pacific Northwest? Jimmy Garoppolo? Jimmy coming to visit?
Do we want Jimmy Garoppolo, honestly? Because here's my question that I have for you knuckleheads down there. If you don't want Jimmy Garoppolo, why would we want Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, right? I mean, you move up and you get Trey Lance, you make this deal to move up in the draft and draft this kid to be the heir apparent and take over for Jimmy G. So if he's not good enough for you guys, why the hell is he good enough for the Seahawks?
Oh wait,
the Seahawks are starting to rebuild, man. They gotta find the next great star. They gotta find the next great quarterback. They gotta find a replacement for Russell Wilson. So if Kyle Shanahan doesn't want Jimmy, why would Pete Carroll want him?
Well, Softy, Drew Lock's on the phone. Gino. Oh, wait, I'm hearing a ring. Geno Smith's on the other line.
That doesn't bother me though. Like you guys bring that up like that's supposed to be insulting or something, and it's not, because you know why?
Why?
I want the Seahawks to suck in 2022. I want them to be terrible. I want them to go 2-15 and get the number 1 pick in the draft. That's what I want. So I would much rather see Drew Lock than Jimmy Garoppolo. I would much rather see Drew Lock than Geno Smith, and here's why. I think with Jimmy Garoppolo and Geno Smith, you kind of know what those guys are. I mean, way more for Geno Smith for sure, because the guy's been around longer and he's had more stops. I mean, maybe Jimmy G and maybe a different situation, blah, blah, blah. Drew Lock, I got no idea. Drew Lock has had like 7 different play callers since his senior year in high school. He's been bouncing around from coach to coach. There's a tiny bit of intrigue with Drew Lock, and I say tiny bit of intrigue because I can hear it in your voice, and I generally agree with you that Drew Lock is not anything special. He is what he is at this point, and the odds of him being more than what he is are pretty slim. So I agree on that. But there's a little more intrigue to watch that guy play versus Geno Smith and Jimmy Garoppolo. And if the Seahawks end up stinking with Drew Lock and he's no good, okay, fine. At least they know what they have and they can move on. And at the same time, go 2-15, go 3-14, get a top 2 pick in the NFL draft, and have your pick of the litter for the quarterback to replace Russell Wilson. So the Seahawks stinking in 2022 doesn't bother me. It's what I want.
Okay, so I know, on KGR you have guys like Pete and John Schneider on, so you're dialed in with these guys. Give me their thinking. I know how you feel about Locke and how you feel about Geno, but how do you think Pete feels about this upcoming season? He's an older guy. Does he really want to rebuild?
Yeah.
Or does he, you know what I mean? I mean, are they going to try to win this year? And do you think they would be intrigued by Jimmy?
Well, I think they're intrigued by everything, number one. That's just the way him and John roll. They look at everything. They turn over every rock. They have every conversation. They had the conversation about Colin Kaepernick, for God's sakes. They had the conversation about Josh Allen when Russell Wilson was on the roster. They had the conversation about Patrick Mahomes when Russell Wilson was on the roster, coming off those great years in Seattle. So these are not two people that just say no to something because the current situation tells them that they're good, that they're in good shape. They're always looking ahead, always looking down the road. So I think they've had conversations about Jimmy Garoppolo. How far have they gone? I have no idea. But as far as Pete Carroll, look, man, the guy's the most optimistic SOB walking the face of the earth, right? I mean, he could be living in an RV in the middle of Oklahoma, and a tornado could pick up his house and smash it to smithereens, and he would say, "Oh, no problem. Just put the thing back together. We'll be fine."
Hey, the front yard still looks good, yeah.
Exactly. He is the ever optimistic head coach, and I believe that Pete Carroll thinks he can turn water into wine. I really do believe that. I think Pete Carroll has that unbelievable positive mentality, and it's served him for the most part well as a head coach in the NFL. But I think he'll have that approach because he wants his guys to be nurtured with that approach. He wants his players to think like that. But in the end, Pete Carroll, if he believes this team can compete for anything more than maybe a 500 record, maybe at best, he's freaking delusional.
Softy Mahler joining us from KJR in Seattle here at 95.7 The Game. JD and Krug on a Tuesday. This would only be talking about Jimmy. This is only a if he gets cut scenario. You don't actually see the Niners and Seahawks doing a trade, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. If he gets cut, I think there's a chance the Seahawks bring him into camp. They're not giving up anything for him. They wouldn't give up anything for Baker Mayfield. They're not going to pay the contract. What is Jimmy owed? Like $20 million for 2022?
Try 24.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, there's not a chance in hell they're doing that. I mean, there is no way they're doing that because it's not worth it. I mean, it's just there's no point. If this was a championship caliber ready football team and Russell Wilson blew his knee out in training camp, and a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo was available and they had the money, maybe. But there's just no point. That would be illogical, right? It would be unbelievably stupid from a roster-building perspective to go after a guy like that with that kind of contract. When, again, you've got a kid in Drew Lock that you want to see play a little bit because, as I said, I think he intrigues a lot of people up here. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo on this football team with this defense right now is a guy that can take this team to 11, 12 wins and compete for maybe a division championship, if anything more than that. So, no, I don't see them getting involved with him unless he's a street free agent.
I want to see Jimmy go to Seattle so we can get a tour of the Softy man cave and get the
baby. You wish you could have the
see that Princess Leia stuff.
Jealous.
And you're
come over to my house. I'll show you my fake Lombardi trophy. Maybe I'll shove it in your ass.
Yeah, I don't know if I have time. I'll be too busy looking at your Star Wars action figures.
It's been so long since the Niners won a Lombardi. You probably have no idea what the damn thing looks like anymore.
Oh, stop.
Larry, I think Larry was in his 50s the last time the Niners won.
Oh, that ain't right. All right, hey, let me ask you this. If Garoppolo, if Garoppolo was there, I mean, first of all, what is the call-in number at KJR? You're on later today, right?
I am. Why, you want to call the show?
Yeah, I may call the show on the drive home. I like to call shows out of the market and just kind of harass the host. What's the call-in number? And if you opened up the lines and said, hey, callers, Seahawk Nation, whatever the hell you call them. 12s, line it up at, whatever, softy.com or whatever your call-in number is. Would there be people saying, you know what? Dave, I know you're anti, but you know what? I'm not buying Drew Lock. I'm not buying Geno. Bring on Jimmy. As long as we don't have to trade for him, we want him. What is the sentiment of the 12s? Can't believe I said that.
I think most of the Seahawks fans have been mocking Jimmy Garoppolo. They've been mocking 49er fans because of Jimmy Garoppolo. They would be awfully hypocritical if they turned around now and embraced the guy as their new savior in Seattle. Now, again, if he's a free agent, like you guys asked about, and he's sitting there doing nothing, twiddling his thumbs on the side of the road looking for a job, and you can bring him in for the veteran minimum, that's a totally different animal. I mean, look, you guys know as well as me, the NFL allows you, to take the merchandise home and get a look-see, and if you don't like it, you can send it back, no problem. So if they want to bring him to camp and put him on the roster and give him a chance to show what he can do, and it doesn't work out, you cut him, no harm, no foul, on a non-guaranteed deal, I got no problem with that. I mean, hell, I'd bring in anybody on a non-guaranteed deal for a tryout, right? I was going to bring on, who's the knucklehead wide receiver that went bananas in Tampa. What's his name? The guy from the Steelers.
Antonio Brown?
Yeah, Antonio Brown.
I forgot his name. I'm getting old. I forget stuff. I wanted to bring in Antonio Brown just for a little tryout to see what he was all about. So I got no problem with that. That's a different story than trading for a guy or giving a guy a guaranteed contract. But, Larry, to answer your question, Softy.com, you open the phone lines up, 206-286-9595. Lines are open right now across the state. Give us a buzz.
Talk to Softy and Dick. Isn't that the show? Softy and Dick?
Softy and Dick.
Yep.
Softy and Dick. Dick's back today. I was without my dick the last week, and now he's back today on the show.
You're nothing without your dick.
I think most Seahawks fans would say, yeah, really, this guy's a clown. Because we've been mocking him for years in San Francisco, and now we're going to turn around and call this guy the savior? Get out of here.
Softy, great stuff. We appreciate it. Look for Larry in Walnut Creek at about 4:02.
Done.
That's right. That's
Done.
right.
I'll have my call block on.
Exactly.
Thanks, Softy.
See you, Dave.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Later, bye.
All right, Dave Softy Mahler joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Do we still have the license? I just want to check.
Yeah,
Spadone,
seriously.
the license still around?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but what can you say? Dave Softy Mahler. And he does have Star Wars action figures. I did a YouTube tour of his man cave, and Star Wars action figures were in abundance.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Okay. That tells you a lot.
It really does. It really does.
High energy guy, clearly into the Seahawks and football and the 12s.
That's right.
But yeah,
and he does have a replica Super Bowl trophy. But then when you move a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right, it's Star Wars action figures galore.
All right.
You don't want to.
That tells a lot.
JD was like,
I'm stymied. All right. Well,
you were going to rip it, but you didn't want to rip it.
I was gonna rip it.
You're open-minded,
but I'm open-minded, and I thought, I mean, this guy seems pretty cool, great energy. You know, obviously, I mean, you know, been on for a long time, legend up there in Seattle, and it's like thinking, okay, that explains a lot. We'll just kind of leave it at that.
Seriously, I mean, you have a date, you bring her back to the place, you got a Jabba the Hutt sitting right there. I don't know.
Now, so they want nothing to do with Jimmy G.
Well, Dave doesn't, but
and the fans don't. I think the organization would.
I think, first of all, do you think Seattle's going to win games this year? I mean, the over-under in Vegas is 6. So,
the answer would be no, but I think call me crazy, but I think a lot of it is the quarterback. I mean, you let go of a future Hall of Famer, and now you're trying to figure it out. I mean, Geno Smith, forget that. I mean, if it's Geno Smith or Locke, then to me it's under 6 or 6.5 or whatever it is. You bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, that number, it wouldn't be 10, but it might be 8.
Yeah, it might be 8. And if they somehow sneaked into a wild card spot in the NFC, who knows? It's hard for me to picture Pete Carroll really tanking a season in his mid-60s.
No, it's funny. I view them as thinking they have action in certain areas of their roster. I know you laid out the running backs and
Kenneth Walker.
I like him. They have still have a couple of pretty good wide receivers.
Yeah, Metcalf.
And so I mean,
Lockett.
I think Pete Carroll probably believes he can coach up a defense. You know, just a young, new wave defense with a lot of different personnel than had been there in years past. Obviously, Wagner's gone, and
they drafted the Thorpe Award winner Kobe Bryant out of Cincinnati. So he's pretty good.
I don't know. I kind of view them as thinking they're not that far away from at least being a back-end wild card team, as opposed like almost two directions they could go. If it really goes awry, all right, you're right back up at the top. You wind up winning 2 or 3 games, but if you catch a little action, maybe you are in a mix for a 9-win wild card spot coming down the last few weeks of the season. So I don't think it's that crazy to think that in a league where everybody for the most part thinks they're in it, except for maybe like 4 or 5 teams, that they wouldn't think if a few things went right or they fixed the quarterback position somehow, they couldn't be in the mix.
Well, and you know the way it works. It's like if you're expected to win, you feel that pressure, you feel that burden. When you're not expected to win, you're very liberated by that, right? I mean, if you're projected to win 5 or 6 games, and the Seahawks haven't been in this spot for a long time. So, I mean, if you really think about it, they can play loose.
Yeah, it's like 2011 almost.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
Loosey-goosey, fly around, make plays, see what happens. You never know.
No, and 510 on the Comcast Business text line. Jimmy is a problem. Why would any team want to trade for somebody else's problem? I mean, it's so polarizing. Like isn't
it funny? The same quarterback that other people would be like, "Hey, we love him, and he took us to the Super Bowl," and blah blah blah. And then 2 calls later, it's like somebody else sees all the flaws. Somewhere in the middle is Jimmy, right? He's good enough he's better than obviously the backup quarterbacks the 49ers have tried to win with during the Shanahan era, but he's also a step down from what you may need to actually win a Super Bowl ring.
Exactly. And so I think there is a needle that can be thread to where he can really help a team kind of maximize what they have. Now, maybe that doesn't end up meaning winning a Super Bowl, but there are still, I would say, at least 10 teams where he could probably help them.
And you have to have the right components. You got to be able to run the ball. You got to be able to run the ball. You got to have a good defense. You got to have a good special teams. If you can surround him with enough. Willard made a point the other day talking about Seattle and that their O-line. I mean, they've had to rebuild that O-line, and they got Gabe Jackson at right guard. They just drafted Charles Cross in the top of the first round, so they can have a rookie at left tackle. So maybe Russell Wilson and his mobility has made this kind of spotty O-line look better than it was. And if now you take Russell out and put Jimmy in, and you're introducing a rookie at left tackle, it could be a nightmare situation for any quarterback that steps in there. But then there's another way to look at it is, you know what? They do have a tremendous running game. I mean, when you're looking at that running back list, Rashad Penny was good last year. Kenneth Walker's a hell of a back. Chris Carson's still there. So, I mean, they may be able to run it with a nice assortment of backs.
Well, and then, how big is the home field advantage up there going to be?
It's a tough place to play.
How much of that was Russell Wilson and some of the late game heroics where he'd seemingly pull a rabbit out of the hat all the time? Anytime you have, though, a good home field advantage, a lot of times you're not going to be terrible just based on that, because if you're playing 9, as the NFC will be playing 9 games at home, you win 5 or 6 of those even, and all of a sudden you're not a terrible team, right? If you go 6-3 at home, then you're on the path right there to maybe being an 8-win team, even if you're not very good. Now, 6 is a stretch, but
the only thing I'll say is from watching the Seahawks-Niner games the last few years, you kind of felt like the Seahawks kind of equation surrounding Russell was starting to erode.
It was hanging by a thread.
And he was kind of putting it, hey, guys, jump on my back and I'll carry us.
Definitely.
He seemed like he was the real reason that they were beating the Niners. So I expect the Niners to get over on Seattle this year. But, man, if Garoppolo was there and they had a real strong run game and, who knows? A couple of their D linemen, they brought in Nwosu. They've got Darrell Taylor. If their edge rushers start to get a little pressure, who knows? I mean, who knows?
I wouldn't want to see Jimmy with Seattle, point blank. I just wouldn't. As a Niner fan, I would not want to see week 1. Hey, week 2, home opener, Levi's Stadium, September 18th. Hey, it's Jimmy Garoppolo and the Seahawks coming in, and Trey Lance, start number 4 of his career, but really start number 2 that really matters.
It's a great point, because also people say, well, what do the Niners need to get back for Jimmy? Well, it depends how they view it. They may have the exact same thought that you have and say, you know what? We want him in the AFC. I don't care if we get a 6th-round pick in return from the Browns. We want him in the AFC. Why? Do you fear him? Well, we don't fear him, but we don't want him in the division. Also, who's got the most knowledge of your system typically? It's the guys who wear the green dot on defense, and it's your quarterback on offense. So why let your arch rival have that information? Or if you're going to give him that information, you'd want to delay it as long as possible.
Let's sneak in a call here. Also want to get to this one text from the 415. Cleveland would be the only place where Jimmy can hide his flaws. I think they'd probably be the best place with all the talent that they have.
Like another team with tremendous O-line, and they also have Kareem Hunt, and they got Nick Chubb, and I think they just drafted a Cincinnati running back in the draft, Ford. So they got a lot of runners for sure.
No, they do. Bob in San Francisco at 888-957-9570. Hey, Bob, you're on with JD and Larry Krueger here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's a great show, guys. I was just thinking, what if he became a backup at Tennessee? Because that's exactly the kind of team he needs around him, right? He could be, backing up Tannehill, and then all of a sudden maybe Tannehill gets injured or something. he steps right in. What do you guys think?
Well, who is Tennessee? Let me look at Tennessee's depth chart. Who is Tennessee's backup quarterback right now?
That's a good question. Off the top.
They draft a rookie?
Yeah, let's see. They have Tannehill, and they draft Malik Willis. They got Malik Willis. So Malik Willis is a ways away.
You could bump him to a 3.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. You also have Vrabel, who was there in New England, who's the head coach, and there's a lot of heat on Tannehill after those 3 picks against Cincinnati in the playoffs. So that's interesting, but there's no A.J. Brown there anymore, and there's no the big receiver from Atlanta who was there last year. Julio Jones, who battled the hammy all year. He's gone too. So I don't know. I'm looking at those receivers. Robert Woods, Traylon Burks, Des Fitzpatrick. They're pretty lean at wide receiver.
No, but they're going to run it.
Yeah. If Henry's healthy, they're going to run the ball. But, is that going to be... I don't know. It really kind of depends on what their cap looks like. I believe the only team that could take Jimmy cap-wise is the Browns. But how many one thing about the NFL, you can move money around. You can always create cap room. But how much do they want to challenge Tannehill this year?
And I just don't think, anybody that would trade for Garoppolo, I think, would have to split up the money. Like, to me, it would be restructure, extension, 1 year option, those, like, to me, I don't think anybody would be looking at wanting to pay 24, even if.
Will the Niners be forced to pay some of the money to get a pick back? That's the big question, too.
That's a great question. I think.
Because the Niners have like $4 or $5 million on the cap. They don't have a lot.
Right. And I think they probably want to allot some of that to Deebo Samuel for this year. And the Deebo deal is more about the bonus and the future years and how you spread everything out. But I do think there's a sense that they want to use some of that on making Deebo happy for the 22 season. Because he hadn't been happy the last few months.
I'll say this, though, there really are not a lot of options. You're talking about maybe the New York Giants but why would they do that?
It's
why would
Cleveland, Seattle, Houston, maybe the Giants. those are the teams that keep coming up.
Yeah, so, there's not a lot of options out there, which makes you think that maybe they will release him. But they've maintained that they're not going to. Shanahan maintained it at the last minicamp in May. He's like, we're not going to release this player. Now, is that posturing? Is that a game of chicken? Are they gonna wait till will they? The one thing I'm pretty confident in saying, JD, is I don't believe. There's some scenarios, and we've heard Shanahan actually say that this could be one of them, that Jimmy could actually show up in camp. But, man, when you're down at minicamp and you're talking to the other quarterbacks and you're talking to the other players, you're talking to some of the coaches, and Jimmy comes up, hey, have you talked to Jimmy? They don't hedge or be like, well, it was, I talked to... No. The answer is no.
Yeah, he's off the team, effectively.
Yeah. There's nobody who has had a conversation with him.
So to just drop him back on the team, it just doesn't make any sense.
I don't believe... I would be absolutely shocked if they showed up in camp and Jimmy Garoppolo was wearing even Niner practice gear. If he's still on the roster, I agree with Willard, who said, he'll be throwing from some remote location
where nobody can see it.
Yeah, who nobody can see it, and he's not impacting the team in any way.
All right, he's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
It all started when I was...
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment on a Tuesday. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570. Hey, if you miss any of today's show, you can download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. The Warriors tonight, back in action in Vegas.
Can't wait, man.
And the headliners among, well, we're talking about James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody. Haven't seen anything to the contrary today, and I know the plan was those three are all going to be on the floor together as the Warriors take on the Summer League Celtics. Rematch of the NBA Finals.
Yeah. I'm really eager to see, what I'm hoping that I'm not going to see is any reference to swelling or pain in the meniscus.
Or the late, like, oh, you know what, he wasn't feeling well today, he's out now.
Yeah, I need, what's Bob Myers' line? The best ability is availability.
Yes.
I just need James to be out there. And then I want to see him foul less, defend without fouling. He seemed like, my goodness, this last game, he was setting picks at a first of all, they're always a little lax in Summer League compared to what they were in the playoffs. Man, he would have fouled out in 10 minutes in an NBA Finals if he had set the picks that he's setting in Vegas. So
and screen setting is a huge part of the Warriors' offense if you're playing the five. I mean, any offense really, but especially the Warriors' offense, like you're talking about freeing up Clay, freeing up Steph, and like that. Like if you can't set an effective pick, you kind of can't play. And so I can see where if you're coaching somebody up, you're wanting them to be, hey, be mean about it, be vicious about it, and we'll take a little off the fastball as we go.
Yeah, to me, there's two things I'm wondering about. I guess maybe three. I know he's big and strong and fast and can run the floor, be a rim runner, finisher. I think we've already kind of seen that. But I'm wondering can he defend without fouling? Can he stay on the floor? Obviously, can he stay healthy? That's the big one. But defend without fouling. And then is he a dog, man? Is he going to compete and challenge every shot? I want him to take every foray into the lane personally. I'd like to see a little bit of a scowl. I'd like to see him absolutely take, that's my rim. I'm protecting my rim.
I thought he did that on Sunday.
Yeah, he did. He challenged some shots. He really did.
And a couple early, and I thought the couple he challenged early, you saw players with the Spurs team a little reluctant. Like if you hit a couple early, they know you're there, and even if you don't get many the rest of the game, it still can affect the way teams try and drive and attack. The problem, though, was the rebounding.
Yeah, well, see, it's like in we're talking a lot of football today.
Sure.
In football, just from scouting, the one thing that translates, I think, is if you sack the quarterback, you sack the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a big difference between I get near him and I sack him. If you pile up a ton of sacks in college, I think that's a great indicator for your ability to potentially pile up big sack totals in the NFL. And the one thing in college basketball that translates is rebounding. If you rebound in college, you'll be able to rebound in the pros. And I don't know what kind of a rebounder he was at Memphis, because we only saw him
he played 3 games.
3 games. So what kind of rebounder he's been, in high school. But can James Wiseman rebound the basketball? Does he have that? Does he have that quickness? Does he have that feel? Does he have that tenaciousness? I want to see that. That's a big part of being a big man, and that's also a big part of what the Warriors need from him. Defend the rim, run the floor, finish at the rim, and rebound and defend. Right, and those are key. So, if he's going to be a subpar rebounder, that's a concern. I'm not going to say that off of 2 rebounds in the last game, but we saw him his rookie year at times not have great rebounding totals. So, what do you think? You've been watching him pretty closely. Is rebounding an issue for James Wiseman?
I think at this point it is an issue. It's definitely fair to bring up. I've thought at times, I mentioned this I think a little bit yesterday when Goo was here. I feel like he has been constantly taught so much, and there's this information almost overload of, hey, you need to be here, you need to do this, and when the offense reacts this way, you need to move to this point, and you make sure you don't lose your man, but you want to protect the rim, and you want to set this screen here, and this is where you need to be if the play reaches the other side. I feel like he's been a step slow in just reacting naturally. And I really thought that his rookie year, because there's so much, he's looked like a player to me that's thinking about everything that the coaching staff is trying to teach him, and he's really trying to make sure he's in the right spot and he's doing the right thing, and he's got the right length between his man and the back, like all of that stuff. You can almost at times see him thinking.
He just needs court time,
and that. Once that becomes second nature, and you know this. It's just you want to do. I think he's a conscientious kid that wants to do right, wants to learn. I think he's an intelligent kid, but you can see this a lot when somebody's trying to learn, especially a young player, and the coaching staff's all over him, and you want to be a coachable kid, that you're noodling it through rather than just reacting at times. And I think the rebounding is a lot of what you talked about as far as, do you have the dog to just go get the board? And I think at times he has the physical ability to go get I fully believe in the Charles Barkley, what he always says about rebounding. If you're 6'10", you should be able to get 10 rebounds in your sleep. I fully believe that. But if you're thinking about everything else and you're not thinking ball in the air, I'm going to go get it, you're not going to do that. And so I think he's just he's worrying about the other stuff right now that he's being taught. And I think he isn't a natural go get and he's not a natural go get it kind of a guy. And he's also, I think, a step slow because he's thinking about everything else going on.
Let me ask you a question, because this, his rookie year we saw. I'm going to say last year, but last year we didn't see him.
Yeah,
his rookie year we saw him, and the Warriors were a better basketball team when he sat than they were when he played. This year we were hoping to see him late in the year, and then the meniscus thing came out. And the setback, and they shut him down for the year. I actually saw him in a couple G League highlights leading into that point where they shut him down, and I thought to myself, wow, man, this guy looks better than I remember rookie year.
He had one game.
He looked really, really good, like really aggressive, really attacking. He just looked like he had some significant growth. What would have been his role if they hadn't shut him down? Would they have put him on Robert Williams in the finals? Would he have gotten any kind of run in the finals? Would he have been a DNP coach's decision every night? What do you think Kerr's role would have been if the meniscus deal hadn't shut him down.
Assuming he comes back, let's say in March, I don't think there would have been much of a role in the playoffs.
He would have sat.
I think he would have sat. I think it would have been DNP CD, aside from maybe a couple of minutes where there was some foul trouble, or a game where Draymond Green gets ejected in game 1 at Memphis, and all of a sudden Kevon Looney's playing a lot of minutes. Like, you might have needed him for 5-10 minutes in that game, just because you needed bodies, although the Warriors do typically like to go small. But I think they really wanted to take as much off of his plate as possible and not put pressure on him to have to be a part of the championship run. And
would that have hurt his confidence?
I think they bristle a little bit when you bring this up, and I've had little back and forths at times, but I do think they're internally worried about his confidence. I think that is a fair point. I know our buddy Nick Friedel used to bring that up, and he got into some conversations where there was some pushback among the coaching staff when he would sort of ask the question. But going back to his rookie year, there were times where he would kind of sulk. And again, I think it comes from a good place, but it's something that they're cognizant of in his development, that they don't want him to get to a point where he feels overwhelmed or feels like he's failing or feels like he's not contributing.
They shut him down at the end of the year. Why exactly? I mean, was it?
I think it was health, but I think it was also being cautious.
Like, they didn't want to subject him to a playoff run where he was DNP coach's decision? That's a conspiracy theory.
Well, I wouldn't go that far with it, but I don't think
if you think his confidence is fragile,
he wasn't going to play. He wasn't going to play in my opinion anyway, and so I don't think anything was hurt by, hey, you don't want him to be dealing with some kind of an injury based on I don't think they wanted him to set himself back any farther by trying to come back and play regular season games in March and April. I think that's what it was. It was, hey, there's some soreness here. We're going to give this a couple of months to get cleaned up. You don't want any swelling in the knee, that kind of thing. I think it was 99% about that, but I don't think they felt bad about him being unavailable for a playoff run or for playoff games, because he probably wasn't going to play anyway.
If he had gotten healthier earlier and they had a larger number of regular season games to kind of get him warmed up, you think it would have been a different situation?
Absolutely. I do. And I don't know that he'd be playing in playoff games, but I think we would have seen enough of him to know whether he could have played in playoff games. Like, we weren't going to see enough of him in March and April had he been healthy to where you'd confidently say he can help in playoff games. If he comes back in January, maybe you do see enough in half a season at that point.
Interesting. I'm looking at the roster right now, and I love the DiVincenzo addition, though I didn't love the fact that they didn't pony up for GP2, but I guess I get it at the end of the day when you look at the repeater tax and you look hard at those numbers. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I still think, it's an enormously expensive arena. It's all relative, so I'm not crying for poor Joe Lacob, but I didn't like the fact they didn't bring back GP2, but I kind of understand it. Now I'm looking at the roster and I'm thinking, okay, it's pretty obvious. They don't have Porter, they don't have Bielitsa, and they need some big, probably a veteran, who can shoot the rock and maybe play 5, but maybe play 4. So who's on that short list? I mean, who's out there that's on the list, or are they waiting for somebody like a Pat Bev to get bought out, and maybe they would go consider adding another guard? They seem pretty heavy there now. They've got Rollins, but it's a lot of inexperience too.
Well, you brought up Carmelo Anthony before the show.
Yeah,
we were talking about it.
I like Carmelo Anthony, the way he played in Portland 2 years ago, and the way he played with the Lakers this last year.
He finally accepted the fact that he was not a starting player anymore, and that he needed to be a role player. I think he had a really tough time accepting that in OKC, and then Houston just flat out cut him. Like, Houston's like, hey, if you're not going to accept it, bye-bye. And I think he was out of the league at that point. And I give Damian Lillard, I think, credit, and McCollum, a couple of the players with Portland that said, hey, come here, we'll embrace you, you can help us, but you got to accept. Like, they helped his transition, I think, into that role. And so now that he's accepted the fact that he's a bench player, I agree with you. I think he actually could help as a stretch 4 or somebody that's even got a big body that potentially could guard some smaller 5s.
He's a top 10 NBA scorer, right? He's like 8th or 9th on the all-time scoring list.
And you're always looking for guys that maybe haven't. You're looking for guys that haven't won the ring, right? Like Otto Porter hadn't won the ring, and now he had. And that's one thing that I think, Draymond Green has spoken to this. Steve Kerr's spoken to this at different times. How when you're trying to make repeated championship runs, having players on the periphery or rotation players that aren't your stars that haven't won it, that are chasing it still, that can be a motivator for the others, that they want to get one for these guys, especially if they're in your locker room and you really like them. And so I think there is a component to where that would be a box in favor of maybe looking at a guy like Carmelo Anthony if he wanted to come. It'd be his best shot to get a ring at that point. And I think he's the type of, let's be honest. He's an NBA legend. Really.
And he had a good year from beyond the arc last year. I think he shot like almost 38% from beyond the arc.
All you need him to do is hit some threes.
Yeah.
And
what about culture? They've got a culture. You could argue at times Carmelo wouldn't have fit that culture.
I think he'd be fine now.
You think so?
Now that he's made the adjustment. I think he'd be fine. That's an intriguing name. Like, I don't know.
And don't you think he's more of a 4 or 5 at this point than a 3-4?
Definitely.
I know he used to be a 3, but isn't he more of a stretch big at this point?
If Bielitsa can play the 5, I think he
didn't play any D at all.
I think Carmelo Anthony could play the 5. I really do. But he's a 4.
Anthony would not be. The thing I'm intrigued about with Anthony is just that I can't see him, being impacted by Boston Garden or whatever.
Definitely not.
He's just going to play his game, and he's going to be able to block that out. He's just too big time for that.
No, that's a great point. As far as a lot of the hostile environments and just
perfect.
He's seen it all. And the Warriors, what you may not need it until you need it. Right? The Warriors may be good enough to where you're not really worrying about that, but in a big moment in a Memphis or something, if you're in a conference finals or in a Boston, like you said, in an NBA finals, and the Celtics have loaded up a couple of really good players in Brogdon and Gallinari, and they're all in case you didn't know, as a team that was a couple of wins away.
They're better than they were.
They're better than they were for sure. So some of the other names,
if it wasn't Anthony, throw a few names that you think they may have some interest in.
Blake Griffin is another name that comes up. I don't know about that one. I don't love that man. Juancho Hernangomez.
Cruz?
Bo Cruz.
Did you see the movie?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No,
it's good.
I have not.
Oh, well, go check out the I think it's Hustle, right?
Yeah, I've not seen it. No,
okay.
You'll
like it.
Okay.
You'll like it.
Good recommendation there. And then Markieff Morris.
I don't like the Morris twins. Something about them rubs me wrong.
Well, they would fit in terms of they'd be ready to fight. Both those guys are likes to fight guys.
Yeah,
you need enforcer types in the playoffs.
But is Markieff much of a perimeter shooter?
Yeah, they both. I think less so than Marcus.
Yeah,
you're thinking of Marcus with the Clippers.
He's a little smaller, a little bit more perimeter oriented. Markieff's 6'10", right?
Yeah,
but they both a little bit bigger.
They both can knock down the three. LaMarcus Aldridge is another one.
That's interesting.
That we talked about before the show that I brought up. Somebody that can hit the three.
Why did he retire? Was it a heart situation?
He had a heart issue.
And so he's over that now?
He had a heart issue that they were able to, I think, get under control, or he got a couple of different opinions and thought it could be managed to the point to where he could continue to play. But he's actually got a little bit of a post game too. Like, he's got a little mid-range game, shoot the three. You'd want him to shoot the three. But he had even a little bit of a post game in his time, obviously with the Blazers and other places. So he's interesting.
Any other names? Those aren't great names. I guess Griffin is kind of interesting. I kind of liked him in the head-to-head matchup.
I always feel like he's older. He's only 33.
Yeah.
But he's 33, but the body of a 38.
No longer can jump over a Kia.
No. So, but those are some. That is the price point that the Warriors are. The price point is the price point. It's veteran minimum for per whatever player it is. But it's also.
Where's Iguodala on this list? Is he coming back?
Well,
does he have the open invite?
As far as what I've heard, it's the open invite. It's, hey, if you want to come back, we got a veteran minimum spot for you. and I know there's 3, I think, roster spots at this point. I'm not dismissing it. The Comcast Business text line, Dub Nation will embrace Pat Bev here, unlike the hater JD. I actually don't. I don't dislike.
Why are you hating on Pat Bev?
I actually don't dislike Pat Bev. I think he's confusing me with Steinmetz.
Why does Steinmetz hate Pat Bev?
He just thinks he's a joke and like doesn't really bring anything to the table other than
he's
antics.
A pest. He's a pest as a defender. But the only question is, how many minutes do you really have for him?
I mean, you could.
Who's the backup one? Rollins?
I think the backup one is
DiVincenzo?
Poole / DiVincenzo. It's Poole, really.
I look at DiVincenzo as more of a 2.
Yeah, they're both.
Isn't he more of a 2 guard?
Him and Poole, I think, can play together though. He can play the 1. I think he could. I think between him and Poole, they can bring it. I mean, they didn't really have a backup 1 last year. It was Poole,
right?
So they like
awesome
that.
In
they
the
like
second
that.
half.
So I think it's Poole. The part of the DiVincenzo signing that I think the Warriors really like is the fact that he can play with Poole, he could play with Clay, he could play with Steph if you really needed him to. He could play.
And Draymond's your point forward anyway.
And he could play with Moses Moody and Kuminga. Like DiVincenzo doesn't disrupt or take away minutes from anybody else that you'd want to be giving minutes to, whether it's the veterans that have been here, the champions, or whether it's the young guys that you're trying to draft.
Plus, what I love about DiVincenzo, I mean, we all saw him go for 31 in the national title game, at Nova.
Right.
So it makes you feel like he's a clutch player. But I also like guys who have been in winning situations and then get a taste of losing. And then are like, I don't want any of that.
Well,
and that's him, right?
It did happen.
He was in Milwaukee, got a taste of what a winning situation looks like. Then he goes to Sacramento, and then he's like, you know what? Get me on a winner. I want to be. I mean, Matt, the NBA season's a grind, but it's got to be really a grind if you're on a losing team. If you're on a team that's going to the conference finals or the NBA finals, it's got to be a whole lot more fun. I just think DiVincenzo coming out of Sacramento is probably like, man, I don't care what I get paid. I just want to win.
And I think he wants to be on the big stage with the Warriors and be impactful to winning at a high level as far as getting himself paid moving forward. Because I think he's probably somebody that would have thought he would have been farther along the pay scale than he is. Injuries part of it.
It's smart. It's smart too, don't you think, JD?
Yeah.
Because look at
Peyton. I mean,
look at Peyton. Look at Porter. Look at these guys. I mean, even Bielitsa got paid in Turkey, right? I mean, you when you're on a winning team, you always look better. And teams see you on national TV in that spotlight, and they're like,
definitely.
Hey, you know what? We'll pay this guy.
No, I think that's the way he looks at it. There are also some rumblings too, as far as Sacramento, that maybe they were doing some things to kind of keep his value down because he was originally going to be a restricted free agent for them. And they supposedly really had coveted him. They tried to trade for him in the Bogdanovich deal that got blown up.
They made him unrestricted by not giving him the qualifying.
They
right?
finally, and I think
gave that money to Malik Monk.
They wanted to get Malik Monk, and so they needed to free up his cap hold. His cap hold prevented them from having enough money to sign Monk, so they wanted to sign Monk right away. So they released it. But I think a part of it was he didn't really want to be there, and I think he kind of
probably told him.
They kind of wore out. They just, I think, mutually parted ways on that front because the Kings could have stuck it to him and paid him and kept him, but they decided to go in a different direction. Monk's tight with De'Aaron Fox, and so
Monk's got major range on his shot. Much more than DiVincenzo, right? I mean, DiVincenzo's more of an all-around player.
All right, that'll do it for us. Krug, great stuff, my man.
Good stuff, man.
Appreciate it. Tom Haberstraw and Ken Rosenthal joining Damon and Ratto. That's coming up next right here at 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Comcast Business text line says, Damon, you're going to be eating a big fat...
Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Oh my God, I'm here. I am in the building. Hi, honey.
Where have you been?
Oh, I missed you too. Nah, look, I've been protecting you. We tell you the goal is protect Ray at all costs, and today I see just diva behavior. Entire articles getting written about your good looks, your warm, fuzzy personality on the defector. Figures that you have to be part owner of a website to finally give you decent publicity, right?
Oh, and even at that, I object to it.
But it's nice to see everyone embracing the true, honest-to-God,
cancerous worldview
celebrity that you have become in the world of sports. And boy, does sports need new celebrities these days.
No, the old ones are great.
Well, that's why you qualify.
Especially Tiger Woods.
How about Tiger Woods just lighting up the Live Tour?
Not only lighting up the Live Tour, but lighting up Greg Norman in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, they have beef from a long time ago, apparently, that has not been resolved. When everybody else thought his beef was with Phil Mickelson over who was the best golfer in the world.
What is the Greg Norman Tiger beef background? I don't even know. I don't remember them being really that much of contemporaries that were ever butting heads on the ninth.
No, but apparently the one takeout quote from the Athletic story in which Tiger Woods basically says that the Live Tour is bad for the sport, blah, 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 is that he essentially accused Norman of trying to do this once before, back in the 90s. And he said it didn't work then. And it's not good now. So he's borne at least that grudge, if nothing else.
We'll get into some of the sound from Tiger. I can see some here on the soundboard. Oh my God, I actually see Lucas's haircut. I see Grandy working hard. It's good to be back.
You only see the haircut. You don't see either of them working hard.
Well, you're right about that, but I see them. I should have just left it there.
They exist. They are taking in oxygen and giving off carbon dioxide.
Watch your mouth, Ray. Come on.
Dude, challenging the diva. Challenging. Someone said your rock star status is going to demand that all the red M&Ms get taken out of the jar in the green room.
I don't eat M&Ms.
You're going to be like the Van. Of course you don't like M&Ms.
That's an earlier time.
They're still yummy. What do you give me for a peanut M&M?
Oh, absolutely not.
You don't think the peanut M&M is the superior?
Oh no.
Of the M&Ms?
Of the M&Ms, the original is still the best.
Okay. See,
although it lost a fair amount of its luster when they threw in the blue M&M. Like that was something America was clamoring for.
I'm glad it's back. I sleep better at night.
You can't even carry that off.
I don't think any Giant fan slept very well last night. It was another one-run loss. Mark Melanson, of all guys, shuts the door on you in a day where, you got Brandon Belt officially having as good a day at the plate as you can have. He still gets pinched hit for. It's not that Austin Slater was the guy who came in to hit for Brandon Belt. It's that Austin Slater is even available as a pinch hit, is where the Giants have this wrong. Austin Slater is one of the few guys on this team that hits both lefties and righties. He should not be available for platoon because he's in your lineup more often than not. That's a problem that the Giants see one guy do one thing really well, and he gets pigeonholed into that one thing. Austin Slater's inferior split. So Slater against lefties is a 284 hitter. I understand why you want to get him up against lefties. Against righties, he's a 260 hitter. A 260 average in his inferior split is the fourth best overall batting average being carried on this roster right now. I mean, what are you doing? The Giants are looking for such a perfect at-bat that they let really good go by them all the time.
I don't think it's offensively that they have reservations about Slater. He's not a good left fielder, and that's where he plays most of the time. And I think the thing that they are...
Who is, though? Darren Ruff? That guy's an adventure, too.
I understand. All I'm saying is that when you look at Slater, he's not a good outfielder. And the biggest problem the Giants have, more than hitting, more than pitching, is catching the baseball. And that's why I don't think they commit to him. Now, I also think that they are slaves to their system. And I don't think they are flexible enough to change it, because I don't think they look at anybody on this team and say, this guy has to have 4 at-bats a night. But I think for the most part, they look at Slater and go, he's going to kill us in the outfield.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. But again, you don't have a perfect left fielder. You don't have a defensive, no doubt about it, that guy needs to be out there. So while waiting for perfect to appear, they let pretty good pass them by.
I'm not sure it's pretty good, though. I mean, it looks pretty good on this roster. But for the most part, he is like just about everybody else.
Well,
incredibly ordinary.
But should we compare him to guys who aren't even on the team, or just, the guys who are on the team?
Again, I think this is part of, how they view this team, which is we're getting killed because we don't catch the ball.
The world of replay was on display last night at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, and whether it did a good or bad job is to be discussed today. Whether or not Brandon Belt was safe at first is something we can talk about, because I did think that there was an angle where he looked out, and then the other angle, he did look safe. The Giants are challenging plays at second base, and I'm really not sure what they're looking at to challenge. And in the 9th inning, Dwayne Kuiper basically said, in a play that could have gone against the Giants, here's where you got to respect Kuip. He might be a Giant broadcaster, but he's still a second baseman in his heart above everything.
And he's a baseball analyst, too.
Right.
I mean, he's not, he understands that in the Bay Area, you win more hearts and minds by being honest than you do by being a homer.
And he basically said, look, if this were to be overturned, it's time for me to walk away from the game of baseball. Like, that's how bad that challenge was that the Giants put out there. And in a game that was moving, I don't know, briskly along, it really slowed down there in the last few innings, and a near comeback attempt fell short in the 8th inning, and we got a little baseball to talk about today. We got a big meeting in the NBA to talk about. The Board of Governors meeting is happening. Joey Lightyears is certainly a topic. His checkbook is a topic. There are a few other topics that are going to be brought up, and I thought we would talk about that. The Warriors Summer League continues tonight. We're going to get a Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody triumvirate, I believe, all out on the court at the same time. Hey, I want to see what that looks like. Not here to tell you what it's supposed to be, what we're going to interpret it as. I just want to see the three of them play together because I like basketball. And also, James Wiseman, just grab 8 rebounds tonight. That's it. Nothing else. I don't care if you shoot. I don't care if you block a shot. I don't care what you're doing. Just grab me 8 rebounds. It's 2 rebounds a quarter. You're 7 feet tall. It should not be a huge ask. Just get me 8 rebounds. Just give me 8 rebounds. That's it. Let's see what happens tonight. Hey, it's Summer League. What does it matter? I don't know. I don't even care. I like basketball. I'm going to be watching that. The Giants are like watching paint dry. The A's are unwatchable right now. And we have, some things to talk about, including ball sacks on today's show.
Yeah. The A's and Giants have each lost 14 of their last 20. So if you're going to speak ill of the A's, you should be speaking equally ill of the Giants.
No. What are you, out of your mind?
No, I'm just telling you.
Okay, one team is 28 and a half out of first place, dead last. The other team's above 500 by a game.
But they know what their mission is, to finish 50 back.
Look, they've had a bad stretch, both these teams.
Well, I'm merely pointing out that, yes, they have. And the Giants have infuriated their fans more than the A's have infuriated theirs.
Oh, I don't know about that.
The A's fans have had 85 games to look at this.
Well, that's the thing. They've mentally checked out.
Yeah,
Giants
they're numb to it.
They still care enough to get angry.
I'm just saying, if you are playing 300 ball, you don't get to go, oh, yeah, but at least we're better than them.
But you just said they're equals, which they're not. It's not even close.
Well, they're equals in the last 20 games.
We played more than 20 games, I guess would be the point that drives home your point as being a wrong point. We have quite a bit to get into today. You have an opportunity to be wrong about a lot of things today, Ray. It's good to be back, isn't it? Come on.
Yeah, I wish they towed your car.
No, I'm glad that they don't, because my car comes from BMW Fairfield, which is certainly worthy of not being towed anywhere. It's a fantastic car. I love it dearly. BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Do not tow me. And by the way, I don't even think you can get a tow truck in the garage.
Oh, yes, you can.
Can you? Have you seen someone towed?
I didn't get towed. I needed a tow one time when my battery died.
Wow. I can't believe they can even get a car up in a tow truck in that garage.
Oh, this guy had skills.
The Mario Andretti of tow truck drivers.
He buttered his fenders.
You have to. I mean, you have to butter your fenders to park a bicycle in there.
It's the worst. I mean, I really want them to just excavate that and dig up all the bodies of the people who designed that garage in the floor of the garage they designed.
If you are looking for the best Giants content from 95.7 The Game, text the word Giants to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, boom, it all goes right there. We got an awful lot to talk about today. And how about this? Tom Haberstroh is going to stop on by today. Ken Rosenthal next hour as well. So we got a couple of real experts in their field to swing on by. And Ray and I will be making it up as we go along. As always, it's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
You can watch The Morning Roast every morning on YouTube at youtube.com/957thegame.
Would you be okay with Jimmy G, for whatever reason, whether it's release, trade, whatever, going to Seattle?
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
It ain't sexy, but it can be yours if you want to look at it. Damon and Ratto, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Why? Don't know. But there we are. Go check it out. You will not be impressed. Twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame to see the glory that is. Damon, Ray just exposed your bias and haterism of the Oakland A's. No, he didn't. Ray couldn't expose himself opening up a kimono.
Stop. However you end that sentence,
but
it goes badly.
Here's the thing. The only thing that Ray said that was even close to being intellectually honest was said during the commercial break when he said that the A's and Giants are having the same couple of weeks. Yes, same couple of weeks.
I wasn't trying to make the case that the A's are just as bad as the Giants are.
No. The A's are the worst team in baseball. And if they're not the worst team in baseball, they're no further away than being the second worst team in baseball. They have the second worst run differential in all of Major League Baseball. They've allowed 122 more runs than they've scored. The Giants have actually a positive run differential. They've scored 30 more runs than they've allowed. The Giants aren't remarkably above 500, but they are. They're playing 506 baseball, 43-42. Not impressive, but above 500, and that's a mathematical reality. The A's mathematical reality is 30 games under 500 and 28 and a half back. Again, from the Comcast Business text line. Just saying, Damon, the Giants will be watching playoff baseball from the couch, just like the A's. So relax with the slander. Maybe you're right. But the A's are so buried in the couch, they're the 600-pounder who can't get up. Like the Giants will at least be on the edge of the couch.
Yeah, they're where your remote is.
Right, you can get to the Giants.
Yeah,
the A's are a penny that slipped in between the cushions that you'll never see again.
Yeah, but let's be fair. They're only 16 and a half out of a playoff spot.
That's it.
They're right there.
That's all.
They're right there.
That's all they are.
If they win every game for the next 2.5 weeks and nobody else plays,
they're back in it.
They're back in it.
Which is a nice place to be. So there's no comparing the two right now. One is a disappointing team. The other isn't even playing Major League Baseball. There's a big difference.
Well, yeah, but again, over the last 2 weeks, they are identical.
Yet still so very different. Look, to get back to Austin Slater, and you bringing up the point where you can't afford to give the guy an awful lot of run because, he's just not very good in the field. That might have been a good point 2 years ago. Guess why it isn't anymore?
Yeah.
There's a designated hitter in the National League. Austin Slater can get 4 at-bats in every single game for the rest of the season without him playing the field for an inning. So what are we talking about? Why isn't Austin Slater the Giants' full-time designated hitter, player platoon nonsense again everywhere else? And I say nonsense because I'm just sick and tired of it. Look, Austin Slater is having a 275 overall season. He hits 284 against lefties. So of course you want him in there against lefties. He hits 260 against righties. His inferior split is the 4th best average on the team, and that includes his 275 average. So he is the best hitter on this team with 2 different batting averages. He's in the top 4. Why is he not your permanent designated hitter? Like, riddle me that, Farhan. I know he's He's brilliant and sees things in baseball I'll never see. How can he not see that? How can you not understand? Oh, well, he's not a very good fielder, so we can't have him in there. Well, luckily, baseball so screwed itself up, there's a designated hitter in the National League now. Go ahead and take advantage of that. He needs to be playing every single game. He needs 4 at-bats. He doesn't need 1 at-bat a night. Well, he will really, we got to get him in there against lefties. And that was Gabe Kapler's decision to pinch hit Slater for Belt in the 8th inning.
If you use Slater for Gonzalez, you get Slater versus a righty. If you use Slater for Belt, you know you're not going to get countered because it's the 3rd batter in the run. That's exactly what I told Belt. I said, look, I'm hitting for you here because this is the only chance to get Slater a surefire at bat against a lefty in a big spot. So nothing to do with Brandon. It was all to get Slater the opportunity to get a big hit for us, which he's done so many times. So how do you get the platoon advantage in that situation? You make sure that they can't counter you. They have Noe Ramirez up for Gonzalez if you decide to go there, and so you just make the decision to go 1 batter earlier.
I would get it if his inferior split wasn't also your 4th best hitter. So to me, like a team that wants to lean on its statistical understanding and dominance, it's crazy. It's crazy. You can't be so bound by numbers and then ignore a number that I think is that overwhelming. Explain to me why that makes any sense, Ray.
I don't have a great explanation. I suspect that it's they have a system that worked for them last year, and they still believe it will work now. The fact that they don't have any other choices is a different dynamic than they had last year. And I think if Gabe Kapler had independence of movement in the dugout, maybe you would see Slater more often. But I think this is it. This is like most baseball teams in the 21st century. They do what they know that worked yesterday and what worked last year. They never break programming. And it's not really about, Austin Slater can pull us out of this. There's no great commitment to Austin Slater. And I suspect that there may be a fear that the more right-handers he sees, the more likely that the numbers he's put up now will drop. If you're asking me to explain it, I don't know why. It's a team that doesn't have a whole lot of options one way or another. But
right. So again, they're going to let decent pass them by, waiting for the perfect that they don't have in the first place.
Well, apparently. Look, if Austin Slater was a difference maker, I'd see the point more. I think they believe that this is who he is, this is who he's always been as a player, and this is who he's always going to be. That they look at his numbers in 60 plate appearances and go, no, that's not indicative of who he is, and the more he sees right-handers, the more he'll get buried.
Well, if
you're asking for logic, that's all I'm giving.
I hear you, but just follow my logic. If numbers in situations are the only god that the Giants pray to, how do you overlook this? Slater on the road hits .356. On the road, Slater's hitting .356 this season. He hits .208 at home. So that split would suggest never give him an at-bat in a home game. But they'll go ahead and ignore that. I just don't understand how you can be completely married to numbers, yet ignore them at your convenience as well. I don't understand it. And someone's like, hey, Gabe Kapler's not very good. He's being exposed. I don't think that this is Gabe's decisions. I really don't. I think that he explains things in a way that you think, well, it's all coming from him, and that sounds ridiculous. But no, this is, to me, it's Farhan tells Kapler what to do, which is why Kapler was the hire in the first place. So I don't understand what Farhan is looking at here. There are things that Farhan sees in players that have been cut in other situations that he's picked up on the waiver wire that he's had success with. I think here's the thing about the Giants that's frustrating, is even as they're bad, they're not terrible. This is not the Baltimore Orioles. This isn't a baseball team that sucks.
Don't talk about the Orioles.
No, stop it.
They're 2 games out of a playoff spot. You know who else is 2 games out of a playoff spot?
The Giants.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
use a different team.
That's okay. Fine. Who's the worst team in baseball?
Washington.
Washington. The Oakland A's. This is not they have no chance under any circumstances level of baseball. It's not. They're frustrating because it doesn't seem like they're far away, yet there are games that and feedback that suggests they're really far away. Like, baseball has sold baseball executives, general managers, and fans the con of contention because it relaxed standards to qualify for the postseason. And you can really think to yourself, all right, well, if we got 2 good starters, you get a little lucky, just start to hit at the right time, you can win a playoff series. And that, I guess, there is some truth to it. And the Giants have 2 really good starters. By the way, Carlos Rodon, he's in the All-Star game. He was an injury replacement today. So one of the things that I thought might really piss him off about being a Giant, like, you guys didn't even get me into the All-Star game, well, he is in the All-Star game. So hopefully that makes him feel better, look good, feel good, play good. It's a magical formula. Let's hope it is in full bloom.
Not to be pedantic, but it was a bereavement issue, not an injury issue. Josh Hader made the team and came off because of some sort of death in the family.
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
So I just wanted to straighten that out.
There we go. Bereavement, injury. I guess the whole point is Carlos is on the team. Good for him. He deserved to be on the team. Could it be, Slater gets slotted to face pitchers who just throw pitches that he does well against? That comes from Doobie in Chicago. They don't have the luxury of being that specific about who's hitting. There's no one who is so good on this team that you just get that guy absolutely has to hit tonight. I don't understand why this team is married to numbers but ignoring the number that Austin Slater is your 2nd and 4th best hitter on this team all at the same time. Now, is that good? Should he be? No, but that is it. And, feel free to manage the game in front of you. This is something that we've accused Steve Kerr of not doing at times. Look, Brandon Belt is having a 3-for-3 night. He put wood on a ball that leaves any other ballpark than the one he calls home last night. I mean, a wall scraping deep in the arcade, should have been, would have been, could have been home run anywhere else. He's 3-for-3. You got Kapler even saying, like, hey, he's starting to lock it in.
He's looking a little bit more locked in. Obviously, we're still thinking about his knee and getting him right, but he's feeling good in the batter's box, and he sort of predicted that this was coming. No surprise. He knows when he's starting to heat up, and it seems like he's trending in the right direction. So looking forward to seeing him stay consistent with his swing because he can really carry us when he does.
By the way, Grandy tells me Slater is leading off tonight.
Against the lefty.
Against the lefty.
All right. Well, when the lefty gets pulled from the game, when Keuchel, unless he complete games the Giants tonight, he should stay in there because what he does against righties is still the 4th best average on the team. And I don't want to hear, well, you don't want to put a guy in an overused situation where he gets exposed. That's what they did with Darren Ruff. It's completely what they did with Darren Ruff this year. He's already equaled last year's at-bats. Anyways, look, Brandon Belt overall this year is a .232 hitter with 6 home runs. He only has 15 driven in. We're in the middle of July. He's got 15 RBI. Now, he's only played 48 games. And you can say, well, we just can't have him hit lefties. All right. But he is your pretend captain. And you're trying to get something going. Like, give him a shot. Give him a shot. He's not going to come close to his career-high 29 home runs from last season. But again, he was having a good night. You think Brandon Belt is going to see a left-handed hitter and just totally forget how to hit? By the way, he's hitting 168, so maybe he does against lefties. Austin Slater needs to be this team's full-time designated hitter. That's what it is. Can't play him because of his glove? Well, the National League sucks like the American League now with a designated hitter. So just go ahead and give him that role. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. This is Leroy in Oakland. You're on 95.7 The Game, Leroy.
Hey, Damon. Ray, it's a pleasure to be on, man. You guys are so popular, I never can get in. But, hey, I just want to say that I'm a lifelong Giants fan, and I've been trying to figure out, what's been going wrong this season. And I'm just as baffled as everybody else. I mean, here we're sitting 2 games behind the wild card, and I just kind of thought that this is one of the most boring teams that I've ever seen. And it was a perfect segue, Damon. You said Brandon Belt, the pretend captain. Well, thank you, Buster Posey. And before you jump on me, let me explain. Buster led this team in a way that nobody else can lead this team. He didn't say much. He just had this look, and you know what he meant. And I think Belt and Crawford kind of took some of that, but that's not their personality. And when I hear Kapler talk, and I just look at this team, I mean, where's the fun? Where's the fun? And I'm just like, I watch, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, we're already losing, and I'm looking at the team, and I'm going, boy, these guys just look like they're kind of, going through the motions, man. I don't know what needs to happen. I mean, do you need to, I just don't know, Damon, but it's not fun to watch these guys kind of just walk around and just have this stoic look on their face, and they're losing. And so I just think that there needs to be some kind of excitement in this team, and I don't know what player has to do it or what player has to be the face of that fun and excitement, but I think there needs to be an infusion of that, and maybe it'll help, guys.
Look, maybe. Have
a great day.
Thank you, Leroy. I tell you, maybe there's a little bit too, well, we go about making sure that no one ever gets yelled at, not never, and every single message is delivered as softly and delicately as you could at a PTA meeting. And, sometimes baseball needs a little, I'm kicking you in the ass today. And I don't know if the Giants kicked their players in the ass at all. Carlos Rodon did more to kick this team in its emotional ass, if you will, than anybody else. Just the emotion that he was pitching down in San Diego with. I mean, that guy is fighting harder to get the energy moving in the right direction than seemingly just about anybody else. And I also know that this is a game of steady Eddie, just be the same guy every day. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. But when you're looking to shake yourself out of a doldrums, which the Giants have been in the last 2 weeks, do something other than standard operating procedure. It should be business as usual until things get unusual. Well, it's unusual. So do something a little bit different. I want to thank a very astute Lucas, who just shared, here are Austin Slater's splits against righties. He's hitting .260 with an .803 OPS this year, but in his career, he's .225 with a .650. Okay. That doesn't matter, though. We just saw an entire baseball team play above its career numbers all last year. All last year. That's what the Giants did. So it can happen. It does happen. So to say, well, here's who he was 3 years ago as a player, and we're going to factor that in more than the feedback we're getting in this season is nonsense to me. When a player is playing above his numbers, let him continue to do so until he falls back down to earth. And, I mean, the fact that we're making an argument that Austin Slater is this important to the team is an indictment of this team in itself.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean, to hang your cap on Austin Slater, and I'm not suggesting you here.
Right.
I mean, it is in it of itself, it's self-defeating. He should be that guy who comes off the bench and delivers a key at bat against a right-hander because he knows he can hit them. I mean, Austin Slater's history is that he doesn't hit right-handers. And beyond that, I'm not convinced that he hasn't been put in better situations against manageable right-handers to explain the numbers he's put up this year. And I suspect, I'm just guessing here, that they say if we start putting him in against every right-hander, all the things we know about him in his career are going to crop up again. That might be the explanation. But as you say, they don't have a lot of options anywhere on this roster. And even at that, the hitting is not what's killing him. What's killing him is defense and a bullpen that is in the lower third of baseball in basically every metric. That's what's killing them. They don't save games. I mean, they don't get big outs late in games. They're easily dealt with in close games in the last 3 innings all year long.
So
Austin Slater has nothing to do with any of that. So if you're going to rank what ails the Giants, not getting Austin Slater enough at bats against right-handed hitters is maybe 6th. I'm not saying you shouldn't try it, but I think their general fear is he will reveal himself to be Austin Slater if you give him enough chances.
Sure, but Austin Slater at his worst is better than what most of these guys have at their best so far this season. So you might as well roll with it. Again, beggars can't be choosers. And this lineup is full of, well, you got to do better than that. So just let the guy, again, his worst split is the 4th best batting average on this team. Well, not his career. I'm not talking about his career. I'm talking about the season you're in, the day you're having. This is a base. Here's the thing. I think that there are 2 indicators of, how good of a team are you really? How's your run differential, and what's your record in one-run games? Even though the Giants have a plus run differential, it ain't impressive. And in one-run games, there is no team in baseball with more losses in one-run games than the San Francisco Giants.
That's your bullpen.
That is your bullpen, all day and night long. By the way, the sneaky DFA of Jake McGee, that was sneaky. Like, how many people are finding out right now that Jake McGee got designated for assignment over the weekend? This was the closer of a 107-win team last year, and he's DFA'd this year. It feels odd considering he's the sort of guy that can pitch much better than his last outing indicated. I'm surprised in a terrible bullpen that they're like, yeah, Tyler Rogers isn't going anywhere, but Jake McGee, who can kiss 100, he got to go.
Well, his ERA is in the high 6s, which is higher than Rogers's, and I think they look at him and go, he might just be washed. He's at the age where that could be an issue. And again, I'm not saying he is or isn't, because I'm not Johnny Baseball, but he doesn't have a number that defends his continued use. And I think that's what they looked at.
Again, the Giants are now 10-18 in one-run games. It's the most losses in one-run games in baseball this season. The Marlins and the Texas Rangers also have 18 losses in one-run games. This is Filmo Mike in San Francisco. What's going on, Filmo?
Hey, what's good, man?
You tell me.
The way I look at it, I'm looking at it like this. How many teams are really, leading their division playing the way the analytical ball game? How many teams have won a championship doing that, right? Also, like what everybody else is saying, they're very boring. You know what I mean? Like Major League Baseball as a whole. And I think it's because it seems like everybody's trying to play that analytical game. Like the NBA, they have styles, different teams play a certain way. NFL the same way. You know what I mean? I just don't get it.
Well, here's the thing. What we have here, and Filmo, we got to run because I'm up against a break. I didn't want to get you buried behind our first guest, which is Tom Haberstroh, who's going to be joining us talking some NBA coming up next. But teams that are winning these days are analytically inclined. There's no one not embracing analytics that isn't when every team in baseball is embracing analytics. Do you marry analytics with huge cash and talent? Those are the teams that win. But the Houston Astros, very analytical team. The New York Yankees, in a way, are an analytical team. The Boston Red Sox, when they were at their best, were analytical. 2016 Chicago Cubs, again, Theo Epstein through and through. Dorcas Malorcas are everywhere. Atlanta last year was an incredibly analytical team. Half their outfield got hurt. They're like, well, just replace them in the aggregate number-wise, and they still went on to win a World Series. Jock Peterson. Anyway, we got a boogie here because we are up against a break, and Tom Haberstroh is going to join us coming up next. Damon and Ratto changing the subject to the NBA, the Summer League, the Board of Governors meeting that's happening, and so much more next here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Look for runs between the Brewers and Twins. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Brewers and Twins are both holding on to first place in their NL and AL Central. The BetQL model isn't picking a side, but they do think they're...
Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto with you here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to a little baseball a little later on. If you're looking for more baseball, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast with our very own Mark Willard and Joe Shasky. You get that where you get your podcasts on the Odyssey app. We're very happy, though, to go live to Las Vegas, where Tom Haberstroh has probably been there, in his mind, a little too long at this point. There becomes a time. My rule, Tom, is that you never want to be in Las Vegas longer than 5 meals. I'm guessing you've been there a little bit longer than 5 meals.
Oh, yeah. It's been at least 8 meals, probably more like 18 meals. That's what happens in Vegas. You just kind of stumble upon a place, then you just stuff your face, and then you just try to keep things moving forward, man. I've been here for, 3 days now. It feels like 30, and that's how it is in Vegas.
Absolutely. Time moves quickly and slowly. It is a time warp indeed. Tom, of course, on Meadowlark Media. He does the Basketball Illuminati podcast with our friend Amin El Hassan. And it is good to have you on here today as the Warriors Summer League continues tonight, and we're going to get a look at Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, I guess, all together this evening, and that's something that we're all really looking forward to. I think it's fascinating that a team that just won a title has such an interesting Summer League to back that up.
Yeah, I mean, here's the issue that I see is we're going into a board of governors meeting here, but amongst owners are going to convene and announce, what are the priorities for next season and come up with rule changes, et cetera. And one of the things that Mark Stein tweeted out is from the Stein line. He tweeted out that, one of the top issues that they're going to address is that the payroll disparity with the Warriors spending $350 million last year to win a championship. And now they got 3 young, amazing prospects here showing out in Summer League, and they had the returning core from last year's championship team. What it sounds like to me, guys, is a bunch of whining owners together trying to find reasons to complain about the Warriors doing things right. It's very rare in the NBA to see not only winning a championship, but having one of the really strong young cores around the league. You can't say that about when the Miami Heat won back-to-back titles there in Miami just a few years ago, and then the Toronto Raptors lost Kawhi Leonard. You go to the Los Angeles Lakers, didn't have this kind of infusion of young talent in Kuminga, Moses Moody, and James Wiseman. And what you see is the best of both worlds. And that's what's really bugging people around the league is that you're running out of things to complain about because they're doing things the right way. They're drafting really good players, they're keeping them, and they're infusing talent and taking advantage of that opportunity of getting those draft picks and being able to build. From day one, I was like, hey, trade those guys. Bring in a Pascal Siakam or something like that. Try to get Bradley Beal on this team. They won a championship anyway, so they're just proving all the doubters wrong, and that's the best place to be in the NBA, is having a place where you have the championship and the young talent and the envy of everyone's eye.
Well, and if I could just follow up, too, if I'm Joe Lacob, I walk into this Board of Governors meeting and I say, number one, let's stop taxing homegrown talent. Number two, I don't want to hear a word about how much I'm spending. I have the single most topic in the league, the most interesting topic in the league. Here's how the NBA works. It's the Golden State Warriors, or it's LeBron James, or people aren't paying attention. LeBron's going to be gone a lot longer than, or is going to be off the radar before this team is. So you should all be thanking me and kissing the ring. And I can prove you're all just money-grubbing hypocrites because I didn't hear a word about the money that we were spending when we won 15 games and rolled the dice on Kelly Oubre. Not a peep about what we were paying into the tax, but because we won it all, now you're complaining. All of you can sit down and screw. I'm the single most important thing you got in this league.
And on top of that, anybody could have had Andrew Wiggins when the Warriors got him. Anybody. Right. And so now when they're seeing Andrew Wiggins show out and defending at a high level, accepting his role and being a rebounding monster in the finals and guarding Jason Tatum and holding him to 35% shooting and not letting him get to the rack, this is best case scenario for the Warriors. Everything they touch is gold. Everything. It really is. It just really feels like no matter what happens, things seems to be breaking their way. When just a few years ago, that was not the case, of course, when Kevin Durant left and Klay Thompson tore his ACL and then his Achilles. But you know what? Man, it's really interesting in today's NBA. They have the best of both worlds. They have homegrown talent. This is the way you should be building your championship teams. They've run out of things to complain about, and to me, it just seems like a whole lot of sour grapes.
Sour grapes aside, what can the other owners do, or the complaining owners do, other than complain? Is there anything about these meetings in which you might see some actual action being planned, if not taken? About maybe making the tax even more onerous, or does that have to go through the CBA?
Ray, when you look at this, I think a phrase that I learned in econ. I didn't learn much in college, but I was an econ major, and there was one phrase: negative or externality. Negative externality is when you come to a decision and you don't realize that there's this other thing that might happen as a result, a consequence, a result of a decision that you didn't see beforehand, and it results in a lot of regret. A lot of times in these Board of Governors meetings or the CBA negotiations, what the owners want ends up backfiring. So these sign-in trades, or like giving a fifth year when only other teams can do 4 years, and then what happens is you have a situation where you give a fifth year to a player, and then he decides, I'm going to get my trade demand. I want out of here. You're seeing Kevin Durant, I'm going to sign a 4-year extension, and I'm going to be here for the long haul. Nope, I'm going to be gone. So I think when you look at the legislation or what teams can do to prevent what the Warriors did, I don't think any solution is going to be worse than the disease itself, or the cure is going to be worse than the disease itself. And I think in this situation, I think they're just going to complain and say, what could we possibly do? The luxury tax is there for a reason, and they said, you know what? We will continue to pay the luxury tax, the $170 billion, because we believe it's worth it. This is what it was designed to do, was to try to make teams think twice about paying this kind of money. And when you see the Miami Heat deciding whether to pay the luxury tax or let P.J. Tucker go, or Milwaukee Bucks deciding to let P.J. Tucker go again because they didn't want to pay the luxury tax, well, the Warriors and Joe Lacob are saying, you know what? We want to win a championship so badly we're willing to pay for it. And look, Joe Lacob is not the richest owner in sports. He's not the richest owner in the NBA. He is committed to winning, and he is putting his money where his mouth is. And then they get Dante DiVincenzo, who was outcast in Milwaukee after they won a title, and it just seems like the rich gets richer. And I just don't think that the NBA can do anything about what the Warriors are doing, because really, they're adding to the coffers of the other teams. When you have a luxury tax, you pay the luxury tax, the revenue sharing that comes out of that gets distributed to the other teams. So at the end of the day, I just think this is sour grapes. They're just complaining to complain. And that's what we do. We're humans. We complain. And no, I think the owners are going to do the same thing and not come to a resolution because they're doing it the right way.
Tom Haberstroh here on 95.7 The Game, of Meadowlark Media, on with Damon and Ratto. So Adam Silver has talked an awful lot about how load management is hurting the attention that the league gets, yet he's adding unnecessary games with a soccer-style play-in tournament that is going to be discussed at the Board of Governors meeting, and a lot of people think that this is going to go through. Why does the NBA need a meaningless tournament in a league where we all agree there's probably too many games to begin with, and that's what's creating the load management issue in the first place?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think more games is the solution. I think they're going to try to, build it in and then take some games off the end of the season in total. So maybe it comes down to 72 games the regular season, and then you add the rest in this mid-season tournament. Adam Silver is a big fan of how they run the European soccer leagues and trying to add these new cups within the regular season. The issue is that there's no relegation in the NBA. So the reason why you can do these sort of mid-season tournaments is have an incentive structure where if you don't do well, you're going to be out of the tournament and you're going to be out of the league. But you're not going to see Sioux Falls become promoted into the NBA and then the Sacramento Kings demoted. So I don't know if it's going to have the same apples and apples effect as you see in European soccer. But I will say this. It's all tied to the same thing. Load management is definitely a problem in the league. When you have players like Kawhi Leonard, Zion Williamson, Ben Simmons, Jamal Murray, Jonathan Isaac, T.J. Warren, John Wall, all these players didn't play a single game last year. Not a single game. And the owners paid $187 million to those 7 players, and they played 0 games. And I think that's what Adam Silver is trying to get at in a lot of his press conferences is hey, we need to figure out how to get these guys back on the floor. Yes, they might be injured, but I can't imagine that in these injury protocols that it means, they can't play a single game. Like, they need more Kawhi. They need that Ben Simmons. They need star players to be back onto the floor. And I think you're going to see in this midseason tournament, that's a direct reflection of, hey, if you guys are going to have these star players sit out games, we need something else to draw more attention and have these games matter. And so the NBA coaches and medical staffs are signaling that the star players don't feel incentivized to play in the regular season as much. So they've got to come up with some other gimmick. And I will say this. Everyone said the same thing, Damon, about the play-in tournament, and that became a rousing success. And I know it ended up with the Warriors not making the playoffs a couple years ago, but I'm telling you, this is a little bit of a heat check by Adam Silver by saying, y'all thought that the play-in tournament was a bad idea, and it's been a huge success, and this midseason tournament is up next. And I know the jury's out, but I got high hopes for it because I do believe that in the middle of the season, man, it is the dog days, January and February in the NBA season. I think there is a real void there to try to drive some excitement. I think the midseason tournament will do a lot for those bottom half of teams. Give them something to play for.
Tom, I know that Ray's got one more for you, and so do I, and then we'll let you go. But we got to get to our top of the hour. Welcome, everyone, to 4 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey station. What's the incentive, though, for hypothetically a team like Golden State playing anybody of importance in a play-in tournament if they look like they're going to get into the postseason anyway? How does Adam Silver thread that particular needle?
Money, 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 money. I think it's the only thing you can really pray for, right, is that if you throw a little bit of money, a little bit of pool of cash, in addition, that might incentivize someone like Dante DiVincenzo, who took a $5 million deal or $4.5 million this year to play for the Golden State Warriors. You know, like some of these guys, you know, cash rules everything around us, right? And that's the same thing for here. It'll be interesting what the incentives are for this tournament. A trophy isn't going to cut it. It has to come in the form of some sort of money. It can't be draft picks because a lot of players do not like playing for someone who might take their job next year. So I do think that it's going to come down to money. And for the Warriors, you know, there's some players that haven't won a championship, and maybe, you know what, actually Dante DiVincenzo won a championship with the Milwaukee Bucks. Scratch that. It's got to come in the form of money, Ray, and I think at this point that has been very, very persuasive in the past in the NBA. We'll see if it works with this midseason tournament.
Tom, Chet Holmgren fascinates me. How much does he fascinate you?
Oh, I think he would have been the number one pick if I were running the Orlando Magic. I love his game, 7'6" wingspan. I think it's a little bit of lazy cognitive bias to just say he's Kristaps Porzingis just by the way he looks. I think he's Kristaps Porzingis with Defensive Player of the Year potential. Do you see him blocking everything in sight? I get why people are very, skeptical of his size in terms of his weights and how lanky he is. But it doesn't matter when he has 8-foot arms. The wingspan is insane. So I love Chet Holmgren's game. I think he is going to be a superstar in this league. And OKC, I think the real game here is to see if they can have one more shot at the top of the NBA draft in 2023 and get someone who is even bigger than Chet Holmgren in Victor Wembanyama. I think that is going to be the biggest prospect in the NBA since maybe Anthony Davis, maybe even LeBron James. This dude in France who's 7'3", towers over Chet Holmgren and has an even bigger wingspan and has guard skills, can shoot and pass. The OKC Thunder have a long play here. They have all those draft picks, and I wouldn't be shocked if they try to go in the tank again this year to have Chet Holmgren, Pokusevski, and Victor Wembanyama running this league for the next 15 years. Just watch out. Chet Holmgren, I think, is the real deal. I would have taken him number one. And we saw Kevin Durant. We've seen it. Brandon Ingram. We've seen it in the league. Skinny guys are really good, too. And I think that's another case of Chet Holmgren. He's going to be a really good player and could win a Defensive Player of the Year award, which is something that Kristaps Porzingis he only dreamed about. He never really put it together on the defensive end. I love his game.
By the way, I feel the same about Chet. I think Orlando, and as good as Paolo has looked, so good that they didn't even have to look at him anymore, apparently. More load management in the summer league, for goodness sakes. I would have taken Chet number 1, too. When the Warriors had to take the second overall pick, they took James Wiseman, who was, battling back from some hard circumstances. But if you want to talk, incredible skills on a body that normally doesn't possess them, he apparently has them, but do you think he puts it together? Where are you on James Wiseman?
Yeah, I think I still need to see it. I mean, he came out here in Summer League and had 7 fouls in 20 minutes, his first game in over a year. 2
rebounds, too. I don't like a 7-footer pulling down 2 boards.
That's right. When your ratio of fouls to rebounds as a 7-footer is over 3.5, I mean, that's a problem. That is a problem. When you look at James Wiseman, he has a lot of skill, but I think with the Warriors, we saw what Kevon Looney can do, win a championship, holding down the center spot. Draymond Green, I think this is going to be a difficult season for James in terms of sunshine, in terms of minutes. Maybe they do some load management with Draymond after the championship and let James Wiseman develop a little bit more. I do think that this is a really interesting question for the Warriors is, do you let James Wiseman play in the first half of the season, get out his work, get out the rust, and then maybe flip him at the deadline and see which disgruntled star around the league is upset and maybe bring him in to the fold? Because right now they could put in a trade with James Wiseman, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga, $19 million in contract, and get a really good player in the league. And you look at OG Anunoby, I just think that James Wiseman has a lot of untapped potential, but he's got injury concerns, and I don't know if the Warriors have that long timeline if they want to run it back and defend this championship. I do think that James Wiseman's going to get a lot of minutes early as some sort of a trade stock, trying to showcase his abilities out there and maybe flip him at the deadline. I do think that still is an opportunity, but he has to be healthy. You see it all the time in the league with a 7-footer with knee issues. It doesn't come together, and you can talk potential all you want, but they have to be healthy, and you got to hope that it's a situation like Klay Thompson where he takes the year off, comes back after a little bit of rust, and he looks like the same player that he was before. So hopefully that potential becomes realized next year for the Warriors, and I think the best-case scenario is that he shows out in the first half of the season, and then they flip him for a guy who can help him win another championship with Steph Curry.
Hey, know when to walk away from the roulette wheel and the bottle service. Have fun in Vegas.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Anytime, guys.
Thank you so much. Tom Haberstroh of Meadowlark Media here on 95.7 The Game. He's smart. He knows basketball. He knows analytics. But what he might not know is how I think the Warriors are very desirous of James Wiseman working out for them. Remember, this is part of the Joe Lacob level of big decisions that are supposed to pay off. And I do think that when Matt Steinmetz a couple weeks ago brought up the fact that Lacob might even be more loyal to the young guys than some of the old guys on this team going forward, it didn't smack of a bad hypothesis to me. I think he is really dedicated, and this team really wants to see James Wiseman and Moody and Kuminga work out. And I think it's part of the reason that Kirk Lacob has been a part of these decisions. And Joe eventually wants Kirk, I think, to be the general manager of the Warriors when Bob Myers, moves it on up the corporate ladder.
Yeah, a couple of things, though. The way the nation looks at the Warriors is they need to have more veterans, when in fact they're up to their eyelids in veterans. The other thing is they've always viewed all their high draft choices as assets to be moved. And while I don't necessarily subscribe to Steinmetz's theory that Lacob may have a greater affinity for the young guys, because he's owned this team long enough to be able to say that he's drafted everybody but Curry, I think he recognizes, as any rational businessman would, that the veterans are the guys who have put 4 rings on his finger and built him a new building.
Right.
And so I don't know how committed he is to any of those guys. I think the question becomes, how committed is Bob Myers? And I think Bob Myers right now doesn't have any reason not to be committed to them. That circumstances will determine how this plays out, not necessarily some long plan. If they go into the All-Star break and they're banged up and they need something, to win this coming title, maybe they float Wiseman's name out. But I don't think that is high on their list of urgings. I don't think they view this team as a team that needs, we need more old guys.
Is Andrew Wiggins in a walk year pulling down 6, 7, 8 rebounds a night? I mean, I think that is going to be a huge indicator of what next year is going to look like. What does Andrew Wiggins look like in I'm about to put myself in position either with the Warriors or by the next team that decides to believe in me again for another monster, massive contract? Andrew Wiggins can actually play himself in a walk year into another max contract, and people are already going to complain about it, but some team will fall for Andrew Wiggins getting 17 and 6 a night.
I don't think Wiggins is in that position, meaning that he is the logical inheritor of Draymond Green's spot. And and the reason why is because when the other team's best player needed to be guarded, Wiggins did that. Mm-hmm. Not Klay Thompson, not even Draymond Green. Who guarded Luka Doncic? That was Wiggins. Who guarded Jason Tatum? That was Wiggins. I think he's a made guy on this team now. And I think he will get paid the max by these guys because in a certain way, he's part of the next generation too. Because by the time Curry hits that last year on his contract, Wiggins will be 31. 31, as we've seen, is nothing in terms of age. And barring injury, I think they've already penciled him in for the mega deal because he earned that. And he showed them, this is how valuable I can be, now that you've stuck me in a spot where I can show you how vital I am. I think he's the next Draymond Green. And the big question about Green has always been, how do you replace him when he ages out? I think Wiggins is the way you replace him. So I think the money is already his.
Wiggins, a developing Kuminga, and again, James Wiseman, if he's a rim protector, that changes the entire math you're doing on your defense. And Draymond is Mr. Switcheroo. There are so many reasons to keep Draymond around as long as possible. But boy, the numbers do add up. And if you really have to talk, like one of these guys has to go, and you have to bet on who is aging the fastest with the least amount of all-around skill now to bring to the table. And boy, that's a hard thing to say about Draymond because he is offensively skilled. He's not a scorer, but he is offensively skilled. Tough choices are a year away for the Warriors, and Joe Lacob has admitted to it. We will talk more about this Board of Governors meeting and what the NBA is going to look like next year with a mid-season play-in tournament. Boy, I thought Habistro made a great point when he just basically says, without relegation on the line, what is really the reason to do that when you're worried about guys not playing in important games? If you have a meaningless tournament, aren't those, by definition, unimportant games? So we're going to come back to that. But coming up next, another expert in his field is right around the corner. He is Mr. MLB on Fox. He wears a bow tie. His name is Ken Rosenthal, and he joins us next year on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Getting a booster shot can be like charging a cell phone. Enhance or restore protection after a primary series of vaccinations. It's a good idea. I just had COVID. I'm boosted up, and it came and went pretty tame, all things considered. So schedule an appointment today if you are eligible.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is fantastic to have you here today. We just had a great conversation with Tom Haberstroh about basketball. If you're looking for Warriors content, text the word Warriors to 20357. You're looking for Giants content, text the word Giants to 20357. You subscribe. Everything that happens goes right there. A man who's always on top of everything happening around baseball. He is Mr. MLB on Fox. The bow tie has never looked better. Ken Rosenthal, nice enough to join Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Ken, thank you very much for your time. How are you?
Good, Damon. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, thank you very much. You know, the Giants got off to a really nice start this year, and since then, it's been grinding. They don't hit the ball very well. They're not very poor at hitting the ball either, at least in terms of run production. But the team that usually plays great defense and pitches well isn't playing good defense at all and is pitching very inconsistently, thanks to the illusion of contention by an expanded wild card dance card. You know, technically they're still in it. At the same time, I don't know if they're in it at all. What do you think of the San Francisco Giants?
Couple thoughts. And the first is, maybe we all didn't realize just how special last year was, because it was an amazing season, and to see them now, this is kind of what a lot of people expected a year ago. Now, maybe not this extreme, and maybe not to the point where you just wonder if the team should sell and try for another year. But that's one thought. Another thought is, are they really this bad? Now, remember, the Atlanta Braves last year didn't get over 500 until August 6th, I believe. And the Giants certainly still have the talent that won 107 games last year, except for Buster, which I'm getting to. So I do wonder if it's just a really bad run or if this is who they are. And it's starting to look like this is who they are, because they are an older team. So then it gets to the point where you wonder how much they miss Buster and how much he was the glue that held this together. Now, it's always dangerous to put too much on one player in baseball, but that position has definitely taken a tumble without him with regard to the Giants. And if you add all these things together, the injuries, the poor defense, which is baffling to me, you have what you see, which is a disappointing club.
What, though, okay, you're Farhan Zaidi, you're heading for the trade deadline. What do you have to sell if you want to be a buyer? And what do you have to promote if you get rid of veterans? I mean, it seems to me like he might actually be stuck in being neither a buyer nor a seller, because what he's got isn't that appealing to other teams.
I tend to agree with that, Ray. Now, if they do sell and they put Rodon out there, granted he has the right to opt out, so it's a rental, essentially. Rodon would bring you something, but that's not what they built this for. And it's kind of the opposite of what they built this for. So you're right. They don't have a lot to sell because their players, the ones who in theory would be appealing, are largely underperforming. You're not trading Webb, but you could trade Rodon. It's not a situation where I think they can simply move 3 or 4 players and retool quickly and compete next year. They have a good farm system. It's getting better. There's no question about that. It's gotten better. But it's not yet ready to replenish what they have at this point. So I'm not so sure.
I mean, maybe Jock Peterson, maybe, but again,
you take Peterson for sure. Yeah, I left him out.
Yeah,
definitely you can trade him.
Take him out of the lineup though, and you're lacking, power that you lack even when he's in the lineup. So they really do feel like they're caught in a little bit of no man's land in a major league season. As the Dodgers,
if they play better. If they play better and you grab a wild card, well, then all is not lost. It's still going to be a frustrating path. But again, we saw some crazy things last year. It wasn't just the Braves. The Cardinals winning 16 in a row in September. I'm not saying the Giants look capable of doing that, because they don't look capable of doing that. But it's always dangerous, too, to form total judgments based on half a season. I know we have to, because it's too late now to say, it's early, so they'll play better. No, they haven't played better. But at the same time, I don't rule out them coming around.
Look, it's too early to start talking about your World Series matchup, but it feels like Dodgers and Yankees are kind of barreling towards each other based on these first halves, doesn't it?
It does. Certainly from the Yankees' perspective, they look like the best team in baseball. The Dodgers, I'm still a little concerned about their pitching. Now, of course, they're going to go get some more at the deadline. I would think Castillo or Montas, one of those guys, they'll end up with. So, yes, they should be fine, but right now they do look like the two favorites. Now, the Braves are really good. I think the Mets are really good, too, especially if DeGrom comes back. Then it's a whole different equation. But it's difficult to see anybody but the Braves really challenging, or the Mets, challenging the Dodgers. I don't see Milwaukee being that kind of club this year, or St. Louis. I thought St. Louis early on was a better team than they've looked like so far. And then in the American League, Houston is definitely a worthy opponent for the Yankees. And in a 7-game ALCS, there's no doubt Houston could give them all they want. So we saw these teams play recently. Houston did very well against the Yankees. So I don't rule them out either. But, yeah, Yankees-Dodgers would be the chalk right now.
Is Joey Gallo about to get moved? And do you think he is someone who screams, I'm not going to do that again, or put me in another situation, please?
Joey Gallo, to me, is not even all that relevant. I mean, if he gets moved to a team that's just willing to take him as a change of scenery guy, he is a decent base runner, a decent defender in right field, if you want to look at him that way. As a hitter, at least in New York, he hasn't done it. So any team that takes him, they're not giving up a lot for him. He's a potential free agent on top of everything else. So you're renting the great Joey Gallo. I don't see that being that big a thing at the deadline. He'll go somewhere, I assume, because they want to replace him, I would think, and get more of a contact hitter to balance the lineup a little bit better. But Joey is not what I would call a major factor. Not like he was last year.
You mentioned the Yankees and Astros, the Dodgers and the Braves, and maybe the Mets. That doesn't seem like a lot of true World Series contenders. Is that more likely to depress the market at the trade deadline or make it or fuel it even more?
That's a good question, Ray, because with the expanded playoff, baseball promoted this as, well, teams are really going to fight for that last spot. But what are you fighting for? The last two spots, the two bottom wild cards don't get a home game in the playoffs, right? At least at the start, in the first round. So in a team like, for instance, I'll use Tampa Bay as an example. They've just lost Franco for 6 to 8 weeks. They've kind of had an uneven run here. They're not quite as disappointing as the Giants or the White Sox, but they certainly haven't played the way they wanted to play. And part of it's injuries and all of that. So if you're them, you're not catching the Yankees. You know that. You're in a dogfight for the top wild card spot, which assures you the home field advantage, all 3 games, potentially. You really extend at the deadline to play for one of those bottom 2 wild cards? I don't know. So it may lead to some inhibition in the market. And then some teams that have not been there before, or in recent years, I should say, maybe they go harder after it. But I'm not even sure that happens. It looks like it's going to be a seller's market to me.
Ken, what's the bigger enemy of hitters? Poor strike zones or the humidor?
I would say the strike zone. The humidor, it seems to me, is providing some consistency. Now, the stuff about the ball has calmed down some. Offense is not necessarily where you want it to be, but a lot of that's due to the fact that the pitching is out of sight. It's great. So the inconsistency of the strike zone and the level of the strike zone, these are 2 different things. One is in the control of the umpires. The other is something you can adjust in an attempt to inject more offense, adjusting the strike zone. I would say that's the bigger issue, but the biggest issue is the quality of pitching.
When we start looking ahead to 2024, there's already a lot of talk about robot, if not umpires, strike zones. If that's such a good idea, why wait 2 years to do it?
One reason is it's not perfected yet. And when it's been tried out in the minor leagues, there have been some inconsistencies, I guess you'd call them, some problems. And if you're going to do that, if you're going to change the way balls and strikes are called in a sport that has operated one way for more than 100 years, 120 years, then you better have it right. And unless they have it right, they cannot roll this out. So that's certainly one reason. And also, I don't know that they want to introduce a number of changes all at once. Next year, it seems we're going to get the pitch clock, which to me is going to be a huge improvement in the game. It's going to speed up the pace, and it won't be so lethargic. And the other thing that we're looking at, and Jason Stark just wrote about this in The Athletic, is the neutralizing of the shift, the banning of the shift. And that is something that also is likely to come into effect. So you do those two things. Those are two interesting and important and significant adjustments to the way the game is played. I don't know that you want to introduce everything at once.
In the last 5 years, baseball has changed more than any other sport in just the ways that you were talking about. Is there any sense that maybe the people who run the game think that there might have been too much, that maybe they want to just sit still for a while, not only on things like, automated umpiring, but, maybe, reducing the, maybe rolling back the clock on some of the other changes like the ghost runner? Or is this the new baseball until somebody gets an itch in 2025 and wants to introduce, ambidextrous pitchers and hitters or something equally stupid?
Ray, that's a fair question. And I don't love all of the changes. The ghost runner, at first I hated, and now I don't mind it. But the one thing I don't think they can sit still on is the entertainment value of the sport, which has diminished. And pace of play, in my opinion, is a big part of that. So I personally am looking forward to the pitch clock. It's going to make the game move along better. I think it's going to make it more interesting to people. It's going to lead to some interesting things on the field, too, as pitchers adjust and hitters, too. So I don't know that they should stop trying to improve the sport. I don't know that you should ever do that. And can you take a look at certain things, like let's look at the ghost runner and say, all right, is this really good? Yeah, you could do that. You can question again whether 9-inning doubleheaders in this day and age are good when travel is such an issue and injuries are such an issue. That's a change that was made, and at least the people in the sport liked it. Fans didn't like it because they felt like they were getting cheated out of 2 innings for full price. That's fair. But the sport has to evolve. And I know people scream every time they talk about any kind of change. Well, I don't cover other sports anymore, but my goodness, the NBA changes, the NFL changes, rules change in these sports all the time, and it seems to occur without all of this angst.
Rob Manfred sat down with Don Van Natta at ESPN and went to great lengths to explain how much he loves baseball. Did he convince anybody?
People are going to have their opinions of him one way or the other. I certainly have mine. And I don't know that any one article is going to change anyone's feeling about that. He can talk all he wants about how he loves the sport, but to many people in the game, his actions speak louder than words. And as a caretaker of the sport, that's one area where I've had a problem with him at times. Because I don't know that he's a caretaker of the sport. I think he is a caretaker of the owners.
I think John Fisher is the most derelict of duty owner in maybe all sports, Daniel Snyder aside. At what point will baseball decide that a guy like that is bad for business and we could do better? Like any other rich guy who kind of wants to win a little would be better than John Fisher.
Damon, I hear you. And throughout the sport's history, there have been many bad owners. The only time I can remember, and Ray can correct me if I'm wrong, where the sport actually jumped in was the McCourts, because they were wrecking the team with their own personal financial issues and personal issues between the husband and the wife, etc. They do not take away teams for incompetence. It's a problem, and it wouldn't be the only the A's would not be the only team losing their owner if they were doing that, Major League Baseball. So I don't see it, and what has happened there, and not just happened this year, it's been going on for many years, is not right. We all know it's not right, and we all know that that team has a core of fans. It might not be the largest core right now because of what they've done to the club and the way they've competed, but that 10,000 in Oakland can make a lot of noise. And if 10,000 would be 50,000 if they put a product on the field that the fans are really interested in. So I always have heard that phrase, and I believe in that phrase, that cities don't fail teams, teams fail cities. That's a good example going on in Oakland.
I think that's a great way to wrap up, but I do have to, and I know you got to run. I have a man crush on Shohei Ohtani that is profound, and I already think he's one of the greatest baseball players, if not the greatest baseball player of all time, based on a skill set that no other living human has ever possessed, essentially. Does baseball owe it to its own sport to get Ohtani out of Anaheim the way that hockey decided Wayne Gretzky has to play somewhere other than Edmonton?
Well, a couple of things there. One, I'm with you on Ohtani. I don't know if I have a man crush on him, but certainly I believe he's actually underappreciated. People say, I'm sick of you guys writing about Ohtani. Really? What we're seeing from this player is incredible. It's unbelievable. Now, as far as him getting out of Anaheim, in my opinion, it's going to happen organically. He has one more year left after this season. 1 more year of club control. He goes to arbitration, which is going to be really interesting in itself. We've never seen a player like him in arbitration. And he has said he wants to win. Well, they haven't won. They're not winning. I don't see them winning anytime soon. In my opinion, he likely will leave as a free agent. The bigger question is Trout. And Trout is a full no trade. He signed there forever. At what point does he say enough is enough? He hasn't indicated that at all. But I do wonder if that ever happens. And he eventually says, man, I just want to go win.
I hope you got a full no trade because you're indispensable. Ken, thank you so much.
Take care, guys.
Really appreciate it. Ken Rosenthal, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't see how you can, how baseball can force the Angels to do anything about Ohtani. I think Ken's right. It's whatever happens with him will be organic.
The market takes care of itself.
The market takes care of itself, as it usually does. And I think the same is probably true of John Fisher, because there are other incredibly problematic owners in the game. Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh, Bob Castellini in Cincinnati, whatever the Lerners are doing in Washington. There are always a shortage of smart billionaire owners, but not a shortage of billionaires. And the fact is, baseball is like every other sport in that the billionaires dictate what happens. So I don't think anybody would want to go up to Artie Moreno and says, you got to get rid of this guy. I think that's going to be entirely up to Ohtani himself. And if winning matters, he leaves. If, as I suspect will happen, Artie Moreno will back up the truck for him, which he did for Trout, then maybe he stays. In which case, buy the MLB package. You can watch him every night if you want.
You know, I think that Ohtani is living in a little bit of a different world right now because, you know, when he came into this league, there was no DH in the NL. So looking at American League only, I think is, you know, he basically, instead of choosing from the entire league, he was choosing from half the league. And we know that, you know, maybe he made the right choice for himself, but not necessarily for baseball. I'm just wondering if he doesn't see the world of baseball differently because the world of baseball is now so different. And I hope that inspires him to maybe think other places beyond the situation that he's in. And I've read an article that Ohtani, you know, if we had to go based on Fangraph performances equaling dollars spent on such performances, he is baseball's first $50 million a year player. He's going to be looking north of that. The number was closer to 63 or 65, I believe, in the article.
Yeah, look, he would be underpaid at that, but be careful what you wish for, because the team that is most likely to come up with 50 M a year for him is the Dodgers, because they understand what you pay for. Mookie Betts is a classic example of that. And if you can wait till he's a free agent, you don't have to worry about how many pieces out of your minor league system you have to move to get him. Mark Walter and Andrew Friedman have shown that they will pile more money on top of a table than any other team. And that includes the Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees are not. Look at it this way. The Suns are the apples.
The Sun.
The Sun, excuse
the other one
me. Right, yes.
Join the choir.
Correct. But the Sun, his apple did fall far from his father's tree.
Well, he also has been, the Yankees have been running at a deficit for a while in the latter stages of George's career. And while they were making money, they were hemorrhaging it in a lot of other ways. What they've done is diversify and stop chasing every free agent that comes along. Now, they might be willing to back up the truck for Ohtani, but I think when push comes to shove, the Dodgers have shown a greater willingness to empty it out for one guy than anybody else. And if you put Ohtani in Dodger Stadium, you're going to have a team that owns the National League for a decade.
Well, and they're already the, I believe, top draw in home attendance.
They are always the top draw. That's the thing about the Dodgers, is they've never not been 1 or 2 in attendance, going back to when they first moved out to L.A. And I don't know if you can just go on attendance figures because you know how they can lie, but they are inevitably 1 or 2 every year. And this includes the 30-year drought when they didn't win anything. So, they have all the advantages and they have the will. And if you have all of that and you've got the money to spend, what you've got is Joe Lacob, only in baseball.
Last night, the Giants suffered what I'm going to call maybe a crushing loss, because that's one of those that I'm going to tell you, write that down last night, because it looked like that they were about to make a comeback, and they end up losing a 1-run game. It's one of those, if the season comes down to a game or two, remember that loss last night to Arizona. And can they win tonight? The best thing I can tell you about the Giants, who have dropped 5 straight at home and are having a rough couple of weeks, is that Logan Webb pitches tonight against a guy who has never in his career beaten the San Francisco Giants. Dallas Keuchel is 2-6 on the year, having a rough year, a 7.63 ERA against one of the best bullets the Giants have to fire from their starting rotation, Logan Webb, 7-3 with a 2.98. Again, Keuchel has no wins against the Giants in his career, but the Giants are 3-8 now in the month of July and have already... Well, look at it this way. If they lose to Arizona tonight, they will have doubled last season's loss total to the Arizona Diamondbacks in the first 5 games that they played against them. That's not good.
Yeah, Arizona's slightly better and the Giants are significantly worse.
Yeah. And the Diamondbacks looked like a much better baseball team, just if you've only watched Giants versus Arizona as they played each other. When we do return, though, there is a big Board of Governors meeting ahead of a Warriors Summer League game that, hey, it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals, Warriors-Celtics. It's going to happen after all. Well, not quite. But it is a Summer League game that I think carries some interest. But Joe Lacob and what is going to go down in this Board of Governors meeting also has some interest for us. And we're going to come back talking about that here on 95.7 The Game for a near hour-long segment, commercial-free. Coming up next, Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro basketball futures market with Summer League happening right now in Vegas. Let's take a look at Rookie of the Year. And the 2 rookies playing the best, the number 1 and number 2 overall picks in the draft from Orlando and OKC, are getting bet. Orlando's is the favorite at plus 350. OKC's pick up.
The NPD Group 2021.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So a question on the Comcast Business text line, and welcome back to Damon and Ratto. It's good to have you here. If you're not subscribing to us on the Odyssey app, shame on you, your whole family. Get it right. Live a better life. Subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app. For every subscription, we give Ray a Tic Tac. So you have like a box of Tic Tacs.
You only give me Tic Tacs because my breath smells like there's a Frenchman living in it.
No. Sweet, sweet breath of Ray Ratto permeates the entire studio. It's why I really wanted to come back.
You really are nauseating the crap out of me
It's your musk, Ray. That's what we're here for.
Elon.
Hey, by the way, force that guy to buy Twitter and then sell it for like half the price he just paid, right?
He still wouldn't feel any pain.
Oh, no. He's feeling the pain. Guess whose Tesla stock ain't what it used to be just 5 minutes ago. That's why he wants out.
His Tesla stock has been dropping precipitously for years, and yet he's still swimming in money.
Oh, he
needs to be shot into space.
Well, he's trying to do that too.
No, not inside a rocket. Oh. I mean, tied to the front of it.
Just like with a Daffy Duck helmet out of a cannon.
Exactly.
I like it. This might be a stupid question from the Comcast Business text line, but do you think that there are players who are okay with just making money and playing big league ball versus being part of a team who's in line to a World Series? I feel like Trout and Ohtani might be those just enjoy playing ball type. Well, look, Ohtani was stepping into Major League Baseball and he wanted to step into a situation that he was comfortable with, and you can't hold that against him. Mike Trout is making, I want to get this right, $426.5 million guaranteed dollars. There is no situation in the world, no matter how bad it is, that I'm walking away from for $500 million, essentially. So I don't blame Mike Trout for saying yes to the biggest contract in the history of Major League Baseball. And I know you asked this as a baseball question, but we just saw an example of this play out with Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard, who we all know is a A-plus ferocious competitor, and, has packaged his commitment to Portland in loyalty, which I think is also real. But again, no matter how bad the situation is in Portland, who's walking away from $60 million a year? And he just agreed to a contract extension, which in the last 2 years of it will pay him $122 million over 2 NBA seasons. Again, I might not be thrilled with the way this team is built. Who's walking away from $60 million? No one.
The other thing, though, and it needs to be noted here, is that most players, when they sign a new deal, they believe that their team will get it right. And if they don't, you can always say, you know what? I've done my time, move me.
Right.
So no contract is etched in stone. It's, there are wild cards that come into that, but basically you're not actually sentencing yourself to a bad team when you sign a deal because A, you believe the team will get better because you're still a part of it.
Right.
And B, if it doesn't work, then you just go, I did my best. Get me out of here.
I think that, Lillard had data points to suggest, hey, we were just in the Western Conference Finals a few years ago, so yes, I believe, but then you saw the team disintegrate around him, but he's sticking and staying. A guy like Mike Trout, look, he had the data points that said if you do want to win, you got to go somewhere else. So what do we got to do to convince you to stay here? Well, we're going to give you one of the most remarkable contracts ever given to anyone who has ever played sports for a living. I mean, again, Mike Trout might be wasting away, but to the tune of $426.5 million, every penny of it guaranteed. So would he be in a better situation just by throwing a dart at a list of baseball teams, not even knowing where the dart's going to land? Yeah, he would probably be in a better situation than he is, but he can't make more money than what he's making.
But the other thing was, when he signed that deal, they were a year past making the playoffs and winning 98 games. And the next year, they won 85 with some injury issues. So he had no reason to believe that this team would fall into the toilet the way it has.
By the way, you know who deserves a little hey, I shouldn't have gotten. I wasn't as bad as you thought I was Mike Scioscia.
Yeah,
he
got old and crotchety at the end, and part of that was because the Angels supplied him with literally no pitching, to the point where last year they had 20 rounds in the amateur draft, picked a pitcher in every round. I mean, that's how bad their pitching is. They went out and got Noah Syndergaard. He hasn't made a difference. There's something about that team that basically says, we'll generate runs, but we're going to give up more than you can possibly imagine. So in Trout's defense, when he signed that deal, that was not the team that it's become since. So, I don't think he said at the time, well, the money is so good that I don't mind losing. Because I think he does mind losing.
Well, eventually, you can't be a professional athlete if you don't mind losing. Like, these guys are competitors. They get to where they've reached in life because they are such competitors. But there is enough money to, I think, take your eyeballs off what the real prize is. And baseball is super weird because it is an individual sport that gets disguised as a team sport. And so many guys are married to their career numbers being as important as, like, how about this? Barry Bonds never won a World Series. He is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. Even if you hate him, you have to admit to that. So do you hold a lack of rings against Barry Bonds when we discuss the greatest baseball players of all time? Not a lot of people do. So it's just a weird sport. It really is. You'd think that being rewarded for putting a winner together is something leagues would do to incentivize teams to want to win. This brings us to the Warriors Summer League that is really maybe more interesting in the meeting than it will be on the court tonight. And it's going to be interesting on the court tonight because we're going to see, Wiseman and Moody and Kuminga all play together tonight. That's interesting to me. Joe Lacob is in the Board of Governors meeting, and as we were talking about earlier with Tom Habistro, I would walk into that Board of Governors meeting if I were Joe Lacob, and I would make a couple of points. Number one, I don't want to hear any complaining from any of you because I am playing by the rules. Number two, I also want to win more than some of you, and I can prove that by my commitment to winning and continuing to win at a price point. A lot of you can say you couldn't reach it, but even if you could, you know that you would grow alligator arms like the guy who never pays for dinner, and you wouldn't. And you all should be honest. The amount of dudes who are wired like me to want to win in this room are far and few between. You're all telling yourself lies. I am also the most interesting star in your entire constellation. My franchise is more interesting than LeBron James on the Lakers. We are a team that meant nothing, and now we're one of the most valuable franchises in the world. You benefit as a league collectively from that value, and you shouldn't try to be turning off our spigot of success because it's one of the few things that garner attention in the world of basketball on a global scale. And on top of all of that, not one of you complained about me spending way over the tax when we had Kelly Oubre and 15 wins to show for it. Not one of you. So you're complaining now because we're back on the medal podium? Screw all of you. Seriously. Joey Lightyears. Write that name down.
Don't write that name down. No, but here's the problem. It's not about success on the court in their minds. They look at the salary cap and they look at the luxury tax as ways to keep prices down, not as competitive benefit or competitive disadvantage. They want everybody to keep under the tax because they don't want to look like the guy who doesn't care about his team. The luxury tax for them is not about, whether the Warriors did it right or wrong. for most of the owners, they don't care. They just see that a guy is spending $350 million a year on his basketball team, and that bothers them. But the more important thing, other than the fact that they view basketball differently than he does, is that there isn't a whole lot they can do about it. They can complain, but there isn't enough juice in the room to rise up and go, we're changing the system and we're going to crush you.
Which owner could have more juice than Lacob? Really think about it.
Oh, Steve Ballmer.
What? No, he's got more money, but more juice?
But he's also way over the tax. He's the second highest taxpayer in the league. So if they're going to yell at Lacob, they're also yelling at Ballmer. And Ballmer is going to say, listen, I'm doing it too. The thing that scares guys like Clay Bennett in Oklahoma City and Tillman Fertitta in Houston and guys who are playing at smaller margins is that they see that Stephen Curry is going to make $59 million in 3 years. They see that Damian Lillard is going to make $60 in 3 years. Same thing with Bradley Beal. And they're going, I don't want to pay $60 million to anybody.
Well, then you shouldn't agree to the current CBA.
Well, they didn't see this coming. They didn't piece it out that way because they didn't think that anybody would run rogue the way Lacob did, or Ballmer did, or Joe Tsai did. The problem is that there are billionaires and then there are billionaires. And they don't view basketball as anything more than an investment. And they look at the Warriors and go, if this costs you $350 million, you're the idiot, not me. But more importantly, there isn't anything they can do about it. Because if they're going to change the nature of the luxury tax, that's something that's got to also be negotiated through the union.
Yeah.
And that means reopening the CBA, which I don't think the union is interested in doing and can simply say, we're not doing that. So for the foreseeable future, whatever they want to complain about, Joe Lacob doesn't have to say a word. And in fact, he's better off not saying a word and just sitting back and just, letting them vent. He goes, sorry, guys, I'm just doing business the way I see fit.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah, not even you're welcome.
You ingrates.
Not even spite mouth them. You just go, well, sorry. I'll try to do better next time, knowing full well that he won't try to do better next time. Because the only way that this can go south on him is if they all band together because they think he's behaving like an ass. And just go, you know what? I may agree with his principle, but I will just want to kick him in the shorts because I can.
If I'm Lacob, I'm walking in there wearing a tank top, board shorts, and Nikki Lightyear's thigh-high golden kinky boots.
No, Joe Lacob's best play here is to walk in with a polo shirt and khakis, like it's just, a Tuesday afternoon at one of his other companies. You keep a low profile when you're putting your finger in somebody else's eye. You don't sit there with a miner's hat with the light on, and 4 Alsatians behind you. The best way to galvanize owners against you is to rub their noses in it, because all billionaires have a gift for vindictiveness. And if you band them all together, you can get what happened to Don Snurling, which is he finally crossed the line too far, and they gathered together and shoved him out.
But boy, he was bad for business.
No, he became bad for business in that moment. But up until then, all the creepy, crummy things he did, not only as an owner, but as a slumlord,
were ignored. It
didn't matter because it didn't cost them any money.
Didn't hurt their business.
Yeah. If somebody went into the room at the owners' meetings and made a case for Lacob's costing us all money, and if he could make that sell, then you'd have a problem. But right now, they can't make that sell because of the way the tax is structured, where half the money goes straight to the league, for liquor and cold cuts, and the other half gets distributed to the teams that stay under the tax. So they all are benefiting some from Lacob's profligate spending. It may not be enough for them down the road, but for right now, the only thing they can do is hold their breath until Lacob turns blue. That's it.
I mean, come on.
Welcome, one and all, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
So Mark Stein says among the prime topics expected at the Board of Governors session in Vegas is the league's push for an in-season soccer-style tournament as soon as the 2023-24 season, and the payroll disparity debate stemming from Golden State's $346 million spent last year. Again, no one was complaining about the Warriors spending when they were winning 15 games. Now they're complaining about it.
If you're waiting for consistency out of billionaires, you will die alone and cold.
You probably will. The Tom Haberstroh conversation that we had earlier today, we asked him about this in-season soccer-style tournament that Adam Silver clearly wants. Haberstroh made a really good point when he basically said, look, unless you have relegation, what is the there behind a tournament? What is the reward for the team that wins it? What is there to risk for the team that doesn't perform well in it? Playing for a lottery pick? You want to put that on the line? I guess that would be interesting, an element that, was so new to the conversation, you'd have to be interested in it. That's not going to happen, though. So
players don't want that.
Players don't want that, exactly. Why would a league that is worried about energy not being spent by players who'd rather have a night off, look, don't even put load management on the players. They're not managing themselves. They're assets that franchises are managing. And they're managing these assets so carefully. And look, Klay Thompson is a guy who does need load management coming off the year that he was coming off of. Paolo Banchero has played 2 Summer League games, and the Magic are like, well, he's too important to play anymore. And they're couching that under the concept of, well, we want to get more run for other guys who might make our G League team. That's not why anyone bought a ticket to come see Summer League. That's why you can't say, hey, the winner of Summer League gets rings this year. Well, that ring has obviously been rendered meaningless by the Orlando Magic themselves, who don't know anything about rings. So, what are we doing here with a mid-season tournament that anyone would have to admit is disposable on its surface unless you've got an X marks the spot?
It is part of one of Adam Silver's great weaknesses, is that he looks at the European soccer model and thinks it is easily transferable to the American sports model. And the European soccer model is basically multiple competitions in one year. Like if you're a team in the Premier League, you're playing for the Premier League title, you're playing for a place in the Champions League. If you don't get into the Champions League, you're playing for a place in the Europa League. There's now a Europa Conference League after that. There's also the FA Cup. There's also the League Cup. There's about 6 different things that you can get a trophy for. And those have been built in to the European soccer experience since forever. They are entirely alien to the U.S. model because they have no relegation in part, and also because everything has always been devoted to the one championship, which is essentially, what the Warriors just won. And even at that, they have rendered their regular season increasingly meaningless because teams understand that 82 games is more than you should ask of a guy you're paying $45 million to. Silver thinks this is the best solution to load management by saying, well, we're not necessarily going to have you play fewer games, which would be the logical solution, but one that would cost the owners money. But we're going to try to create more meaningful games. But these aren't meaningful games. If you desperately need to win this tournament to get into the postseason, let's say if that's the payoff, then who are the teams that are going to play hardest? Teams that are like 10 to 15 in your conference.
But at the same time, how do you know who's going to be in the postseason halfway through your regular season? And James in Oakland on the Comcast Business Text line says, put the number 1 overall seed in the playoffs on the line. Well, then you've really just rendered the entire regular season more meaningless than it's even being rendered now.
Yeah, you basically said if you win 5 games in a row,
you're the number 1 seed.
You get home court advantage throughout. Nobody's buying that, because now you have done what college basketball has done to its regular season, which is eliminate its value. All you're doing now is playing for seeds. And if you can't have the number 1 seed with the best record, then why wouldn't you load manage even more? See, there is no easy solution to make this in-season tournament anything other than a cash grab. And when you're grabbing cash, your partner, the players, are going to want to grab half of that. And they're trying to figure out a way to incentivize the players to grab none of it. Well, players aren't stupid. So basically, this can't work. Even if it's passed, even if Adam Silver puts all of his sort of personal energy into making this happen, it can't work. It sounds like one of the things that Rob Manfred does, which is, I sense a problem. I just came up with a solution. We're going to do this solution no matter what.
Have you thought it through? Not at all.
No, we don't care. I need to show action. This is one of Adam Silver's weaknesses. He doesn't understand that the soccer experience is not easily transferable unless you not only have benefits for the team that wins the tournament, but punishments for the teams that don't try in the tournament, like relegation. Well, nobody in basketball wants relegation because everybody's paid more than $1 billion for their franchise, and they are not interested in playing a G League schedule with something you paid $1 billion for. So relegation's out the window. There's nothing that makes this worth enough to enough people to have it make sense.
Tom Haberstroh did say, what could be the incentive? Well,
if you throw a little bit of money, a little bit of pool of cash, in addition, that might incentivize someone like Dante DiVincenzo, who took a $5 million deal or $4.5 million this year to play for the Golden State Warriors. Some of these guys, cash rules everything around us, right? And that's the same thing for here. It'll be interesting what the incentives are for this tournament. A trophy isn't going to cut it. It has to come in the form of some sort of money. It can't be draft picks because a lot of players do not like playing for someone who might take their job next year. So I do think that it's going to come down to money.
And again, how hard is Steph Curry going to go out and look, I'm not trying to how hard would you even want Steph Curry to play in a tournament where he could win an extra $1 million when he's making $60 million a season in a couple of years from now, 59 point whatever.
But more to the point, who wants to have their season interrupted as a fan so that they can watch Dante DiVincenzo? The players who you want to watch would regard $1 million as tip money.
Well, here's the thing. You're going to watch Dante DiVincenzo play basketball in this tournament or not. You know what I mean? Like, he's part of the team. He's going to be playing. So the only thing that needs to happen to see Dante DiVincenzo play tonight is the Warriors have a scheduled game. You don't need to invent a tournament to schedule the game that DiVincenzo is going to be playing in.
Yeah. The problem is, in this tournament, for a good team, let's say like the Warriors, Dante DiVincenzo might be the best player on the floor. Who wants that? Nobody's asked for that.
Right. Someone's like, why don't they just go ahead and have only rookies and second-year players?
They have that now. It's called the Summer League.
Well, exactly. And guys are being held out of that. And what happens when you have a team that doesn't have many rookies or second-year players on it? The only thing that could make this interesting is if you had, like, if you redrafted the league in this tournament. Like Steph Curry and Kevin Durant might be teammates again if they both get picked on the same team. Or just make it. Look, how about this? There's no way to make this interesting. It's a stupid idea and it should be shut down before it's discussed any further.
Yeah, and what you just described, they already have too. It's called the All-Star Game.
Exactly.
And the rookie-sophomore game, the Rising Stars game.
Yeah, I mean, they've already done all this. That's the problem. It just, Adam Silver can't make an FA Cup out of an 82-game basketball season because the 82-game basketball season, as long as it is the one thing that the culture says is the thing that helps you decide who the best 16 teams are. An extraneous trophy means nothing. Whereas, like, let's just say Tottenham. If they win the FA Cup, that's a great year for them. Now, would they rather win the Premier League championship? Absolutely. But if they win the FA Cup, that's a successful year for them. If the Sacramento Kings win the mid-season tournament and still don't get in the playoffs, then all they got is one more thing to dust. That's it.
There also is no playoffs in the Premier League, right? That is the FA Cup. There's no tournament. That is their tournament.
Yeah,
the regular season doesn't matter in the NBA. It does in the Premier League. That's their playoffs, the entire season.
Yeah, well, and the Premier League basically allows you, if you win, to get into the Champions League, which is where the real money is. You know, you don't get an incentive by winning this mid-season tournament that suddenly will make you $100 million.
Somebody on the Comcast Business text line says, what if the NBA continues to expand to the point where it makes sense to have 2 tiers of leagues with relegation? No, because no one's going to want to buy in and be left out of the big dance card. Yeah. So it's just not going to happen. And you have, a feeder system right now that is the G League. Someone else says, what if they combine the WNBA and the NBA for a tournament? Well, no woman's getting a shot off. I'm sorry. That's just not happening.
Well, never mind that. It's, again, it's asking players to take risks for no reward. I mean, whether you're Sue Bird or Klay Thompson, more games? I could bump knees with somebody and be out for 6 months? Thank you, no. I want to play for stakes. I don't want to play for amusement. I play for amusement in the summer. And if I want to play basketball with Sue Bird, I can call her up. Hey, let's go somewhere and shoot. It's not, there is no avenue that this in-season tournament would provide that isn't already there. It just hasn't monetized itself. And that's the issue.
Here's one thing that they're also going to discuss that I do think needs a little discussion. Proper bench decorum, I guess, is on the docket for this Board of Governors meeting. Stiffer penalties against players standing up for extended periods of time, obstructing the view of fans who are sitting right behind the bench and paid huge money to do that. It's one thing. The Mavericks got fined nearly $200,000 this year through the playoffs for bench decorum violations. You had Theo Pinson wearing white and, basically trying to blend in to get a ball passed to him out of bounds, and it worked once. It really did. So here's what I would do if I were the NBA. I would put a bench of shame in the hallway of the tunnel that the players come out of. And if you get one bench decorum violation, that means it's time to sit down, fellas. If you get 2, your entire bench has to then go sit in the hallway. You can still be brought in for substitutions. You're just going to have to not sit on the sidelines. And you put fans on the player's bench.
I have a better idea.
Or is it just another idea? Let's find out.
No, I think it's better. Take the Theo Pinson incident. He gets caught wearing, a deceptive-looking outfit or runs on the floor at all. He doesn't get punished. But the next game, the Mavericks' opponent gets to pick which guy misses a game.
But how does that help the problem tonight?
We'll take Doncic out. You know what it does? It means that teams will police themselves and go, Doncic is more important than you. We don't want to play the next game without him. So sit your ass down.
How about this?
Problem solved.
Every single player who is sitting on the bench, whether they're playing or not, has to wear your team's warm-up. There you go.
That's easy. But
let's just take all your fashion out of it. Like, do you guys want to be able to wear all your cool league fits and all that stuff? And do you want to dress the way you want to dress, or do you want to be basically rendered into a parochial school uniform? What do you guys want? I think that'd get a lot of guys' attention.
That would get some guys' attention, but I think this is a team-wide thing where you have to instill a level of bench discipline, not just decorum. Where if you get up and get on the floor, you're screwing us, your teammates, and your employers. We're not going to lose Luka Doncic for a game because you can't keep your seat.
Right. Because you can't sit down in front. It's a very easy concept.
I mean, it solves all the problems.
Now, having said that, there's certainly a moment of genuine joy to celebrate, and I love bench mobs, and there's a lot of fun that can be had on the bench. But you had the Dallas Mavericks taking that fun too far intentionally in the, trying to deceive, and the Dallas Mavericks embarrassed themselves with the way their bench acted. And they did it in the name of, you can't tell us to do things that we don't want to do. Well,
and the truth is, it was caught on video. Mark Davis is talking to, Theo Pince before the game, says, don't get up off the bench. I'm going to have to do something. And then when he did, nothing happened.
Told him to change his shirt, and he didn't.
And he didn't. Exactly. I mean, you make the punishment far exceed the crime. That's when you get compliance on something that you want. And if Mark Cuban has to explain to his fan base why Luka Doncic isn't playing against the Spurs tonight because the 11th guy on the team jumped up on the court while play was going on. I mean, if it's a dead ball and something good has happened, no harm, no foul. You're not interfering with play because there is no play going on. But if he's got to explain to his fan base, by the way, that ticket you bought that doesn't get you Doncic tonight, that's the reason.
But look, it not only punishes the team, obviously, but you're also punishing the 17,000 fans that got tickets to see.
You know what? Collateral damage, because it will only happen once. If Luka Doncic, and basically, if Doncic can't play because of that, should be a league rule, you have to offer refunds.
Oh, now you're messing with owners' money, so that's
thank you,
without a doubt, a bridge too far.
Yeah, well, that's my point. You're costing them a potential game. You're costing them money. I mean, just roll the grenade under the chair. Don't just sit there and wag your finger. Just go, okay. You ran on the court during the game. We don't want that, so we're going to blow stuff up.
There's talk about adding a penalty for the take foul. Chris Haynes reported that a team on offense would be granted one free throw and possession. How about this? The free throw is just assumed. You don't even have players shoot it. You just get an extra point and possession. Don't even put the player on the line, because the last thing the NBA needs are more dead ball free throws.
Or two to make one. They used to have that. And you get to designate, you could designate, if you want to make that rule have more teeth, you could designate whoever you want to shoot it. Jordan Poole, you make 92% of your free throws. Go up there and knock one down for us. I don't buy the idea that, no, you just get a free point. That just bothers me. Just make the shot. You're still getting the possession anyway.
Okay, but you get to choose who you want to take the
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Somebody says here, blame Kent Bazemore when he was a mascot for the Warriors early in his playing day for bench mob theatrics. Look at it this way. Kent Bazemore had an awful lot to do with the birth of a bench mob, but he never once overstayed his welcome and didn't sit his ass back down.
And Kent Bazemore was by no means the originator of bench mobs. That was M.L. Carr in the 80s.
Right.
He was standing there waving a towel over his head to get crowds involved. To the best of my knowledge, he never interfered with a play.
These seem like such easily solvable non-issues. To have a board of governors meeting is just even ridiculous about these things.
Yeah, but you have to pass the rule somehow. And besides, everybody's going to a nice resort in warm weather. So they got nothing to complain about.
Are they doing it in Vegas, though? Where is this Board of Governors meeting? Is it in Las Vegas? I think it's in Las Vegas. I wonder if they're going to have it at what feels like a Board of Governors meeting level hotel without even looking. I'm going to say this has got Bellagio or Cosmo written on it.
Yeah, either one. I mean, you're not going to be in Indianapolis. They don't do meetings there. They're going to do something in the Midwest. They do it in Chicago.
Right. No, this is happening tonight. What is the most Board of Governor-y worthy of all the casinos? Bellagio or Cosmo?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Maybe the Aria. Aria is impressive. This ain't happening at the Luxor, is I guess what I'm trying to say. This isn't going on down at the Flamingo.
No, because everybody can get to wherever they want to go.
The Flaming O.
There are going to be damn few owners at any of the summer league games. So it's not like you have to have it, at the Orleans or anything.
It doesn't even exist anymore. The Jockey Club, which used to be affectionately known as the Yucky Club.
Yeah.
The Imperial Palace, baby, the IP. Thank you. A lot of good suggestions coming in. Some not so good suggestions coming in as well. Here's something that I suggest to all of you. If you work in a major newsroom, you shouldn't use Ballsack Sports as one of your sources. Boy, did ESPN get egg on its face. And I will say that David Jacoby did he hoisted himself on his own petard and apologized to Ja Morant. In case you missed it, Ballsack Sports is trying to be the Onion of sports headlines. They will create nonsensical quotes and attach them to a player's picture that are totally made up. I feel like most people know this. And certainly, the amount of hands that a highlight or a segment needs to pass through at ESPN, someone's got to be like, hey, did you realize that this is coming from something called Ballsack Sports? Like, shouldn't that have been your first clue that this needs further investigation? During Monday's edition of This Just In, David Jacoby and Kendrick Perkins did a segment about Ja Morant that was centered around a fake Morant quote that was tweeted out over the weekend. Now, the actual conversation that Ja Morant had with Taylor Rooks on Bleacher Report about Michael Jordan was this.
You wish you would have played in his generation.
Yeah.
Why?
I heard he was like just how he, go about the game, just that mindset he had. I would like to, play against him.
This time you're not saying, I would have cooked her.
I would have cooked him too.
You would have cooked Michael Jordan?
Man, nobody got more confidence than 12.
No, that's what you're supposed to say. I get it.
As you should.
Yeah.
I'm never going to go and say nobody going to beat me in one-on-one or anything.
And there you go. So Ja Morant says, yeah, I would have cooked Michael Jordan, but in the videotaped,
he's clearly
there's a twinkle in his eye, 1,000%.
Well, he's laughing,
right? And if he's basically saying, if I don't believe in myself, who's gonna? I first of all, I'm the king of irrational self-confidence, so respect, right? ESPN ran with the quote, if you put Michael Jordan in today's game, he's just another superstar. You have me, Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, Dame Lillard, Trey Young, and then guys like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Giannis, Kawhi. It's just not about one superstar and a bunch of average guys. He never said that. ESPN went with that as an actual story. Here is what David Jacoby said today, apologizing for going with it.
Right now, I want to quickly address something that happened on this program yesterday. We made a mistake. We attributed a quote to Ja Morant's appearances on Taylor Rooks' show on Bleacher Report that he simply did not say. On behalf of the network, the show's staff, and myself, I'd like to apologize to Ja and Taylor for our error. We will work hard to make sure it doesn't happen again.
In the world of media apologies, that's a good one. We made a mistake. We're going to effort to not do it again.
I think
it isn't just him though. It's the amount
producer
of people
who thinks, oh, this is hot.
Well, this is what happens when you replace all the well-paid, actual professional adults in your newsroom with a band of less than those guys and gals made 20-somethings, early 30-somethings who aren't ready to run a newsroom. You know, there used to be something called ink-stained wretches, a generation of guys who would have never fallen for this. People are gullible based on what they see on social media. And the amount of, look, I've retweeted Ballsack Sports before I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's Ballsack Sports. I just read it and I was like, wow, retweet that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I don't have the standard of journalistic, there isn't, here's the thing, I'm doing a sports talk radio show. I'm not passing myself off as a day's news cycle the way ESPN is trying to. And the only people working on the show is 4 of us, basically. There are 4 people working on every single segment ever, at least in every sentence that is uttered. I mean, it's ESPN talent reads the work of producers. That's it. They're teleprompter readers, half of them.
Yeah, and more to the point, I can't count the hundreds of times that people have put out fake Schefter tweets or fake Woj tweets.
Right. With an extra O in Woj or an extra F in Schefter.
Yeah, and basically, they've had it done to them dozens, if not hundreds of times. That should be like automatic. Just before you do anything, get the original source. Oh, the original source is the guy named Matt who's having, a jolly good laugh with this. Yeah, maybe we don't go with that. And look, ESPN's not the only ones that have done goofy stuff. I mean, Fox has its own litany of failures too. And ink-stained wretches have bit more than once over, hot rumors floated, a hockey trade. This looks like Bob McKenzie might have put it out, except that Bob McKenzie has 5 E's at the end of it.
Right. Dewey defeats Truman.
Yeah.
Mistakes are made.
Dewey defeats Truman is a different thing. I'm talking about one tweet with no corroboration, no link to anything, because that's the other tip-off.
No one checks anything. No one's checking sources.
Yeah, no one's checking anything. I mean, basically...
I researched it means I was on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing they tell you to do is, all right, look at the SIG. This says Adrian Wojnarowski. Well, is that his actual Twitter handle? Nope, it's got 5 X's in it. So, yeah, that's not it. Secondly, if it's sourcing another story, there's usually a link to it. In fact, there's almost always a link to it. That's how you know it's authentic. There are hundreds of fail-safes that are built in based on common sense. I mean, all credit to Matt at Ballsack Sports. Because
did you ever think you were going to say that out loud?
Well,
in your life, all credit to Matt at Ballsack.
No, because one, he not only has been doing this for the better part of a year, I'd say, he copped to the whole scam in Sports Illustrated a week ago. And explain, yeah, this is what I do. It's meant to be fun. And I don't know. I mean, I don't want to run over David Jacoby, but,
Jacoby handled it as best he could. I will give him that.
But, Kendrick Perkins should have eaten a little bit too, and the producer should have had to come out and apologize too.
Well, Kendrick Perkins shouldn't be paid to broadcast in any capacity. Kendrick Perkins is literally going to read whatever a producer tells him to read. There is nothing that Kendrick Perkins says that he actually believes, and that is obvious based on the nonsense that comes out of his mouth.
Nevertheless, if you say something stupid, you got to own what you said. I'm just saying he's got to own that. No matter what his credentials are.
But that's the thing. His credential is I'm the guy who will say something stupid because stupid gets more traction than interesting.
The point is, David Jacoby was not the only guy who should have had to take one for the team here.
Hey, Damon, I just saw on 95.8 The Gum that Ray's retiring. I did the research.
Actually, that's true.
No,
you
not
just don't have
anywhere.
the date right.
You're not going anywhere. Except on vacation next week. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, So it's just very simple. When a mistake is made, everybody who has a hand in that mistake has to stand up in public and own it. Period. That's the rule. I mean, if they don't have to be fired for it, but they have to know, here, you're going to have to take a little public beating here, because that's the kind of mistake that undermines our credibility. And they've had their credibility undermined often by people who have stolen stuff from their own employees. So
Did you read the thing about Schefter today? Did you read the thing about Schefter? Was it in the Washington Post about his career and how he makes $9 million a year, and he's got enemies everywhere, and he gets stuff wrong, and basically he gets to say, I'm Adam Schefter. Suck it.
Yeah, I mean, when he did the thing about, when he ran that story by Bruce Allen, who's an employee of the Washington football team.
And even said, my editor.
That's fireable. Period. That under any other circumstances, you're gone. Here's your cardboard box, fill it and walk. But he makes money for ESPN. Therefore, nothing happened to him except he had to have a moment of humiliation apologizing. I mean, that's the barest minimum you can get to. Kendrick Perkins should have had the same sort of sentence. Here, get out there and say you're sorry because you helped screw this up. And he should be standing next to the producer that ran up to them breathlessly and said, look what I found.
Bobby Marks, who is not in the hot take business on a station that spends way too much time looking for hot takes, was on with David Jacoby on ESPN, this just in. And what he had to say about Steph Curry was pretty damn interesting.
I actually think Steph Curry is the second best player of all time, right behind Michael Jordan. Curry has this instinct, what I saw with Jordan, where anytime he has the ball, you think it's going to go in. He is a threat offensively. I think we've got 3 or 4 more years of Curry in his prime right now. I think we could probably do another 15 minutes on what I just said.
I'm floored. I'm absolutely floored.
I think I would put Curry ahead of LeBron James right now as far as that number 2 guy behind
I love this
Michael
so much.
Jordan.
Now, I just want to make sure we're being clear here.
Yes.
Are you projecting the rest of his career, saying he'll get there? Or are you saying right now?
Right now.
Wow.
And he'll be a solid number 2 when we get to, I don't know, 3 or 4 years from now.
Again, that's a really big check to write about Steph Curry. He is already the second greatest player of all time. Without bringing up the concept of an evolutionary step, I mean, that is as high of a valuation of Steph in the spectrum of the history of basketball as I've ever heard anyone really put on the record that wasn't a card-carrying, like, Golden State Warriors fan. So I don't know what that means, but Bill Russell's 11 NBA titles clearly just mean nothing these days.
See, and I like Bobby Marks a lot. I think he provides a huge service in an industry that is, in many cases, just gasbagging. But his opinion is just that. It's an opinion. And there's no sort of defining basis by which he reached this opinion. Because while you could make the case that Stephen Curry helped change the modern game, there are guys who've changed the game before that. Bill Russell is a classic example of that. Redefined defense. Was the launch point of the first fast break offense that did the fast break all the time. Those great Celtics teams. Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson.
You want to get real old? George Mikan.
Yeah, except that Mikan didn't redefine the game. He was just the biggest, best guy.
Well, he brought the game to the rim. Jordan brought the game above the rim. And Curry brought the game behind the arc.
Well, but Jordan did not bring the game above the rim. He wasn't the first to do that. If you want to get down to it, Julius Erving did that.
Well, you can talk Dr. J too, sure.
I mean, what I'm saying is there aren't that many guys who change the game. Curry is among them. And I don't know whether that makes him second or 5th or 8th. That's why when somebody says he's the second best player ever or he's the 5th best player ever, it just reminds me that when people are asked to name who are the 10 best players in NBA history, there are usually 30 names on that top 10 list. It's just Just say he's one of the best players of all time, one of the most influential players of all time.
Let's say
that should be sufficient.
Here's the thing. Had Steph Curry not seen the Boston Celtics kick a ball away throughout an entire playoffs, much less the NBA Finals, and the Celtics had won, is Bobby Marks saying that today? You got for those who try to sum up where someone is all time in their career, as a career is still taking place, is just look. You and I, we don't do list radio. I don't know what we do and don't disagree with all the time. But you and I are not prisoner of the moment. Let's make a list today that'll change based on tonight's results tomorrow.
Well, we don't make lists because, frankly, Bill Russell is as influential as any player ever, but he's not comparable to Steph Curry, or vice versa. They are two very different kinds of players playing in two very different eras. And the same goes for Chamberlain and Abdul-Jabbar and Magic and Larry Bird and Dr. J. I mean, there are gradations of everything. The sport has grown and developed since it first started, but you don't negate the achievements of the past because you want to overpraise the achiever of the present. Because ultimately what happens is in 20 years, someone is going to say, player X is so much better than Stephen Curry. Well, what happened to Stephen Curry? Nothing happened to Stephen Curry. The idea that these lists last more than a second is it's preposterous. So why bother? If it has that little permanence, just say he has influenced the game as much as any player ever. There, happy? You don't have to make a list at that point.
Damon, you don't do list radio? What is the Thanksgiving side dish draft show? That's a draft of people's opinions.
It's not an entire show.
It's not an entire show either, but a list of what's your favorite Thanksgiving side dish is hardly like a list that is supposed to stand up to the test of time at all time. By the way, how often do we still do the Tuesday trifecta? Not very often. So there you go. We are not married to list radio. And by the way, sometimes the list staggers people, like, one in particular. Damon, I don't want to talk about mashed potatoes. Did you hear Tiger Woods talking spicy about the LIV Tour? That happened. That wasn't ballsack. That really happened. We're going to listen to that sound and maybe just a scotch of... Do you want a Tour de France update? Probably not, but we'll squeeze one in anyways here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Want the news without the noise? News Nation is news for all America, reporting all sides, no spin, and no agendas. Go to newsnationnow.com/join us to find News Nation on your television provider.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of
Feel is just totally gone. And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
So what are we talking about? Why isn't Austin Slater the Giants' full-time designated hitter?
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, c'est bon to you. It is our Tour de France update. French protesters, climate protesters, Ray, shut down the race today in stage 10. The incident occurred with about 36 kilometers left, which is about 22.3 miles to guys like you and me, to the finish line in France. The yellow jersey still being worn by Tadej Pogačar. I did work on the pronunciation of his name. Slovenian? Tadej Pogačar. He keeps the yellow jersey. A lot of people say that the yellow jersey is going to be his. We're 10 of 21 stages down. And right now, only one other rider, Danish Jonas Vingegaard. He sits in third place. He's 30 seconds behind the leader, Pogačar. They say that the guy who's sitting in second right now is a total also-ran, even though he's in second. Like, nobody's betting on him. And everyone's saying this is basically over because Pogačar is in this position, and they haven't even hit the Alps yet. Next two stages, they're going up the mountains. That's when he pulls away. So, Ray, are you ready to declare this tour over?
No, only because I don't know enough. I mean, I know people who know about it and say the same thing that you do.
I mean, here I am giving you the information. Who gets more Tour de France updates than you, sir? You're welcome, by the way.
Oh,
I'm like Joe Lacob. You're welcome.
Yeah. He needs a smack, just on general principle.
Somebody says, hey, I'm sure you all did the all-time great list when everyone else was after the Dubs won. Ray, did we do that list?
Nope.
Nope, we did not. Thank you very much. Don't assume anything here.
And by the way, bite me.
Me?
No.
That guy. Oh.
Again, you reading the messages from these, abandoned lunatics on deserted islands it baffles me.
So Tiger Woods today was talking ahead of the British Open, and he just dropped the hammer on the LIV Tour today. We have the sound. Here is Tiger Woods basically blowing up the spot.
The players who have chosen to go to LIV and to play there, I disagree with it. I think that what they've done is they've turned their back on what has allowed them to get to this position. Some of these players may not ever get a chance to play major championships, and that is a possibility. But what these players are doing for guaranteed money, what is the incentive to practice? What is the incentive to go out there and earn it in the dirt? You're just getting paid a lot of money up front and playing a few events and playing 54 holes. They're trying to, playing blaring music and have all these atmospheres that are different. I just don't see how, out of 54 holes, I can understand 54 holes is almost like a mandate when you get to the senior tours. The guys are a little bit older and a little more banged up. But, when you're at a young age, and some of these kids, there really are kids, who are gone from amateur golf into that organization, 72-hole tests, are part of it. I mean, we used to have 36-hole playoffs for major championships. That's how it used to be. 18-hole U.S. Open playoffs. I just don't see how that move is positive in the long term.
He's like, I blew up my knee against Rocco Mediate to go out and win one of those things. Tiger Woods is basically saying, here's what LIV Golf is. It's the easy way out for lesser talented players. And he's right about that.
He is, but the biggest problem with the LIV Tour remains the fact that they're doing business for blood money. And if this was not the Saudis doing this, if it was somebody else saying, hi, I'm going to organize a tour that does 54 holes, I don't think there would be nearly the objections. And while he's right, he also comes off as a bit of a sort of a, elderly scold, because he which he is. I mean, he's being very much that. What he really, could have done to make this more clear is that pointed out that Greg Norman and Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson and Brooks Koepka are trying to do the one thing that probably shouldn't be done, which is, I want guaranteed money no matter how I play. The whole idea of competition is that the reward is commensurate with the achievement, not with the fact that you turned up.
Well, and Greg Norman basically burned his own train of thought down when a year ago he basically said, we're going to be offering this level of money, which is going to attract totally nobody middling PGA Tour players who are going to be paid so handsomely that eventually players who know that they're better than these guys and could easily beat these guys are going to come on over to take the easy money too. We're going to give the easy money to the untalented and try to lure the more talented to this lesser tour just based on the fact that I showed up today, pay me.
Yeah, well, but I mean, that's the point. It's always a lie because the big money always goes to the most talented guys. All they're doing is guaranteeing it. It's like the Super League in soccer, which are going to say, we're going to form our own league and there's no such thing as relegation. So if you're terrible and you lose all 30 games, nothing happens to you. You're home free. And reward without risk is not reward, it's just a gift. And, the fact that it's taken this long for Tiger to speak up, frankly, is annoying. I mean, Rory McIlroy's been more strident about this. I mean, He called the other players duplicitous. I mean, he flat out said the other day, he just said, boy, the day the LIV Tour collapses, I will be a very happy man. I mean, that's basically laying your cards on the table. Tiger Woods saying, boy, things were better in my day. No, you made your choice.
Right.
They're making theirs. Theirs is evil for a bunch of other reasons. Cite the reasons.
Someone says, if you guys knew anything, you'd realize that American money's blood money too. Hey, I'm not even going to argue with that.
No, all money's blood money.
But PGA Tour money is not blood money. The PGA Tour has never had a journalist chopped up and brought out of a building in hefty bags. The Live Tour does get their money from that group.
Yeah, I mean from the Saudi
PGA
government.
Tour gets their money from Cadillac.
Well, Cadillac might be evil for different reasons, but to the best of my knowledge, defenestration is not one of their selling points. And more to the point, just Greg Norman's a creep.
He is.
And Phil Mickelson, who also signed up for this, when he said, well, the Saudis, they've made mistakes, but what? There aren't mistakes. This is sports washing. Sports washing is evil.
Enjoy your World Cup, everybody.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's going to be it's going to be one of the guiltiest pleasures in the history of sports. I mean, people will watch it. I will probably watch it, but I will know that 6,000 people died building those stadiums when they didn't have to. And that's because Qatar believes in slavery. They brought in workers from other countries. They took their passports and wouldn't let them leave.
Yeah. In horrific conditions. I saw the HBO Real Sports. Anyway, we'll have more tomorrow, including Dante DiVincenzo stopping on by for a conversation at 4:30. We're looking forward to that. Thanks to Tom Haberstroh and Ken Rosenthal for stopping by for their conversations today. More conversation